Volume 4. Chapter 301, Pure Yang Sword Palace. Chapter 301, Pure Yang Sword Palace. Ian took out a set of clothes from his interspatial ring. After putting them on, he rapidly moved towards the palace. This sword-like mountain did not look high, but when he tried climbing it, Ian could feel that the mountain seemed to possess some sort of magical power. The distance up the mountain seemed to have lengthened. He climbed for 2 hours before reaching the peak. On the mountain peak, the winds howled. Ian overlooked the land beneath him, but he felt that everything he saw seemed to be shrouded in a hazy mist, making it all look lifeless. And at the entrance of the palace, the large bronze door had been sealed shut. This world was once again isolated. This unknown fragment of a world contained powers far beyond the Taya divine kingdoms, but the only thing it contained which was still intact was this palace. Everything else had faded away with time. Ian turned around and looked at the palace. The shape of the palace was like a divine sword pierced through the sky. Around the palace, there were 4 thick columns with engravings carved on them. Ian quietly walked to the columns and looked at the engravings. The engravings were all connected together as a whole. Some of the scenes in the engravings startled Ian. He saw a divine dragon, locked up in chains. He saw all-powerful human great emperors being suppressed and a peerless expert shattering a world. Amongst this, there was a great war scene where 2 sides were battling out. They were clearly of different races. One side was riding on primordial desolate beasts, while the other side was riding on powerful magical weapons. Could this world fragment's downfall have anything to do with the Great War recorded in these engravings? Ian looked at each scene carefully, marveling at the grand scene. It was hard to imagine how wide this world was. He felt that the world he had seen was just a drop in a sea. Even sages in the Taya divine kingdom, how much of this world have they managed to explore? After passing the huge pillars, Ian came before the palace. He raised his head and saw that, at the top of the palace, there was a golden plaque. There were words on the plaque that seemed to have been erased. There were only a few intermittent strokes left, emitting an aggressive aura. As he approached the palace, Ian started to feel an indescribable sense of oppression. This pressure on his senses was not only on his flesh, but also on his mental facilities. It seemed like this invisible strength was suppressing Ian's energy circulation and all his life-bearing activities. His heart, breaths, blood flow, and even his thoughts had all slowed down. A black stone statue stood about 300 meters in front of the palace's entrance. The statue was about 30 meters tall and was that of a tall and large middle-aged man. His face was covered by a black-red helmet and his eyes looked as deep as the star-filled universe. He had a sword behind his back. Although there was only a statue there, it emitted an ancient wild aura that belonged to that of a peerless expert. The aura spread out in all directions, as well as up into the sky. For some reason, it left Ian especially shaken. Behind the statue, there was a fragmented black stone pillar. The words on the stone pillar looked as if they had been carved out using a sword. They were written in a crisp and powerful manner, as if the energy would seep out from the stone pillar. As he read these words, it was as if an image of a refined person holding a sword had appeared before him. Was this stone pillar carved by the middle-aged man the statue depicted? Ian looked at the words on the stone pillar. The way the words were written was different from how words were written in the present, but Ian had read ancient books, like the Taya Sacred Technique and the 10,000 Beast Totem, so he was able to understand these words. On the stone pillar were the words, establishing the 7-kill stone pillar, announcing my will. Waiting for the future, when the heavens collapse, the non-existence of the universe, me as the world, control over life and death, destroying the cycle of reincarnation, obtaining the souls of everything, casting my sword, spilling my immortal blood, to slaughter all evil demons. Kill. 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 There were 7 kill words, each more shocking than the other. 7 kill stone pillar. Ian took a deep breath of air. Just reading these few lines of words made him experience a monstrous murderous intent. It seemed like this person had infinite amounts of hate which pushed him to destroy all of existence. What sort of person was this? To think that he wrote on the stone pillar that he was waiting for the day when the heavens collapsed, leading to the universe ceasing to exist and then become a world himself, taking control over life and death. This formidable intent. Yi-Yun was secretly horrified. The person who made this pillar was amazing. Yi-Yun looked at the top of the stone pillar. The stone pillar was about 9 meters thick, and its top had been shaved off by a sword, leaving an extremely smooth, flat surface. When Yi-Yun walked to the back of the stone pillar, he was even more appalled. The attack that had shaved off the stone pillar continued on down its back. There was a long, black gap that became wider as it went deeper. As he looked down towards this ravine, Yi-Yun became even more shocked. This attack had extended to the rear of the sword-like mountain all the way down the mountain's base. It had been split all the way down. A gap had been cleanly cut through the mountain, which was thousands of meters tall, spreading into the land. A canyon had been cut out in the lifeless land by that sword attack. The canyon was unfathomably deep, reaching all the way to the limits of one's vision. Midway, there was a river that had also been cut apart and a path through a forest which had been sliced open. Yi-Yun turned silent for a long time after seeing this. It was as if this broken world had been divided in two by this attack. What sort of power was this? Could it be that after the person carved the words on stone pillar, he sent out such a slash due to his hate and loathing, resulting in such a stunning sword scar? Waiting for me is the world, to slaughter all evil demons. Who were the evil demons? Was the person who left behind this sword scar defeated in that huge war? Looking at the sword scar, he could subtly feel that, besides containing a terrifying killing intent within it, there was also an air of tranquility to it. Yi-Yun felt pain in his eyes after looking at it for too long. Even his skin could feel prickling pain. His muscles tensed up involuntarily. The longer he looked at it, the more the sword intent within the sword scar became obvious. It made Yi-Yun not dare to move away from his spot. His breaths became heavier as if he was facing a huge enemy. It was as if this sword attack was about to pierce through space-time and slash at this head. It was unbelievable that such a sword intent still existed in this sword scar, even after tens of millions of years. Yi-Yun conjured up his pure yang qi to ease that feeling. To have such power, after such a long period of time. Back then, this attack's power would likely slash apart the entire divine wilderness. Yi-Yun sighed. If this was tens of millions ago, the remnant sword qi was enough to kill him, considering how hard it was for him to endure the sword intent left behind by the sword scar. Yi-Yun took a deep breath. This level of existence was far beyond his understanding. He turned around and left the sword scar, walking towards the palace's entrance. The ancient large door did not have any ornaments. As Yi-Yun approached the door, he could feel sword qi surging towards him, as if it was about to cut through his body. He held his breath and walked to the door with great difficulty. Before Yi-Yun could reach out his hand to push open the door, a brilliant flash sucked Yi-Yun in. With that, Yi-Yun was already inside the palace. The hall was dimly lit. The ground was covered in black unknown rocks. The first thing that entered Yi-Yun's eyes was a sword stuck in the ground. This sword was extremely old. The sword's edge was covered in rust and there were cracks in the sword's blade. It's broken? Yi-Yun sighed. It was definitely a peerless sword, but unfortunately, the sword's blade had cracks, making it lose a great deal of its spirituality. After such a long time, it probably was extremely fragile. Yi-Yun silently walked over and slowly grabbed the sword's hilt. At this moment, Yi-Yun suddenly saw a black shadow standing not far from him. With a startle, he leaped backwards and unsheathed the 1,000 army saber. Focusing his eyes, the black shadow remained motionless. It did not have a physical body, but seemed like a burning flame. It was wrapped in a black cloak, only its two red eyes underneath the cloak were bright. They were like jewels in the night. You are. Ian originally thought that it was some unknown lifeform, such as the evil demons mentioned on the 7 Kills pillar. However, he quickly realized that the Black Shadow had no intention of killing him. If it really had killing intent, any existence that could stay in this palace would easily annihilate him with just a thought. How long has it been? Someone has actually entered. The Black Shadow's bleak words seemed to contain an indescribable loneliness. Senior, are you this palace's guardian? Yun ventured a guess. The Black Shadow said, I'm a sword spirit. I accompanied my master through countless battles for an unknown period of time. Now, my body has been destroyed, leaving behind a residual soul. I've been sleeping in this pure yang sword palace. By doing so, I have slowed down the time it takes for me to completely dissipate. Now, with you entering, I have awakened. However, such a long period of sleep has made me reach the end of my life. The Black Shadow's voice was very weak. Ian had a thought upon hearing this. Senior, have you been sleeping for tens of millions of years? I don't remember. I've been wandering in space for too long before landing in this world. I originally thought that no one would ever pass through that door. Yet, you actually had such a fortuitous opportunity. Wandering in space? Yes, the tens of millions of years was the time since this world crashed into the divine wilderness. Before that, this world fragment had been drifting for an even longer period of time. Yun had many questions in his mind. The Black Shadow could see through his thoughts and said, You do not need to ask any more about things of the past. In comparison to this world, you are not bad. You have a low-grade pure yang body. If you can become one of the best in this world, that alone is already not an easy feat, but that is not enough. The things you want to ask will be pointless. You will not be able to enter the deep levels of this sword palace unless you gain insight into the sword intent left behind in the sword palace by my master. When that happens, you might be able to refine the sword palace and obtain the items left behind by my master. However, for you to do that, it will be too difficult. Yun stayed silent. He knew that in the eyes of the Black Shadow, he was just a very lucky ordinary youth in this wilderness world. His qualifications barely made it. Just him alone could gain insight on the sword intent in the sword palace? The sword spirit clearly did not hold any hope for that. For a person who wanted to learn the way of the sword, he needed extremely high talent. Clearly, Ian did not have any talent in the way of the sword. Besides, his weapon was a saber. By entering into such a world, the sword spirit probably did not believe his master's heritage would ever be inherited. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, Returning to the Divine City. Chapter 302, Returning to the Divine City. I am returning to my deep slumber. This time I will go into a deeper sleep and I am unsure about when I will wake up again. Since you have entered Pure Yang Sword Palace, it means that you and I are fated. This broken sword is yours. You can leave any time you want. You can also train within Pure Yang Sword Palace. You have a Pure Yang body, so you will be able to cultivate more easily here. After the Black Shadow Sword Spirit said this, its figure slowly turned fuzzy until it completely disappeared. Yun was left standing alone in the hall. Shie. With a few light sounds, the broken sword, which was originally embedded into the ground, slowly emerged before falling onto the ground. Seeing the rusty broken sword, Ian felt somewhat speechless. He had risked his life entering the burning hell, broke the board game array to enter this broken world. Yet, he could not enter the internal regions of the palace and only received this broken sword that looked to be in terrible shape. However, Ian knew that since the Black Shadow Sword Spirit gave him the broken sword, it could definitely not be something ordinary. The question is, What is extraordinary about it? Iyun picked up the broken sword and inspected it. The sword's blade was not sharp in any way and looked extremely weak. The swords of the ancient mighty figures would remain extremely strong, even after weathering tens of millions of years. Although the blade may no longer be sharp, it should still be stronger than the 1,000 army saber. Iyun looked at the 1,000 army saber in his hand and sighed. The saber had a company for quite a while, but while battling with the golden crow species, it broke. Only 3 feet of the 6-foot-long blade remained. When he returned to the Taya Divine City, he would have to change to another saber. This saber could be said to have made considerable contributions. With the broken sword in hand, Iyun felt along the blade with his fingers. He could feel the rough texture of the short blade, making Iyun sense a spiritual change. The Black Sword Spirit thought of me as a saber user, so it thinks I am unable to understand the Sword Palace owner's sword intent. Yet, I will attempt to do so. Even if I cannot gain any understandings, I will slowly understand it thoroughly in the future. With the broken sword in hand, Iyun walked out of the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Now he was closer, in one aspect, to the Sword Palace's owner. They both cultivated the Pure Yang laws. It was also because of this reason that this fragmented world smashed open meteorite abyss, a Pure Yang land. As for the differences between a sword and a saber, Iyun was not too particular about them. Sword and sabers were the world's most common weapons. Back when Iyun first chose the 1,000 army saber, it was because the 1,000 army saber looked extremely powerful, not because he had any special connection with the saber. A saber would do, so would a sword. To Iyun, they were equivalent. After Iyun read the truth of the laws, he knew that regardless of saber truths or sword truths, they were all branches of the Tao of weapons. And the Tao of weapons was just one major category amongst the 3,000 great Tao of martial arts. To cultivate to the peak of martial arts, just following one great Tao was too narrow. If he had the ability, the more great Tao he learned, the closer he would approach the heavenly Tao of origins. When he later becomes a great emperor, his strength would become even stronger. Even if I learn sword truths together with my saber truths, there's no harm to that. With his mind set, Iyun walked to the front of the 7 kills pillar left behind by the Sword Palace's owner. As he looked ahead, the large sword scar looked as if it was going to split the world apart. Iyun held the rusty sword diagonally, tracing the sword scar in the air with the broken blade. At the same time, Iyun opened the purple crystal's energy vision. In the energy vision, Iyun was able to directly see the origin of the energy flows within. Back in the Saber Tomb, Iyun had used the energy vision to see the Saber Truth's 32 words origin Saber Truths. Today, Iyun was doing the same thing. The purple crystal was too magical. In Iyun's opinion, although the Black Sword Spirit had extraordinary insight, it clearly could not detect the purple crystal's existence. The level of this kind of divine artifact exceeded Iyun's imagination. In the purple crystal's vision, all appearances disappeared. On the 7 kills pillar, each kill word looked the same with the naked eye, but with the purple crystal's energy vision, they were completely different. The Sword Palace's owner had written his sword intent into the 7 kills pillar when he engraved it. Every kill word embodied a different sword intent, engraved with different great Tao law. Although Iyun was unable to enter the Pure Yang Palace and obtain the heritage of the palace's owner, the 7 kills pillar alone was a treasure. However, the Sword Palace's realm was far beyond Iyun's imagination. The sword intent left behind in the 7 kills pillar was too difficult for Iyun, even with him looking straight at its origins. This was probably a sword intent which reached the highest realms of the sword truths. Iyun stood before the 7 kills pillar and the shocking sword scar for a day and night without moving, pondering over the origins of sword truths. However, his level was too low. He was only able to figure out an extremely small part of it. Only when Iyun's yuan qi was depleted did he open his eyes and leave the 7 kills pillar. Standing in front of 7 kills pillar was a test of his perseverance. Iyun had to constantly circulate his pure yang qi to withstand the pressure emitted by the sword intent. At this moment, Yin was exhausted, and what he understood from pondering over the 7 kills pillars sword truth till now was extremely limited. This was a great Tao that reached the extreme realms. It was extremely difficult to climb it. Even so, Yin was not discouraged. He knew that the path of martial arts was fraught with difficulties. Practicing martial arts needed one to endure unimaginable loneliness. Many experts could go into reclusive training for decades at a go. Such long periods of time where a person had to sit alone in a chamber would drive a person crazy from the loneliness. However, the pursuit of martial arts can ease this loneliness. What was supporting Yin was the sword truths in the 7 kills pillar. Yin returned to the Pure Yang Sword Palace. There were only 2 places in the Sword Palace he could go. One was the hall and the other was a cultivating room. When Yin entered the cultivating room, he gained a greater level of understanding of why the Black Sword Spirit said that this Pure Yang Sword Palace was a cultivating treasure land for him. The Pure Yang array within the cultivating room had not broken down, even after tens of millions of years. It was still able to gather heaven-earth yuan qi. The chamber's yang qi was shockingly pure. It would be half the work with double the results to cultivate here. Besides, the stone platform within the cultivating room for mediating was also a treasure. While sitting on it, Yin could feel his mind getting clearer and his body's yuan qi could be circulated even faster. This cultivating ground was even better than the central divine tower. Yin decided to stay within the Pure Yang Sword Palace for a long period of time. He had temporarily checked out of his residence in the central divine tower's 69th floor right before he came out to train. The central divine tower's residences were like inns. They were charged by the day. Even if one paid dragon scale runes in advance, as long as one was not staying in it, the dragon scale runes could be refunded. Now, Yin felt that he should come to Pure Yang Sword Palace often in the future. He did not need the central divine tower much anymore. The 6 months he had reserved might be enough for his 6 years in the Taya Divine City. This broken world also had night and day. Every day, Yin would stand before the 7 kills pillar, pondering over the sword intent. At night, he would meditate in the palace's chamber. When he was hungry, he would eat the food and water in his interspatial ring. When he traveled the divine wilderness, he had gathered plenty of desolate beast meat. It was enough for him to eat. As such, Yin began his first, long-term, reclusive training of his martial arts career. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation level and lay a foundation for his sword and saber dual cultivation during this reclusive training. Spring passed as autumn came. Time passed with Yin no longer knowing how much time had passed. He only knew his hair was constantly growing. His height had also rapidly shot up. A child between the age of 13 and 14 was in his growth spurt. Due to malnutrition while in the cloud wilderness, Yin's physical development had been slow. Now, however, consuming desolate beast meat and bone relics greatly nourished him, so his height grew by the day. Yin suddenly realized that the clothes he had brought with him were all one size too small. He had unconsciously grown to the height of an adult male. He would even be above average amongst adults. His body became more and more stout, and his muscles were toned but not exaggerated. Besides his face having a tinge of childishness, he looked no different from an adult when one looked at him from the back. Although Yin was unable to understand the sword intent contained within 7 kills pillar, after a long period of time, Yin experienced the baptism of the 7 kills pillar's sword intent. Slowly, Yin no longer needed to circulate the Taya sacred technique to withstand the sword intent. Unconsciously, the charm of this shocking sword attack left behind by the sword palace's owner, merged with the purple crystal and subtly branded itself within Yin's spiritual sea. This was an indescribable feeling. Now, although Yin was unable to slash out such a sword intent, he had deeply remembered all the structures of the laws contained within the sword intent. He felt that now, it was time for him to leave. He planned on returning to the Taya Divine City. Below the Taya Divine City's central divine tower, there was a sword tomb other than the saber tomb. Yun was now sure that the level of the sword and saber tombs were lower than that of the Pyongyang Sword Palace. Relatively speaking, the laws within the Sword Tomb should be easier to understand than the Pyongyang Sword Palaces. By entering the Sword Tomb, he could lay down the sword foundation before returning to the Pyongyang Sword Palace to understand the sword intent left there. Then he might be able to use his sword intent to enter the Pyongyang Sword Palace. He might even be able to refine the Pyongyang Sword Palace, making it his own. Just thinking of this made Yun's blood boil. The treasure level of this palace far exceeded his imagination. He could even enlarge or contract it, keeping it within his body. It could fly and also tunnel through the ground. It could be used as a spiritual vessel. If he really gained control over such a palace, it would be extremely easy to traverse the divine wilderness. One had to know, to cross the divine wilderness, the airships used by the Taya Divine Kingdom needed the cooperation of more than 10 human lords to power the aerial fortress. On the day Yun left, the Black Sword Spirit still remained asleep. It was in a deep slumber. It was not bothered by, nor did it question, whatever Yun did during this period. It might not even know. To the Black Sword Spirit, a youth like Yun was not worth its effort to care for. After all, it did not have much of its lifespan left. Yun packed his things and leaped down the Sword Palace's mountain. As he approached the big bronze door, the door would open. As such, Yun successfully returned to the burning hell. After such a long period of time, the Yun who entered and exited the burning hell were completely different. Whether it was his strength or his psyche. It could be said that Yun had been reborn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303, City Lord's Birthday Banquet. Chapter 303, City Lord's Birthday Banquet. In early winter, the Taya Divine Kingdom had its first snow. 10 months had passed since Yun had left the Taya Divine City. The batch of cultivators that entered the Taya Divine City with Yun were now second years. And the new batch of Taya Divine City cultivators had entered the Taya Divine City 3 months ago, and they all had finished their initial jobs. Now, it was time for these rookies to participate in the rookie ranking competition. The rewards for this rookie ranking competition was 100% better than the last one. The main reason was that the Taya Divine City Lord's birthday was coming. For a figure at the level of the Taya Divine City Lord, they had one birthday banquet every 100 years. And on the day of the birthday banquet, he may be in reclusive training or out exploring ruins. Due to a multitude of reasons, a birthday banquet would not be held. In fact, the current Taya Divine City Lord was a bit mysterious. In the last few centuries, he seldom appeared, not to mention holding any form of birthday banquets. The people in charge of the Taya Divine City were mainly the two elders, Zhengge and Song Yan. When he suddenly announced his birthday banquet, it surprised many. Some people speculated that there were some special reasons. Of course, these were just things that the upper echelons considered. For the rest of the Taya Divine City cultivators, it was definitely good news. Being able to attend the birthday banquet of such a legendary person and witnessing such an event was a great privilege. And during the birthday celebrations, many of the resources within Taya Divine City were discounted and many of the rewards were increased. These were the most practical benefits. Of course, the rookies that ranked high in the rookie ranking competition would gain the most from the City Lord's birthday celebrations. In order to become first amongst the rookies, all of them used the moves all they had, showcasing their best skills. Now, it was the battle to decide who the best rookie was. The final battle was between a young man and a young girl. The young man's name was Lu Jia. He did not come from a prominent background, and he could only be considered to be an above-average noble. As for the young girl, Wen Yu, she came from a prominent family and she was indeed a proud daughter of heaven. Both of them were 13 years old. It could be said that many paid attention to their battle, so many senior cultivators came to watch. Xiaonyo and Chu Xiaoran were amongst the crowd. They were recognized the moment they entered the arena. Xiaonyo and Chu Xiaoran had both entered the top 1,000 of the heaven roll within a year. Especially Chu Xiaoran, who had reached the ranking of 890 on the Earth ranking at the end of her first year. Her heaven ranking was more ridiculous, at 860. To enter the top 1,000 of the heaven and earth rolls in the first year as a Taiya Divine City rookie was impressive. It was enough to stir up a storm in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. And Chu Xiaoran entered the top 900 of both rolls. It was even more astonishing. To this batch of Taiya Divine City rookies, their senior sister, Chu Xiaoran, was a legendary person. She had condensed an aspect totem before the Yuan Foundation realm, and her comprehension of the laws far exceeded warriors her own age. With so many rings of light surrounding Chu Xiaoran, this made many rookies become loyal fans of Chu Xiaoran. The appearance of Chu Xiaoran and Xiaonyo stirred up quite a frenzy. Rookies quickly made way for the two of them. Lu Jia and Wenyu also admired the two of them. Although they were geniuses, they knew that compared to Xiaonyo and Chu Xiaoran, they were a distance away. They had even heard that in the last rookie ranking competition, Chu Xiaoran was not the champion. It was a youth named Yi Yun. But Yi Yun was too rash as teenager, and he went alone into the forbidden lands of Meteorite Abyss of Fallen Stargate to train. After that, he disappeared. It was said that Taiya Divine City's elder Song Yan even went into Fallen Stargate to look for Yi Yun, but he found nothing. Up to now, Yi Yun had disappeared for 10 months. Originally, the cultivator's identity token not only recorded the person's identity, dragon scale runes and the points gained from killing desolate beasts, but it also provided their location. But even by searching the spot, Yi Yun was still not to be found. As such, it was most likely that Yi Yun's identity token had been destroyed in Fallen Stargate. This identity token was considered an average magical item, and it was not that strong. In the chaotic environment within Fallen Stargate, it was not surprising for it to be destroyed by the pure Yang flames. As such, Yi Yun's situation was not optimistic. Some people believed that Yi Yun had died. According to the Taiya Divine City's regulations, people who disappeared for a year was considered dead. Historically, there were super crazy people who trained in the Divine Wilderness for nearly a year. Some people were originally thought to be dead, but they returned safely. But such events were rare. Even so, they were not like Yi Yun. According to the news brought back by Chu Xiaoran and Xiaonyo, Yi Yun had went into Fallen Stargate to train. Even the most awesome people did not dare train there for so long. Hence, many people felt that the odds were greatly against Yi Yun. In the Taiya Divine Kingdom, only geniuses who were nurtured were paid attention to. As for geniuses who disappeared or died, they would quickly be forgotten. As such, only Chu Xiaoran, Xiaonyo, and the second-year cultivators deeply remembered of Yi Yun's past glories. As for the new batch of cultivators, they did not know Yi Yun's name. Even if they had heard it, it would only be a story of novel interest. The match had begun. Wenyu and Lu Jie showcased all their skills and they fought impressively. The two of them had entered the top 4,000 of the Earth roll. This match was their final battle to decide who was the champion amongst the rookies. The battle quickly entered the most intense stage. And amongst the crowd, Chu Xiaoran was drifting off. Her mind was clearly not focused on the match. "What's the matter, Xiaoran? Thinking about Yi Yun?" Xiaonyo, who was beside Chu Xiaoran, asked. Yes, Chu Xiaoran nodded. She came to watch this rookie ranking competition not to focus on Wenyu and Lu Jie. The both of them would not pose a threat to Chu Xiaoran in the future. Chu Xiaoran came to this match to reminiscence about the battle she had with Yi Yun last year. Although she had lost in that battle, it was the battle that left the deepest impression in her life thus far. As such, she felt extremely strongly about it. Back then when we were training in Meteorite Abyss, if not for Yi Yun, we would have died when our path was blocked by the blue blood ape in the valley, and then later besieged by the weird fish in the deep pool. It can be said that Yi Yun had saved us twice. Who would have thought that we returned safely, but only Yi Yun disappeared. Even though Elder Song Yen also thinks that something happened to Yi Yun, I still think that Yi Yun would not die so easily. He has not returned because of some reason, Xu Xiaoran said faintly. Xiaonyo nodded and said, Yi Yun is a person with fate supporting him. He definitely won't die so easily, but people are worried because the connection to his identity token has been lost. We can only pray that our ancestors will bless him. In a swamp about 50 kilometers away from the Taiya Divine City. This swamp was not the Blackwater Swamp. It was an area very close to Taiya Divine City, so the desolate beasts in the swamp were very weak. Typically, only rookies would train here. It may be training, they were only out here to really see the world. They needed to familiarize themselves on how to work in a small team to kill desolate beasts. This was to lay a foundation for them to traverse the divine wilderness in the future. In the swamp, at this moment, there was a team of rookies killing desolate beasts. As this was their first time out of the city, they were extremely tense as if they were fighting the greatest of enemies, even though it was just 50 kilometers from Taiya Divine City. Leader, look there. There's a person. A team member in charge of alerting the team noticed that there was a youth at the end of the swamp walking over with a saber in hand. This youth seemed to dress very specially. He had a slender body, but the clothes on his body were clearly one size smaller. They were also greatly worn out, they could be described as rags. It seemed as if his hair had not been cut for a very long time. It reached down to his shoulders like they were wild grass. The saber in his hand was also halved. He seemed to have gone through a great crisis and then be robbed by someone after that. The team members were not even sure if this person was a Taiya Divine City cultivator. Could he be a divine wilderness barbarian? As the youth approached, the team became more alert. What are you? The 7 people asked with their weapons in hand. The youth smiled and exposed his 2 rows of white teeth. He had finally met some people after a long time. Loneliness was an emotion not to be dismissed. Even Yi Yun felt extremely lonely after cultivating alone for an extended period of time. Now when he suddenly saw people, he felt a warm feeling surging over him. Hello there, I want to ask, what year and month is it now? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, the youths were shocked. Was this really a barbarian? The first thing he asked was the year and month. It's Qingfeng year 68, 7th day of the winter month. Qingfeng was the present Divine Emperor's reigning title. The Taiya Divine Kingdom used the reigning title as a marker through the years. Typically, people would only say the last 2 digits as the numbers in front were too long. So they were often omitted. 7th day of the winter month. That means it's November 7th. I actually spent so long cultivating in Pyongyang Sword Palace, Yi Yun sighed. Time really did not mean anything while cultivating. Hey, you haven't told us what sort of person are you? The team leader asked again. Me? Yi Yun laughed. Seeing the youth that looked even younger than him, he said, I'm a Taiya Divine City cultivator. Cultivator? A few of the cultivators were shocked. They looked strangely at Yi Yun. This fellow was also a cultivator? He sure was in a sorry state. As rookies, they were already in quite a tragic state. But now seeing this youth, they were nothing. He was no different from a beggar. Bro, were you surrounded by desolate beasts? Even your saber is broken, and your clothes are torn. Quickly return to the city. Prepare better in the future. Bring more disc arrays, array charms, lightning beads, etc. These one-time magical items may seem to be a waste, but they can save your life at the critical moment. You should not stinge on those dragon scale runes. The rookie team leader seemed to look extremely enthusiastic. He advised Yi Yun with his recently gained experience. Yi Yun chuckled and did not mind. He said, thanks. I'm indeed returning to the city. See you later. Since he was returning to Taya Divine City, Yi-Yun was in a good mood. He had been in reclusive training in the Pyongyang Sword Palace for nearly 10 months. On his way back, he had killed desolate beasts, consolidating his aspect totem. Now, Yi-Yun's cultivation level had officially entered the peak of the Purple Blood realm. The next step was to begin forming the Yuan Foundation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, The new crop has yet to come in to replace the old. Chapter 304, The new crop has yet to come in to replace the old. The highly anticipated rookie ranking competition had come to an end. At the end, Lu Jie had a slight edge and defeated Wen Yu, becoming the champion amongst the rookies. As the crowd in the rookie ranking competition dispersed, everyone discussed the final battle with great excitement. The arena was connected to all the major residences, so it was extremely crowded. It was at this moment that Yi-Yun returned to the Taya Divine City. On the way through, he noticed throngs of people and became slightly stunned. Oh? Why are there so many people? As Yi-Yun looked at the rookies with a dumbfounded expression, the rookies were also stunned upon seeing Yi-Yun. This was because Yi-Yun's appearance was too extreme. The rookie ranking competition was a significant occasion, thus many people were very well dressed. In contrast, Yi-Yun was wearing ragged clothes that were obviously one size too small. Not only was he unkempt, his saber was even half broken. All of this made him look like a beggar. It was severely out of place within the Taya Divine City. Who is this person? This thought appeared in many people's minds. If the Taya Divine City did not forbid unauthorized people from entering, there might have been people throwing money at Yi-Yun. At this moment, not far away, a group with Wen Yu, Lu Jie, Xiongnu and Chu Xiaoran amongst them were walking over. The world of warriors respected those who were strong, so the four of them were treated like idols as they came over. Chu Xiaoran and Xiongnu were especially respected. No matter how crowded the streets were, everyone would make way for them. Seeing Yi-Yun suddenly appear, Xiongnu and Chu Xiaoran became stunned. This was because, in nearly a year's time, Yi-Yun had undergone too many changes. They were unable to recognize him with just a single glance. After staring at Yi-Yun's face for a long while, Xiongnu and Chu Xiaoran looked at each other in the eye with an incredulous look. It's really him. Ha ha. Yi-Yun. Xiongnu laughed boisterously. Xiongnu and Yi-Yun had only been ordinary friends, but they could be considered as having experienced life and death together in Meteorite Abyss. Besides, Yi-Yun had also saved Xiongnu's life. Their friendship naturally was no longer the same. Xiongnu squeezed out of the crowd and quickly strode towards Yi-Yun, slapping him heavily on his shoulders. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Ha ha. Yi-Yun coming back alive was something that made Xiongnu happy from the bottom of his heart. Yi-Yun also gave a hearty laugh and said, I was lucky, I went in a cursory circle around Death's Gate. After experiencing a year of loneliness, Yi-Yun was overcome with emotion upon seeing a familiar face again. He had indeed nearly lost his life after being chased by the golden crow species. Yi-Yun, you have finally returned. Chu Xiaoran also moved towards Yi-Yun. When they bade farewell 10 months ago, Chu Xiaoran was a tiny bit taller than Yi-Yun. Now however, she had to slightly look up at him. She felt that Yi-Yun had undergone a complete change in the time they were separated. It was not only his physical appearance, but other aspects as well. As for what was different, Chu Xiaoran was unable to tell. Yi-Yun, you have been out training for so long. What is your cultivation level? Xiongnu asked casually. Peak of purple blood. Yi-Yun did not conceal it. Ha, then you are slower than us. Xiaoran and I have already begun to condense the initial shape of the Yuan Foundation. You can think of us as being 1 foot through the door of the Yuan Foundation realm. In 2 months, we will definitely break through into the Yuan Foundation realm. Xiongnu's eyes lit up and he was eager to try it out just by talking about cultivation levels. In these 10 months, he had made significant progress. The huge leap from the peak of purple blood to a half-step within the Yuan Foundation made Xionyou's Divine Strength Ox King skill progress one more level. There was a significant jump with every Divine Strength Ox King skill level. Xionyou was now filled with confidence and he wanted to fight anyone he saw. "Brother Yi, when will we train in the arena?" Xionyou knew that Yi Yun was definitely strong, but he still brimmed with confidence. He couldn't help himself after seeing Yi Yun, a strong warrior peer. He felt that even if he was not Yi Yun's match, the difference would not be as great as the gap between them a year ago. The surrounding rookies turned dumbfounded upon seeing Xionyou and Chu Xiaoran speak so happily with Yi Yun. They never expected that this beggar-like person would be Xionyou and Chu Xiaoran's good friend. Yi Yun. Isn't he the champion of last year's rookie ranking competition? A portion of the rookies had heard of Yi Yun. They had some impressions of this name which was now nearly forgotten by Taiya Divine City cultivators. It should be him, but this person actually defeated Chu Xiaoran in the last rookie ranking competition? Is that really true? When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded. This guy was completely different from the preconceived expert in their minds. He did not have the air of an expert, yet he was actually stronger than Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou? Many rookies looked at Yi Yun with puzzlement and doubt. Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou's strength had been witnessed by many of them, and it was terrifying. However, the person in front of them looked like he came out from a refugee camp. He didn't look like he made the mark. They found it hard to believe that this person was a super expert. Even if he was very strong a year ago, he had disappeared for too long, and no one knew what he had experienced during this period. Could he really lead Xionyou and Chu Xiaoran? Many of them couldn't help but have thoughts like that. At this moment, Yi Yun decided to bid Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou farewell. "Brother Yi, when you have time, come to the arena. When you do so, inform me." Xionyou still did not forget the matter of sparring with Yi Yun. In his opinion, Yi Yun's return was definitely to challenge the rankings. Yi Yun smiled and said, "Sure. Don't be perfunctory with me. You may not know this, but Qin Haotian, Li Xiao and the Qiao brothers have already left the Taiya Divine City. Now the first few spots have opened up in the area and everyone is eyeing them. Some of the senior cultivators who have hope in being first are all in an intense battle for it. Especially because of the ongoing City Lord's birthday celebrations, the arena rewards have increased by a lot." As Xionyou said so, he pointed to the crowd behind him. The arena was in a hiatus because of the rookie ranking competition. If not, there would be countless numbers of people fighting, more people than usual. "Oh? Qin Haotian, Li Xiao and the others have left?" Yi Yun was stunned upon hearing that. Indeed, they had stayed in the Taiya Divine City for a full 6 years, and it was time for them to leave. A pity. Yi Yun had known the famous names of Qin Haotian, Li Xiao and company ever since he entered the Taiya Divine City. Yi Yun had always wanted to spar with Qin Haotian. However, Yi Yun was now only at the peak of purple blood, and due to the difference in cultivation level, he would not be Qin Haotian's match. Only Yi Yun himself knew the difference between him and Qin Haotian. And now, they had left Taiya Divine City, leaving him with no opportunity to challenge them. This could only be described as a pity. Yes, with them here, it would be very difficult for us to challenge the Earth Roll. Xionyou laughed. He did not pay any attention to Yi Yun's thoughts. From his point of view, anyone who wanted to challenge Qin Haotian from their year was wishfully thinking. Now, the arena's overall strength has decreased. Many of the fifth-year cultivators are far weaker than Qin Haotian. Maybe in a year or two, we will be able to challenge the top 5 of the Heaven and Earth Rolls. Xionyou was very excited. If he could enter the Taiya Divine City's top 5 in his 4th year, it would be a glorious achievement to be proud of. Yi Yun sighed. Indeed, the Taiya Divine City did not give rise to extremely talented elites every year. The current Taiya Divine City was a bit lacking. Yi Yun still liked to battle the peerless geniuses. With Qin Haoyan gone, there was only Luo Hui'er left. However, she seldom appeared in the arena, nor did she challenge the heaven or earth roles. Her strength was a question mark. Brothery, it could not have been easy for you to return. Let us go to the Divine Moon restaurant and drink 2 cups. Xionyou wanted to take Yi Yun drinking. However, Yi Yun shook his head. Let's have it at another time. I have been gone for far too long. Now that I am back in Taiya Divine City, I first need to greet Grandmaster Yuehua and Elder Songyan. Amongst these 2 people, one was his quasi-master, and the other may not be his master but had taught him plenty. It was only right for Yi Yun to greet the seniors. About 1 hour later in the Central Divine Tower's 69th floor. Miss. Donger ran to Luo Hui'er's training ground on her short legs. What's the matter this time? Luo Hui'er said impatiently. This maid servant of hers liked to be surprised at the slightest things. Donger puffed heavily as she hurriedly said, That person you especially hate, he is back. When Luo Hui'er heard this, her mouth curled. She said without paying attention, there are many people this missus hates. I cannot even remember all of them. Which, not typo, she refers to them as animals. What are you talking about? It's that Yi Yun. Donger used her chubby hands to wipe the sweat off her forehead as she panted. Yi Yun? Luo Hui'er was surprised. She subconsciously stopped practicing her family's heart sutras. Her facial expression changed as she remained silent for 10 seconds. The rascal who had disappeared nearly a year ago had actually returned. After thinking for a while, Luo Hui'er grunted, Good people die young, but disasters leave a mark for 1,000 years. I knew he wouldn't die so easily. That's right. Donger nodded her head strongly. Miss, do you want to go meet him? He's currently greeting Grandmaster Yuehua. Luo Hui'er's mouth twitched. What do I need to meet him for? In a few days, that toad will move back beside us. In the future, we will meet frequently. What a pain! Saying this, Luo Hui'er began practicing her martial arts again. However, she couldn't help herself from thinking about it. As she thought about it, her lips couldn't help but curl up as she revealed a sinister smile. Although she always found Yi Yun to be a pain, she never wished for the rascal to just die like that. Miss, why are you smiling? Donger asked curiously. Am I smiling? Luo Hui'er paused for a while and then grunted, I'm laughing because the rascal is back. I have something fun to play with again. See how I will make a fool out of him now, coo. Luo Hui'er began laughing happily. Donger kept her head and tried to think hard. It seems that Miss never succeeded in making a fool out of him? Of course, she would never dare to say this out loud. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305, Gathering of Experts. Chapter 305, Gathering of Experts. The news of Yi Yun returning to Taiya Divine City quickly spread in less than half a day. Rookies did not have much concept of the name Yi Yun. However, it meant a lot to many of the second-year cultivators, especially his enemies. This name was unforgettable. That rascal actually didn't die. At this moment, in a small courtyard, there were a few people gathered with sullen faces. The 3 of them, who were sitting on chairs, were Li Hong, Yang Dingquan, and Yang Yefeng. Yang Dingquan and Yang Yefeng were brothers and came from the Chu royal residence. Yang Dingquan had taken the opportunity to gamble against Yi Yun in Yi Yun's battle with Li Hong and ended up losing greatly. The truth of the laws was lost, causing him to be punished by his family clan. As for Yang Yefeng, who had always been proud of his desolate heaven technique, he had his face torn off by Yi Yun. However, the person who hated Yi Yun the most were not amongst these people. In the corner of this courtyard stood a youth, full of scars and a missing arm. He was Yang Haoran. 10 months ago, inside Meteorite Abyss's frost pool, he was suddenly attacked by a school of weird fishes. His body had consequently been horribly mangled by the fish, pieces of flesh had been ripped off his body. Just recalling the experience gave him nightmares. With the rage of being unwilling to die, he had then rushed out of the frost lake with great difficulty and managed to eventually survive. He barely escaped death with his surface flesh and skin of his body gone. All he was left with was bloody remnant muscles. It was horrible. One of his arms had been ripped straight off by a large fish. Losing one arm was Yang Haoran's greatest pain. How could a warrior be left without a limb? It was not that there were no treasures that could restore a person's arm, they were just extremely expensive. Even his young family could hardly obtain one. And even if it was obtained, the arm which was regrown would be a normal human arm. One had to train it from the beginning all over again. It was easy to imagine what sort of hardship and suffering he had to undergo. Yang Haoran only felt hate. He hated the strange fish and hated everything. Originally, when Yang Haoran was bitten horribly and the calamity suddenly befell onto him, the pain prevented him from thinking about why he was suddenly attacked by the strange fishes. However, after recovering, he recalled the terrifying nightmare. He remembered that back then in the water, he had heard an explosion and then saw a yuan qi beam. Within the beam, there was an arrow flying towards him. On the arrowhead, there was something green. It looked like grass. The arrow was not aimed at him and passed by him a short distance away from him, but accompanying that arrow was that school of terrifying strange fishes. As Yang Haoran recalled the scenes back then, he became more and more sure of what had happened. That yuan qi fluctuation was definitely from a warrior, not a desolate beast. Yang Haoran also slowly remembered that the grass on the arrowhead was the beast-luring grass he had previously used. All at once, Yang Haoran figured it out. The strange fish were deliberately being lured away from something and towards him, to purposely cause him harm. As for that arrow, amongst that group, only Yi Yun used a bow and arrow. Yang Haoran's anger reached its peak at that time. He wanted Yi Yun's blood to atone for his. However, following Yi Yun's disappearance, the point of him possibly dying in Meteorite Abyss appeased Yang Haoran's anger slightly. He considered it as a consequence Yi Yun deserved. Although he was unable to avenge himself, which made him unable to accept it, he knew that even if Yi Yun were to actually return, he could do nothing to him. He did not have proof. Even if he had proof, he could not raise a complaint against Yi Yun because he was the person who initially lured that mutated three-eyed spider to them. In fact, because of this event, Yang Haoran had to endure the immense pressure brought forth by Chu Xiaoran's Defender Duke family clan and Xionyou's reclusive family clan. The Yang family may have the royal bloodline, but it was too much for them to face two large family clans. With Yang Haoran's physical disability, there was even a chance of his family clan abandoning him. This placed Yang Haoran into an excruciating position. Yang Haoran was too busy with his own affairs for the past few months, so he had no energy to decide on how to seek revenge on Yi Yun. Thankfully, as time passed, the possibility of Yi Yun having died became increasingly more likely. However, today, Yi Yun returned. And besides looking a bit pathetic, he had no injuries at all. Looking back at himself, he was like a dog with a broken leg. This comparison nearly made Yang Haoran go crazy. Haoran, do not be rash. Yang Yefeng patted Yang Haoran's shoulder. After Yang Haoran became disabled, he became slightly insane and abnormal. Yang Yefeng was the most senior amongst the group, hence these people all treated him as their leader. Everyone, we can all be considered as under one camp. With Yi Yun's return, we have no idea how strong he has become. If he were to mature in the future, then we will really lose our place in Taya Divine City. The Taya Divine City's genius rearing strategy was similar to rearing venomous worms. A competition was held to obtain anything here. Many cultivators formed groups and associations to resist the competitive pressure. They were arch rivals of Yi Yun, so if Yi Yun were to mature and rank among the top of the heaven and earth rolls, their days would no longer be smooth sailing. Li Hong said, Yi Yun has gone to report to the elders. I heard his description. He had been trapped in a place for 10 months, which prevented him from returning. Trapped for 10 months? Ha! From his appearance after coming back, he must have experienced some huge disaster. This bastard sure has a strong life. He will definitely challenge the earth roll. We must first see what rank he is able to achieve before we decide on how to deal with him in the future. Earth roll, Yang Dingkuan gritted his teeth. If only he challenges me. Such a pity. After the last batch of cultivators left, Yang Dingkuan's ranking on the earth roll had entered the top 40. This ranking was extremely far off for second-year cultivators. For example, Xiaonyo and Chu Xiaoran's ranks only ranged from 700 to 900. From Yang Dingkuan's point of view, Yi Yun was still far from being able to challenging the top 100 on the earth roll. This meant he was not fated to exchange blows with Yi Yun. Rotten kid, where did you go to for the past 10 months? In the central divine tower, San Yen ruffled Yi Yun's hair. Ah. Kid, you grew taller. San Yen was short, so now he was shorter than Yi Yun. Yi Yun felt helpless. He had already listened to old man Song nag all day. Regarding the burning hell's explanation, Yi Yun did not dare to tell him that he had entered the deepest level of the burning hell. That place's pure yang qi was too rich. He had used the purple crystal to split the pure yang fire in order to enter the depths of the burning hell. Even sages would need to spend a lot of yuan qi to enter. Yi Yun could only say that he had been sucked into an unknown space. As such, he could explain how his identity token had lost its connection. This sparked the interest of Song Yen. He had already decided to form a team with Jian Ge to investigate the burning hell again. This gave Yi Yun a headache. He felt like he was cheating the old man. This so-called unknown space was definitely something that Song Yen could not find. Song Yen asked many questions regarding this unknown space and Yi Yun only gave some vague descriptions. These sort of places tended to be vague and insubstantial, and with Yi Yun's cultivation level, it was not something he could understand, so it was normal. Song Yen would naturally not suspect a thing, nor question him. So how about it? When are you challenging the earth roll? Let's see the fruits of the past 10 months of cultivation. Song Yen was looking forward to seeing Yi Yun's current strength. I do not have any plans on challenging the earth roll for now. Not challenging the earth roll? What are you doing? Song Yen pinched his beard, clearly unhappy. I plan on going into the Sword Tomb. Sword Tomb? Song Yen stared. Aren't you doing well in the Saber Tomb? Why are you going to the Sword Tomb? Song Yen was practically speechless. This Yi Yun really made one worry. He had not fully understood the Saber Tomb, yet he kept having his sights on the Sword Tomb. Kid, what craziness is this? You cannot be giving up on the saber and picking up the sword, right? Or, do you want to use both saber and sword? Thinking of this, Song Yen really wanted to pry open Yi Yun's brain to see what messy thoughts this kid had. Warriors who could thoroughly learn everything about one weapon were already amazing. To master 2 weapons was something crazy. It was a task with no returns. Since ancient times, the Taya Divine Kingdom's sages had never done such a thing. Of course, it was common for people to pick up bows and concealed weapons as a side weapon. Bows and concealed weapons were ancillary weapons used to attack from a distance and could be put to great use during critical times. I'm just thinking of taking a look. Maybe I will get some inspiration from the Sword Tomb. Yi Yun equivocated. Even with such an explanation, Song Yan's face turned sullen. Kid, back then when I let you choose a totem mystic technique, you chose the 10,000 beast totem. Now, without having completed the 10,000 beast totem, you still aren't even thinking of switching to a more possible totem mystic technique. And now you are even thinking about the sword tomb. You sure are capable. Song Yen was also worried that Yi Yun would end up wasting his time trying to learn too many things, with all of them being extremely profound. However, no matter what Song Yen said, Yi Yun did not budge. He wanted to go into the sword tomb to gain greater experience and inspiration from within. Finally, Song Yen gave in. He demanded, "All right. I will let you enter the sword tomb once. However, I will say the unpleasantries first. Once you exit the sword tomb, you are to challenge the earth roll and enter the top 500. No. Top 400. No. 300. If you cannot enter the top 300, you are to focus on cultivating your saber skills without any other distractions. You are also to choose another totem mystic technique. And stop thinking of this and that for me in the future," Song Yen indignantly said. He could tell that Yi Yun's cultivation level was still at the peak of purple blood, a bit worse than Xu Xiaoran and Xionyou's. Even if Yi Yun's talent was greater than Xu Xiaoran and Xionyou, and had strength that exceeded Xionyou and Xu Xiaoran combined, it would be impossible for him to enter the top 500. One had to know that all cultivators who ranked in the top 500 of the Earth Roll were at the peak of the beginning stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. There was a huge gap between the Purple Blood realm and the Yuan Foundation realm. It was extremely difficult for a person at the peak of the Purple Blood realm to battle against a person at the peak of the beginning stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. Still, the top 500 was not enough. Song Yen was afraid that Yi Yun had some fortuitous opportunities while he was missing, and could now enter the top 400. That would make the kid feel smug once again. Hence, Song Yen purposely set the goal to be the top 300. This was to ensure that he could rid Yi Yun of all his unrealistic ideas, preventing him from being overly ambitious. Song Yen never expected that Yi Yun would immediately agree with Assure. After setting such a difficult objective. Song Yen had expected Yi Yun to go in a rage, he never expected him to immediately agree to it. He was that confident? Song Yen was a bit dumbfounded. He clicked his tongue twice as a malicious smile formed on his lips. This kid must still not know how strong the top 300 of the Earth Roll is. Even plenty of mid-stage Yuan Foundation realm cultivators are unable to enter the top 300. Underestimating it will only lead to misery. Upon thinking of this, Song Yen felt assured. It was good to let Yi Yun suffer some setbacks, to prevent him from thinking he can do everything every day. The day of the Taya Divine City's City Lord's birthday banquet was quickly approaching. That afternoon, a huge airship flew above the Taya Divine City. This airship was about 2,000 feet long and was completely covered in black scales. It was like a huge flying monster. When it passed by Taya Divine City, it cast a huge shadow. This is... The Taya Divine City's cultivators looked up at the airship and were stunned. This airship was different from the Taya Divine City airships and it was much larger. Seeing this flying monster, many people could not help but feel a sense of awe and a feeling of being small. Some people noticed that there was a strange symbol on the side of the huge airship. It was a blob of dark clouds, with a black dragon flying within the clouds. Yunlong, Cloud Dragon, Divine Kingdom. Some more knowledgeable people said after seeing this symbol. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom shared a border with the Taya Divine Kingdom. The Taya Divine Kingdom was in the east while the Yunlong Divine Kingdom was in the west. To the north of both countries' northern borders was the vast divine wilderness. Be it comparing the countries' power, their heritage, areas, or population, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom was almost on par with the Taya Divine Kingdom. With two great nations together, there was bound to be some conflict over resources, land, and other reasons. However, with the threat of the divine wilderness, the two countries had to maintain the peace. They could not have any large-scale wars or they wouldn't be able to resist the occasional large-scale beast hordes coming from the divine wilderness. Hence the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and the Taya Divine Kingdom could be said to coexist in a cooperative and competitive state. No one expected that the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's large airship would fly to the Taya Divine City. This airship was definitely a royal airship of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. The appearance of the ambassadors of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom arriving in the Taya Divine City in such an airship was a show of their country's strength. At the same time, it also meant that whoever was riding the airship was a great figure in the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. The distance between the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and Taya Divine City is not short. Why would their ambassadors come to the Taya Divine City? Someone asked subconsciously. Oh? Could it be that they are here for the city lord's birthday banquet? Someone had a flash of brilliance. Everyone felt it was possible upon hearing it. It had to be so. The only big matter in recent times in the Taya Divine City was the city lord's birthday banquet. Strange, the Taizar Taya Divine Kingdom has what the Yunlong Divine Kingdom isn't that great. Why would they especially send an ambassador to send their birthday wishes for our city lord's birthday banquet? Some more thoughtful people felt something amiss. At this moment, within the large airship, in a luxurious hall, a fat man in a yellow clothes was holding a meter-long roasted desolate beast leg. He was tearing off the meat with his mouth. The thin leg was not completely roasted to well done, so it still contained some blood. As the fat man in yellow ate the meat, he stood high above, looking condescendingly down at the Taya Divine City cultivators through his airship window. From his angle, the throngs of people below him were no different from ants that he could crush with his feet. These are the Taya Divine City cultivators. They don't seem like anything special to me. As the fatty in yellow laughed, he licked the desolate beast blood from around his mouth with his excessively long tongue. A sardonic look of contempt flashed in his eyes. Behind the fatty in yellow was a princess-like girl, dressed in a purple palace gown. She held a wine glass in her hand as she tasted the red liquid inside it. She emitted a charming smile. His Highness had previously said that the Taya Divine City's place in the Taya Divine Kingdom is equivalent to our Yunlong Divine Kingdom's Yunlong 72 pagodas. Do not look down on them. Haha, whatever. We are here to give our birthday wishes, not here to fight. Of course, if necessary, it is basic courtesy to see what they are capable of. The yellow-robed fatty casually said as the girl in the gown shook her head gently. It is not an ordinary celebration. This time, Lord Seven-Star Pagoda owner wanted to come personally and discuss something with the Taya Divine City's city lord. Reports say that it has something to do with the mysterious person who suddenly appeared. Those are matters for the higher-ups. I cannot care less. I'll just eat all the meat I want at this birthday banquet. Of course, if there's a fight, call on me. As the fatty said that, he tore off another piece of meat the size of a chicken and swallowed it down after a few chews. A meter-long beast leg was quickly completely finished. He casually wiped his oily hands on his clothes and glanced at the corner of the hall. What say you, I? In the corner of the hall sat a black-clothed youth with a pale face. His legs were opened up with his knees bent. Both his hands were resting on his knees and a black sword leaned diagonally by his legs. His head was slightly bowed. His hanging hair covering his eyes, preventing others from seeing his face. In the hall, he was strangely quiet. It was so quiet that it made people oblivious to his existence. Facing the quiet black-clothed youth, the yellow-robed fatty gulped a mouthful of saliva and nearly choked. It was really asking to be rebuffed trying to speak to this rascal. At this moment, the door to the hall was pushed open. A stout man walked in with a deadpan expression. He was wearing a thick fur cloak, with the collar standing up. His feet was covered in long rigid boots with desolate bones as their base. His steps emitted the bone-ringing sounds of pada, pada. We are here. Let's go down. Facing this male, the yellow-robed fatty and the girl in the gown became respectful. Yes, Lord Pagoda owner. The pale youth sitting by the corner also slowly stood up. With the airship's door opened, the four of them flew towards the central divine tower in a light beam. Someone flew out. Many from the Taya divine city were straining their eyes. They did not know who the people were, but guessed that they were mighty figures of the Yunlong divine kingdom. With these thoughts in mind, they never expected that a few days later, there would be airships from unknown factions flying to the Taya divine city. A large number of people disembarked and entered the central divine tower over the passing days. These factions hung their own symbols, some were easily recognized by others. Other than the Yunlong divine kingdom, there was also the Tianguang royal dynasty. It was a country about half the size of the Yunlong divine kingdom, but it was not to be underestimated. Besides them, there were also ambassadors from other independent family clans. These independent family clans did not belong to any country, but they had great heritage. A family clan was able to compare with a country. The existence of some of these family clans was not shorter than the Taya divine kingdoms. They controlled terrifying powers that could not to be ignored. There were more and more people coming. It was really like an assembly of heroes. This made the Taya divine city cultivators shocked. How resounding was this city lord birthday banquet! A day later, another mighty figure appeared. This person's identity made many of the Taya divine city cultivators hold their breaths. He was the Taya divine kingdom's crown prince. There were countless numbers of children from the Taya divine kingdom's royal family. Just in the Taya divine city, there were plenty of cultivators with the surname Yang. These elites, who had Yang as a surname, would have blood relations with the royal household if their bloodline was traced. However, compared to the current crown prince, they were nothing. Not only in status and identity, but also in strength. The crown prince was about 3,000 years old. He was chosen amongst the thousands of children from the royal household and possessed extraordinary talent. With the royal household's efforts to nurture him, he was now just a step away from being labeled a human sage. Once he became a sage, the current divine emperor would hand over the throne to him. Hence, the crown prince's position in the Taya divine kingdom was obvious. The crown prince is here. This celebration is going to be amazing. People knew that this celebration would be the greatest celebration they would ever experience in their lives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, The Birthday Banquet Begins. Chapter 306, The Birthday Banquet Begins. As people gathered in Taya Divine City, Yi Yun was in the Sword Tomb trying to gain some understanding of the sword truths without knowing the time of the day. Originally, Yi Yun thought that having experienced the Saber Tomb, which came from the same origins as the Sword Tomb, it would be extremely easy for him to understand the sword truths with his entry into the Sword Tomb. However, it was only when Yi Yun entered the Sword Tomb did he realize that it was completely different from the Saber Tomb. In the Saber Tomb, there were saber scar marks and the saber truths 32 words. Each word contained a saber truth. But, the Sword Tomb did not have those things. In there was a fascinating stone wall. Closing one's eyes and meditating in front the stone wall would envelope someone in illusions. In these illusions, there were rushing rivers, cascading waterfalls, the virtual images of mountains of corpses and a sea of blood, and there were also flying sword beams. It seemed like the person who left behind the Sword Tomb had cast all the scenes he had seen in his life into the stone wall. As such, people of the future would sense these scenes while meditating in front of the stone wall. These are the things that the Sword Tomb owner saw when comprehending the way of the sword. Yi Yun opened the purple crystal's energy vision and a light flashed across his mind. The Sword Tomb owner had seen all these images that allowed him to comprehend his sword intent, hence, he had left his own sword intent within those scenes, allowing people of the future to ponder over them. Yi Yun had spent 10 months in the Pyongyang Sword Palace and he failed to understand the Pyongyang Sword Palace's owner's sword intent. However, it still allowed Yi Yun to have a deep understanding of the sword truths. After trying out the hardest sword truths that were closest to its origins, and then trying to gain insight on a relatively easier sword truth, this was much easier. If it was said that the sword intent left behind in the Pyongyang Sword Palace was a tall mountain that was very difficult to scale, then the sword truths left behind in the sword tomb were like stone steps used to scale that tall mountain. Yi-Yun went up a step at a time. Time passed. Yi-Yun did not know how long had passed as he meditated in the sword tomb. He had entered a completely ethereal state, being one with nature in a spiritual sense. The shocking sword scars from the pure young sword palace kept resonating in Yi-Yun's mind. It was as if those huge sword scars were carved in Yi-Yun's mind, slowly overlapping with the images from within the sword tomb. It was unknown when a rusty broken sword appeared in Yi-Yun's hands. The broken sword emitted a cold frosty feeling, making Yi-Yun's mind even clearer. He gently waved the sword slowly, as if he was slashing at invisible spider webs. Slash after slash seemed to be completely random, but in the illusionary world, Yi-Yun seemed to have slashed apart a waterfall, splitting a river, and the fantasy-like saber beam and sword shadows seemed to interweave with each other. While Yi-Yun was in a trance-like state of trying to comprehend the sword, the Taya Divine City was already bustling with activity. In the central Divine Tower, there was a place for welcoming guests, named Splendid Room. The Taya Divine City's City Lord's birthday banquet was to be held here. Although the Splendid Room was in the central Divine Tower's hall, one would see flowers and bamboo upon entering. These plants were treasures, and between the plants, there was emerald green water that quietly flowed around, as if it was a jade belt. If any guest wanted to drink in this green bamboo forest, they could simply put wine glasses into the flowing water and drink from it, and it could be described as drinking water from a winding canal. Beyond the bamboo forest, there were exquisite little tables. The tables were about 1 foot tall and they only allowed people to sit kneeling on the ground. There were all sort of exquisite spiritual foods placed on the tables. They were all treasures amongst treasures and extremely expensive. The foods contained rich amounts of yuan qi, allowing one's cultivation level to benefit from eating it. People who were qualified to sit at those tiny tables for the Taya Divine City's City Lord's birthday banquet were all important figures from various large factions. And for VIPs like the Taya Divine City's City Lord and the 7-star pagoda owner, they were seated near the flowing water at the center of the entire hall. Around the table, there were pavilions. Each pavilion had one large table and all the young elites from each country would sit here. Except for the Taya Divine Kingdom, who was the host, all the other factions were only allocated one pavilion. Those who could sit in the pavilions were the strongest youths from each faction. And for the Taya Divine Kingdom's pavilion, the relatively outstanding Taya Divine City cultivators were selected. For example, the top 30 geniuses from the Heaven, Earth, Man roles of honor, and the leaders of other age groups. For example, the third-year cultivators Li Hong, the second-year cultivators Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou, and the top 3 rookies of this year's batch, Lu Jia, Wen Yu, and a short fat youth. Oh? Why isn't Yi-Yun here? The Taya Divine Kingdom's younger generation was split amongst 6 pavilions. Wen Yu, Lu Jia, Xionyou, and Chu Xiaoran were sitting together. Lu Jia scanned the surroundings and noticed that Yi-Yun was not around. This surprised Lu Jia. With Yi-Yun's stature, he was definitely qualified to sit here. I don't know, maybe he's in reclusive training, Chu Xiaoran casually said and did not bother about it. In fact, it was pretty pointless for her to join such a banquet. She was not a person who liked the noise and excitement. She was only here to gain an understanding of the young elites from the various factions. Oh? It's the people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. At this moment, the most important figures from the various factions had not arrived. Only the younger generation of the various factions were in the hall. Chu Xiaoran saw about a dozen youths walk over. Leading them was a fatty in yellow. His face had a friendly smile, but his eyes contained arrogance. He scanned over the crowd and skipped over Chu Xiaoran without pausing and looked to the pavilion besides Chu Xiaoran's. In that pavilion sat 2 of Taya Divine City's most influential figures, Yao Dao and Yang Qian. Back when Yi-Yun first entered the Taya Divine City, Yao Dao and Yang Qian were 15 years old. Back then, they were ranked in the top 100 of the Earth roll. Now, after a year, Yao Dao and Yang Qian had spent 4 years in the Taya Divine City, and they were now fifth-year cultivators. Their cultivation level had reached the mid-stages of the Yuan Foundation realm about half a year ago. With Qin Haotian and his batch completing their training, they had left the Taiya Divine City. Hence, Yao Dao and Yang Qian had entered the top 5 of the Earth roll. Without Qin Haotian, Li Xiao and company, there were not many presentable sixth-year geniuses in the Taiya Divine City other than Luo Huier. But Luo Huier never challenged the heaven or earth rolls. No one knew how strong she was in other aspects other than her desolate heaven technique. Hence, the fifth years Yao Dao and Yang Qian were now considered the best. People believed that the two of them would replace Qin Haotian and company's position, and they would soon dominate both heaven and earth roles. As for Yang Haoran, Yang Dingkuan and company, although they were outstanding, they were a lot worse than Yao Dao and Yang Qian. The batches below, the fourth and third year cultivators, were even worse. The third year cultivators only had Li Hong. And he had been defeated by Yi Yun, a person 1 year younger than him, in the last rookie ranking competition. This was definitely an embarrassment for the third year cultivators. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom's yellow-clothed fatty had a general idea of who were the outstanding ones amongst the Taiya Divine City's cultivators before the birthday banquet began. Hence, once he entered, he only paid attention to Yao Dao and Yang Qian. Sensing the yellow-clothed fatty's brazen gaze of sizing them up, Yang Qian's frowned. This fatty wants to fight. Yang Qian was a proud person and he had a bad temper. Feeling the yellow-clothed fatty's animosity, he was enraged. This fatty is not simple. He is looking at your strength. His gaze is indeed irritating, as if it is the gaze of a businessman checking out his goods. Beside Yang Qian, Yao Dao said that calmly. His hand could not help but touch the short saber by the side of his body. Yang Qian, there might be some impromptu performances for the city lord's birthday banquet. It will be the moment for all the young elites from the various factions to compete against each other. Now with Senior Qin gone, those who can handle this scene are probably the two of us. Hence, this fatty is sizing you up. Yao Dao quickly guessed the fatty's intentions. Yang Qian grunted, I see. That's also good. Yang Qian was not afraid of a challenge. Battling against others amongst the younger generation was all he could wish for. He especially looked forward to sparring with young elites from outside of the Taiya Divine Kingdom. At this moment, the splendid room's door opened, and with some attendants guiding them, the important figures from the various factions arrived. Amongst them were the two leaders. One of them was a stout man wearing a heavy fur cloak and bone-laced military boots. He was the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's 7-star pagoda owner. And the other person was a middle-aged man in a green gown. He looked happy, but his sword-like eyebrows revealed an extremely sharp aura. This person did not seem to give any sense of oppression. In fact, he looked like a scholar from the mortal world. He seemed to read the books of sages, but was thoroughly weak. He was Taiya Divine City's city lord. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, Shepherd Boy. Chapter 307, Shepherd Boy. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Seeing the middle-aged scholar appear, many of the young men and women in the Taiya Divine City pavilions held their breaths. Wen Yu, Chu Xiaoran, Jianyo, Yang Qian, Yao Dao. Even the most arrogant geniuses became extremely respectful while facing the Taiya Divine City's city lord, as they all had a deep sense of reverence for him. This was the first time they met the Taiya Divine City's city lord. Not only them, not even Qin Haotian or Li Xiao had ever managed to see the city lord in the past. As the middle-aged scholar, 7-star pagoda owner and the important figures from various large factions entered, all the young elites in the pavilions stood up. Seeing these legendary figures made them extremely excited and also made them feel a kind of pressure. They thought that once the important figures were seated, the birthday banquet would begin, but unexpectedly, these people went straight past the water canal, going straight into one of the side chambers in the splendid room. In the splendid room, there were side chambers used for negotiations. The doors to the side chamber closed the moment they entered. Seeing the group of important figures disappear into the side chamber, left the juniors hanging and confused. Wasn't this supposed to be the city lord's birthday banquet? The banquet had been laid out, yet these important figures did not take their seats and immediately went into one of the side chambers for negotiations? At that instant, many of the juniors looked at each other, unsure of what to do. What the heck? The yellow-clothed fatty from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom was planning to dig in, but without the important figures seated, he could not eat. What's the matter? The other young elites from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom were also filled with questions. At that moment, the girl in a palace gown calmly said, "Maybe, this negotiation is the main purpose for this birthday banquet." At that moment, in the side chamber of the splendid room, many important figures from the various factions were seated. The seats were clearly split into 3 regions. One region was led by the middle-aged scholar. Behind him were the various factions affiliated with the Taya Divine Kingdom. Another region was led by the 7-star pagoda owner. Behind him were the factions affiliated with the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. The last region was the 12 countries alliance from the south. These 12 countries were smaller than the Taya Divine Kingdom and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. However, with the 12 countries in an alliance, they were powerful enough to form a tripartite with the other 2 divine kingdoms. And between these 3 regions, there were various reclusive family clans and some scattered smaller countries. In some sense, they formed the last powerful faction, but they were not united. This simple negotiation would go according to the clearly distinguished powers. The Taya Divine Kingdom and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom had been rivals for many years. There was constant friction between these 2 countries, but they never fought because of the constant fear of the divine wilderness. At that moment, the Taya Divine City's city lord was sitting in the host's seat, holding a scroll in his hands. "I am honored by everyone attending my Yang's birthday banquet. Gathering all of you here is because there is an important thing we need to discuss. I wonder if everyone present has heard the legend of the shepherd boy." As the middle-aged scholar spoke, he opened up the scroll which contained a picture. It was a youth, riding on a green cow in the picture. He held a piccolo in his hand and wore a bamboo hat. He dressed simply and looked like a handsome young farmer boy. Shepherd boy? Some people frowned, obviously they had never heard this name. However, there were a few people whose expressions changed the moment they heard the word shepherd boy. "I see. No wonder the city lord has invited us over. I have heard the legend of the shepherd boy. 10 years ago, he appeared in the western regions and stirred up a bloody storm. I never expected him to suddenly appear here." An elder said with a deep tone. "Who is the shepherd boy?" Some people frowned as they asked. Everyone present were important figures, so they did not feel good about not knowing something others knew. "Let me tell you." The middle-aged scholar lightly threw the shepherd boy picture and it flew up to a wall. He then slowly said, "The shepherd boy is a mysterious youth. Of course, he just looks young. As for his actual age, I do not know. Shepherd boy is just a nickname of his. I am unsure of what his real name is. The origins of the shepherd boy is a mystery. We do not know who he is, but we do know that he is not human." "Oh. What?" A green-clothed elder was alarmed when he heard this. He carefully looked at the painting on the wall. It was clearly a young man. How could he not be human? Indeed. The last time the shepherd boy appeared, he caused great misery in the western regions. Because, every time he appears, a massive beast horde will accompany him. At first, it will just be small-scaled. Later on, it will become more and more terrifying. There might even be many primordial strains. Some people even suspect that the shepherd boy is able to control desolate beasts. Control desolate beasts? People were alarmed hearing this. Could this shepherd boy be a desolate beast in human form? Someone couldn't help but ask. However, the middle-aged scholar shook his head. I am afraid not. To date, in the most authoritative ancient records, there has been no records of a desolate beast taking on human form. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of a desolate beast cultivating to such an unimaginable realm that it is able to take on a human form. Usually, there are beast hordes in the divine wilderness, but the scale of them will not be large. And the desolate beast's intelligence is not high. The beast horde will charge and destroy aimlessly, like loose sand. It can be easily defeated, but, with the shepherd boy, it will be different. The beast horde will become very organized and strategic, making it extremely difficult to handle. 10 years ago, when the shepherd boy first appeared in the western region, he brought a huge disaster to the western regions. Back then, the shepherd boy's goal was the ancient family clan in the western regions, the Shinto family clan. The Shinto family clan had an extremely deep heritage, so they were able to withstand the large-scale beast horde. However, they suffered great losses. After the shepherd boy failed, he conjured up a few beast hordes in several places. Blood flowed like rivers, but these beast hordes were much weaker compared to the one that went against the Shinto family clan. It felt like it was a form of revenge. The middle-aged scholar told the story of the shepherd boy in a calm tone. Shinto family clan? When people heard the name of the family clan, many of the important figures present looked at each other. This family clan's heritage was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the Taya Divine Kingdom and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. Why did the shepherd boy go against a family clan of that power level? Everyone, you do not have to worry too much. Seeing the ugly expressions of the principal figures of the various factions, the middle-aged scholar then continued, the Shinto family clan might have had some feud with the shepherd boy, resulting in that huge battle. As for us, we should not have any crossed paths with him. However, since he has appeared in our Taya Divine Kingdom's northern regions, it is still very worrying. And once there is a beast horde, it will not just be the Taya Divine Kingdom's matter. Being closely related and having common interests, we all share the same fate, so all of you might be implicated too. The middle-aged scholar slowly said this as the crowd listened to him with worried expressions. This topic was not something they could ease up on. Everyone, the reason for gathering everyone here today is to form an alliance, so that we will be able to combat the possible beast horde. The middle-aged scholar revealed the main purpose of this birthday banquet. Everyone had different expressions when they heard this. Although the Taya Divine City's city lord was right about the fact that the surrounding countries would be implicated if there was a beast horde, the appearance of the shepherd boy was in the Taya Divine Kingdom's northern region, not near their countries. So the first one to suffer would be the Taya Divine Kingdom in the event of a beast horde. After all, the Taya Divine Kingdom had to be destroyed first before it became their turn. In fact, this beast horde might not be too large in scale and might not even be able to destroy the Taya Divine Kingdom. If so, the Taya Divine Kingdom would be able to withstand the beast horde by suffering losses. If that was the case, it would be none of their business. Also, there was another point. Although the beast horde would cause huge losses of lives, even to the point of sages dying, it was a great opportunity to train up experts with every beast horde. Warriors had to undergo hardship and killing to mature. Besides, after a beast horde, there would be extremely large amounts of resources. For example, the body of a killed primordial strain was full of treasures. If one could withstand a beast horde, it was also an opportunity to be reborn from the ashes like a phoenix. The best outcome would be both the Taya Divine Kingdom and the beast horde suffering great losses. With them joining late in the war, they would reduce the risk of their own sages and geniuses dying, only receiving the benefits. The Taya Divine City's city lord was no simple person. How could he not figure out their wishful thinking? In time, many of the important figures of the various factions were having disparate thoughts. Facing this possible disaster and the chance of fortuitous opportunities, everyone had their own plans. Everyone wanted to avoid the risks but reap the benefits. Unless the shepherd boy is able to conjure up a beast horde that really is able to destroy more than 10 countries, it will be impossible for the various factions to resist the beast horde without any demands. At that moment, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's 7-star pagoda owner said, "City Lord Yang, you mentioned an alliance. I wonder, who will be taking on the responsibility of the alliance's leader?" The crowd's attention was instantly attracted the moment the 7-star pagoda owner said this. The alliance's leader was not just a problem of dignity, it also involved the commanding powers. After the beast horde was over, there would be unspeakable benefits to the person holding the commanding powers. This was because each war had to do with deaths and injury, losses, and also the victory items. There might be certain wars where various factions would seek to fight, but there were other wars that no one would want to send their own warriors to their deaths. The middle-aged scholar smiled upon hearing the 7-star pagoda owner's question. He answered, "There will be no need for a leader for the alliance. All it needs is a council, consisting of all the important figures from the various factions." Oh? Council? If the council is in constant debate without a consensus? This is when an alliance leader is necessary. The 7-star pagoda owner's tone sounded calm, but it had a hidden sharpness to it. People knew that the relationship between the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and the Taya Divine Kingdom was not friendly. Now, with core interests involved, how could a battle be avoided? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, Competing for Assembly Seats. Chapter 307, Competing for Assembly Seats. According to the original schedule, the City Lord's birthday banquet would have lasted for 7 days. The important figures from the various factions would only attend the first 2 days. To the juniors, these 2 days were of extreme importance as it was a stage for them to showcase their skills. The elites from various large factions were all extremely proud. How could they not flaunt their strength with all of them gathered together? Under normal circumstances, the demonstrations during the birthday banquet were perfunctory, and there wouldn't be any real fights on stage. It was just for people to show off their specialty skills as a performance to excite the banquet's atmosphere. Originally, many of the juniors had prepared their performances, such as sparring, swordplay, etc., and they were eager to get into action, hoping to shine during the banquet and win rewards. But they never expected that the mighty figures all entered a negotiation room on the first day. They did not come out even after 6 hours. What is the meaning of this? Many of the juniors were dumbfounded. The food was already cold, yet not a single soul of that negotiation group was seen. It was only until midnight that the large door to the side chamber opened. The mighty figures from the various large factions filed out of the side chamber. Leading the way was the Taya Divine City's city lord. He still wore his green gown and he gave off a breezy feeling with his faint smile on his face. But the sharper people knew that something was amiss. There was a feeling of confrontation amongst the important figures. Each party from the various factions was seated according to their respective statures. The atmosphere seemed to turn cold. The middle-aged scholar stood up and raised a glass of wine. "It is my honor that everyone is here to participate in my birthday banquet. Due to a sudden turn of events today, I have neglected all of you. Please forgive me for being a bad host. Seeing that the sun has set, please feel free to eat. The banquet will temporarily cease tomorrow and it will be held 7 days later. This splendid room is a bit too small, thus the venue will be the arena. It is much roomier there." The city lord gave a simple opening speech, which seemed like pleasantries, but all the young elites from the various factions were shocked. The birthday banquet would be held 7 days later? This birthday banquet could still be pushed back? And, this splendid room is small. This splendid room was tens of feet in radius and it could accommodate more than 1,000 people easily. How could it be small? And the middle-aged scholar's mentioning of switching to the arena made many juniors present feel a surge of sharpness. The legendary figures from the various factions did not speak a single word, but they clearly silently accepted it. This birthday banquet's atmosphere was sullen as the juniors present felt the solemn atmosphere. An elite youth from a small faction had specially prepared a swordplay show. After everyone was eating silently for 15 minutes, he could not endure it any further and jumped out, announcing that he was going to provide some entertainment for the birthday banquet. The legendary figures from the various large factions lacked any interest. Seeing their elders' sullen faces, none of the juniors had the mood to cheer, what more, jumping out to spar with the youth. Due to the awkward atmosphere, the youth decided to stop demonstrating his swordplay in the end. As a result, no other junior came forward to get snubbed. The first day's birthday banquet ended in such a depressing atmosphere. After the birthday banquet ended, there was a meeting of the Taiya Divine City Elders. Jiangu, Song Yan, Grandmaster Yuehua and other Divine City Elders were looking at the City Lord. How is the situation? The elders did not enter the side chamber for the negotiations, so they did not know the results of the negotiations. They only noticed that the birthday banquet's atmosphere was heavy, so they guessed that the result was not optimistic. We did not manage to come to a consensus. The main problem is the commanding rights. The middle-aged scholar shook his head gently. With so many countries in an alliance, there was indeed a need for a commander to unite them. If they were not united and fought their own battles, then the battle situation would be terrible. One had to know that it was the shepherd boy leading the beast horde, and it was a horde that did not fear death. The final result of a group of timid and disunited troops against a monolithic beast horde was obvious. On the battlefield, there would be inevitable results of narrow escapes or even everyone dying on the battlefield. As such, whoever had the right of command was able to save their own strength to a certain extent. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. The 7-star pagoda owner wants to be the alliance leader, but I refused. The 10 countries from the south wanted more benefits, which I naturally did not agree to. The final condition set forth by the 7-star pagoda owner was to set up an elder league during the war, and in the form of a legislative assembly, fight for the commanding rights. And exactly how many seats every faction would receive would depend on each country's strength. Strength? Jian Gu frowned. In the world of warriors, strength was king. The bigger one's fist was, the greater one's voice was. This was not to be disputed, but how is one to compete in strength? Our strength is on par with the Yunlong Divine Kingdoms. San Yan said. Yes, in terms of national power, we are almost the same. Besides, there is no way to compare national power. We cannot gather the sages and peak human lords from every country to fight a match. Therefore, we will compete with the strength of our juniors. Their Yunlong 72 pagodas is not much different from our Taiya Divine City. It too gathers all the best juniors of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. If the Yunlong 72 pagodas is compared with the Taiya Divine City, we can indeed see whose juniors are stronger. A generation of juniors is the future of a divine kingdom. This form of competition isn't unreasonable. The Yunlong 72 pagodas against the Taiya Divine City? City Lord, you agreed to it? Yes. The middle-aged scholar nodded. This, Song Yan was worried. The geniuses of the Taiya Divine City are different every year. The last batch that just left the Taiya Divine City was filled with experts. Anyone chosen from Qin Haoyan, Li Xiao, and the Qiao brothers could fight 1 against 10, but now with them gone, the new crop has yet to come in to replace the old. Who do we choose? This rule was clearly disadvantageous against the Taiya Divine Kingdom. San Yan knew that the Yunlong Divine Kingdom had came prepared. It was likely that this batch in the Yunlong 72 pagodas was much stronger than previous years. For them to go against the Yunlong 72 pagoda's strong phase while their Taiya Divine City was in the weak phase, the outcome was obvious. The middle-aged scholar said, "You are right." The 7-star pagoda owner knew this and purposely made this request. He is clearly very confident of this Yunlong Divine Kingdom generation. As for the 10 countries in the south, they have agreed. They have added on a condition for them to have 3 additional elder seats. They seem to be very proud of their country's younger generation. The middle-aged scholar said as the elders' minds were shrouded in gloom. They knew that it was a necessary concession for the middle-aged scholar had to agree on. As the shepherd boy had appeared at the Taya Divine Kingdom's borders, the 10 countries in the south and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom were still a distance away. If a beast horde were to happen, the first one to suffer was the Taya Divine Kingdom. They could watch on the sidelines as the Taya Divine Kingdom fought against the beast horde first. Although as the saying goes, when the lips are lost, the teeth will be exposed to the cold, the 10 countries in the south and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom would only feel cold, while the Taya Divine Kingdom would be lost. The difference was great. What are the exact rules? We can't be fighting without anything to reap? An elder dressed in a purple shirt said worriedly. No, if the younger participants do a good job, we will also win seats, just fewer in numbers. And for making it fair, if the difference in ages is too great, then the older one will have to suppress their cultivation level. Even so, the older one would still hold an advantage, as suppressing one's cultivation level is extremely limited. It is just for show, as the insight into laws and aspect totems will not be suppressed. The number of seats in the end will be decided according to the overall performance. In the end, just being first will obtain a once-off 10 seats. The middle-aged scholar simply introduced the rules. San Yen was extremely pissed hearing this, as these rules were beneficial to the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. The current Taya Divine City's Achilles heel was that it lacked strong young adult cultivators. They were not lacking in teenager experts. But under these rules, it was impossible for a 13-14-year-old teenager to beat a 17-18-year-old young adult. Hence, the final grand prize would have to be given up. Zhengu, you have been the one in charge of the Taya Divine City these days. Make a list of participants. The middle-aged scholar ordered. You should know who is most suitable to compete. The participant list not only needed to take into consideration the Earth Roll ranking, but also the age. Even the 6th-year cultivators, who were ranked in the top 30 of the Earth Roll, could not compete as they were too weak. But as for Wen Yu and Lu Jia, these rookie experts who were only ranked 3000 to 4000 on the Earth Roll could take part in the competition. Zhengu said, Yi Yun, Chu Shaoran and Xionyou are all the best experts. With them, the 14-year-old bracket is definitely to our advantage. But there is a lack of 5th and 6th-year cultivators. There is only a girl named Luo Huire. Her origins are a mystery, and she has never participated in the Earth or Heaven Roll tussle, so we do not know how strong she is. The strength of Luo Huire, who was ranked first on the man ranking, had always been a mystery. Now, Zhengu could only rest his hopes on Luo Huire to give a pleasant surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, Yi Yun coming out of reclusive training. Chapter 308, Yi Yun coming out of reclusive training. The news regarding the alliance of the various large factions against the Beast Horde and the competition for assembly seats quickly spread. The young disciples of the various large factions were also made aware of this information. They finally knew why the Taya Divine City's city lord had organized a birthday banquet and why it was suddenly stopped midway. The birthday banquet was only an excuse. The real reason was to negotiate an alliance. Initially, this reason was kept confidential, which was why the lie of a birthday banquet was needed. The matter of competing for seats was of grave importance. Every faction began making their preparations. The few of you are the best young people from our Bayou Mountain family clan. I do not expect you to become the champion of this alliance ranking competition, nor do I even ask you to enter the top 10. As long as any one of you can win our Bayou Mountain family clan one seat, then the next patriarch candidate will be mostly determined. Somewhere in the central divine tower, a middle-aged man said to a few young boys and girls in front of him. The Bayou Mountain family clan was a reclusive family clan that had its roots in the Bayou Mountains. It did not belong to any of the three large factions, nor did it have any sages. The head of the house was a peak human lord. If they were to develop according to a prescribed order, it would be very difficult for them to grow. However, opportunities arise in troubled times. First, they had to compete for a seat. This was the first step in allowing their family clan to grow. With this critical one vote, the Bayou Mountain family clan would be valued by the other factions. During a key moment, people would try to win them over by laying enough chips on the table. While in another residence in the central Divine Tower, the fur-cloaked 7-star pagoda owner was looking at the young elites of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom in front of him. You are the Yunlong 72 Pagoda's strongest batch in the past 100 years. I suggested the rule of competing in an alliance ranking competition. I dared to suggest it because I have confidence in all of you. The 7-star pagoda owner towered from above as he looked at the young boys and girls before him. The shadow behind him seemed to rise infinitely high, giving others great pressure. Since the rules were suggested by me, if any one of you were to perform badly, then I will be the laughingstock of the South's 10 countries and the Taya Divine Kingdom. Even the old rivals in our country will mock me. Now, I have nothing much to say to you. I only wish for you to gain at least half the seats in the alliance ranking competition in 7 days. That is the bottom line. In fact, only by obtaining 60% of the seats would I be satisfied. The 7-star pagoda owner's voice was shocking. The youths of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom half-kneeled with a hand across their chest. Yes. Pagoda owner. Amongst the crowd, a pale black-clothed youth wrapped a bandage around his hand. The alliance ranking competition, I will not be limited by it. Let this beast horde be the first test in my martial life. The black-clothed youth said this silently in his mind. A cold beam flashed in his eyes. The 7 days of preparation was sufficient. There were even some countries who brought the young elites from their country using super long-distance teleportation arrays, so as to join the competition. As for the Taya Divine City, it also gave out its own rewards. This large competition was no longer a matter of glory points. The Taya Divine City Lord announced personally that whoever were to obtain first place in the alliance ranking competition would be free to use any resources while training in the Taya Divine City. They would also be conferred the title of Count, given 100 cities as their fiefdom, and enjoy the privileges of the royal household in the future. For example, even reading the entire set of the Taya sacred technique was not a problem. This reward was pretty exaggerated, but the appearance of the shepherd boy was a matter of the Taya Divine Kingdom's survival. Giving out rewards like this was understandable. Of course, to obtain first place in the alliance ranking competition was too difficult for the Taya Divine City's cultivators. Even the leader figures of the current Taya Divine City, Yao Dao and Yang Qian, were experiencing heavy pressure at this time. The two of them were old rivals the moment they entered the Taya Divine City. At this moment, they were sitting across each other in a loft. You and I have been at odds for 4 years. Now, we will need to fight hand in hand. Yang Qian took a deep breath. He was of royalty, so for this matter that involved the countries and his own fate, he had to put in greater effort. If he could obtain first place in the alliance ranking competition, he could be made a king for sure, even though it was impossible for him to be made crown prince. I am looking forward to fighting the young elites of the other countries on the same stage. Yao Dao said as he gently wiped his long saber, as his eyes burned with fighting spirit. At the moment everyone received this piece of information, Luo Huire received an invitation to fight. Luo Huire's small face frowned as she faced the invitation. Alliance ranking competition, Luo Huire muttered to herself as if she was in a dilemma. Miss, why don't you represent the Taya Divine City to fight and beat them all up badly? Beside Luo Huire was a very excited maidservant, Donger, who exclaimed this while waving her small fists, making movements as if she was fighting against an opponent. Donger had often heard Luo Huire bragging about how strong she was, such as tearing a king-grade desolate beast with her bare hands, destroying experts from all sorts of places, and so on. When she mentioned of her glorious past, Luo Huar would often add one more line at the end, "This is nothing to me, piece of cake." To Donger, with her mistress tearing a king-grade desolate beast with her bare hands powers, she was sure to wipe the floor of all the geniuses from various countries. As her mistress liked to join in the hubbub and with her show-off nature, it was natural that she would not miss out on this opportunity. But Donger never expected what happened next. After Luo Huar seemed to appear to have some intentions, but upon recalling something, she said, "I can't be bothered fighting this bunch of trash. It will only reduce my stature." Donger choked. Many times, just before Luo Huar fought, she would use various kinds of excuses. Reducing my stature fighting them was Luo Huar's most common excuse. Forget it. I won't bother with the likes of them. Training the desolate heaven technique every day is also boring, but so be it. Luo Huar stretched her back, revealing her great body. "I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me if there's nothing." "Miss, why?" Donger quickly followed as her eyeballs rolled around, as if she had seen something on Luo Huar's face. The Taya Divine City's heaven and earth rolls did not have Luo Huar's name on them. She only held first place of the man roll of honors. It was really weird that her mistress would not show herself off, considering her ability to tear a king-grade desolate beast apart with her bare hands. Donger was anxious, but Luo Huar appeared to have absolute zero interest. She yawned and ignored Donger as she went back to her room. Sitting on her bed, Luo Huar sat there quietly and lazily. After that, she unbuttoned her clothes gently and took out a talisman charm that hung on her neck. It was a protective charm. She touched the protective charm as she went into a daze. "Daddy, when will you bring me back? It's too boring here." In this sensitive period, if those whatever city lords or pagoda owners discover my identity, they would treat me as a spy and chop me up. What a bother. It's so troubling that I have been suffering from insomnia recently. Luo Huar grabbed her protective charm, pressing it to her chest as she laid back on the soft bed. Her hair spread out covered the whole bed like a blooming black rose. Not long after, Luo Huar's calm breathing was heard in the room. The days passed one by one. During the 7 days preparation time, the South's 10 countries transferred people from their country over for the Alliance ranking competition. There were more and more elites gathered in the Taya Divine City. These proud children of heaven were all extremely arrogant. With the rivalry between the factions they belonged to, how could they live in peace together? Not long after, all sorts of friction exploded all around the Taya Divine City. Usually a small matter would escalate, causing the parties involved to make an appointment to fight it out in the arena. There was always a winning and losing party in a fighting match. If one accidentally attacked too heavily, causing the other to be injured, the hostility would worsen. Later, there would be people standing up for the injured party, resulting in another battle in the arena. As such, before the Alliance ranking competition even began, there were many fights. Many people were injured and the situation became even more testy. Soon, the moment the elites from the various large factions met, it would be as if they were as incompatible as fire and water. It was just short of an all-out fight amongst the masses. The Taya Divine City's people had the most casualties. The main reason was that the people from the other factions were elites amongst the elites, while the Taya Divine City had many ordinary disciples. The result was obvious for an ordinary disciple clashing with an elite. The situation was nearly going out of control. "This kid, why isn't he coming out yet? He sure makes one worry." Tomorrow would be the Alliance battle. Sun Yan had been standing outside the Sword Tomb, tempted to open the door to the Sword Tomb a few times. However, he was afraid of interrupting Yi Yun's cultivation midway, just as he was about to gain some important insight, by entering. "In another 4 hours, I'll go in if the kid still doesn't come out. F***K, this kid has gone in there for so many days. It's nearly burning down outside, while he has it good. I don't even know if he has fallen asleep inside there. What the heck is he doing going in there for 8 to 9 days? If Iyun were to enter the saber tomb, or if he were to go into reclusive training to ponder over things such as the Taya sacred technique or totem mystic technique, it would be fine. But what most exasperating was that he had entered the sword tomb to learn about swords. Isn't he crazy for a saber user to learn swords? If not for Iyun giving Song Yen miracles a time or two, Song Yen would have long washed his hands of the matter. Song Yen placed an hourglass by the sword tomb's entrance. Once the sand finished flowing, he would call Iyun out. As tomorrow was the big battle, he needed Iyun to have a good night's rest, so that he would be in an optimal state. Just as the sand flowed down about halfway, the sword tomb began rumbling as it opened by itself. This kid can actually open the tomb's door himself. Song Yen was thinking about this just as he saw Iyun appear by the stone door's entrance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, Venomous Snake. Chapter 309, Venomous Snake. The white gown that Iyun had changed into before entering the sword tomb was now tattered. The gown was not dirty, but it seemed to have been cut by a sword's blade. Cut after cut made it look like rags. Iyun's long hair was hanging loose while his face seemed to exude a faint smile. His eyes were bright, they shone in the dark sword tomb, as if they were stars in the sky, which gave a strange feeling. It seemed the Iyun, who entered the sword tomb 9 days ago, was now different once again. This difference was not easily described. It seemed like there was a change in his disposition, as if a sword chi had merged right into his bones, making it as if Iyun himself was a sword. "Kid, you finally came out," Song Yen said disgruntledly. I was too immersed and lost track of time. How long have I been in there?" "It has nearly been 9 days. Kid, you really are planning on learning the sword?" Song Yen looked inquisitively at Iyun, and he was wondering how much sword comprehension Iyun had gained in the past few days. But to Song Yen, even if Iyun had gained some insight into a few sword moves, it was useless. A saber could do the same amount of damage as a sword could do, so there was no point learning both the sword and saber. It was a really pointless endeavor. Iyun did not want to continue on this topic, and he interrupted. "Senior Song Yen, you previously said that you will let me challenge the earth roll, and as long as I get to the top 300, I can carry on cultivating the way of the sword and the 10,000 beast totem?" Iyun indeed had plans to challenge the earth roll. The people at the top of the earth roll would receive dragon scale runes rewards monthly. Song Yen rolled his eyes at Iyun and sighed. "You sure have lots to challenge now. Alas, you still may not know that our Taya divine kingdom is on the brink of destruction." Song Yen carried on by describing the situation of the shepherd boy to Iyun. Iyun was stunned when he heard this. Shepherd boy? Song Yan's description of the shepherd boy's appearance made Iyun recall the mysterious youth he met at the Blackwater swamp back when he went out into the divine wilderness for training. The youth was riding a cow and he was blowing a piccolo. The piccolo's sound seemed to contain a magical power that would affect one's state of mind. This mysterious youth traversed the divine wilderness and the Blackwater swamp, but yet all the desolate beasts seemed to turn a blind eye. It was a leisure stroll to him in the divine wilderness, as if he was entering and exiting a flower garden. This youth, who looked amiable and even seemed to be likable, had actually stirred up a bloody storm in the western regions, killing countless people, and nearly destroyed the extremely powerful Shintu family clan? Iyun was extremely shocked. Hearing Song Yan's description, the Shintu family clan was stronger than the Taya divine kingdom. A family clan was stronger than the Taya divine kingdom. What sort of family clan was this? And where was this so-called western regions? Iyun sighed silently. Having come to this world, it seemed like he had some form of results, but compared to all those massive behemoths, he was still small. Of course, this was not something he should think about now. He had to think about the big battle tomorrow. Iyun was indebted to the Taya divine kingdom. All his cultivation resources and cultivation techniques were mostly provided by the Taya divine kingdom. Yi Yun was a grateful person, so with the Taya Divine Kingdom facing a major crisis, he naturally would help as much as he could. Senior Song Yen, does the Taya Divine City have a armory? I want to choose a sword and a saber to handle tomorrow's big battle. Yi Yun's 1,000 army saber could no longer be used, and the broken sword he obtained from the Pyongyang Sword Palace was of great importance, so he could not use it unless his life was in danger. It was best to choose a sword and a saber in the Taya Divine City. The Taya Divine City's armory's swords and sabers would definitely be better in quality than the Jin Longwei armories. Song Yan looked at Yi Yun's harmless-looking smile and his heart thumped. He snapped, "Rotten kid, you are trying to take advantage of old me once again. You can choose some weapons, but it will only be alone. If you were to win tomorrow's big battle, the weapons will be yours. If you don't win, it will be charged accordingly. Don't try grabbing my stuff just because of the big battle ahead." Yi Yun grinned, "Okay." That night, elites from all over were gathered in the Taya Divine City. They were saving their strength and adjusting their conditions, in preparation for the battle tomorrow. However, while everyone was trying to condition themselves, in a corner of the Divine City, there were a few people who took advantage of the dark and gathered in a small courtyard. It's this person? Despite the night being dark, some warriors could still easily see in the dark. At this moment, 2 men covered in cloaks were holding onto a portrait. On the portrait, there was a youth in linen clothes wielding a saber. This youth was none other than Yi Yun. "It's him," the cloaked man's voice was hoarse, preventing others from recognizing his original voice. "Break his meridians. It would be best if you made him permanently disabled. If you can do that, we will give you great rewards." As the cloaked man said, he flipped his hands and a black bag appeared in his hands. "This is the down payment." "Ah!" A youth with a venomous serpent around his body took over a little black bag. This youth was lanky and his ears were full of skull earrings. His face and body were covered in tattoos, which made him look extremely odd. The youth's pupils were also amber in color and oval like a snake. Whenever he smiled, sharp teeth would appear in the corners of his mouth, giving a chilly feeling. Beside the youth with the snake, there was a yellow-clad fat person. He noted with interest as he stroked his chin and reached into the black bag. Shiny objects rolled out. They were like gemstones that glowed in the night. They were all desolate bone relics. Top-grade desolate bone relics. The yellow-clad fatty licked his lips. Interesting. I am very curious about your identities. You guys cannot be people from our Yunlong Divine Kingdom. Could it be that you are from the same faction as this Yi Yun? TSK, he sure is unpopular, to the point that even people from his own faction would buy a rival faction's people to maim him. Don't worry about us. The 2 cloaked men's voice turned cold, going on high alert. If this deal they struck was found out by the Taya Divine City's upper echelons, there was a high possibility of them being crippled of their cultivation levels or even the death sentence. I warn you, this Yi Yun is not easy to deal with. Take care not to fail miserably at an easy task. One of the cloaked men said. Don't think that we from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom are at the same level as your Taya Divine Kingdom trash. He is just a kid that did not even enter the top 1,000 amongst you people a year ago. The snake youth laughed sinisterly and kept the desolate bone relics. You? When one of the cloaked men heard the snake youth's arrogant mocking, he clenched his fists, almost to the point of getting to blows. However, he was stopped by the other. Then, we will rely on the 2 of you. That cloaked man said. Ha! This anger means that you are indeed people from the Taya Divine City. Don't worry, I, Viper, am best at making vicious blows. I'll take on this business. In this competitive battle, death or disability was not uncommon. After all, in a duel with real sabers and swords, many of the moves were made with full strength. Even in the internal battles of the Taya Divine City, even when people tried their best to avoid a death battle, there would still be deaths in the arena. In this battle against rival factions, the battles would be even more intense and more brutal. It's a deal. The two cloaked men left silently. The yellow-clad fatty was chewing on a bamboo stick as he picked his teeth. These Taya Divine City's cultivators sure are terrible. With a foreign enemy in front of them, they are still having their internal fights. Jealousy and hate is a terrifying force. It can cause a person to go mad, doing things without considering the consequences. But this is for the best. Of course, up to you. The yellow-clad fatty did not mind. But who are these two people? They sure are cunning. They even disguised their voices. The snake man said. One of them is one-armed. He thought that he had disguised himself well, but that fake limb did not have any yuan qi fluctuations, so how could that trick me? The Taya Divine City may have many cultivators, but there are only a few of them with one arm. It would be definitely easy to find him. As the fatty said, his lips curled into a sinister smile. The next morning, the sky lit up and early winter snow fluttered above the Taya Divine City. People from all over began to gather in the arena to participate in the city lord's birthday banquet and also the alliance competition. The arena had been cleared up and tables for 10 were placed all over the arena. At the seats of honor, there were small tables prepared for the various large factions' legendary figures. Fine wine and delicacies were placed on the tables. The scale of the birthday banquet was more than 10 times better than the one 7 days ago. However, the arena had an additional deathly aura to it that lacked the elegance of the splendid room. Even the cutlery were made of black iron. They gave off a chilling feeling as if this was not a birthday banquet. A special array was set up in the Divine Wilderness stage in the middle. No matter how violent the battles were on the Divine Wilderness stage, it would not affect the surrounding birthday banquet one bit. But at this moment, many of the young elites present were not at ease enough to eat. Of course, there were exceptions. On the Yunlong Divine Kingdom side, there was a yellow-clad fatty who was grabbing roasted meat and tucking in, disregarding the fact that the birthday banquet had not officially begun. Since all ties were nearly broken, there was no point to carry about any etiquette. Besides, how was he going to go on stage to fight if he did not have his fill? Beside the yellow-clad fatty, there was a lanky tattooed youth. A venomous snake was wrapped around his body. His eyes were like that of a serpent while he was in search of his prey. Only when he noticed a youth in linen clothes walk into the arena did he faintly smile, with pick-like sharp teeth appearing at the ends of his mouth. "TSK, the prey is here. He sure is fresh and delicious." As he said this, the fatty beside him raised his head and looked at Yun. Indeed. Poor child, he still doesn't know that his own company has stabbed him in the back, ha! The fatty laughed without control as his mouth was covered in oil. While walking in the crowd, Yun's eyebrows wrinkled. He felt that people were staring at him. He did not need to turn his head. Just by opening his energy vision, he could lock onto the yellow-clad fatty and the snake youth in an instant. Oh! I don't know these two people. What are they staring at me for? Yun subconsciously touched his interspatial ring, and in it were the weapons Yun chose yesterday. Author's note: this is the third update. I tried adjusting for the time difference the day before, but I failed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, Leader. Chapter 310, Leader. What is the matter, Yun? Seeing Yun stop for a while, Xu Xiaoran asked. No matter, it's just that some people are focusing on me. Yun said without much thought to it. Focusing on you is understandable. The people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom probably know about your performance at last year's rookie ranking competition. The main opponent of the Taya Divine City was the Yunlong Kingdom's 72 pagodas. As for the southern 10 countries, they were mainly facing off against the other smaller factions. Yun and Xu Xiaoran walked to their seats and sat down. All the relevant Taya Divine Cities cultivators were gathered together, filling 4 large tables. And Elder Son Yen was sitting amongst them. Ian glanced at the people around the tables and he noticed Wen Yu, Xunyo, Yang Qian, and Yao Dao. There were also Ian's rivals, Li Hong, Yang Dingquan, and Yang Haoran. Yang Haoran may have lost an arm, but his strength was still ranked near the top of the Taya Divine Cities cultivators, so he was naturally selected. But Yun did not see Luo Huire. Oh? Luo Huire did not come? From Yun's point of view, with Luo Huire's absolute talent in the Desolate Heaven technique, her strength should not be too bad. Luo Huire said that she lacks talent in fighting, so she would not embarrass herself for the Taya Divine City. Someone in the know said by the side. Yun was shocked when he heard this. Were these words that a girl like Luo Huire would say? Yun did not have time to think too carefully about it before Song Yen started speaking at that moment. Everyone listen up. I will be mentioning the rules of the big battle ahead. All the people fighting in our battle with the Yunlong Divine Kingdom will be split into 8 groups. There will be 4 groups for those below the age of 15, and another 4 groups for those above the age of 15. A leader will be chosen for each group, while the remaining group members are forerunners. Each group's leader will hold on to 2 seats. Once the leader is defeated, the seats will be taken. Therefore, the leader's position is of utmost importance. As for the forerunners, their main role is to protect the leader. They are to take on challenges for the leader or use to probe the opponent's strength. Everyone can only fail once. Once defeated, they will not be able to fight again. Besides defeating the opponent's leader and obtaining the seats, if you obtain first place in the under 15 groups, above 15 groups, and the overall group by defeating all opponents, then we will obtain additional seats. Song Yen finishing explaining the rules in a few words. Everyone could tell that only the leader could easily make meritorious contributions. The others, although called forerunners euphemistically, they were, in actual fact, cannon fodder or stones used to scout ahead. First, I will announce the people who are leaders. Song Yen took out a scroll while the young elites present held their breaths. The matches ahead meant a lot to them. It was far greater importance than challenging the heaven or earth rolls of honor. For the under 15 groups, the leaders are Chu Xiaoran, Qianyo, Yun, and Li Hong. Song Yen paused briefly after mentioning each name. When Yen's name was mentioned, Yang Haoran clenched his fist. That kid was made a leader. Although he hated Yun, he knew that Yun becoming a leader was a reasonable decision. Amongst the 4 leaders, Li Hong was the weakest. But they really had no one else to choose from. They could not get Wen Yu or Lu Jia to be leaders. Li Hong was, after all, the best person amongst the Taya Divine City's 3rd-year cultivators. Next will the above 15 group's leaders, Yao Dao, Hua Yu, Fong Hai, and Yang Haoran. When Song Yen announced the 4 leaders' names, everyone was shocked. What was going on? Yang Qian's strength was just slightly inferior to Yao Dao and he was outstanding in the Earth Roll of Honor. It was surprising that he was not made a leader. What was the reason behind Hua Yu, Fong Hai, and Yang Haoran? I'm a leader, I'm also a leader. Yang Haoran was ecstatic. He felt that if he had not lost his arm, it would have been no problem becoming a leader. But after he lost an arm, it was impossible to become a leader. Now, Song Yen had chosen Yang Haoran to be a leader, allowing him, who felt gloom in his life, to finally gain some spirit. As everyone was still trying to understand the reasoning behind the leader selection, Song Yen took out another bunch of scrolls. The leaders have been decided. Now, I will announce each group's forerunners. After Yang Haoran took his subordinate name list, he was dumbfounded. There was no other reason. The people on his list were weaker than any of the other groups. They were practically people with average talent and they only managed to enter the top 30 to 40 of the Earth Roll of Honor with difficulty due to their age advantage. These people were, in other words, cannon fodder. He, as a leader, was leading a group of cannon fodder? Then wasn't he also cannon fodder? After Yang Haoran looked at the other name lists, he realized that the strongest people amongst the Taiya Divine City's above 15 cultivators such as Yang Qian were all in Yao Dao's group. The other groups were all given cannon fodder. And even though they were considered cannon fodder, the cannon fodder given to him were the worst. He suddenly realized that he had been given up. The upper echelons of the Taiya Divine City had placed all their bets on Yao Dao's group. Yang Qian and company may not have obtained the position of leaders, but they were able to guarantee Yao Dao's group a victory. As for the rest, due to the rules, they were only here to make up the numbers. Actually treating me like cannon fodder. Yang Haoran clenched his fist, as the veins on his forehead went taut. The hate for Yi Yin became stronger after receiving this name list. If it wasn't for his missing arm, how could he have ended up as cannon fodder? He swallowed his anger because with Song Yen here, he didn't dare show it. He was only hoping that the two people he found the other day would be able to cripple Yi Yin or even kill him. While at this moment, Yi Yin had also obtained the name list of his group. The 4 forerunners were all first-year cultivators. Besides Wen Yu being not that bad, the rest were only there to make up the numbers. Song Yan had purposely placed the stronger people under the age of 15 with Xionyou and Chu Xiaoran, strengthening their group's strength. As for Li Hong, his group's strength was also not that great, it was on par with Yi Yin's. Clearly, it was another of those groups that had been given up. As for why the slight stronger ones were placed in Li Hong's group, it was probably due to the Taiya Divine City's upper echelon sphere of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom using similar tactics. If they were all cannon fodder, then if their own cannon fodder was too weak, losing to the opponent's average weak cannon fodder would be a huge waste. In general, the upper echelons of the Taiya Divine City were confident in the under 15 groups, so they hoped that they would win more seats this way. As for the above 15 groups, they only wished for one group to win. As for the other groups, they were completely given up on them without a second thought. Li Hong felt gloomy seeing the names he had. He looked at Yi Yun's name list and his subordinates were not that great either. But Li Hong did not gain any satisfaction from that. He had guessed the intentions of the Taiya Divine City's upper echelons. They probably trusted Yi Yun, so they sent weaker forerunners to Yi Yun, hoping that Yi Yun could turn the tide just by himself. Li Hong gritted his teeth. Those old fools sure look down on people. To treat us as cannon fodder and let Yi Yun be the hero. Ha! It's not so easy to be a hero. Li Hong looked at the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's side. There, the snake youth was discussing something with people and looked to be talking jovially. Seeing the calm snake youth, Li Hong insidiously laughed twice. The Taiya Divine City's arrangements suit my wishes. Now my plan will be even easier to be carried out. Yi Yun, just you wait. After the groups were formed, the birthday banquet began. The Taiya Divine City's city lord was dressed in a blue shirt and he was seated beside the 7-star pagoda owner in the seats of honor. He looked with a smile at the youths from the various factions. The 7-star pagoda owner was already informed of the Taiya Divine City's grouping methods and laughed, saying, "City Lord Yang sure has a strong nerve. You can still smile so naturally even at this moment." "Same to you." The Taiya Divine City's city lord responded. "It seems City Lord Yang has gathered all the experts in one group. This method sure is clever." The 7-star pagoda owner's words sounded like praise, but it was clearly mocking the city lord. This tactic was not considered honorable. The city lord faintly smiled as if he never heard the 7-star pagoda owner's mockery, and simply went with the flow by saying, "Thank you for your compliments. Everything is for victory, so there has to be some strategy in the assignment of troops. Unfortunately, against absolute power, any strategy is useless." The 7-star pagoda owner's smile turned cold. "You will see my Yunlong 72 pagoda's disciples sweeping the arena." "Oh? Then I look forward to that." The atmosphere in the arena was all set for a showdown. The birthday banquet only had some symbolic dishes. Not many people actually used their chopsticks as all their thoughts were on the alliance competition. Yun took his group's 4 people to sit on the participants' benches. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom's people were sitting next to them. At this moment, a youth whose body was filled with tattoos and had a snake wrapped around him walked towards Yun. Yun, right. You are the leader, and so am I. This will be fun. I will be taking the 2 seats you have. Both sides could freely challenge each other in the match. The decision to accept the match was decided by the leaders from both sides. If there was no agreement, then the opponents would be decided by drawing lots. Yun had already expected that the snake youth would challenge him. As for who to fight, he did not care. Since someone had challenged him, he accepted it. Oh? Then let's see if you have the ability to take it over. When Yun said this, Wen Yu, who was behind him, jumped up. Her expression looked bitter. You sure accepted the challenge too easily. That, Senior E, do you know who that is? As they were to fight in an alliance battle, people like Wen Yu had long did their preparatory work. They had sought information on their opponents. This tattooed youth was nicknamed Viper. He was ruthless and very strong. He had just reached the age of 15 and his cultivation level had broken through to the Yuan Foundation realm. He was one of the toughest guys under the age of 15 from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. When you did not want to fight a sinister-like person like him, as she felt that in front of him, she was like a mouse in front of a venomous snake. But her leader had agreed immediately to Viper's challenge. This made Wen Yu sad enough that she couldn't shed tears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, Humiliation. Chapter 311, Humiliation. You are asking about the guy whose body is full of tattoos? Yun glanced at Wen Yu, who was half a year younger than him. She looked a little weak, and since Yun had little contact with her, he had the impression that she was just a very quiet girl. Wen Yu nodded as she stared on with her watery, dark eyes. She looked at Yun with hope. Yes, Senior E, his name is Viper. You must have looked up his information before the battle, right? The opponent was just too terrifying, so she could now only hope that Yun was stronger, even by just a bit. She was really hoping that Yun had carefully researched their opponents, and that he only took on Viper's challenge because he had confidence in winning against him. After all, Yun was rumored to be the strongest person amongst the second-year cultivators, at least a year ago. With such a halo around him, he should be reliable, right? Wen Yu's thoughts were like this, but clearly Yun was unaware of them. He shook his head. Viper? Never heard of him. Is he famous? Yun was not being arrogant. He had just been informed of the alliance competition the night before. Although Song Yan had given Yun some information, Yun had only paid attention to the strongest people from the Yunlong 72 pagodas. There were a few people that Yun really needed to pay attention to, or even be alert against. As for Viper, he was clearly not within the circle that Yun chose to pay close attention to. Upon hearing Yun's response, Wen Yu became dumbfounded. He accepted the challenge without even knowing anything about the other party? She really felt speechless. She was together with Yun in this match, and was there to shield Yun from the challenges from others. As he was the leader, Yun had the final say in who were the first and the last to go on stage. As a leader, Yun was crucial. Yet, he had not done any research on his opponent's information, and accepted an opponent's challenge casually, without even knowing how strong he was. This way of doing things made Wen Yu sad to the point where she couldn't even shed tears. She opened her mouth, but the words she wanted to say would not come out. She had an extremely ominous feeling. She turned over to look at Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou's groups. These two groups were having their own small meetings, discussing the choice of opponents. As for Li Hong, this group that had practically already been given up, were choosing their opponents very carefully. As Li Hong could not come to a consensus with the Yunlong Divine Kingdom in the choice of opponents, it had to be decided by drawing lots eventually. Only on her side was it decided in a second by Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun, the leader who was supposed to be facing a mortal enemy, was closing his eyes while sitting at the participant benches. From the looks of it, it was good that he was not sitting at the birthday banquet's feast tables, or he would probably have begun eating. Encountering this situation, when you felt as if her heart was being trampled by 10,000 near-horned beasts with mud-stained hoofs. At this moment, the three juniors beside when you gathered over and apprehensively asked, Senior 1, Senior E should be very strong, correct? These three juniors were in the same group as Yi Yun. They were weaker than 1U and were there just to make the numbers. They knew where they stood, so they were especially nervous with such a looming huge battle. 1U bitterly smiled. She could not impact the original tiny confidence these few juniors had. She bit the bullet and said, Senior E should not be too bad. After all, he was the last rookie competitions champion. Juniors, do not worry. Let us do our best later. After when you said this, the three juniors seemed to ease up a little. They were however still lacking confidence needed to face the Yunlong Divine Kingdom opponents. Ah! Kid, you sure are confident. While Yi Yun was meditating, he heard a wretched voice transmission. Without even looking, he knew that it was Tsang Yen, that unscrupulous old man. It is Senior Tsang Yen who is confident. To give me such troops is to make me be the vanguard. That is also looking up to me. He, do not try to take advantage of me. Do you want to use the pretext of forcing you to do something you are unwilling to do to gain some advantages from me? Don't keep thinking about me. If you fight well, the benefits given by the city lord will be much more than I am able to give. He's so rich that oil flows out from him. After saying a few words, Tsang Yen became serious again. Kid, do not think too lightly of your opponents. Your opponent is not weak. This snake kid is a tough person. Do not fail miserably at an easy task. Got it. Yi Yun laughed. He was watching the competition's main referee walk up the Divine Wilderness stage as he announced the beginning of the competition. The few smaller groups' competitions were held concurrently. Yi Yun's side was just the younger group, so he could not go on to the Divine Wilderness stage. They were sent to the 8th stage. At this moment, Viper seemed as if he was a cat looking at mice. He looked at Yi Yun with great interest. Indeed, he had the rights to being arrogant. These few batches of Yunlong 72 Pagoda's disciples were filled with talents, and the quality of them exceeded those of the past. And him, Viper, was still as outstanding as ever, even amongst all these experts. If not for the 72 pagodas recently having extremely strong batches, the 7-star pagoda owner would never have suggested the condition of letting these juniors decide on the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's future. Sun Long, go on up. Take care of those small fish, and force Yi Yun's hand. I will then go on up to have a great time. Viper laughed and completely did not take Yi Yun to heart. He was 1 year older than Yi Yun and his cultivation level was an entire realm higher than Yi Yun's. How could he lose? Ha ha. My hands have been itching for a long time. I can finally see blood once again. Who knows, maybe I will even get rid of Yi Yun. Sun Long put on his black iron claws and jumped up on stage. He was one of the backbones of the Viper clan, and usually followed Viper around, so his style was very similar to Viper's. Who's my opponent? Come on up. Sun Long grinned. He stretched out his tongue and gently licked the blades of his black iron claws. His expression was that of extreme evil. For warriors, their stance was important. Sun Long's ominous stance made people feel fear just from standing before him. Senior E, who are we sending up? Seeing Sun Long, Wen Yu's heart thumped. It seemed that even Viper's henchmen were not to be trifled with. This person was filled with murderous intent. He was more terrifying than any other person they had ever seen by a lot. The cultivators present were mostly children in their teens. Although they were strong, they had not killed many in real battles. Up to you all. Pay attention to safety. Yun exhorted them. He also felt that Sun Long was not a person to be trifled with, but warriors who practiced martial arts would meet enemies in the future that were far more malicious than Sun Long. These Taya Divine City young seedlings had to go through slaughters to grow up too. Ignoring other things, just the possible beast horde that might happen soon would be a baptism of blood. Unknown numbers of people would die in it. It was best to suffer a bit now rather than losing one's life in the future. However, Yun's orders made when you angry. What did he mean by up to you, pay attention to safety? Was this something a leader should say? Xiaojun, go on up. When you ordered angrily. Since the leader did not care, she had to take over. Xiaojun was a youth of short stature. Hearing Wen Yu's words, he grit his teeth and jumped up onto the stage. Before Xiaojun was Sun Long, who was laughing sinisterly. Tisk, sure is fresh. Let me taste your blood. As Sun Long spoke, his body surged with murderous intent. With his yuan qi exploding, the claws on his arms turned blood red in color. It was as if he had suddenly turned into an evil demon. I practiced the laws of killing. The more I kill, the more my hands are stained with blood, the stronger I become. I have already forgotten how many people or desolate beasts I have killed up to this day. Even in a tournament, I am afraid that I cannot curb my urge to kill. Sun Long laughed manically while Xiaojun's face turned pale. He was a young master from a family clan. He had lived a pampered life since he was young. When had he ever encountered such a twisted person his own age before? Yun, who was watching below the stage, began to secretly shake his head. To him, Sun Long was not big a deal, but the difference between his stance and Xiaojun's was huge. This was because Sun Long and Xiaojun had different growing experiences. Secondly, the recent Taya Divine City's batches were weaker than those of the past. As a result, when the Divine City's warriors faced the Yunlong 72 Pagoda's warriors, they naturally lacked confidence. In this situation, even if their strengths were similar, it would be a completely one-sided battle. Furthermore, Xiaojun's strength really was weaker than Sun Long's. 3 moves. Sun Long extended 3 fingers. In 3 moves, I will open up the right side of your face. Then I will break your right hand and right leg's tendons. I like to attack my opponent's right side, tearing their right side to shreds while leaving the left side in a good condition. Isn't that very interesting? Ahahaha. Sun Long was extremely arrogant. After hearing this, Xiaojun turned angry. Did he think I am a weak and soft lamb to be slaughtered? This is going too far. When you clenched her small fist as her face filled with anger. At this moment, Sun Long moved. He was extremely fast and appeared right before Xiaojun in an instant. He swiped at the right side of Xiaojun's face with a claw. Xiaojun was greatly alarmed, but he was after all one of the best amongst this batch of rookies. Although his stance was weaker at the beginning of the battle, he was able to reveal his real strength due to his anger. How could he let this opponent hit him wherever he liked? It was too shameful. He retreated and at the same time stabbed his sword at Sun Long's palm. A claw was considered a short-range weapon and was shorter than a sword. The longer it was, the stronger it was. Xiaojun believed that by stabbing like this, his opponent would either pull back his hand or his palm would be pierced right through by his sword. However, as Xiaojun was stabbing, a grin flashed across Sun Long's face. His body twisted in an incredulous fashion and 3 claw beams appeared from nowhere. Ah! Xiaojun let out a blood-curdling scream as blood splattered out. These 3 claw beams had slashed across the right side of Xiaojun's face. His cheek, nose, ears and the corner of his eye had been ripped open by the claw blades. 3 deep claw marks appeared on his face. Xiaojun clutched his face. His hand was filled with blood and his eyes were bloodshot. The flesh on his right face had sank downwards. Sun Long's attack was too ruthless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, Taste of Your Own Medicine. Chapter 312, Taste of Your Own Medicine. What the heck? Xiaozhen's team members below the stage were extremely alarmed. Xiaozhen supposedly dodged Sun Long's attack, so how did he get hit? This slash on his face by the claws was too terrible. His face had been ripped open, it looked like even his bones might have been slashed through. And behind these people was a sullen Yiyun. Sun Long was stronger than Xiaozhen and could have easily defeated him, only leaving him with slight injuries. However, that was not what he did. Instead, he first indicated where was going to attack, allowing Xiaozhen to be prepared, yet the attack still connected. This was extremely shameful for warriors. And to have one's face ripped open, to the point of being disfigured, was a great humiliation. Such humiliation happening at such an important occasion, under the attentive gazes of the various factions' important figures, was equivalent to stamping Xiaozhen's face onto the ground. It could even destroy Xiaozhen's confidence in martial arts, giving his mind demons in the future. Even if Xiaozhen's wounds were to completely heal, the psychological impact would be hard to get rid of. Doing it like this was an extremely evil act. Xiaozhen, admit defeat and come down here. Yiyun stood up. The battle's result was already obvious. Originally, getting these young masters and mistresses, who had never experienced the cruelty of battles, to experience a little bloodshed was a good thing, but going beyond the limit was no good. If this carried on, it would cause demons to appear in Xiaozhen's mind, and these mind demons could cause Xiaozhen to fail in breaking through in the future. Xiaozhen covered his face. His mouth and the right side of his face had been ripped open. He could not speak, yet he tried to open his mouth with great difficulty. However, at this moment, he saw a blur in front of him and suddenly his right leg and right arm felt cold. Following that was an intense pain. Ah! Blood once more appeared as Xiaozhen tumbled out. His right hand and right leg's tendons had all been cut apart. Sun Long licked the blood off his metal claws and wantonly laughed. "Ha, I said that I would break the tendons of your right leg and hand, how can I break my promise? I am a man of my words." Xiaozhen's team members fumed with anger when they heard Sun Long. He was going too far by bullying others to such an extreme. According to the Alliance ranking competition's rules, as long as there was no intent to cause death to the other party, or to deliberately cause permanent disability to the other person, it would not be breaking the rules. However, deliberately was something which was hard to define. This rule was filled with loopholes. Besides, Sun Long cutting Xiaozhen's tendons would not create a permanent disability as they could be healed with good medicine. However, the damage inflicted to Xiaozhen's psyche and the humiliation he experienced would be hard to cure. What a pathetic sight! Sun Long shook his head as the cultivators from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom behind him all began to laugh. This is a Taya Divine City warrior? He's no different from a dog. Being placed on par with us from the Yunlong 72 pagodas is a great humiliation. As these harsh words reached Yiyun's small team, Viper pointed a thumbs down towards Yiyun. Weak. The team members present were all teenagers and they were all at the age where their self-esteem was at their highest. Being humiliated like this made them feel an understandable amount of humiliation and anger. Especially Xiaozhen, who had been seriously injured. His body was shaking. He really wished he could die in exchange for a victory in battle. Yiyun turned silent. He calmly looked at Sun Long on the stage. "Your name is Sun Long?" "Yes, you better remember my name." Sun Long smiled willfully. His chin raised slightly as he looked at Yiyun with contempt. Yiyun lightly touched the ring on his hand and calmly said, "I already made him throw in the towel." "Why did you carry on attacking him?" "You made him throw in the towel?" I need to stop just because of that? Who do you think you are? What a joke! Sun Long looked at Yi Yun as if he was looking at a retard. Just because you are a leader? Don't you know that in the competition's rules, only the opponent's own concession counts? Too bad he couldn't open his mouth just now. Ha ha ha. Sun Long laughed, and behind him, Viper and company also laughed. TSK, your gaze looks terrifying. Sun Long looked at Yi Yun and knew that there was killing intent in Yi Yun's calm eyes. Yet, he did not feel any fear. Who's the next one? Come on up. Should I rip the left side or the right side of your face? You are courting death. I will seek revenge for Xiaojin. The Taya Divine City's youths were weaker in their stance, but being hot-blooded and because of Sun Long's provocation, they could no longer endure it. A youth pressed the edge of the stage and was about to jump on up but was stopped by Wen Yu. You are not his match. Going up will just make him show off more. Wen Yu gritted her teeth. She was prepared to go up to fight Sun Long herself. Actually, Wen Yu also felt immense pressure. Her opponent was also older than her. TSK. What a pretty girl. You want to come up? If I were to rip open such a pretty face, it will be an interesting event. Wen Yu became even more enraged at Sun Long's words. However, at this moment a voice transmission from Yi Yun reached her ears. Your mind is already in chaos due to his provocative words, even before going on stage. If you were to fight like this, the chances of winning will be lower than losing. When you looked towards Yi Yun and felt some grievance. She felt that if he had not accepted the challenge from such a abnormal team, they would never have been in such a state in the first place. Stay put below the stage. Saying that, Yi Yun walked up the stage. Senior Yi. Wen Yu froze. A team's leader was supposed to be the last to go on stage. If they went on stage early and was defeated, they would lose completely. It was similar to using the king piece to charge into battle in chess. She did not have time to stop Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun had already walked before Sun Long. Sun Long looked derisively at Yi Yun. To think you can be a leader. You can't even hold your own temper. Once you are up here, you can't leave. Viper, who was behind Sun Long, also looked dismissively at Yi Yun. As a leader, he was not supposed to be so irrational as to go up on stage like this. The two cloaked men yesterday were actually jealous over such an idiot. That bag of desolate bone relics sure was easy to earn. Facing Yi Yun, Sun Long casually loosened his wrists. The metal claws on his hands were gleaming coldly. Although he seemed to look down on Yi Yun, he was actually on high alert. The two cloaked men yesterday had given them precise information on Yi Yun. Sun Long knew that Yi Yun was very strong. He also knew the various moves Yi Yun had. Sun Long wished to fight against Yi Yun. It didn't mean much to defeat some random fish. Only defeating Yi Yun and obtaining the seats was meritorious. Where is your saber? Take it out. Oh. You seem to understand me very well. To know that I use a saber, but my saber is only used against opponents that are worthy of respect or formidable. Against scum or retards, I will usually only use another weapon. Yi Yun gently rubbed his interspatial ring. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a sinister smile. This smile made Sun Long feel his heart thump. This smile looked familiar to him because he often smiled like that. His face sank and gritted his teeth, saying, I will let you know who's the real retard. He was guessing on whether Yi Yun's other weapon was a bow or not. The information the cloaked men gave did mention that Yi Yun's two strongest weapons were the bow and the saber. It did not say anything else. Yi Yun did not bother with Sun Long's retort and suddenly recalled, saying, Right. Just now, you said that the competition's rules only allows for the opponents to concede defeat personally. If not, it will not be counted, right? Yi Yun asked, and before Sun Long could even reply, Yi Yun had extended 3 fingers, 3 moves. I will smash your face's left side, your left hand and your left leg. You are courting death. Sun Long turned furious. Ian sure did not know what it meant to die, to use the words he used against him. Did he think he could do anything to him? Sun Long's body surged with murderous intent as his eyes locked on to Yi Yun. His body rushed forward like a cheetah. However, just after rushing forward a few steps, the Yi Yun he saw disappeared suddenly. Oh! Sun Long was greatly alarmed, and at the next moment, he felt a cold feeling spread through his whole body. Yi Yun had suddenly appeared on the left side of his body like a ghost. He subconsciously stabbed at Yi Yun's chest with his claw, but at this moment, he felt his head being pressed down by a hand. This hand forcefully locked his head, and at this moment, another hand appeared. It was unknown when this other hand suddenly started holding a metallic, rectangular object in it. Sun Long did not have time to tell what it was as he saw the metallic object grow in size till it covered his entire vision. Pang! There was a loud rumble. Yi Yun had used one hand to grab Sun Long's head and the other hand to ferociously smash the left side of Sun Long's face with a metal brick. Yi Yun did not hold back with this brick. He slammed it down like he was using a ripe watermelon, smashing Sun Long's bones apart. Sun Long's body trembled. He felt as if his head had been hit by a 10,000-pound sledgehammer. His eyes turned black as his ears rang and his mind went blank, and as if at that moment, he was isolated from this world. It was like his soul had been stripped from his body. Shortly thereafter, an excruciating pain brought him back to reality. Yi Yun had released his grip, and Sun Long was kneeling on the floor, vomiting. Pwah! The food Sun Long ate and about a dozen blood-stained teeth were vomited out by him. His teeth had all been knocked out by Yi Yun. His limbs went cold while his ears and nostrils bled. The left side of his face had been completely smashed. A large portion of his facial bone now sank inwards. Yi Yun coldly looked at Sun Long. When mortals receive a heavy blow to their head, they will feel nauseous and vomit. I didn't expect you to be the same. Do you admit defeat? Yi Yun asked. Sun Long tried to open his mouth, but his chin's left joint had been broken, and with his mouth that was completely smashed in, how could he speak? Oh? You don't admit defeat? Yi Yun nodded. I understand. Stop it. At this moment, Viper's cold voice rang in Yi Yun's ears. However, why would Yi Yun care about him? Yi Yun kicked Sun Long up as if it was a dead dog, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yi Yun raised the brick in this hand and smashed down, hitting Sun Long's left hand and then Sun Long's left ankle. Sun Long gave a shrill. His hand and foot had been completely smashed into a bloody mess by Yi Yun. It was an explosive fracture that turned it to smithereens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, Against Viper. Chapter 313, Against Viper. Sun Long rolled on the ground. A warrior's strong mentality usually prevented him from fainting, but Sun Long was not far from doing so. His left hand and leg were not much different from a frog's limbs. They had been completely flattened. Being smashed by a metallic brick like that was much more painful than being slashed by a claw's blade. Also, the injuries were 10 times more severe. Even if he was to be healed with various good medicines, it would take at least half a year for Sun Long's hand and leg to regain their yuan qi. To young geniuses, half a year of time was too precious. It would, to a certain extent, affect Sun Long's future growth. You actually dare to say that you cultivate the laws of killing? That is an insult to this great Tao. Yi Yun sneered. The Tao of killing was one of the great Tao, and it ranked high amongst the 3,000 great Tao. It was ranked above the 5 element laws, and it was not weaker than the pure Yang Tao. Sun Long had only gathered some killing qi. He could at best be described to have a killing aura. He was far from the actual Tao of killing. Behind Yun, Wen Yu, Xiaojin and company were too shocked for words. What just happened only took a few seconds. The mighty Sun Long was turned into something like a dead dog in a few seconds, so they could not react in time. This. Xiaojin swallowed mouthfuls of saliva. He had even forgotten the pain of his own body. Yun had returned everything Sun Long had done to him in a more severe manner. Everything had been done cleanly and easily. Senior Yi is very strong, a youth said, with an idolatry face. 1 year ago, Yun had taken first place in the rookie ranking competition and then, he disappeared. About 10 months later, many people doubted if Yun's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, or if it had stagnated over time. As he had not fought in a long time, people inevitably had their doubts. That was to be expected, but now, they knew that their worries had been completely unfounded. He's not only strong, he's also ruthless, another youth said. It was not right for a warrior to kill the innocent indiscriminately, but against an enemy, one had to be ruthless, or one would only end up suffering. Senior Yi's battle sure allows one to vent off one's anger, a youth said to Wen Yu. Wen Yu was in a daze, she was still unsure of what to say at this moment. Beside Wen Yu, Xiaojin was tightly clenching his good left fist, as his eyes sparkled. When people were in their weakest and most vulnerable state, it is easy for them to suffer a setback. However, at the same time, they are also easily inspired. This short battle had left an unforgettable impression in his heart. Xiaojin was in such a stage. At the lowest point in his life, Yun's relentless beating of Sun Long unquestionably left a long-lasting image in Xiaojin's heart. Xiaojin gritted his teeth and secretly made a resolution. Thank you, Senior Yi. I will work hard, and one day, I will use my own hands and be like you, beating those who want to step on me until they turn bloody. However, Yun, who was still on stage, did not pay attention to the psychological changes that Xiaojin was experiencing. He was looking straight at Viper while nonchalantly wiping the blood off the brick. After he came to this world, he was getting more and more used to the rules of the warrior world. Viper had an extremely ugly expression on his face. His amber eyes were filled with killing intent. You have guts. I will let you know the cost of ignoring my words. Just now when he shouted, "Stop it," not only did Yun not listen to him, he had even looked back at him as if nothing happened, after he beat Sun Long up. The look he gave provoked Viper. Even though he had his services bought by someone with desolate bone relics, he would still go all out to cripple Yun, hopefully killing him. You sure speak a lot of nonsense. Are you going to fight personally? Or are you going to send some more henchmen up here to die? Yun was still on the stage, looking down on Viper. The Yunlong 72 Pagoda's cultivators sitting beside Viper were all enraged. They seemed like they all wanted to rush up and dice him up. However, they could only look fierce. If push came to shove, they all knew that they would suffer a crushing defeat in less than 2 moves. Yun was very strong. Although they all despised the Taya Divine City's cultivators, they had no choice but to admit that this was true. Viper's pupils constricted. The snake on his body spit out its tongue as it hissed. Interesting. Viper grinned as he walked up on stage. The audience around the 8th stage became dumbfounded. It was too exaggerating for the 8th stage's matches. The other stages had not even finished their first 2 battles, but the 8th stage had already finished fighting 2 battles, and the leaders were already going up to fight against each other. It was too fast. Although Yun's performance just now was outstanding, Wen Yu and company were worried for Yun as he went up against Viper. The reason was because of the difference in cultivation level. According to the competition's rules, if the gap in their ages exceeded a year, the older person had to suppress his cultivation level. If the difference was larger than 2 years, the cultivation level had to be suppressed even more. For every full year, the cultivation level had to be suppressed by 1 grade. Only then would it be a balanced competition. Iyun was slightly over 14 years of age and Viper had just turned 15. The difference in their age was just 1 month short of a year. As a result, Viper did not need to suppress his cultivation level. And between the two of them, there was the border that separated the peak of the Purple Blood realm and the Yuan Foundation realm, which made this match extremely unfair. For a warrior at the peak of the Purple Blood realm to fight a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, it would be nothing if the other party was mediocre. Many of the Taya Divine City disciples would be able to do so. However, the opponent was Viper. Not only was he a genius, he was also extremely ruthless. With the dispute from before, there was no doubt that Viper would be attacking Iyun with death blows. The hearts of Wen Yu and company were pounding. Senior E, be careful. Wen Yu said silently below the stage. Her hands were clasped tightly together, indicating how nervous she was. At this moment, people from not far away had begun to pay attention to the match of the 8th stage. What's this? They are going to start just like that. Song Yan was originally sitting at a table drinking wine. Seeing Iyun take on Viper, he put his cup of wine down. Iyun's talent was shocking, but he lacked time. Song Yan was very concerned about this match. He pushed away his chair and walked towards the 8th stage. Song Yan did not know how Iyun's fight would end. After all, his opponent was a Yuan Foundation realm genius. He went closer to the 8th stage, so that, in the event of Iyun losing, he could save him. As for the rules, Old Man Song couldn't care less about them. Protecting Iyun was of the utmost importance. Not only Song Yan paid special attention to this battle, not far away, Li Hong, Yang Haoren and company had also noticed the match on stage 8. The leaders were beginning their duel. It has begun. Iyun against Viper. Li Hong sent Yang Haoren a Yuan Qi transmission. Yang Haoren grinned because he had been waiting for this moment. Yesterday, he had taken the huge risk of looking for Viper because he valued Viper's ruthlessness and strength. Viper could bypass the limitations of the rules while fighting against Iyun, so it was just right. So what if Iyun is a genius? Without the time to develop, it is pointless. Viper will definitely leave an unforgettable mark on Iyun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, Poison Elemental Laws. Chapter 314, Poison Elemental Laws. Iyun, meeting me is bad luck on your part. I will make you remember this battle for your entire life. Viper said in a Yuan Qi voice transmission to Iyun before the battle began. Iyun slightly frowned. Viper had been aiming at him from the beginning. It was definitely not because he had beaten up Sun Long, otherwise he would not have taken the initiative to set up the challenge. Why are you targeting me? Iyun asked with a Yuan Qi transmission. He did not believe that Viper was interested in him solely because he was the last rookie ranking competitions champion. Viper was obviously a very arrogant person, so he would never have taken interest in a person that was a level lower than him. Iyun was suspecting that there was someone behind Viper deliberately targeting him. You still have time to think about this. It seems that you still do not know your situation. In a while, it will be me torturing you. If you were to admit defeat now, there would still be time. If you don't, I will first make you unable to speak, then I will make you suffer 100 times worse than Sun Long. As Viper said this, a law enforcer who was made referee especially for the battles between the leaders asked the two of them if they were ready. This law enforcer was a Taya Divine City person. He was mainly asking Iyun because he realized that Iyun had yet to take his weapon out. I am ready. Iyun nodded and casually loosened his wrists, waving the brick which was still dripping with blood. Oh? The law enforcer became momentarily stunned. Iyun was planning to fight like that? Not only the law enforcer, even the people behind Iyun, like Wen Yu and company, were stunned as well. They felt that, Due to the difference in cultivation level, Yi-Yun would find it difficult to win against Viper, yet he chose to not take out a weapon? This kid sure makes one worry. Not far away, Sun Yen was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. This kid, Yi-Yun, had chosen the 10,000 Beast Totem as his totem mystic technique and went into the Sword Tomb after learning from the Saber Tomb. Now, he was using a brick to go against a Yunlong Divine Kingdom genius whose cultivation was a level higher than his. Were these things a normal person would do? Viper laughed heartily upon hearing Yi-Yun. Is your brain normal? You actually do not want to use a weapon to go against me? Yi-Yun said with a smile, who told you that this isn't my weapon? I've said it before, my saber is only to be used against opponents that are worthy of respect or formidable. Against scum or retards, the brick is sufficient. Yi-Yun's words made Wen Yu and company hold their breaths. Viper was already a lunatic, yet Yi-Yun purposely provoked him. If Viper were to really get mad, the outcome would be unpredictable. Viper's face started to tense up as his pupils turned into the shape of a spindle, like that of a snake. I see, you wish for me to send you to the netherworld. Phew! Viper charged forward. His speed was extremely fast and his body seemed to lack bones as he moved forward while sticking close to the ground. He was like a python that was moving forward quickly. It was the first time for many to see such a weird movement technique. Die! Viper swiped forward with his claw. His weapon was also a metallic claw and his swipe came from the top heading downwards. His attack's target was Yi-Yun's chin. If it were to dig in, the metallic claw would pierce through the chin, stabbing into Yi-Yun's mouth and tearing apart his tongue. This would naturally prevent Yi-Yun from speaking. Viper was fulfilling his words, attempting to prevent Yi-Yun from admitting defeat. Yi-Yun's gaze turned cold as he raised the brick in his hand and smashed it at Viper's claw. For a brick to go against a metallic claw, a blunt weapon like the brick would naturally hold a greater advantage. However, at this moment, the venomous snake that was resting on Viper's shoulders suddenly flew out towards Yi-Yun's chest in an attack. Heart-piercing snake. Yi-Yun had a deep impression of this snake. A few days before he went out into the divine wilderness, about a year ago, a three-man cultivator team had been completely obliterated because they had misidentified a heart-piercing snake as a golden line snake. This heart-piercing snake was an extremely dangerous desolate beast. Yet, how could Viper control a desolate beast? Yi-Yun had the impression that it was extremely difficult for humans to tame desolate beasts. Yi-Yun did not have time to think about it too deeply. Just as the heart-piercing snake was about to bite at his heart, he quickly retreated. However, Viper swiftly followed him as a grin flashed from the corner of his lips. You're finished. Viper's murderous chi exploded and then merged into one with his Yuan chi, turning into a visible black airflow. This airflow covered Yi-Yun's surroundings like a lock, sealing every direction that Yi-Yun could use to dodge. Let me see how you will dodge this. Viper thrust his claw at Yi-Yun and at the same time, a heart-piercing snake on his shoulders went straight for Yi-Yun's mouth. It wanted to swallow Yi-Yun's tongue. Almost at the same moment as the heart-piercing snake was about to bite Yi-Yun, his body suddenly twisted bizarrely and thick layers of afterimages appeared. Yi-Yun's body seemed to suddenly transform into a flexible swift, shuttling through the air without any resistance. Large success stage of minute subtlety. Shoo! 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 Yi-Yun abruptly changed directions in the air and went through the murderous chi lock using an incredulous trajectory. He dodged more than 10 of them continuously. Upon reaching the last few that he could not dodge, he smashed at them with his brick. Pang pang pang. 3 of the murderous chi locks were broken by Yi-Yun. Hiss. Suddenly, the hissing sound of the venomous snake came from behind Yi-Yun. This heart-piercing snake was like a maggot, following Yi-Yun without being shaken off. Its speed was extremely fast, almost like a beam of light. However, Yi-Yun did not even look at it, for in his energy vision, he could perfectly grasp the heart-piercing snake's attack trajectory. Yi-Yun sent out a brick attack. Pang! Yun's brick heavily hit the heart-piercing snake's triangular-shaped head. With a loud moan, the heart-piercing snake was sent flying by Yun. What? Seeing the heart-piercing snake fly out and how most of his murderous chi had been dispersed by Yun, Viper was greatly alarmed. By using such a blunt weapon in hand, Yun's attack speed should have been greatly limited, so with the heart-piercing snake being as quick as lightning, it was completely unexpected that it would be smashed by Yun's brick. Viper's spindle-shaped pupils stared at Yun, a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. The two of them had only exchanged blows for a few seconds. Many of those watching did not even have time to react to what was going on. It was so fast that people like Wen Yu and company did not even see the process of them exchanging blows. They could only feel that the battle was intense enough to take their breaths away. Senior E is amazing. He isn't at a disadvantage at all. To Wen Yu and company, to not be disadvantaged against a Yuan Foundation realm expert was an extremely amazing feat. Senior E hasn't even used his saber. Yun's team of rookies were all bright-eyed. It was a great mistake to think that Yun would be weak with the brick, even though he did not use his saber to deal with Viper. As Yun had said, the brick was also his weapon. Viper's expression turned sullen from this first exchange of blows. He originally thought that victory was his. He never expected that Yun would be able to counterattack and even injure his heart-piercing snake. He felt that it was humiliating that despite him being at the Yuan Foundation realm when going against a peak purple blood realm opponent, who was 1 year younger than him, he could not brutally kill him in one move. Hiss! The heart-piercing snake, who had been hit to the ground by Yun, climbed back onto Viper's shoulders while spitting out its tongue. Upon seeing this, Yun was alarmed. The heart-piercing snake had received a heavy blow on its head, yet it was able to withstand it and did not die. This snake was stronger than a typical heart-piercing snake. Phew! At this moment, the heart-piercing snake emitted green yuan qi. It was like the miasma that arose from a swamp. The heart-piercing snake's body began to emit crackling explosive sounds as a layer of scales grew on its body. This layer of scales were extremely sharp, looking almost like blades. Yun was shocked. How could the heart-piercing snake transform? And this feeling was as if it was an aspect totem. Kid, the heart-piercing snake on Viper is actually a puppet made from the corpse of a heart-piercing snake. And Viper's aspect totem is also in the shape of a snake. He has combined his aspect totem and puppet into one body. He is going to use his real abilities now, be careful. At this moment, Song Yan's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in Yun's ears. Heart-piercing snake puppet? Combined with an aspect totem? There was such a technique? Yun was alarmed. The path of martial arts did indeed have many roads. There was no lack of different sorts of battle techniques. Viper roared as green smoke appeared from his body. The purple tungsten stage below his feet began to emit chi-chi sounds the moment they were stained by the green gas. Holes were eroded out where the gas met the stage. Such a powerful poison. Many people held their breaths. Even the purple tungsten metal corroded from it. If it touched a person's body, everything would have been burnt off before it even reached the bone. Yun, you are indeed very strong. To force me to use my aspect totem and poison laws is impressive. Viper approached Yun step by step as he planned to use the poison to corrode Yun's body. Yun remained silent as he loosened his wrists and turned the metallic brick in his hand. You still aren't using your saber. You really are courting death. Viper raged. For him, as a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, to fight against Yun who was at the peak of purple blood realm, it was undermining his title of a genius. He never expected that even after he used his aspect totem, Yun would still not use his saber. Even if he were to win, it would be disgraceful. I've said before. My saber is only to be used against opponents that are worthy of respect or formidable. You, as a scum, are only worthy of a brick. Yun's voice was nonchalant. Around the stage, when Yu and company gaped when they heard him, they were speechless. At this moment, Viper had presented all of his techniques, yet not only did Ian not use his saber, he was also repeatedly cursing Viper as a scum. Stop provoking him any further, when Yu said in her mind. She had seen Viper's complete information and knew of his character. This person was perverted and cruel. She was afraid that Viper would use some sort of cheap shot in this battle, causing Iyun an incurable injury. I will corrode your flesh and blood cleanly, bit by bit. Viper roared as both of his metallic claws turned into a misty green. The entire 8th stage was covered in green smoke. This green smoke was 10 times stronger than the miasma of Blackwater Swamp. Warriors could endure the swamp's miasma for short periods of time, but in this green smoke, even weapons refined by masters would start to corrode. Those who practiced the poison elemental laws would have to swallow all sorts of poisonous things, changing their yuan qi into a highly toxic qi. There were even legends that said that when the poison elemental laws reached the highest levels, they could make all the heaven-earth yuan qi in the world become an extremely toxic qi, corroding an entire world, transforming it into large tracts of toxic marshes that caused death. All the toxic gas gathered towards Iyun. This was an attack a metallic brick could not block against. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Defeating Viper. Chapter 315, Defeating Viper. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. Hum. That toxic green gas seemed to take on a life of its own as it began to wail like a ghost. The toxic gas was extremely thick, as if it was made from that of a snake's bile. It emitted a putrid smell that assailed one's nostrils. Hiss. The heart-piercing snake puppet began to sound out as it flew in the air. It stared on with its dark green pair of eyes as it silently approached Iyun. Not only did this toxic gas not affect this venomous snake puppet, but it even supplemented it with energy. Aspect totems could originally fly, so this venomous snake puppet also had the ability to fly. It could actually be considered a doppelganger of Viper, and although it was a puppet, it had a life of its own. So what if you don't use a weapon? Be it a saber or this metallic blunt weapon, it will not be able to withstand the poison. In this toxic area, I dominate absolutely everything. Viper laughed sardonically. With the metallic claw in hand, he started to rapidly move. Amidst poison, a typical warrior could only power up his protective yuan qi to withstand the poison's corrosive properties. However, by doing so, not only would their yuan qi be quickly consumed due to using a large portion of their yuan qi to withstand the poison, the amount left to block Viper and the heart-piercing snake puppet's attack would also be reduced. Only one could be handled, leaving the other free to reign. As such, Viper could maximize his combat power within this toxic mist. Shie. Upon coming into contact with the toxic mist, Iyun's protective yuan qi began to corrode and shrink. Iyun was after all only at the peak of the purple blood realm. The amount of yuan qi he had was much lower than that of a Yuan Foundation realm warrior. As a result, it would be harder for him to withstand the toxic mist as time went on. Many people were worried for Iyun, but there were also young Howren and company who were looking forward to seeing Iyun turn into a skeleton after being corroded by the toxic mist. Die! Viper roared as he and the heart-piercing snake puppet split into 2 different directions. One came from the front while the other came from the back, attacking Iyun who was in the middle of the toxic mist. Shoo! Viper's body began to flash out tens of afterimages, preventing others from telling where he was. As for the heart-piercing snake, it was like lightning, turning its airborne body into a blur. Against Viper's attack, Iyun's mind was as still as water. He gathered his yuan qi to an extreme with the brick in hand. Wang! With a clear sound, the purple crystal origins within Iyun's heart shook. At that moment, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Burning hot, pure yang qi gushed out from Ian's body. Second stage of the Taya sacred technique. Pure yang qi of the finest purity turned into the image of a Tang Valley image in the air. A thin mist covered the ghostly valley, shrouding the divine green trees within. After absorbing the golden crow species' beast mark and having cultivated in the burning hell's pure yang sword palace for 10 months, Ian's Taya sacred technique was no longer comparable to what it once was. The pure yang flames burned and a large portion of the toxic mist was burned up by the pure yang fire. The poison elemental law ranked on the same level as the 5 elemental laws. It could not withstand the burning of a higher grade pure yang flame. Xie. Large swaths of green mist burned into green smoke. Even the purple tungsten metal beneath Ian's feet had melted into a molten liquid. Ha! Viper was great alarmed. To have such a thick pure yang flame, Ian's attainment in the pure yang laws exceeded his own poison elemental laws. Although there was a difference in cultivation level, Ian's pure yang qi came from the pure yang sword palace and the golden crow species. The quality was not something comparable to the poisonous elements Viper had extracted from desolate beasts like the heart-piercing snake. This difference in quality reversed the deficits of his cultivation level. At that moment, Ian's eyes flashed. All his body's pure yang qi had been injected into the metallic brick. The metallic brick began to shine and burn with pure yang flames. This was no longer any typical metallic brick, but a pure yang flaming brick. Viper held his breath as he shuttled around. He pushed his snake-like movement technique to the limit. Even with the pure yang laws, there was still a chance for one of his attacks to hit Ian if he was to attack together with his heart-piercing snake puppet. However, at that moment, Ian moved. He opened his purple crystal energy vision and the after-images that covered the sky disappeared from his view. Ian clearly locked onto Viper's actual position. As for the lightning-fast heart-piercing snake puppet, it could not hide in the purple crystal's vision. Large success stage of minute subtlety. So, Ian's body mysteriously disappeared. Viper felt his back turn cold and a chill arose from his heart. Without thinking, his claw attacked towards his back. At that moment, the pure yang flaming brick in Ian's hand had been sent slamming heavily downwards. With the Taya sacred technique pushed to its limits, the slamming of the brick created fiery arc beams in the air. Ka-cha! Ian's flaming brick smashed into Viper's metallic claw. The hot, pure yang flames bent the claw, while the brick did not lose any of its momentum. After it pushed down the metallic claw, it went straight for Viper's head. Boom! When the pure yang energy burst out, Viper's protective yuan qi shattered like glass. He felt his head buzz, as if his head had been smashed by a crazily charging near-horned beast. His mind went blank and his vision was completely covered by a golden color. He could no longer see anything else. As for the heart-piercing snake puppet, the aspect totem within it dissipated when its owner was severely injured. It lost its combat power and its speed rapidly decreased. At that moment, Ian grabbed the snake 3 inches away from its head. With one hand grabbing the heart-piercing snake, and the other hand holding the pure yang flaming brick, Ian saw Viper's body sway. Viper was delirious and Ian did not hesitate in raising his brick to smash down on him again. At that moment, Viper was like an immobile target. So Ian's brick attack smacked right into the right side of Viper's face. Pang! Viper began spinning in the air like a top, his body revolving while he threw up blood. The blood smeared the air into a red spiral. Even a few blood-stained teeth were spat out by Viper. Seeing Viper fall to the ground, Ian quickly rushed forward and sent out another brick attack. This brick attack reversed its direction and hit the left side of Viper's face. Viper, who was like a spinning top, was spinning clockwise, but after this hit, he began spinning counterclockwise. Viper's face was completely mangled. Again, he threw up blood in a spiral. Following that, Ian leaped up with the brick in hand, and curving his body, he sent out a heavy third brick attack, as if he was smashing a ball. Ka-cha! Iyun's brick hit Viper's back, and with the sound of a broken spine, Viper heavily fell to the ground. Viper's mind was completely in a daze. However, at that moment, Iyun did not carry on minding Viper. Instead, he threw the heart-piercing snake in his hand down on the purple tungsten ground. Without Viper's commanding it, the heart-piercing snake had lost its combat strength. Upon being thrown to the ground like this, it merely sprawled on the ground. Following that, Iyun aimed right at the heart-piercing snake's triangular-shaped head and smashed down at it. Put! The heart-piercing snake's head turned into bloody meat paste. Although this snake now lacked a head, its body was still struggling. When Yu and company were completely stupefied on seeing what happened during this duel. Only one word appeared in their minds: brutal. With the brick in hand, Iyun was a brutal, erratic demon. Sun Long and Viper, who had both gone up against him, were both smashed beyond recognition with just a few brick attacks. After taking care of the heart-piercing snake, Iyun walked towards Viper with the brick in hand. Although Viper had not fainted, the bone on both sides of his face could be seen. His eyes were completely covered in blood and he could not see anything, but he could still hear Iyun's footsteps. The footsteps for him sounded as if death was approaching, making him horrified. This person was a demon. Viper, who had always abused others, had suddenly gone from being the abuser to becoming the abused. His fear reached an extreme point. Are you not admitting defeat? At that moment, Iyun's voice reached Viper's ears. Viper felt as if he had been granted amnesty. His jaw had been beaten off, so he was still unable to speak. He quickly sent a Yuan Qi voice transmission to Iyun, STO. Stop. I admit defeat. Oh? Still not admitting defeat? Iyun ignored Viper's Yuan Qi transmission. How could it be admitting defeat without saying it personally? Iyun firmly raised the metallic brick. Viper was frightened out of his wits. If this brick were to slam down, such as hitting his head, he would die. He did not wish to die here. Stop. Stop. I will tell you about the people who want to harm you. Viper pleaded with a Yuan Qi voice transmission. Oh? Upon hearing Viper's words, Iyun slowed down his attack. Speak. It was two black-cloaked people. They concealed their looks. Their voice also changed, but one of them only had one arm. Viper used his Yuan Qi to intermittently describe the characteristics of the two cloaked people from yesterday. After Iyun heard this, the corners of his mouth curled upwards. One arm. Iyun already knew who the cultivator with one arm that had a feud with him was. As for the other person, although he was not sure about exactly who it was, he could make an educated guess that it was none other than either Li Hong or Yang Yefeng. Iyun kept the brick and stopped brutally attacking Viper. According to the competition's rules, he could not purposely cause the death of others and could not purposely cause the person to become permanently disabled. Now, Viper had lost all ability to resist. If he were to continue abusing him, it would not be against the rules, but he could not kill or permanently disable Viper. If so, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom would not turn a blind eye to it. It would also not be easy for the Taya Divine City to protect him. As such, Iyun decided to leave it as it was. Stage 8, Iyun wins. He defeated the opponent's leader, winning 2 seats. The law enforcer announced the battle's outcome. This was the first round that ended in the alliance competition. It was also the first seats that got an owner. The speed at which this battle ended was so fast that it felt like it was an exaggeration. As Iyun walked down the stage, when Yu and company were still in a daze. They felt like all that happened just now was a dream. They knew that Iyun was not simple, but they never expected that Iyun would be so violent. To finish Viper with a brick. And the Taya sacred technique that Iyun displayed at the end stunned them even more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, Jun Yu. Chapter 316, Jun Yu. Senior E, were you using the Taya sacred technique just now? When Ian got off the stage, his team members asked as they gathered around him. As the Taya Divine Kingdom's top cultivation technique, the Taya sacred technique was very famous. Many rookies had long heard of its name, but had never seen it before. Of course, is there a need to ask? Another junior said, the Taya sacred technique is so powerful. All that poison was burnt away in a second. These juniors had previously heard rumors that the Taya sacred technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. Many geniuses had attempted cultivating it but ended up failing. For the outstanding leaders amongst the rookies like Wenyu, they set mastering the Taya sacred technique as their goal. But this goal was extremely distant. Now, Ian could use the Taya sacred technique in a very well-versed manner. He could easily use it even with the metallic brick as a weapon. Ian was not much older than them, yet he had reached such an amazing level with the Taya sacred technique, which made them admire and envy him. This kid Ian did well. Not far away, Song Yen was rubbing his chin with a satisfied look. Beside Song Yen was Jiangu, who had seen the entire match. He said, Ian's Taya sacred technique has improved a lot since he went out for almost a year. The current Ian not only had a simple transformation in his cultivation level, he experienced a qualitative improvement in every aspect. Of course, who do you think taught him? Song Yen was very pleased. Jiangu turned speechless upon hearing this. This old man sure liked to boast without shame. Old man Song had naturally given a lot of help to Ian, but as for teaching him, old man Song had obviously never taught Ian anything. But Jiangu did not argue with Song Yen over this. He knew that it was indeed Song Yen who first discovered Ian. At the beginning, it was also Song Yen who brought Ian into the Saber Tomb. He has already won 2 seats. Ian's batch is the strongest batch our Taya Divine City has seen in recent years. It even exceeds Qin Haoyan's batch. Unfortunately, they haven't grown up yet. If they were to break through to the Yuan Foundation realm, it would be even better. The competition rules set the demarcating age to be 15 years of age. This was extremely disadvantageous for Yun, Junyo, and Chu Xiaoran. In this tournament, the third-year cultivators were actually the most important. Unfortunately, there was only Li Hong amongst the Taya Divine City's third-year cultivators that was worthy. And Li Hong clearly could not hold the ground. The first match had ended, so Yun had nothing to do. There was still some time left for the remaining matches. Yun sat in the participant benches and began meditating. He was trying to understand the sword truths from the sword tomb. Upon seeing Yun meditating, a few of the juniors looked at each other. Yun still had matches he had not fought. At this moment, Yun should have gone to learn about the other team's battle situation and understand his competitors, yet he was sitting there meditating. If it was 15 minutes ago, when you would have despised Yun in her heart for his actions. But now, after easily taking down Viper, when you no longer said a word. Different people doing the same thing would have completely different results. Weaklings who did so were retards, but when the strong did so, they had the bearing of experts. What are you dazing for? Let's get some information. When you tapped on a junior's head. As they did not play a significant role, this was the time for them to do something. The 4 Factions Alliance tournament began with the small group battles happening concurrently. Later on in the championship match, the under-15s groups would first compete before the above-15 and the overall group matches. They split up to watch the battle situation of the various teams. Yun, who was meditating, ignored Wenyu and company's departure. He felt that there were a few stares watching him. The stares came with both hostility and fear. Yun did not need to see to know who they were. This kid actually defeated Viper despite being a level lower. Not far away, young Howran was clenching his only fist so tightly that his whole hand shook. The outcome of Yi Yun and Viper's battle was unexpected to him. He had handpicked the ruthless and powerful Viper to get rid of Yi Yun. To what extent did Yi Yun's strength reach? He suddenly realized a possibility that made him despair. Even now, with Yi Yun not grown up, he with his severed arm might not be Yi Yun's match. This made young Howran experience an extremely great setback. Howran, it's better we don't target him anymore. Beside young Howran, Li Hong was beginning to lack confidence. Li Hong was a vengeful person. He would think of ways to retaliate more than 10 times worse against anyone that provoked him. However, who the other party was mattered. If he knew that the other party far exceeded him, it would only be him being stupid to provoke the other party. Li Hong initially went against Yi Yun because he thought Yi Yun would be easily bullied. But now, Yi Yun's strength and talent was greater than his. Yi Yun already exceeded him in several aspects. The only advantage he had was his family clan behind him. But compared to the high regard given to Yi Yun by the Taya Divine City elders, it was nothing. And after not being able to deal with Yi Yun, he would only end with a tragic fate when Yi Yun eventually became a mighty figure in the Taya Divine Kingdom. Li Hong already had thoughts of backing out. Are you afraid? Yang Haoran looked angrily at Li Hong. Li Hong shook his head. He was afraid of Yi Yun, but he did not want to offend Yang Haoran. I only feel that we might not be his match. Not his match, Yang Haoran gritted his teeth. He had to admit that what Li Hong said was the truth. Yi Yun was a person who had shown brilliant results in the Alliance tournament, and was being highly regarded by the Divine City's elders, and also taken in as a disciple by Grandmaster Yuehua. Their families would not offend someone like him just for them. And what was most critical was that a family clan would weigh the pros and cons. They might even give up on him. After all, he had lost an arm. This was the cruelty and the reality of a large family clan. Upon thinking of this, Yang Haoran felt extreme sorrow. Yi Yun broke my arm, ending my martial arts career. Yet, I, Yang Haoran, have to endure this. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? The world of warriors respected those who were strong. When Yi Yun proved his strength, even as a son of a prominent family clan, he had to bow. As Li Hong was talking with Yang Haoran using Yuan Qi voice transmissions, a loud scream from the stage sounded out from behind Li Hong. Li Hong turned around and saw that one of his team members had his arm broken and had been thrown down the stage. That team member was also a rookie. His face was pale and laid on the ground twitching. The outcome was obvious. The groups that progressed the fastest was Li Hong's team other than Yi Yun's. This was because Li Hong's team was also filled with a bunch of ineffective troops. It was about the same as Yi Yun's team. But with similar ineffective troops, Yi Yun had shown. He managed to win 2 seats in less than 15 minutes after the competition began. As for Li Hong's side, they were almost wiped out. Seeing the forerunners that were supposed to protect him get defeated one after another, Li Hong could no longer sit at ease. This difference was too great. Really so weak. On the stage was a stout youth. He was laughing. You are the group that was given up, right? You sure are humiliated being the leader of this group. The youth's words struck a nerve with Li Hong. Li Hong's expression turned cold as he carried his long staff up the stage. His team no longer had anyone left except him, so he had to go on stage anyway. He swung his staff and pointed at the stout youth. Cut the nonsense. Let me see what allows you to be this arrogant. Li Hong was after all the best cultivator amongst the Taya Divine City's 3rd years. How could he not be angry after being provoked by a forerunner? Ah, Jun, come on down. Let me take him on. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from off the stage. A tall and thin man stepped onto the stage. This man did not look anything like a youth. He looked cultured and his eyes were slender but had spirit in it. He gave off a different kind of aura. Upon seeing this man, the arrogant youth immediately became a lot more respectful. "Senior Junyu, you are the leader. Why would there be a need for you to deal with a small fry?" Although the youth said such words, Junyu did not mind and laughed. "I actually thought that I didn't need to do anything, but I saw Viper being defeated on the 8th stage. The person who defeated Viper is very interesting. As a result, my hand is itching. I should be battling him, so this will be my warm-up before it." Junyu's voice was very casual. While speaking, he kept looking far away at Yi-Yun, who had his eyes closed. A smile formed on his lips. And at this moment on the stage, Li Hong's face had already turned green. Junyu was taking bullying to an extreme. This Junyu only saw Yi-Yun as his opponent. He actually treated the battle with him as a warm-up? Courting death. Li Hong clenched his fist. The veins on his fist started to twist like earthworms. He had to fight well to regain his dignity in this match. He too was a proud son of heaven. By being disregarded in such a manner, he wanted to bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh even if he would be sent flying. As this was another battle between leaders, a Taiya Divine City law enforcer came forward to be the referee. After he asked if both parties were ready, Junyu's hands remained empty. He did not take out a weapon. Not taking out a weapon? Li Hong's expression turned sullen. But he did not shout for his opponent to take out his weapon. He knew his opponent was very strong. Even though his opponent did not have a weapon, he would still have to go all out. The only way of obtaining victory was to take advantage of his enemy's underestimation. The match begins. With the announcement from the Taiya Divine City's law enforcer, Li Hong charged forward with his staff in hand. At the same moment, an aspect totem the shape of a gray bear appeared behind him. Over the past year, Li Hong had also gained his own aspect totem. Against Junyu, who was unfathomable, Li Hong had to go all out from the beginning. However, Junyu stood on the stage like a sword even though Li Hong was charging forward. At the moment Li Hong reached 30 feet in front of him, Junyu's pupils contracted, emitting an eye-catching cold glimmer. Sha! 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 Below Li Hong, the metal tiles suddenly underwent an incredulous change. Metallic arrow projectiles that were the thickness of a thumb began separating from the ground, shooting at Li Hong. What? Li Hong's expression changed. What sort of attack was this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, Metal Elemental Laws. Chapter 317, Metal Elemental Laws. With the metallic arrow projectiles flying towards him, Li Hong did not think twice and immediately retreated, smashing his staff down to deflect the projectiles. Ding ding ding. A series of metallic collision sounds rang. Li Hong had deflected the metallic projectiles, but at the same time he felt his arms go numb, and the thigh of his hands felt pain. It was difficult for him to withstand the strong attacks. Could it be? A thought suddenly appeared in Li Hong's mind, but at this moment, the metallic projectiles that Li Hong had deflected returned and flew at Li Hong once again. These metallic projectiles seemed to have a life of their own and they pierced the air without any resistance. They could even dodge Li Hong's staff. The quantity and intensity of the attacks had increased. Li Hong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Metal elemental laws. Li Hong finally realized what sort of attack it was. Amongst the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, the metal elemental laws were the best. There were very few who could master the metal elemental laws. This lanky youth was a metal elemental practitioner, and the degree of his nomological insight was extremely terrifying. Typically for those who practiced the 5 elemental laws, even if they would have some achievement amongst those laws, they would only be able to inject the power of the 5 elements into their own attacks. Very few people could be like this lanky youth, who could control the elemental energy so easily, like it was a part of his body. He could even manipulate the purple tungsten tiles on the ground. This power was very terrifying. Ding ding ding. Many projectiles flew in the air as Li Hong conjured his aspect totem. However, the projectiles pierced right through his aspect totem. Li Hong felt his soul tremor and his face went white. His limbs numbed from the relentless attacks. He could not take it any longer. Phew! A projectile had finally bypassed Li Hong's defenses and penetrated his shoulder. It exited his shoulder from the back, bringing with it a shower of blood. Li Hong grunted and fell backwards. At this moment, another projectile pierced through his belly. Li Hong's protective yuan qi was like paper in front of these sharp metallic projectiles. Li Hong's body was sent flying before he landed heavily on the ground, while his entire body twitched. Junyu's metallic arrows moved in a spiral, and after the arrows the thickness of a thumb pierced through Li Hong's body. The wounds inflicted were the size of a cup of alcohol. Li Hong's entire arm had nearly been twisted off. "I admit defeat." He said those words with difficulty. Li Hong's face was pale and it was covered in sweat. The two open wounds made him lose a lot of blood. The Taiya Divine City's medical staff rushed up to save Li Hong. Junyu's expression remained calm. He only nodded, and from beginning to the end, Junyu did not move a single step. He had only used the metal elemental laws to control those arrow projectiles, and eventually, he gained victory. The gap was too large. Li Hong was extremely depressed. This alliance tournament had become an unforgettable experience for him. After Junyu clinched victory, he stared right through the crowd, straight at Yun, who was meditating in the participant benches. Yun's heart thumped. He did not open his eyes, but using the purple crystal's energy vision, he could feel the existence of this person. It was because he was too striking. In the energy vision, human sages like Song Yen and Jian Gu only gave off a dim light as they kept their energy within. Even for figures like the Taiya Divine City Lord, they were no different from mortals. As for people like Wenyu, they were too weak, so their presence was very small. He could pick Junyu out clearly. Not only was he strong, his energy was willfully displayed. His existence was like a fire in the night. It was extremely visible. This person does not seem typical. Yun quietly took note of this person. But he was currently trying to comprehend the sword truths, so he was unable to check up the other party. But beside Yun, Wenyu and company had already dug out all the information of Junyu. The world was vast, and there was always someone stronger. Even though Junyu's nomological insight reached such a perverse level, he was not very famous. From the information gathered by Wenyu, there was less information on Junyu than that of Viper. Senior E has met his match. This Junyu is really terrifying. A few juniors lacked confidence. It was hard to determine who would win when Yun faced Junyu. After Junyu defeated Li Hong, the results of Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou's battles also came out. Chu Xiaoran had won and Xionyou had lost. For the under-15 teenager group matches between the Taiya Divine City and the Yunlong 72 Pagodas, it ended in a draw with both groups securing 2 wins and 2 losses. Sun Yen was very satisfied with this result. After all, the Taiya Divine City only had 3 main powerhouses, Yun, Xionyou, and Chu Xiaoran. They were not even 15 years of age, so they had a handicap in terms of age. Even so, they managed to tie with their opponents. At least they had managed to hold on to 4 seats. But following the under-15 group matches was the teenager group championship. To become group champion was the most important thing. If someone became a champion, their camp would gain at least 8 seats. The person who could win the championship for the Taiya Divine City was none other than Yun, but he had to face Junyu. Song Yen frowned slightly. Previously, in Li Hong and Junyu's battle, it was clear that Junyu did not use all his strength. Song Yen found it hard to determine how Yun would compare with Junyu. This was a serious challenge. Immediately following that, the results of the above 15 groups matches came out. Yao Dao's team had managed to clinch victory, while the other 3 teams were undoubtedly annihilated. In fact, when the 3 teams faced their opponents only sent out 1 or 2 people and they fought all the way to the end. As they belonged to teams that were abandoned, those members lacked fighting spirit because they knew no matter how much they fought, they would end up defeated as well. The Taiya Divine City's cultivators' battle strategy is very effective. On the seats of honor, the 7-star pagoda owner laughed while saying that. He still had a sarcastic tone. To give up on 3 groups and concentrate all your power into one group, and win that match. That match was against my Yunlong 72 Pagoda's weakest team, and that is all thanks to your luck. Luck is also a kind of strength. The Taiya Divine City's city lord was unaffected by his words. No matter what the 7-star pagoda owner said, he would respond with a smile, not taking it to heart. Unfortunately, luck does not mean anything in the final match. There's no avoiding it. The 7-star pagoda owner was full of confidence. The outcomes of the matches before did not matter much. What was most important were the matches ahead. A group's champion could win at least 8 or 10 seats. The 7-star pagoda owner was confident that the Yunlong Divine Kingdom was able to win all those seats. His goal was to obtain more than 60% of the seats, and that was including the southern 10 countries and the other neutral factions. The battle carried on. After the small group matches, there was a break for an hour. Following that was the group championship. The teams that won in the group matches and those cultivators who were not defeated could participate in the group championship. The group championship rules were very simple. There was freedom to challenge anyone. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom and the Taiya Divine Kingdom would send one person out and challenge one person from the other side. The person who lost was eliminated. The person who won would carry on fighting. It would be fought to the end and the last man standing would be the group champion. For the under 15 group, the group champion would win 8 seats. For the over 15 group and the overall group champions would win 10 seats. If there were more than 10 people left on one side, an additional 2 seats could be won. The group championships were what the 7-star pagoda owner cared the most about. There were nearly 30 seats. In contrast, the 6 seats lost in the small group matches did not mean anything. Kid, the group championship is beginning soon. While Yun was meditating, Song Yan's voice rang in Yun's ear. Yun opened his eyes. The Pure Yang Sword Palace's sword truths were too profound. Even with the purple crystal's help, Yun found cultivating it impossibly difficult. This was definitely the most difficult and hardest to understand cultivation technique that he had faced in his martial arts career until now. The group championship is an elimination tag team tournament. The more people you have, the more advantageous for you would be. We do not hold the advantage in numbers. Do your best. Song Yan said while pointing to a girl not far from Yun. She was none other than Chu Xiaoran. We have become teammates now, Chu Xiaoran said with a smile. Yun looked at Chu Xiaoran and noticed that she was alone. Chu Xiaoran smiled coyly. My teammates had all been defeated. Xionyou and Li Hong's groups lost, so there's really only me. Together with the people from your team, there is a total of 5 people. Yun's eyebrows scrunched together. Around him, there were Wen Yu and 2 other juniors who lacked any presence. The 3 of them were there to make up the numbers. No matter how it was counted, there were only 2 people who were actually participating in this championship, Yun and Chu Xiaoran. Looking back at his opponents, they were a group of powerful people that were like wolves and tigers. This number sure was not holding the advantage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, Song Yan's Ass. Chapter 318, Song Yan's Ass. The human lords and sages from the various factions gathered for the Taya Divine City's City Lord's birthday banquet. But now that the small group matches were over, the arena was completely made available. All the matches from now on would be held on the Divine Wilderness stage. And everyone was waiting for them. In the past, when Taya Divine City cultivators battled each other, the audience would only be cultivators from the Taya Divine City. Since everyone was from the same faction, even if someone lost, there would not be much disgrace. But now, every match was being watched by the different important figures. There was no doubt that such a situation would make people tense up. Senior 1, a 13-year-old junior, swallowed a gulp of saliva as he pulled on Wenyu's sleeves before turning silent. Wenyu knew what he was nervous about. The three of them should have been eliminated. It was because Yi-Yun had fought early, so there was no need for them to fight in the first round, and this allowing them to survive. Their opponents for the battles ahead were all much stronger than the three of them, so going up on the stage to fight was a masochistic move. It wasn't a big deal to be battered by others normally, but under the watchful gaze of all the important figures in the audience, the resulting embarrassment from being badly beaten was obvious. Wenyu was helpless. In fact, her situation wasn't any better than the junior. Just glancing at the Yunlong Divine Kingdom participant benches, each person gave off a terrifying aura that made people fear them. "You guys don't have to go up," Yi-Yun said from behind Wenyu. His voice was calm. Wenyu's face turned red as she fell into a predicament. "At least, we can test them out." Wenyu felt that she had to play a tiny role, no matter how tiny it was. Having joined this alliance tournament, she had done nothing besides gathering intelligence. There is no need. Yi-Yun also did not need Wenyu to test his opponents out. In fact, they were unqualified to do so. The battles that were going to happen only involved him and Chu Xiaoran. As for their opponents, there were 7 people. The number of people was more than 3 times larger. The VIPs from the various factions were observing these new people, especially Yi-Yun and Junyu. Everyone focused on them. Yi-Yun had defeated Viper without using a weapon and Junyu defeated Li Hong without moving a single step. Both of them were absolute geniuses, but unfortunately, Yi-Yun was 1 year younger than Junyu. For geniuses in their teens, it was the period where they progressed the fastest. A year's time was too long. Even 3 to 4 months could unsurprisingly allow a person to increase their strength exponentially due to one breakthrough. Such a pity. That Yi-Yun is young and he doesn't have many teammates. One person alone can't save the situation, said an elder of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, who was sitting in the elder's seats, while stroking his beard. If Yi-Yun was a year older, he might be able to fight Junyu. But now, he is too young. Another Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder echoed. He was dressed in a plain white robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. It was as if he existed on a different ethereal plane. The two of them believed that there was no doubt that Junyu would win the battle. Dumbass. Just as the two elders finished saying their respective statements, they suddenly heard someone exclaim that. They were stunned. In such an occasion, with so many legendary figures sitting together, who would use such low-grade words? They turned around and saw a thin old man. He was nibbling on seeds and also throwing the shells away without thought. The old man was looking right at the Divine Wilderness stage and he wasn't even looking at them. This thin old man was none other than Song Yan. The immortal-looking white-robed elder was sure that the retard who said those words was that old man. My friend, why do you say so? The white-robed elder exclaimed angrily. What? Song Yan looked shocked at being shouted at. He gave a confused expression. Are you referring to me? Yes. The white-robed elder's expression was ugly. Please explain the words you said just now. Just now? Me? Song Yan looked surprised before finally understanding. Oh, while I was chewing on these spirit-abutalon seeds, I suddenly remembered something about my mount, a green ass. It had overturned my herb furnace yesterday, so I cursed it. Is there a problem? Song Yan gave a look of innocence, while the two Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders' faces turned livid. They were questioning Song Yan in a disapproving manner, but they had been scolded by this old bastard once again. But Song Yan had scolded them using the words dumbass. Now, he said he was scolding his mount, which was a green ass. So it seemed like there was no problem. After all, Song Yan did not look at the two of them from the beginning. This made the two white-robed elders fume. Clearly, they had been made into fools twice, but they could not find a reason to vent their anger. They could only stare helplessly. The two elders were completely helpless. Who would have thought that such a rogue character would appear in this circle of large factions' legendary figures? That darned old fool. One of the white-robed elders transmitted his voice angrily. Forget it. He won't be able to boast much longer. We just need to hold our tongues for a while. Once the results are out, we shall see what else he has to say. Right, our Yunlong Divine Kingdom is filled with proud sons of heaven this time. This is the most flourishing generation in the past 100 years. We will disgrace the Taya Divine Kingdom completely. As the two white-robed elders communicated with each other, they temporarily calmed down. They looked at the Divine Wilderness stage because the first match had just begun. Someone from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom first went on stage. It was a very cute boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old. He held a small umbrella in his hand. The umbrella had no driving force, so it was floating in the air and spinning on his fingers. Oh? A child? He only looks young. His name is Lin Tong. He is about the same age as us. Do not look down on him. I've seen the information on him. He is very strong. And to be first to fight also illustrates that. At the beginning of the competition, it was atypical to send a person who was too weak as they needed to establish their foothold. I'll fight, Chu Xiaoran said as she walked up to the stage. They only had 2 people, and naturally Yi Yun would be last. Hence, the only person that could be sent out was only Chu Xiaoran. Alright, be careful. Yi Yun nodded. Hee, the child laughed. He looked at Chu Xiaoran while revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Let the match begin. As soon as the referee said begin, a glacier snow wolf aspect totem appeared behind Chu Xiaoran as she held her long sword. Chu Xiaoran conjured out her aspect totem from the beginning as she wanted to end the battle quickly. A wise decision. The child praised her. Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran were battling against 7 opponents. As such, their stamina was especially important. They had to conserve their strength for every battle and they could not drag any of the battles out for too long. Roar! The wolf howled and charged at Lin Tong. At the same time, Chu Xiaoran slashed with her sword. A cold wave surged. One ice column after another began appearing above the purple tungsten stage as they trapped Lin Tong. This was Chu Xiaoran's frost ice area of influence. Yi Yun had experienced this move a year ago. But the current Chu Xiaoran was a lot more skillful with her frost ice area of influence. The power could not be compared to what it was in the past. Pang pang pang. The ice columns exploded into countless pieces of ice crystals as they shot towards Lin Tong. This was an attack with no room to dodge. Even with Yi Yun's large success stage of minute subtlety, he would not be able to dodge this. At the same time, Chu Xiaoran's sword and the glacier snow wolf had shot at Lin Tong as 2 beams of light. It was a 3-prong attack. Chu Xiaoran had used all her techniques from the beginning. Against this storm-like attack, Lin Tong had no way of dodging, but at the same time, he did not have any intentions to dodge. He roared deeply and all his yuan qi exploded as he rapidly circulated his qi to form a huge whirlpool. Pang pang pang. Numerous ice crystals bounced off the yuan qi whirlpool the moment they collided with it. The concept of rotation. Lin Tong had used his rotation powers to deflect all the ice crystals. At the same time, Lin Tong's hands extended forward. 12 small umbrellas flew out from his palms. The large ones were the size of a face basin, while the small ones were the size of a bowl. There were all sorts of colors and they were extremely pretty. The small umbrellas twirled around as they flew towards Chu Xiaoran. Sha! 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 With the sharp hum of air being sliced through, shiny razors suddenly emerged from the umbrellas. What were originally pretty spinning small umbrellas now became ferocious death-seeking flywheels. The 12 flywheels blocked off Chu Xiaoran's multi-pronged attack from 12 different directions. Lin Tong was forcing Chu Xiaoran to back away. Lin Tong had broken through Chu Xiaoran's 3-pronged attack, which seemingly had no room for dodging. However, when facing off against the 12 flywheels, a flash of determination appeared in Chu Xiaoran's eyes. She gritted her teeth and twisted her body in an incredulous fashion and went straight through a gap amidst the 12 flywheels. Hard soft concept. Sha! 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 But no matter how perfect Chu Xiaoran's hard soft concept was, she was not able to dodge the flywheels perfectly. 3 flywheels scratched Chu Xiaoran's shoulders and belly. Blood splattered. Die! Chu Xiaoran stabbed straight at Lin Tong's face with a death blow. What? Lin Tong retreated in shock. His hands formed seals and a large umbrella opened up to protect him. Pang! With an explosion, Chu Xiaoran's sword had pierced through the large umbrella. Sword beams exploded as the large umbrella vibrated violently. And at this moment, Chu Xiaoran's glacier snow wolf had charged from behind Lin Tong, biting his shoulder. Lin Tong cried out in shock. His shoulder had been torn apart by the wolf's teeth. His yuan qi had diminished and he was unable to maintain the large umbrella in his hands. And at this moment, Chu Xiaoran had barely managed to gather a little bit of yuan qi to shoot sword beams at him. Pang! The large umbrella exploded and dispersed into yuan qi. The sword beams were relentless as they collided with Lin Tong's protective yuan qi. Lin Tong spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, landing heavily outside the stage. That large umbrella was Lin Tong's aspect totem. Some warriors' aspect totems would not be in the shape of a desolate beast. It could be related to their cultivation techniques or the weapons they used. Lin Tong was the latter. He cultivated the concept of rotation. It was not a very powerful law, but it was very effective. Lin Tong has been defeated. The Taya Divine City camp spirits rose the moment they saw the battle end. In this battle that went by like a flash, Chu Xiaoran had attacked decisively. She had defeated the storm-like Lin Tong, a strong cultivator from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. This was greatly encouraging. However, there were people who worried for Chu Xiaoran. Yun sighed silently after seeing the wounds on Chu Xiaoran's shoulders and belly. The wounds were very deep. Lin Tong was very powerful and Chu Xiaoran had aimed for a quick and decisive battle. To save her stamina, she had to forcefully attack. With injuries like that, Chu Xiaoran's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, The Saber That Pressed Forward with Indomitable Will. Chapter 319, The Saber That Pressed Forward with Indomitable Will. Well done, Senior Xiaoran. As Chu Xiaoran got off the stage, a few of the Taya Divine City juniors rushed forward to give Chu Xiaoran some healing medicine. However, Chu Xiaoran's complexion was unnaturally red. The moment she got off the stage, she suddenly shook and spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior Xiaoran. When you and company jumped with fright. They quickly rushed to grab Chu Xiaoran. Yun looked at Chu Xiaoran's wounds and frowned. Her injuries were more serious than he imagined. Lin Tong was indeed not an average cultivator. He had cultivated the uncommon concept of rotation, so all of his attacks included a spiral force to them. Although Chu Xiaoran did not seem to have been hit in any vital spots, but the spiral force from the flywheels had penetrated Chu Xiaoran's meridians through the wounds, causing her meridians and organs to be damaged. This sort of injury needed at least 1 to 2 days for it to completely heal. It was highly unlikely that Chu Xiaoran would be able to use half of her strength in battle with an injury like that. With so many strong enemies to face, Chu Xiaoran's 50% battle power was clearly insufficient. Sorry, I wanted to finish it quickly, but I never expected it that the gains could not make up for the losses. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the redness in Chu Xiaoran's face disappeared and she turned pale. Ian shook his head. If you did not finish it quickly, you would have consumed too much yuan qi and end up too weak to fight. The outcome would have been the same. Lin Tong was indeed very strong. With Chu Xiaoran's strength, she was unable to battle again after beating Lin Tong. The people in the elder stand saw the scene of Chu Xiaoran spitting blood. Such a pity. It seems that there is only Yi Yun left. And he has 6 opponents left. A Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder took pleasure for their misfortunes. Yi Yun was facing an elimination tag team battle. He might not last long enough to face Junyu. At this moment, a person from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom walked up the stage. This person was extremely thin. He gave a sense of fragility, but his eyes looked like a blade. There was some killing intent in them. It's Kuei Yu. He is actually second up. He defeated Chunyo before. A junior standing beside Yi Yun exclaimed after seeing this skeleton-like person walk up the stage. Oh? Yi Yun was slightly shocked. So this was the person that Chunyo lost to. Kuei Yu was born in a divine wilderness mystic clan. His mystic clan has the ability to create puppets. And this Kuei Yu is a puppet master himself. Kuei Yu? An odd name. Yi Yun had heard of divine wilderness mystic clans in the past. There were some tribal clans that had a long history of living in certain areas of the divine wilderness. These tribal clans were not as backward as the small tribal clans in the cloud wilderness. As the divine wilderness was extremely dangerous, for any mortal tribe clan to survive and live on in the divine wilderness, they had certain fortes. They often had a unique heritage that was very difficult to deal with. I never expected a descendant from a divine wilderness mystic clan to go to the Yunlong 72 pagodas for training. Brother E, be careful. That Kuei Yu is very tough. A puppet master's weakness is his own body, but when puppet masters fight, they would enter into a puppet with super strong defenses. It would be like a turtle shell. Although it does not have any offensive power, nor does it have the advantage of speed, it is extremely resistant to attacks. Kuei Yu is no different. When he enters his turtle shell, he would command his puppets to battle from within. If you were to attack his main body, then it would be over. Because as you are attacking, his puppets would take advantage of the moment when you run out of yuan qi and launch killing blows. When you finally showed her usefulness at this moment. She knew a lot about the Yunlong Divine Kingdom experts, and she searched for a lot of information about Kuei Yu as well. When you carried on, to deal with Kuei Yu, the best approach is to attack all of his puppets first. Once you get rid of all his puppets, he would be like a tiger without claws and teeth. It would not be sufficient to cause fear. Although his main body would still have strong defenses, he would not be able to fight without his puppets. At that point, he would just be a moving target, so it will be easy to defeat him then. But, dealing with Kuei Yu's puppets is not easy. When you really did do her homework. She again introduced Kuei Yu's weaknesses. Puppets are refined using special techniques. It is either made of metallic armor or strong scale armor from desolate beast corpses. These puppets have high defenses, so it would be very difficult to damage a puppet directly. But thankfully, puppets have a weakness. Every puppet has a core array within their body. It is used to receive the instructions from their owner. Although each core array have layers of protection, just destroying the array will make destroying the entire puppet much easier. As long as you destroy the array, then the puppet will be an immobile object. If so, then Senior E can win. When you said all of that in one breath. Ian nodded upon hearing it and gave a simple reply, got it. When Yu was overjoyed. She had finally made herself useful. After this, Ian walked up onto the stage. Kuei-yu laughed without any restraint and quipped, "Are you discussing battle strategies?" He. That young lady seems to be prepared. She must have told you to attack my puppet's core array, right? When you had spoke to Yi-yun using Yuan Qi transmissions, so it was impossible for Kuei-yu to have heard them. However, he was able to guess what she had said. When Yu's expression changed. It did not feel good to be completely grasped by others. Unfortunately, although the battle strategy given by this young lady is good, it is useless against me. I am completely different from other puppet masters. It has to do with my blood lineage, J-E-J-E-J-E-J-E. Kuei-yu laughed strangely. When Yu's expression turned increasingly ugly after she heard what he said. She lost all confidence the moment Kuei-yu said those words. With blood lineage coming into play, it was hard to tell. It was possible that Kuei-yu did not need to use a core array to control his puppets. When you felt a sense of defeat? Was all the intelligence she gathered wrong? But, that young lady said something right. That is, my main body's defense has no weaknesses. Kuei-yu suddenly let out a hoarse scream. His body shrank and completely entered a turtle shell-like puppet. The turtle shell puppet was dome-shaped and made of some unknown alloy. Its surface, which was covered in mysterious lines, shimmered. These lines were injected with Yuan Qi, forming a Yuan Qi shield. There were 2 layers of defense. The audience were secretly horrified. If Ian wanted to harm Kuei-yu's actual body, he had to break through 2 layers of protection. The difficulty to break through a Yuan Qi layer of protection and an additional alloy shell was obvious. And the surrounding puppets would not let Yi-yun attack Kuei-yu's main body freely. Ka. 8 puppets appeared around Kuei-yu. These 8 puppets were all sorts of shapes and sizes. Some were made of pure metal and others were made from some unknown divine wood. And he had desolate beast corpses as well. The 8 puppets held different types of weapons. They formed a battle array around Kuei-yu, keeping Kuei-yu in the middle. Oh no! Back when he was fighting Chunyo, Kuei-yu only used 6 puppets. Now against Yi-yun, not only is he using 8 puppets in an array, but with his main body's crazy defense, Kuei-yu would be invincible. And he also said that he does not have the weaknesses of typical puppet masters. How can we beat against him? Yi-yun's expression turned slightly sullen upon facing the puppet battle array. He rubbed his interspatial ring and pulled out a long saber from within. This saber was entirely black. The blade was about 2 fingers wide and it was exactly 5 feet in length. The blade was straight and it shone beautifully. Its body was engraved with beautiful patterns that looked similar to crushed ice. The saber's name was Sonic Deathblade and it was a weapon that Yi-yun had selected from the Taiya Divine City Armory. The meaning behind the Sonic Deathblade's name was that it could kill people just from the sound waves emitted from brandishing the saber. After being used to the Thousand Army saber, Yi-yun still preferred straight sabers that were like Tang sabers. The Sonic Deathblade was slightly shorter than the Thousand Army saber, but its quality was far beyond it. Oh? Finally using your saber? This would be fun. Unfortunately, it is still useless. Kuei-yu's hoarse voice could be heard from within the turtle shell. At this moment, Yi-yun moved. He leaped forward and charged straight at the puppet battle array. Phew! Yi-yun's Yuan Qi exploded and like the flare of the sun, the Yuan Qi that appeared formed a phantom image of the Tang Valley behind him. Radiant Sun Qi. Yi-yun's eyes flashed as killing intent surged out like a tidal wave from his body. Phew! 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 The 8 puppets moved and they began to gather around Iyun. At this moment, Iyun reduced the footprint of the sonic deathblade. Without using his blade, he rushed straight inside the puppet battle array with just his body. These puppets were extremely fast, rows of sharp blades and sharp claws hacked at Iyun. Iyun's mind was as still as water. He began to use his large success stage of minute subtlety and took advantage of the successive order of the puppets' attacks to dodge every one of their attacks using incredible angles. In a blink of an eye, he had rushed at Kuei-Yu's main body. The sonic deathblade that had been pulled back suddenly flashed a cold brilliance. He was attacking the main body immediately. The audience were surprised. Iyun did not look for the puppet's weaknesses and he targeted Kuei-Yu's main body. But Kuei-Yu's body had 2 layers of protection and was almost invulnerable. In the elder stands, smiles formed on many of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders' lips. Attacking Kuei-Yu's main body was a fool's errand. It was equivalent to digging one's grave. They seemed to imagine the scenes of Iyun's attacking with no avail. And right at the moment when he lost his momentum, he would be surrounded and attacked by all the puppets, resulting in him vomiting blood from his heavy injuries. The thoughts of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders had coincided with Kuei-Yu's in his turtle shell. He grinned cheekily. As he powered the turtle shell puppet's defensive shield, he gathered energy in preparation for his counterattack. In front of him, Iyun was not distracted. Iyun's body was covered in killing intent and it was raised to an extreme, merging with the radiant sun chi as one. The saber truth, pressing forward with indomitable will. The sonic deathblade issued out a long cry and it became one with Iyun. One with the saber. Sha! The bright blade beam slashed through the sky, making the celestial bodies lose their color. The only thing that was left behind was the blade beam that shone like the bright sun. This saber hit the turtle shell puppet without any fanciful moves. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded. The radiant sun chi flooded the audience's visual facilities, they could not see what had happened. After the flash disappeared, what remained was a jaw-dropping scene. The 5-foot-long sonic deathblade had completely pierced through Kuei-Yu's turtle shell. It had penetrated from one side and out the other, revealing a 3-inch-long blade tip on the other side, and it was dyed with blood. Kuei-Yu and his turtle shell puppet had been penetrated. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, The Precise Saber. Chapter 320, The Precise Saber. The 5-foot-long sonic deathblade had stabbed right through, till the base of the blade. The front portion of the shell had already started to crack. Due to the powerful impact, the purple tungsten tiles below the turtle shell had slightly cratered downwards. It was obvious how powerful Iyun's attack was. And at this moment, Iyun was still holding onto the sonic deathblade's hilt. Behind him, the 8 puppets that had been rushing to attack him had all lost their ability to move and just stood in their spots like straw men. The entire arena turned silent. Everyone were extremely shocked, especially the people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. They found it impossible to accept the situation right in front of them. Iyun's saber had pierced through Kuei-Yu. Kuei-Yu's main body, whose defense he was proud of, was not even able to withstand a single blow from Iyun. Originally, people thought that Iyun would attempt to look for Kuei-Yu's weakness. However, he unexpectedly, brutally, attacked Kuei-Yu's main body. In front of an absolute attack, Kuei-Yu's defense as well as his puppets lost their meaning. Is Kuei-Yu dead? The Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors said as if they just woke up from a dream. That impact, coupled with his body being pierced through like that, likely meant that the odds were greatly against him being alive. This Iyun is too ruthless. Many of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors saw the killing intent that accompanied Iyun's gaze. Although the Alliance tournament would not hold someone accountable if they did not have the intent to cause death, the killer would still be hated by others if someone really died. a Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder disappeared and appeared on the stage. His face was sour as he pressed onto Kuei-Yu's turtle shell puppet with one hand. Ka-cha! The turtle shell was removed by the elder through some unknown technique. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that Kuei-Yu's chest had been penetrated straight through by the sonic deathblade. His face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat as his body slightly trembled. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder's face turned increasingly ugly. He did not dare to rashly pull out the sonic deathblade. He placed one hand on Kuei-Yu's chest, intending to inject Yuan Qi into him to extend his life. At the same moment, he took out a sacred healing pill from his interspatial ring to feed Kuei-Yu. However, the moment he rested his hand on Kuei-Yu's chest, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder's expression suddenly changed. Oh! He realized that Yun's saber had pierced right through Kuei-Yu's body, without causing much damage to his meridians. Even his organs were intact. Yun's saber had pierced through a narrow gap between Kuei-Yu's heart and right lung. Although it seemed to have pierced through his chest, he was not greatly injured. The saber pierced through the gap between the organs. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder looked incredulously at Yun. The organs of a human body were basically stuck to each other. It was difficult to explain this phenomena just by luck. The organ's placement are slightly different in everybody's body, so to avoid stabbing an organ was extremely difficult to do. Some saber users could sometimes do it with their intuition. However, just now, Kuei-Yu's body had been hidden within his turtle shell puppet. Not even his position was clear, so how was Yun able to attack him so precisely with his saber? The Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder looked deeply at Yun. Yun, right? I will remember you. This elder tapped on Kuei-Yu's acupuncture points to stop the flowing blood. Can I pull away my blade? Yun had opened his purple crystal's energy vision in his attack. He was able to see the placement of Kuei-Yu's organs, so although his attack looked fatal, Kuei-Yu was not severely injured at all. Humph! The Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder grunted as he flicked the blade with his fingers. Clang! The sonic deathblade emitted a clear sound as it flew straight out and into Yun's hands. Yun wiped the blade with one hand, and all the blood on the sonic deathblade had been cleanly dropped off. Not a single blood drop was left on the blade. A saber was chief amongst weapons. In terms of variations of moves, it was inferior to a sword, but in terms of attack power, it exceeded that of a sword. In the countries of mortals, to prevent citizens from rebelling, sabers and crossbows were banned while swords and bows were permitted. This explained things clearly. In the hands of mortals, a saber's destructive power exceeded that of a sword by a lot. After Kuei-Yu was defeated, there were only 5 people left on the Yunlong Divine Kingdom side. Yun stood on the stage with the sonic deathblade in hand. His blade formed an angle with the ground as he waited for the next person to come on stage. Yunlong Divine Kingdom, who is fighting next? The referee shouted loudly on stage as he looked at the people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. Who should go up? The few people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom looked at each other. They did not know who to send. Many of them were even weaker than Lin Tong. As for Kuei-Yu, he was stronger than Lin Tong. In the previous small team matches, Kuei-Yu fought as the leader and defeated Shunyo, proving his strength. Yun had instantly defeated Kuei-Yu, so if they were to go up, they would most likely end up worse than him. Against such a strong opponent as Yun, the people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom were experiencing tremendous pressure. With so many important figures focusing on them, not one of them wished to be tortured by Yun on stage. It was a very embarrassing outcome. I'll fight. At this moment, a deep voice said. Junyu stood up. Junyu. When they saw Junyu standing up, they clearly showed greater respect. Junyu said, the Taya Divine Kingdom side still has 3 people who have not gone on stage. However, this group championship is eventually still a contest between me and Yun. As he was speaking, Junyu had already walked up on the stage. he stood 100 feet away from Yun. Junyu has gone on stage. The number one person amongst our Yunlong Divine Kingdom's younger generation. To think that he went on stage so early, against Yun. People originally thought that Junyu was the leader amongst their leaders. That he only needed to fight at the end, or might not even need to at all. However, now, before even 15 minutes had passed, Junyu had already gone up on stage to have a showdown with Yun. And the outcome of this battle determined the group champion. Junyu. Yun opened his purple crystal's energy vision. In the purple crystal's vision, Junyu's body was surging with energy. Standing on stage, he looked like the bright moon in the night sky. Senior E, this person's attainments in the metal laws are extremely high. When fighting against him, be careful of the ground beneath you. He can control even the purple tungsten ground. At this moment, when Yu's Yuan Qi transmission reached Yun's ear, Yun nodded slightly. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom was filled with elites. Their areas of expertise and their battle strategies were all different. To fight against them on the same stage benefited him by broadening his horizons. Junyu, just over 15 years of age, and more than a year older than Yun. You will need to suppress your cultivation level by half a small realm. The referee in charge of the group match said. Junyu's cultivation level was at the peak of the early stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. After suppressing it by half a small realm, he was still in the beginning stages of the Yuan Foundation realm, which was still higher than Yun's. Junyu nodded. Suppressing his cultivation level was very easy. It could accomplished by injecting a seal mark into his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321, Fighting Junyu. Chapter 321, Fighting Junyu. Junyu stood on the stage where his entire body felt like a sword. He looked at Yun and smiled. I've been paying close attention to you for a long while. Yun looked at Junyu as his heart jumped. Amongst all the Taya Divine City cultivators, you are the one I want to fight the most. Now, without anyone interfering with our battle, you will be able to fight in your best condition, so this battle is how I like it. I have been looking forward to this battle with you. Junyu said as he took a weapon out from his interspatial ring. It was a sword. The sword was extremely long. It was even longer than the 1,000 army saber. The sword's blade was broad, its width was about a foot long. The blade's central ridge was about an inch thick. It was an extremely heavy sword. The audience gasped when they saw the sword. Not many of them had seen a sword with such an exaggerated size like that before. Even if they did, it was usually an ornamental sword. They had never seen one being used to kill enemies. This sword looked like it was like a door that was split in the middle, with the two halves connected together. It did not look easy for a person to hold such a sword. How do you brandish such a heavy sword? It cannot be used agilely. A Taya Divine City warrior said. Although there was a saying that the longer a weapon was, the stronger it was, it did not really mean that it was that much better the longer it became. A sword that exceeded one's height by more than 100% would be severely constricted them when it was brandished. But just as the Taya Divine City warrior was midway through his words, he shut himself up. This was because he was shocked at what he saw. Junyu had casually released his hand and the sword began floating in midair. Following that, Junyu landed on the sword's blade with a gentle leap. What? Many of the audience were dumbfounded. You could do that? Wasn't this flying on a sword? Yuan Foundation realm warriors could not really fly, but by standing on the large sword, Junyu was able to fly in any direction. This was no doubt the advantage of having a large sword. When one's insight into the laws reaches a certain realm, they are able to use all sort of bizarre combat techniques. This was the power of the laws. I'm going to attack. Before Junyu attacked, he warned Yi Yun, showing his great confidence. Sha! A sword beam flashed as Junyu flew towards Yi Yun while standing on the large sword. This sword's speed was extremely fast. It was very difficult to tell its trajectory. Just as the sword was about 30 feet away from Yi Yun, a ka sound rang, and the sword's body split. What? Yi Yun constricted his pupils. He saw that the large sword had split into 24 flying swords. The huge sword was not one sword, but it was made up of 24 swords. No wonder it was that big. In this split second, Yi Yun did not have time to think carefully. The 24 flying swords had surrounded him. Minute subtlety. Yi Yun's body began creating multiple afterimages as he retreated hurriedly. Sha! 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 There were about 20 sword marks on the purple tungsten tiles on the ground. At the same time, 2 of the flying swords flew close to Yi Yun's cheek and body. The sharp sword wing cut through Yi Yun's Yuan Qi protection and 2 bloody slashes appeared on Yi Yun's face and body. Your speed is very fast, too bad. Junyu gripped both his hands, ka. The purple tungsten tiles underneath Yi Yun's feet sprouted out metallic poles about the thickness of a thumb. These metallic poles immediately formed a cage the moment Yi Yun landed, trapping him in it. How are you going to dodge this time? With a thought, more than 20 flying swords flew towards Yi Yun, who was in the metallic cage. At that split moment, Yi Yun roared, and his body's radiant sun chi erupted like a volcano. The power of the pure yang flames burnt the metallic cage and turned it into molten metal. Yi Yun flew out of it. Sha! 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 The place Yi Yun was originally standing was instantly diced. And at this moment, Yi Yun changed directions in the air. With the sonic deathblade in hand, he attacked from top to bottom while charging straight at Junyu. The saber truth's 32 words, reigning supreme. An emerald green saber beam with its formidable presence tore through the air, emitting a sharp howling whistle. The sonic deathblade could kill people just with its sound waves. Against this attack, Junyu remained calm. He stretched out his palm and blocked Yi Yun's attack with just his bare palms. What? The audience were shocked. But just at the moment when Yi Yun's saber was about to slash at Junyu's palm, a huge metallic shield appeared in front of Junyu's palms. Boom! The sonic deathblade slashed on the metallic shield. A half-foot-thick shield was split into 2 by the sonic deathblade. But the remaining saber force had dissipated. Good saber technique. Junyu gasped in admiration from the bottom of his heart. He had always been proud, but against a younger Yi Yun, whose cultivation level was lower than his, Junyu was still unable to suppress him. Yi Yun's insight into the saber truth startled Junyu. The exchanges between the two were so fast that the audience were too engrossed to take a breath. Junyu moved his fingers and the huge metallic shield dissipated, turning into flowing metal that covered Junyu's entire body. Slowly, it formed into a metallic armor. This metallic armor was much more exaggerated than the armor Junyu wore. It was impossible to estimate its weight, but Yi Yun knew that the metallic armor would not give Junyu the slightest feeling of heaviness. This was because Junyu could manipulate it as he wished. This battle armor specially made from Taitsang metal. It follows my every wish. If I were to inject Yuan Qi into it, it will be indestructible. As long as your Yuan Qi is weaker than mine, you have no way of breaking through my defense. Even though my cultivation level is suppressed to the early stage of the Yuan Foundation realm, the amount of Yuan Qi I have far exceeds yours. Therefore, you will not be able to hurt me. Junyu's voice was calm as if he was narrating a fact. Can't break through your defense? A flash beamed in Yi Yun's eyes. He was always very confident in his own attacking power. Let me try. Yi Yun took one step forward before his body transformed into a beam of light, heading straight for Junyu. Boom! The radiant sun chi exploded behind Yi Yun, forming the phantom image of the Tang Valley. Yun's sonic deathblade began burning with pure yang flames. Sabretooth's 32 words one with the saber. Sha! With a slash, the pure yang flames exploded, flooding everyone's vision with white light. Yun's saber had made its impact on Junyu's armor. From the right shoulder to the left thigh, the blade edge slashed past. The vicinity of the blade mark on the metallic armor had been melted. There was a shocking 1-meter-long blade mark. Oh! Yun was surprised. He did not hold back with this attack, but at the moment the sonic deathblade slashed on Junyu, he felt Yuan Qi surge in Junyu's armor. Junyu's Yuan Qi had combined with the metallic essence as one, and had greatly dissipated his radiant sun Qi. He had not been able to hurt Junyu's body. Good attack. Junyu gritted his teeth. He began circulating his Yuan Qi. After enduring Yun's attack, the veins on his forehead bulged, making him look ferocious. But, you are still lacking by just a bit, Junyu grinned. A flash appeared in his eyes. Sha! 24 flying swords around Junyu suddenly came stabbing towards Yun. Boom! The 24 flying swords impaled the purple tungsten ground. With his Yuan Qi exploding, Yun used his large success stage of minute subtlety. However, he was still hit by the energy. He flew back, and when he landed, he moved back another tens of feet. His Qi and blood was in chaos. Junyu's defense was too strong. It was completely on a different level from Kueyu, who Yun had previously defeated. Junyu was not bragging about the so-called absolute defense. Anyone whose Yuan Qi was inferior to his could not break through his armor. At this moment, Junyu's armor had already begun repairing. The large saber mark that Yun had left behind was slowly disappearing. Soon, the saber mark had completely disappeared, and the armor looked as good as new. It was as if Yun had never slashed on it before. The Taya Divine City audience did not know what to say upon seeing this scene. This kind of manipulation of the laws was too terrifying. If one could not break through Junyu's defense in one strike, then he would just restore it again. Junyu! Junyu! The Yunlong Divine Kingdom cultivators began cheering. The female cultivators were the ones who screamed the most passionately. In the world of warriors, the men who were strong and had extraordinary talent would easily win the hearts of women. Junyu is sure to win. Wipe the Taya Divine City. Kill all these useless fools. People from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom began shouting even louder, while the people from the Taya Divine City did not look so good. At this moment, Junyu was indeed mighty. He was wearing armor that had incredulous weight, and 24 flying swords were revolving around him. These swords were all of different weights and lengths. The presence they gave off was full of power. With his strong defense and incredible attacking strength, it made others not be able to muster the courage to fight him. Yun's expression was solemn. This opponent was indeed tricky. The 5 elemental laws may be lower in grade than the pure yang laws, but when the other party's insight into the laws exceeded his, then the power the laws would give could not be measured by the differing grades in the laws. Yun only wanted to use his aspect totem as a last resort, as it was too shocking. He would have to come up with explanations if he were to use it. But now, it seemed like typical attacks would not be able to beat Junyu. By controlling the metallic armor, Junyu began to slowly fly. Up in the air, he looked down at Yun with a commanding presence. The 24 swords were around his body, arranged in a manner similar to a peacock's revealed tail. Your speed is very fast and your movement techniques are strong. Even when I power my swords with all my strength, I still can't seriously injure you, so I have no choice but to use my last sword. Junyu said this as his body began sparking with streams of rainbow light. A purple energy sword appeared from behind him before landing in his hand. This energy sword was thin and long. It looked like a purple light beam had shot out from Junyu's hand. Many in the audience were greatly alarmed seeing the purple beam. Aspect Totem. This is Junyu's Aspect Totem. A sword-shaped aspect totem was the aspect totem that swordsman dreamed of. By conjuring his aspect totem, Junyu was prepared to go all out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, Luminous Moon Against the Radiant Sun. Chapter 322, Luminous Moon Against the Radiant Sun. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Being covered in metallic heavy armor and with the totem beam sword in hand, Junyu looked like a war god. Yun. I've conjured my aspect totem to fight you, even though I am one realm higher than you. You should be proud. Junyu's voice resounded throughout the arena. It was shockingly powerful. My totem sword is 100% faster than my flying swords. Your movement technique is extremely fast, but now we shall see how you are going to dodge my sword. As Junyu said this, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors began to cheer. Junyu! Attack! Many of them were shouting as the atmosphere went into a frenzy. In the world of warriors, nothing was more exciting than watching experts fight on the same stage. National pride also rested on the outcome of this battle, so their emotions were easily incited. With the beam sword in hand, Junyu raised it above his head. Although he had an indifferent attitude, he could not help but become intoxicated by the excited cheers. He gave a deep roar as the 24 swords around him shot out like raindrops in a storm. After Junyu conjured his aspect totem, the 24 swords were much faster than before. Yun constricted his pupils and quickly retreated. Sha! 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 The purple tungsten tiles where Yun originally stood cracked. At the same moment, Junyu's beam sword already came slashing down at Yun. This sword had locked onto Yun's location and it came at him with an irresistible force. Extreme kill, Vault of Heaven Luminous Moon Sword. The moment Junyu brandished his sword, Heaven Earth Yuan Chi gathered behind him, forming an emerald green phantom image that resembled the luminous moon. The luminous moon dangling in the sky was covered in mist, making it look mysterious, as if it was something untouchable. As for the totem sword in Junyu's hands, it suddenly rose up. The sword became like a light pillar, shooting straight into the clouds. This slash from the sword seemed to be able to split apart the vaults of heaven. At that moment, Junyu's domineering armor and his beautiful swordplay made a perfect combination. It created a strong visual impact, making the cheers in the crowd reach a crescendo. Yun's mind was as still as water when facing this sword. With both of his hands holding the saber, he circulated his body's energy as the radiant sun chi began to burn. Yun knew that the Saber-Truth's 32-word saber intent and the Taya sacred technique were not enough to withstand Junyu's attack. Neither could they break through Junyu's absolute defense. Yun sent his thoughts into the purple crystal. Within the purple crystal's core was a small flame, quietly burning. This small flame was the pure yang spirit Yun had captured in the burning hell. The pure yang spirit was a divine item that had been condensed from the infinite pure yang essence within fallen Stargate. Even sages would find it difficult to refine it in a few hundred years alone. And now, it was sealed within the purple crystal, becoming the purple crystal's own source of pure yang energy. Your strength shall be given to me. In his spiritual world, Yun looked straight at the pure yang spirit within the purple crystal. His voice had a domineering aspect to it. The purple crystal began to gather Heaven Earth Yuan Chi as energy began to rapidly circulate. With an explosive boom, what was at first a small flame quietly burning suddenly shot up. Extremely pure yang energy surged throughout Yun's meridians. At that moment, burning pure yang chi poured out from all of the pores of his body as he circulated the burning flame. It was as if Yun's body had changed into that of the sun. The Saber-Truth's 32 words, reigning supreme. With the sonic deathblade in hand, Yun's slash was as if a mighty god had descended, as if a sun had entered the mortal realm. The Tang Valley image behind Yun was like a huge picture scroll. It covered the entire arena. If one looked from up high, they would see that, above the arena's dome, was a burning Yuan Qi flame. Ha! Junyu was greatly alarmed, but he still powered his Vault of Heaven luminous moonsword and slashed at Yi Yun. The luminous moon against the radiant sun, metal against pure yang. Boom! A terrifying explosion happened and the world turned silent. The expressions of everyone present froze as they could only stare. They looked at the pure yang flame, burning in the air. It was like as if a sun had swallowed the luminous moon. Metal melted while pure yang qi flared. Junyu let out a deep growl as his totem sword was split apart by Yi Yun's slash. Yi Yun's saber did not stop and carried on slashing at Junyu's armor. From his shoulder to his thigh, the saber slashed diagonally. Pang! Junyu flew out and heavily slammed into the purple tungsten walls by the side of the Divine Wilderness stage. A foot-long purple tungsten wall was brought down by Junyu's impact. Ka ka ka! Junyu's battle armor was torn apart. His metallic armor could not withstand the burning power of the pure yang energy. It began to melt from the middle while Yi Yun's pure yang saber chi entered deeply into Junyu's body, burning all his internal organs and meridians. Junyu spit out a mouthful of blood as his face flushed red while his body trembled. A bloody line went from his shoulder to his thigh as blood spurted out, but it was instantly incinerated by the burning hot armor. Yi Yun's attack had completely cut through Junyu's flesh and ribs. Besides his saber injury, there was the internal injuries caused by the pure yang qi. The injuries he suffered were horrible. Yi Yun landed on the tip of his feet with the sonic deathblade in hand. The sonic deathblade was not covered in blood but had turned heated red from the pure yang qi. The attack Yi Yun used was powered by the pure yang spirit's energy. As a medium between the heaven-earth Yuan Qi and the pure yang spirit, Yi Yun had consumed a lot of Yuan Qi himself. At that moment, the pure yang Qi around him was still burning. The rising golden flames left a long trail from Yi Yun's descent. They looked like the beautiful scene of a phoenix's tail feathers fluttering. The entire audience turned silent upon seeing this. Especially the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors. They went from frenzied cheers to dead silence. Everything had happened in just a few seconds, resulting in many of their frenzied expressions still being fixed on their faces. Junyu was defeated? At the last moment, Junyu had conjured his aspect totem and went all out, but he still lost to Yi Yun even at his peak. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors could not believe it. Many of the obsessed girls that were crazy over Junyu still had their mouths agape. Many of them had admired Junyu for a long time. He was the unbeatable war god in their hearts, but now Junyu had been defeated. How was Yi Yun's last attack so powerful? Many people were privately discussing. In the beginning, Yi Yun clearly could not cut through Junyu's defenses, but his last attack actually defeated him in one strike. I do not know. Maybe this is his hidden move. People could only comprehend it this way. The pure yang spirit was hidden within the purple crystal which was within Yi Yun's body. When it spewed out pure yang energy, it was not much different from the pure yang energy that Yi Yun usually gave off. As such, no one noticed it. They only felt that Yi Yun's yang qi's purity and strength rose a level during this sudden explosive display. Medical personnel rushed to the side of the stage and began checking on Junyu's injuries. Junyu's was badly injured. In the last instant, Yi Yun was fighting against Junyu who was at his peak. He could not go easy or he would definitely be defeated. Yi Yun versus Junyu. Victor, Yi Yun. The Taya Divine City law enforcer announced the outcome of the battle. Even the law enforcer, who is usually cold, was so excited that his voice actually trembled. The victory in this match meant that the teenager group champion most likely belonged to the Taya Divine Kingdom. After a few moments of silence, the audience burst out into a tumultuous cheer. Yi Yun! Yi Yun! The Taya Divine City warriors were all shouting loudly. Their expressions were that of joy and frenzy. From the beginning, as the Taya Divine City warriors were lacking in strength, they did not bear too much hope. When they suddenly obtained the final victory, this unexpected joy made them become ecstatic. This kid sure fought well. Ha ha ha. In the elder stands, Song Yen began laughing loudly. The grin on his face nearly reached his ear lobes. Ian's victory made this old man, who did not have much of an image, become highly conceited. He suddenly recalled something and looked sideways at the two Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders who previously looked down on Iyun. That expression seemed to read, "The two of you, shall we talk about my ass from yesterday?" The two elders, whose expressions were already ugly, now saw Song Yan's wretched smile dangling in front of them like a chrysanthemum flower. It looked as if they had swallowed a huge housefly, and it was the type that had a green head. They could only ignore Song Yan. They knew that, the moment they responded, they would end up being ridiculed. Iyun really gave me a great surprise. Even the calm and indifferent Taya Divine City's city lord was in a good mood as he gave a heartfelt laughter. Beside him, the 7-star pagoda owner's face was now gloomy. The outcome of the battle had completely gone beyond his expectations. He had originally proposed the alliance tournament because he knew of the Yunlong 72 pagoda's few geniuses in the younger generation. They were invincible against their peers. And with the Taya Divine City facing the pressure of the shepherd boy appearing within the borders of the Taya Divine Kingdom, they had no way but to compromise. However, now, Junyu's failure was a severe blow to the 7-star pagoda owner. With his loss, the plan of taking 60% of the seats came to an end. The 7-star pagoda owner took a deep breath and said to the middle-aged scholar, "The teenager group is just the beginning. Sir City Lord, are you not laughing too soon?" The 7-star pagoda owner did not mince his words towards the middle-aged scholar. He believed that, in the young adult and the overall groups, the Taya Divine City did not have anyone left. Yao Dao and Yang Qian were far from enough. The Yunlong 72 pagodas would sweep it all, leaving the Taya Divine Kingdom with nothing. Unfortunately, they had lost the teenager group. Although the Yunlong 72 pagodas would eventually win, the 7-star pagoda owner could no longer laugh. He had not expected someone like Iyun at all. If he knew about him earlier, he would not have separated the teenager and the young adult matches. There would only be an overall group and all the seats would be determined by the overall group's results. Then, no matter how much of a genius Iyun was, he would definitely not be able to win against opponents 4 to 5 years older than him. The middle-aged scholar laughed, "I do not ask for much. Your country aimed for the fact that in this year, our Taya Divine City's new crop has yet to come in to replace the old. And, with the pressure from the shepherd boy, you forced me to accept the proposed alliance tournament. However, now that the Taya Divine City has won a third of the seats from your hands, why shouldn't I be laughing?" Humph. The 7-star pagoda owner snorted and remained silent. He had divided the cultivators into a teenager and young adult group so that he could showcase the strength of the Yunlong 72 pagodas, but he had ended up lifting a stone only to drop it on his own feet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, The Young Adults Battle. Chapter 323, The Young Adults Battle. Does anyone from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom want to challenge Iyun? The referee on the Divine Wilderness stage asked loudly. There were still 4 more people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom left who had not gone up after Iyun defeated Junyu. They were eligible to challenge Iyun. The 4 of them had ugly expressions, but none of them really went on stage to fight Iyun. The difference in strength was too great. Going up on strength would only end with them being brutally beaten up by Iyun. As such, whether they went up on stage or not had lost its meaning. No one answered the referee. After the referee repeated that statement 3 times, he said loudly, "No one from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom is challenging, so I shall now announce that for the Alliance Tournament's Taya Divine Kingdom vs Yunlong Divine Kingdom Teenager Division, the winner is the Taya Divine Kingdom. The referee's voice was excited as the Taya Divine City audience burst out into a tumultuous cheer. This victory was really surprising. Having thought that their Taya Divine City's new crop had yet to come in to replace the old, they had still managed to beat the Yunlong 72 pagodas in the teenager division competition. This result was something to be proud of. But not all the Taya Divine City cultivators were happy. At this moment, Li Hong, Yang Haoren and company's faces were ugly listening to tumultuous cheers. In particular, Yang Haoren was clenching his fist tightly, his nails were lodged deep in his flesh. See his archenemy become the Taya Divine Kingdom's hero, even gaining the attention of the city lord, together with Song Yan, Jian Gu and Yuewa's support and favor granted to Yi Yun, the hopes of taking revenge on Yi Yun had become a joke. Compared to the aura of being the Taya Divine Kingdom hero, he, with his broken arm, was no different from a lost dog. This difference made Yang Haoren feel anguish that did not need further elaborating. At this moment, the referee on the Divine Wilderness stage was also extremely excited as he announced with an exhilarated voice, "Next, we have the Young Adult Division competition. Yunlong Divine Kingdom and Taya Divine Kingdom will have 15 to 18-year-old cultivators coming to the stage to battle." When the referee said this, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's audience became excited. After having their moods dampened by Yi Yun, they were filled with anger. Now that it was the Young Adult Division, their Yunlong Divine Kingdom's Young Adult Division was filled with elites. In comparison, the Taya Divine City's Young Adult Division was like a handful of kittens. There was no doubt what the outcome of the battle would be. Yunlong Divine Kingdom is sure to win. Some of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom cultivators shouted loudly. They were looking forward to obtaining revenge for the disgrace they suffered. Wipe them out. Wipe out the Taya Divine City. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience was excited. On the Taya Divine Kingdom side, the audience went tit for tat as they cheered as well. The situation looked as if the Taya Divine Kingdom and Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience were almost about to fight. It's really crazy. Yi Yun, who was on the participant benches, sighed upon seeing this scene. But it was reasonable. In his past life, there were some ball-related sports matches where the audience would become so agitated watching the game that they led to stampedes and other accidents. What more, this is a warrior's world. Compared to the sports matches in his previous life, elites battling against each other was a matter of greater importance, and with it came greater excitement. Yi Yun glanced at Song Yan, who was in the elder stands. He transmitted his voice, "Senior Song Yan, I can't participate in the young adult division matches, right?" Song Yan, who was still being highly conceited, was shocked hearing Yi Yun's Yuan-Chi voice transmission. "No, you can't. However, you can participate in the overall group matches in 2 days." The overall group competition was scheduled in 2 days' time to allow the competitors to rest and heal, allowing them to adjust themselves to their optimum states. "Alright, I got it. Then, I want to go to the Sword Tomb." The Pure Yang Sword Palace's Sword Tao was extremely profound. Yi Yun always felt his understanding of the Sword Tao was still lacking up to this point. The path of martial arts was fraught with dangers and difficulties, and could be said as defying heaven. Yi Yun had to grab every opportunity to strengthen himself. Sword Tomb? You are going just like that? Aren't you going to watch the young adult division matches? Song Yan said with a shock. You sure are grabbing every second. I'm not going to watch. Yi Yun shook his head. Actually, watching the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's experts' performance before the overall group match was necessary. However, it was not that Yi Yun was being arrogant and underestimating his enemies, but he guessed that the person he really wanted to see would not appear in the upcoming young adult division matches. Even if the person appeared, that person would not go all out. In that case, there was not much difference whether he watched or not. All right. Song Yan nodded and stood up to guide Yi Yun. At this point, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience's cheers had reached a crescendo. From the Yunlong Divine Kingdom cultivator's side, a fatty dressed in yellow jumped on to the Divine Wilderness stage. He raised a fist and shouted loudly, "Yunlong is sure to win! Yunlong is sure to win! Yunlong is sure to win!" The Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience responded like a surging tide. At this moment, the fatty lowered both his hands, motioning for the crowd to be quiet. He gave a faint smile and looked at the Taya Divine Kingdom cultivators. "Today, I will represent the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and declare war on the Taya Divine City." As he said that, he pointed out his index finger and pointed towards the Taya Divine City's side. "Just me alone will be sufficient. Who will fight me? I'll take on as many as you send." The fatty's words were highly rousing and it had a provocative vibe to it. When he declared war in such a domineering and arrogant fashion, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience cheered once again. Previously, Yi Yun had won despite being up against 5 people in the teenager division matches. This made them fume inside, but now with the fatty's domineering declaration of war, all the shame they had suffered was being vented. All of them were extremely excited. Your Taya Divine City may have gone one against many, but so can our Yunlong Divine Kingdom. This darn fatso, who does he think he is? On the Taya Divine City side, the participants were furious. Yang Qian's expression was extremely ugly. Is he bullying our Taya Divine City as if we don't exist? What does he mean, take on as many as you send? Those words sound so arrogant. We only have 2 people we can send out for the young adult division. According to the Alliance Tournament's rules, everyone was only allowed 1 defeat. Once they were defeated, they could not carry on participating in the group championships. Previously, in the Taya Divine City Young Adult Division small group matches, 3 of the 4 groups had been wiped out. There was only 1 group left. And in that group, only Yang Qian and Yao Dao remained undefeated. The fatty's words were nicely put, but it was in actual fact, 1 against 2, and that wasn't much of an exaggeration. He is just going with the Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience's wishes. By declaring war in such a manner, he can increase his popularity. This fatso sure is crafty. Yao Dao, who was beside Yang Qian, gave his evaluation. These 2 former rivals were now comrades in arms. Humph. How powerful can a fellow, who just messes around, be? Although there's only 2 of us left in the Taya Divine City Young Adult Division, we will not be defeated by him. I'll go up and finish him off. Yang Qian said as he jumped up the Divine Wilderness stage, "I'll challenge you." Yang Qian! Yang Qian! The Taya Divine City cultivators shouted loudly to cheer on Yang Qian. As one of the top-ranked people on the Taya Divine City's Earth roll, he was extremely popular. Yang Qian and Yao Dao were the only hopes that the Taya Divine City Young Adult Division had. He. The fatty looked at Yang Qian as his lips curled into a sinister smile. To establish his reputation, he began with Yang Qian. In a short while, it would be his personal performance. After today's Young Adult Division match, there was no doubt he would become the brightest person in the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. He was looking forward to the fame gained from this one battle. By performing well in the tournament, besides being rewarded, he would also gain the attention of the upper echelons of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. There were many benefits. The fatty smiled as he subconsciously glanced at the Taya Divine City Teenager Division participant benches. He knew that in 2 days' time, he would meet Yi Yun in the overall group match. He wanted to let his future opponents see his performance. But this glance made his expression go stiff. Because, at this moment, Yi Yun was carrying his sonic deathblade and walking towards the arena's exit. From the fatty's perspective, he could only see Yi Yun's back. What? That kid. The veins on the fatty's forehead bulged. He had been ignored? Yi Yun had actually left the arena without watching his match? Who did he think he was? Seeing Yi Yun leave the arena without even turning back, the fatty's expression turned gloomy. In 2 days' time, I will teach you manners. The fatty clenched his fists and began thinking hateful thoughts. Next, he turned towards Yang Qian and said coldly, "Yang Qian, right?" I will defeat you in less than 10 moves. The nerve! Yang Qian unsheathed a sword and pointing straight at the fatty's eyebrows. The person who will be defeated is you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, Xianshui Family Clan. Chapter 324, Xianshui Family Clan. As part of the Taiya Divine Kingdom's royalty, Yang Qian was the second most important person in the Taiya Divine City for this alliance tournament. Yang Qian was always proud, but against someone from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, he held back his pride and focused all his spirit and mind. Before the battle, he had also gathered information regarding the Yunlong Divine Kingdom geniuses. However, as the alliance tournament had happened too suddenly, and due to the large distance between the Yunlong 72 pagodas and the Taiya Divine City, it was difficult to obtain detailed information of the Yunlong 72 pagodas in such a short time. Yang Qian was also unable to use the royal family's powers, so whatever he gathered was just general information. The general information he gathered that dealt with the Yunlong 72 pagoda's geniuses was extremely limited. Yang Qian only knew their weapons and commonly used attacks. As for their trump cards and killer moves, Yang Qian was also not able to probe in detail. For example, the information on Jun Yu was very little. And it was same for the fatty in front of him. Yang Qian only knew that this fatty came from a divine wilderness mystic tribal clan. Anything related to the divine wilderness tribal clans was not simple. They had unknown blood heritage and their tribe's mystic techniques. For example, Kuei-yu, the puppet master from before, was also from a divine wilderness mystic tribe. But there was no doubt this fatty was much stronger than Kuei-yu. Although Yang Qian had not lost his presence in this battle, he knew that this battle would be extremely difficult. Let the match begin. With the referee's announcement, light circulated around Yang Qian's body as a tiger appeared behind him. It was Yang Qian's aspect totem. Roar! The tiger roared as Yang Qian rushed forward. While moving forward, his body began burning with flames. It was pure yang flames. As one of the elites of the Taiya Divine City and as a royal house member, Yang Qian's core cultivation technique was also the Taiya Sacred Technique. Compared to Yun's Taiya Sacred Technique, Yang Qian's Taiya Sacred Technique was unable to conjure the Tang Valley Radiant Sun Phantom image. However, with his cultivation level being at the mid-stages of the Yuan Foundation realm, the pure yang flames burning around his body encompassed an even greater area. Phew! Slashing with his sword, the pure yang flames flared. At the same time, the tiger behind Yang Qian charged at the fatty. The tiger roared and swiped downwards with its sharp claws. The fatty grinned as he stretched out his right hand, and blocked the tiger's claw attack with just his arm alone. Courting death. Yang Qian's expression revealed killing intent. This fatty obviously did not want his arm anymore by using it to block the totem tiger's sharp claws. Pang! With a powerful impact, the fatty's body shook as he took a half step back. He pressed his feet into the purple tungsten ground, creating a deep footprint. The cloth on his arm was torn, but his arm remained fine. The corners of Fatty's mouth formed a grin. He had really used his arm to block the totem tiger's attack. What? Yang Qian was greatly alarmed. How was this possible? The totem tiger behind him was a mutated golden-eyed tiger. This kind of desolate beast's strength was immense. It could smash a tiny mountain with a swipe of its claw. It was a strength that really could smash a mountain. The aspect totem behind him may be weaker than a real mutated golden-eyed tiger, but its attack was not something that a Yuan Foundation realm warrior could withstand with his body. Yang Qian believed that even Qin Haoyan would not have such terrifying physical strength. Could this be the mystic technique that belonged to the fatty's divine wilderness mystic tribe? Yang Qian may have been awed by it, but his attack was treated seriously. He slashed with his sword as the pure yang flames flared at the fatty. Pang! The fatty clasped his two big hands together, clamping Yang Qian's sword. Phew! Yang Qian powered the Taya sacred technique to an extreme. The fatty may be able to block Yang Qian's sword, but with the pure yang flames flaring, he could not block the burning flames. The flames engulfed his body. The fatty's body was covered in flames. Even his hair began to burn. However, the fatty began roaring with laughter within the fire. So this is your strength. It feels like a fire during winter. It's pretty warm. Ha ha ha. Fatty's laughter resounded through the arena. It was like a demonic curse when it entered Yang Qian's ears. How is this possible? He does not feel a thing with the pure yang flames engulfing his body? What sort of divine wilderness mystic technique was this? He could both block the mutated golden-eyed tiger's sharp claws with his bare hands and laugh even while his body was engulfed in flames? Yang Qian felt true fear. He felt that his opponent's strength had gone far beyond his imagination. And he did not even know what his opponent was relying on. Logic told him that it was impossible to have such a strong body, but it was happening right in front of his eyes. Without understanding what mystic technique this fatty was relying on, Yang Qian knew that he was bound to lose. His strongest attack now couldn't even hurt the fatty, while his opponent had not even used a weapon. Yang Qian panicked. He used strength in both his hands and pulled his sword out from the fatty's hands. But fatty seemed to be invulnerable. His palms did not shed a single drop of blood. Taya sacred technique, radiant sun sword. Yang Qian's sword swept up the flames, forming a golden radiant sun swirl as his sword stabbed straight at the fatty's heart. But the fatty only laughed. He did not dodge but instead sent a palm towards Yang Qian. Sha! The sword pierced through the fatty's body, but at the same time, the palm had slammed onto Yang Qian's chest. Pwah! Yang Qian felt a huge tremor in his chest as he flew backwards. In the air, he spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, the fatty's body had been pierced through, however it was like as if nothing had happened. He grinned, showing the blood in his mouth. The fatty could still laugh with a sword stab through his body. The scene was extremely weird. His body shook a bit before he grabbed the sword with one hand. Bit by bit, he pulled out the burning hot sword. Good attack, too bad, it's useless against me. The fatty wiped the blood off his lips. It was as if Yang Qian's sword had never stabbed at him. Seeing this scene, Yang Qian, who had always been extremely proud, nearly collapsed. How could there be such an opponent? Did he have an undying body? Could the divine wilderness mystic technique be an undying body? How could an opponent with an undying body be defeated? Yang Qian had never felt so powerless before. What's the matter? The match has begun a long time ago. What are they doing? In the arena, people were watching the battle situation on the Divine Wilderness stage, but were confused. After the referee declared the beginning of the match, Yang Qian and the fatty stood motionless about 30 feet apart. The only change was a mystic mark that had appeared between the fatty's eyebrows. The mystic mark sparkled and gave off an ancient mystic aura. Why are they just standing? Why aren't they fighting? Some of the Taya Divine City warriors asked. They were looking forward to an intense battle, but they were left scratching their heads with the actual situation. But in the stands where the Taya Divine City's instructors and administrators sat, many of the Taya Divine Kingdom human lords had solemn expressions. The battle has long since begun, a Taya Divine City instructor said. His voice sounded worried. That fatty's move is an illusion technique. The situation is not good. Yang Qian is lost in the illusion technique. Illusion technique? Many of the Taya Divine City warriors were shocked hearing this. Attacking with illusion techniques? There was such a move? Some people suddenly recalled the mark between fatty's eyebrows. Could the shimmering ancient mystic mark be the source of the illusion technique? As they looked at Yang Qian again, his face was covered in sweat. The hand that was holding his sword was trembling slightly. It seemed like his mental condition was extremely unstable. This is bad. Although they did not know the actual situation an illusion technique duel entailed, just from Yang Qian's condition, they knew that he could not hold on much longer. Within the world of the illusion technique, the fatty was the absolute master. Once his opponents entered the illusion, they would fall under his control. Whatever the fatty thought up in his mind, it would happen in the illusion. As such, in the illusion, the fatty was in an unassailable position. The Qianshui family clan really has matchless illusion techniques. In the elder stands, a white-robed elder, who had the bearing of an immortal, stroked his beard and laughed happily. Of course. It is a pity the Qianshui family clan is so limited in numbers. In this generation, they do not have many people left. Some divine wilderness mystic tribes have problems with reproduction due to their blood heritage. Another white-robed elder added on. These two white-robed elders were the ones who had disparaged Yi Yun previously, and also the two that had bickered with Song Yan. As they spoke, the two of them glanced at Song Yan with smiles on their faces. Song Yan had just given Yi Yun a token, allowing him to enter the sword tomb. He had just returned and had been targeted by the two white-robed old men. The white-robed old men purposely reminded Song Yan, the greatest advantage of illusion techniques is that it ignores the opponent's movement techniques, attack moves, cultivation techniques, and laws. As long as the opponent's mental strength and yuan qi is lacking, then just entering the illusion would render any move meaningless. Song Yan understood the thoughts behind the two. They were hinting that Yi Yun's cultivation level was limited, and it would be difficult for him to stay clear-minded in the illusion. Song Yan grunted and could not be bothered to reply. He grabbed a handful of spirit abutilon seeds. As he was munching on it, he was also beginning to worry. If Yao Dao could not defeat this fatty, then what would be the outcome when Yi Yun were to duel this fatty in 2 days? As Song Yan was thinking, something happened on the Divine Wilderness stage. Yang Qian's body suddenly quivered as his nostrils and ears bled. His face was pale and his eyes listless. It seemed like his fighting spirit had been destroyed inside the illusion. The fatty chuckled as he leapt forward. Like a violent bear, he rushed right in front of Yang Qian and sent a forceful punch right into Yang Qian's chest. Pang! With an explosive sound, Yang Qian's sternum fractured. His body flew out, slamming heavily into the purple tungsten wall, immediately fainting. Yang Qian could not withstand the double attack against his soul and body. Ha ha! The fatty began laughing loudly. It was so easy. With his illusion, the yellow-clothed fatty only used one move, other than the illusion technique, from beginning to end. Immediately, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors in the audience erupted with cheers. The fatty closed his eyes as he stretched out his arms to enjoy the cheers and shouting. This was his stage. This was his glory. The fatty was intoxicated by the cheers the crowd gave him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325, The Memories of the Broken Sword. Chapter 325, The Memories of the Broken Sword. Below the Divine Wilderness stage, Yang Qian slowly regained consciousness under the care of a few medical personnel. He was still coughing incessantly as he weakly said, "Sorry." The proud Yang Qian felt ashamed at this moment. The gap in strength between him and the fatty in yellow was too great. Being unguarded against illusions, he had fallen into the fatty's illusion, causing him to lose terribly. Beside Yang Qian stood a young man, Yao Dao. Yao Dao was silent. As he looked at the fatty on stage who was enjoying the cheers of the crowd, his gaze turned grim. The fatty was older than him, and his cultivation level was higher than his. Fighting him was very tricky. Yao Dao was full of confidence regarding his saber techniques, but Yao Dao had never undergone training to combat in an illusionary world. This fatty was the first illusion warrior Yao Dao had ever met. fighting in an illusion was completely different from actual fighting. Without experience, he was bound to suffer. Now, Yao Dao felt like he had just mastered his saber techniques and had challenged an expert without having any combat experience. Everything had to be discovered on his own. Yao Dao, just do your best. Yao Dao's instructor, who was standing beside him, pat him on the shoulders. Yao Dao nodded. Before the competition, he had never expected his opponent to turn out this way. He had originally looked forward to a stormy duel, but things did not go according to his wishes. Yao Dao carried his saber up onto the divine wilderness stage. The fatty who was across him revealed a playful smile, yet another one. Interesting. Cut the crap. Let's fight. The moment he finished saying that, Yao Dao circulated his yuan qi and began focusing his mind, in preparation to withstand the fatty's illusion attack. The fatty laughed as he slowly took out a gourd from his interspatial ring. The gourd was small and about a foot tall. It was dark gold in color. Oh! Yao Dao focused his mind as his right hand gripped his saber's hilt tightly. The fatty did not take out a gourd when he was fighting Yang Qian. Or could this scene of the fatty taking out the gourd be an illusion? At that moment, Yao Dao hesitated attacking the fatty. He was afraid that he would fall into the illusion the moment he moved and end up in a pointless battle with the fatty inside of the illusionary world. If that happened, he was bound to lose. But he could not just stand there watching. It was equivalent to letting the fatty use his mystic techniques. Yao Dao had a hunch that whatever was within the gourd was extremely dangerous. If he allowed the fatty to use it, only grim possibilities awaited him. Upon thinking of this, Yao Dao suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. By biting his tongue, the pain would allow him to wake up. How can I be so timid? The battle has not even begun and I have lost my fighting spirit. How can I hesitate attacking my enemy just because I'm afraid of the illusion? All these thoughts appeared in Yao Dao's mind. He was suddenly enlightened. As a saber user, one had to foremost press forward with indomitable will. He calmed his mind and his saber chi exploded to slice through all that was unreal. Die! Yao Dao charged forward, and with his narrow saber in hand, he slashed at the fatty. And at this moment, the fatty pulled out the gourd's stopper. Rainbow-colored smoke emitted from the gourd like a thin veil. Using the 7 illusion wolf smoke against you is because I, the Fat Lord, thinks highly of you. You should be proud to lose in the 7 illusion wolf smoke. The 7 illusion wolf smoke instantly thickened, covering everyone's vision. It formed a barrier on the stage. Everything inside could no longer be seen. In the stands, the audience were staring widely with their eyes open, afraid to miss a single scene. However, they could not see a thing. The Taya Divine City warriors were extremely nervous. They were worried for Yao Dao, and did not know what the outcome would be. Yao Dao was the only person left in the Taya Divine City's young adult division. The moment he lost, their Taya Divine City young adult division would suffer a terrible failure. In the sword tomb, Yi Yun was sitting cross-legged. On his lap was a broken sword covered in patches of rust. This sword was the one Yi Yun had taken out from the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Yi Yun had tried to learn the way of the sword for nearly a year. He had come up with numerous scenarios and simulations in his mind regarding the huge sword scar left in the Pure Yang Sword Palace, but up to this day, he still had a vague feeling whenever he recalled the sword scar. It was as if there was something hiding the sword scar when he tried to recall it, preventing him from identifying it. Today, Yi Yun was still maintaining his cross-legged posture. Subconsciously, he had entered a state of forgetting everything else. It seemed like there was a heavy mist in his mind. Yi Yun tried hard to see through it, and when the mist slowly dissipated, he saw blurry figures. Oh! This is... Yi Yun's mind lit up. He had never seen this scene before. Amongst the figures was a man holding a sword. He was brandishing his sword without thought, and every sword beam that slashed out had the power to destroy celestial bodies and cut open the heavens. The scene was in complete chaos. At times it was clear, but at other times, it was blurry. Yi-Yun could not see the opponent of the sword-wielding man. He only felt that the chaotic battle was earth-shattering. At this moment, a giant appeared high in the sky. This giant was as if he was casted out of bronze. His body was like a vast mountain, emitting a suffocating aura. It was as if he was a divine spirit that came from the 9 heavens, a controller of the heaven and earth, a proud being over all existence. He held in his hand a humongous bronze halberd. Just brandishing the halberd caused the world to fracture. This shocking crack spread through the ground, all the way to the oceans and sky. The oceans ripped apart as the seawater formed numerous huge whirlpools. Everything that entered the crack disappeared till the oceans was completely dried up. Following that, the sky tore apart. Eventually, a complete world had been ripped apart by the giant. A halberd attack that could split an entire world. Yi-Yun was greatly shocked. What sort of existence was this giant? He did not have time to think carefully as light began to distort. In the blurriness, he saw the sword-wielding man turn into a beam of light as he flew towards the bronze giant. At that moment, the man and his sword had combined into one. The sword beam flashed past and the man stabbed the bronze giant's neck, almost to the point of cutting off the bronze giant's head. Yi-Yun's pupils constricted. This attack was too terrifying. The giant's strength was able to split a world apart with his halberd. Now, his head had nearly been chopped off by the man's sword? Next, Yi-Yun seemed to hear a ping sound. The man's sword had broken because of the enormous impact. The man was left with half a broken sword in his hand. Because it had been stained by the bronze giant's blood, it was slowly being corroded, emitting trails of green smoke. The divine sword was originally covered in flowing light, but now the light rapidly disappeared. The sword seemed to have a life of its own as it issued out painful cries. The bronze giant, whose head had nearly been chopped off, also let out a painful roar. He swiped his halberd towards the sword-wielding man. The halberd flooded Yi-Yun's vision. He could only vaguely see the sword-wielding man being hit by the halberd and his body flying out. His body even flew out of this world. And this world also shattered with the bronze giant's second attack. An entire corner of a world peeled off and left the world's main body as it drifted into the endless universe. Following that, this corner of the world experienced a long and aimless drifting through the universe. And that broken sword was left in that world. It had already completely lost its spiritual essence. As it was corroded by the bronze giant's blood, its surface began to rust. Rust kept building up and soon, this broken sword was covered in rust, and looked no different from a piece of junk metal. From the beginning to the end, Yi-Yun was like a spectator of this world. He had silently witnessed everything. He saw the river of time flow as he saw seas change into mulberry fields. Yi-Yun did not know how long he spent in his vision. He seemed to experience numerous lifetimes that lacked any emotion, and only after leading a long and callous life did he somehow suddenly awaken. The awoken Yi-Yun was covered in cold sweat. The dreary life he experienced refreshed his memory. He felt like he had turned into a lifeless stone residing in that world, which did nothing but be a witness. Yi-Yun looked towards a wall corner. The oil lamps were still silently burning in the chamber. From the amount of oil that was consumed, he estimated that he had only spent about an hour throughout that experience. But in the dream, Yi-Yun felt like he had experienced thousands of years. Yi-Yun lowered his head as he pondered. He looked towards his knees and there laid the broken sword motionless on his lap. The patches of rust covered the entire blade. Vaguely, Yi-Yun could see a few brown spots on the broken sword. Around the spots, there was clearly more rust. Were these spots left behind by the bronze giant's dried-up blood? The scenes in his vision seemed to be the origins of the broken sword. And the corner of the world that the bronze giant ripped off with his large halberd must have been the world that had drifted amongst the stars for a long period of time before crashing into this world. It was the so-called meteorite that fell into fallen Stargate? Normal warriors believed that a meteorite had crashed into fallen Stargate, while there were reclusive family clans that thought that it was a mystic cave. But no matter what they believed, it was not right. It was a corner of a world that a bronze giant had cut off. Yun's mind became clearer. He finally understood that the vision he previously saw was the memories of the sword. A sword could also have memories? Yun lifted up the broken sword from his lap as he examined it from all angles. No matter how he examined it, the sword was like a piece of scrap metal. It was unbelievable that before it lost its spiritual essence, it was the sword of a peerless expert that could kill gods. Could the sword-wielding man be the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner? Many thoughts flashed past Yun's mind. It was hard to believe what sort of martial arts realm the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner and that bronze giant had reached. After being hit by the bronze giant's blow, did the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner die? That terrible blow could ever shatter a world, and with the tens of millions of years, the odds of him still being alive were low. If he was still alive, how could he ignore the Pure Yang Sword Palace? It was such a pity for this peerless expert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326, Overall Group Match begins. Chapter 326, Overall Group Match begins. With the broken sword in hand, Yun injected his spiritual energy into the sword as he stood up to obtain the memories from the sword. He began brandishing the sword slowly, as if he was immersed in that dreamlike spiritual world. The sword-wielding man's attack that cut the bronze giant's neck was naturally much clearer than the sword scars left in the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Yun just needed to recall it as it was now a clear memory in his mind. Looking at a sword scar to learn an attack was naturally limited. But having seen the attack personally, and having the scenes of the sword attack imprinted into his mind, it was completely different. Yun slowly entered that mysterious state again. He wandered around the dreamlike world and he could faintly feel that the things he had previously not understood become clearer. So that was how it was. Yun muttered to himself. He did not know how much time had passed when suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from outside the sword tomb. The sound of the footsteps were very soft, but they had a rhythm to it. The interval between each step was like clockwork precision. It was the footsteps of an expert. San Yan. Yun knew who the owner of the footsteps was immediately. Yun was surprised that he could hear the footsteps from inside the sword tomb. It was fascinating. This was because the sword tomb's door isolated the sword tomb from the exterior world once it was closed. And not only could he hear the footsteps, he was even able to identify the owner of those footsteps. This kid still hasn't come out yet. Outside the sword tomb, Sun Yan began talking to himself in an annoyed manner. There were only 2 hours left till the beginning of the overall group match. Every time Yun entered the sword tomb, he will lose track of time, requiring Sun Yan to remind him. But Sun Yan was afraid of disturbing Yun. Warriors were most afraid of being disturbed when they were cultivating. Just as Sun Yan was looking at the hourglass, the sword tomb's door suddenly opened. Yun appeared by the door. The overall group matches are beginning? Yun was able to hear the words Sun Yan was saying to himself from inside the sword tomb. Sun Yan was stumped for a while before saying snappily, "You sure are on time, you seem to be in the right place to catch that. Almost everyone is at the arena now. There are still 2 hours left. You can still meditate and rest for a while to adjust your condition. Your opponent today is very strong, extremely strong." Sun Yan used 2 consecutive strong words to describe the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's overall group match opponent. This old man doesn't expect you to become the champion, and I only want you to fight to show our Taya Divine Kingdom's forceful stance, lest those sons of Bai*Cheese continue being so complacent in front of me. Song Yan looked pissed. He was in a bad mood after those two white-robed elders nipped at him. I got it. Yi Yun responded tersely as if his mind was still wandering. He was still immersed in gaining insight of the sword intent, so he could not help it. Seeing Yi Yun not taking it at heart, Song Yan turned despondent. Kid, what are you thinking? The entire Taiya Divine City's hopes for the overall group match are resting on your shoulders. Kid, let me tell you. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom's young adult group has several people who are very strong. If you can just beat any one of those strong ones, or win 5 consecutive matches, I will get the city lord to give you a saber. Song Yan felt that Yi Yun was like a rabbit who did not worry until it saw an eagle coming, so he decided to bait him with some attractive prizes. Saber? Yi Yun was slightly stunned. Song Yan smiled mysteriously. Don't be deceived by the city lord's scholarly appearance. He actually uses a saber. And the city lord loves to collect all sorts of treasured sabers. His personal arsenal is filled with great sabers. If you can win 5 consecutive matches, you can pick any saber. The city lord's collection? Yi Yun was tempted. The sonic deathblade he was currently using was taken from the Taiya Divine City's armory. Although it was a good saber, it was much worse compared to those the city lord collected. He already had the mysterious broken sword, and as for his saber, it was indeed normal. If he had a good saber to help him in his battles, his combat powers would go another step further. But, actually, the broken sword was not something that could see the light of day. Yi Yun did not dare use it easily as it was one of his absolute trump cards. Therefore, he was lacking a sword as well. Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun glanced at Song Yan, and grinned. About that, Senior Song Yan, why not give me a sword too? Elder Jian Ge likes collecting swords, right? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Song Yan's beard went diagonal with a quirk of his lips. Kid, you sure take a yard when given an inch. You aren't even at the Yuan Foundation realm and you want to keep 2 sage-level weapons. Aren't you afraid people will eye them? With your current strength, you can't even use the power of a sage-level weapon. Song Yan said unhappily. But upon saying that, he changed his mind and said, if you win, so what if I want to give you a good sword? Don't even talk about that old kid, Jian Ji's collection. Even if you want the sword in Jian Ji's hands, I'll grab it for you. The Taiya Divine Kingdom's honor was on the line for this battle. Although sage-level sabers and swords were precious, rewarding Yi Yun with them was not a big deal. But Song Yan knew that it was not easy for Yi Yun to beat any of those strong experts, or to win 5 consecutive matches. If Yi Yun did well, the opponent will realize his outstanding strength and send an expert to end Yi Yun's winning streak. With Song Yan's guarantee, Yi Yun smiled. Then this junior thanks Senior Song Yan. Seeing Yi Yun smiling, Song Yan rolled his eyes. This kid even thanked him. Did he really think that sword and saber were already his? Yi Yun followed Song Yan to the arena. The overall group matches were about to begin. Yi Yun arrived at the participant benches. Chu Xiaoran was also there. For the Taiya Divine City overall group matches, only Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran had the participating qualifications. But not much could be expected of Chu Xiaoran's strength. Basically, only Yi Yun could fight. Glancing at his opponents, there were 15 people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. Other than the weakest young adult team having lost and being eliminated previously, every person from the other groups were present from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. They still had their full lineup after the young adult group match? Yi Yun was surprised and he asked Chu Xiaoran who was beside him, Xiaoran, wasn't there a young adult match before the overall group match? Our Taiya Divine City's Yao Dao and Yang Qian had fought. Both of them are very strong, but they could not defeat a single person from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, Chu Xiaoran smiled bitterly. The person they fought against was that fatty in yellow. He is proficient in using illusions. Yang Chen did not understand the situation and got hit with Fatty's illusions, resulting in his immediate defeat. As for Yao Dao, he was in a better condition. He used his saber intent to break through the fatty's illusions and slashed at the fatty thrice. Although the fatty had managed to dodge the slashes, preventing damage to any of his vital parts, he was still quite injured. But the fatty is older than Yao Dao, and his cultivation level is higher. He used a gourd's weird smoke, called 7 illusion wolf smoke. The wolf smoke was very weird, it could form into an illusion barrier. Within the 7 illusion wolf smoke array, Yao Dao was unable to keep his mind absolutely clear, so he was eventually defeated by the fatty. Illusion? Yi Yun thought for a while. He never expected that humans could use illusions as an attack. It was not much different from the heaven purple yang ginseng's powers. Back when Yi Yun first met the heaven purple yang ginseng, he had been hit by the herb's illusion and nearly fell off a cliff. Yao Dao was a very strong saber user. Although he was inferior to Qin Haotian, Li Xiao and company, he could not be defeated so easily. A person like Yao Dao, who faithfully trained the way of the saber, would have very strong martial arts conviction. But even so, he still succumbed to the fatty's illusion. From this, it was indeed true that the fatty was outstanding. Yi Yun subconsciously looked towards the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's small groups and met the fatty's gaze. The fatty was leaning on a chair with his hand supporting his chin. He was looking at Yi Yun with great interest. That gaze looked like a hunter having seen his prey. Really interesting. The fatty began to laugh. Yesterday, he had met the one-armed man once again. This time, the one-armed man had offered a greater reward to get the fatty to maim Yi Yun. The fatty was proficient in illusions, which was a spiritual mental attack. The souls of humans are very fragile, so once they get injured, they are very difficult to treat. So whenever spiritual mental attacks were involved, it could easily hurt others, but it was also easy to have the attack reverse back at the caster. In the illusionary world, it was not difficult to cause permanent damage to the other party's soul. The fatty did not care who the one-armed man was, but he was swayed by the high price the one-armed man offered. Hence, he did not mind doing so. After all, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom was a rival faction of the Taya Divine Kingdom. That fatty is targeting me. Yi Yun frowned slightly. At this moment, the fatty's Yuan Qi voice transmission came into Yi Yun's ears. This fat lord will be the first one fighting. Have you gotten any information about this fat lord from the babe beside you? I recommend you to gather as much intelligence as possible, if not, in the match, you might just die without knowing why. Hearing the fatty's words, Yi Yun hesitated for a while before scrunching of his eyebrows. He gave of a helpless looks. This fatty sure felt good about himself. I've asked. I heard you use illusion, I'm actually quite afraid. Oh? The fatty frowned as he sat up straight. He stared at Yi Yun from a distance more than 100 feet away. He stared at Yi Yun for more than the time it takes for 10 breaths before suddenly laughing. Newborn calves sure aren't afraid of tigers. Who gave you this courage? The fatty's cultivation level was at the peak of the mid-stages of the Yuan Foundation realm, and he was just a bit short of entering the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. During the match, the fatty had to suppress his cultivation level to the early stages of the Yuan Foundation realm due to the age difference, but his illusions did not need to be suppressed. There was not much difference using illusions at the early stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. This was also the source of the fatty's confidence. He was not good at actual fighting, but he could prevent enemies, who were good at actual fighting, from showcasing their strength. This was the fatty's ability. Yi Yun could not be bothered with the fatty as he began meditating. As he digested the insights gained from the sword tomb, he adjusted his breathing, pushing his condition to its peak before the match began. At this moment, the Taya Divine City referee had walked up the Divine Wilderness stage. The overall group matches had officially began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, Yi Yun vs Qianshui. Chapter 327, Yi Yun vs Qianshui. Today is the overall group competition and it is also the last competition. The group champion will win 10 seats. Taya Divine Cities Fighters, Yi-Yun, Chu Xiaoran. Yunlong Divine Kingdoms Fighters, by Feng Lin. On the Divine Wilderness stage, the referee announced each and every name of the Yunlong Divine Kingdoms warriors. There was a total of 15 names and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom crowd would loudly cheer as every name was read out. As that happened, the Taya Divine Cities warriors became even more solemn with every readout name. There were just too many people left standing on the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's side for the competition. After the referee finished announcing the names, he carried on, "Next, may the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and the Taya Divine Kingdom's warriors come up on stage." After the referee said that, the fatty dressed in yellow jumped up on stage from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's side. He was holding the dark gold gourd in his hand. As he raised the gourd high up, he loudly screamed. His presence was domineering. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience was riled up as they started shouting back, "Qian Shui! Qian Shui!" The fatty stretched out his arms and closed both his eyes. He was enjoying the cheers and screams of the audience. As a member of the Qian Shui family clan, he enjoyed the infinite glory he got from allowing his surname to reverberate within the Taya Divine Cities arena. The cheers lasted for a long time. When they ended, the fatty lowered his head slightly and looked at Yi-Yun with a provocative smile. "Yi-Yun, I will go up first," Chu Xiaoran said to Yi-Yun. She knew that it was impossible for her to win against Fatty, but at least she could share some of Yi-Yun's burden. By scouting the battle ahead, she could allow for Yi-Yun to gain a better understanding of the fatty's fighting techniques. "There is no need. I alone will be enough for this overall group competition." Yi-Yun's words stunned Chu Xiaoran. "Yi-Yun, you want to fight against all of them alone?" Yi-Yun said, "Actually, not all of them will fight. Except for a few people, the rest are just there to make the numbers and can simply be ignored." Chu Xiaoran was speechless. At this moment, Yi-Yun had already walked up on the Divine Wilderness stage. Yi-Yun! Yi-Yun! In the arena, there were also people from Taya Divine City shouting for Yi-Yun. Although this was the overall group competition and the hopes of the Taya Divine City winning were slim, they could not lose their stance, even if they lost the match. Having more people, the Taya Divine City's cries managed to drown the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's cheers. It's useless to shout with that much strength. Although Yi-Yun is not bad, his abilities will be suppressed by Qian Shui and he will not be able to use them at all. A Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder said unhappily upon seeing the Taya Divine City's cheers drown out the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's cheers. Yi-Yun's strength came from his Taya Sacred Technique and his Saber Dao. However, fighting against Qian Shui, what mattered most was the depth of one's Yuan Qi and the strength of one's spiritual mind. There were only two ways in which Yi-Yun could turn the tables. Either Yi-Yun's cultivation level had to be higher than Qian Shui, so that he could use his thick Yuan Qi to withstand the illusion technique, or he had to have strong spiritual mental powers so that he would not be affected by the illusion technique. And for these two conditions, the former was not even up for consideration as Yi-Yun was still not at the Yuan Foundation realm. The depth of his Yuan Qi was inferior to Qian Shui's. As for spiritual mental powers, Qian Shui had cultivated the Qian Shui clan's mystic technique, which was a mystic technique that focused on training one's spiritual mental powers. So, his spiritual mental powers were much stronger than his peers, even more so when compared to a younger Yi-Yun. Why would Yi-Yun, a saber user, specifically train his spiritual mental powers? Yi-Yun's saber techniques and cultivation techniques had no effects in an illusion technique battle. This was the reason why Qian Shui was so confident in himself. No matter how peerless your saber techniques were, so what if you could conjure a Tang Valley phantom image for your Taya sacred technique? Once you get lost in the illusion, none of those abilities could be used effectively. Although Qian Shui was confident, he did not underestimate Yi-Yun. He took out the golden gourd from the beginning and planned to use the 7 illusion wolf smoke. Yi-Yun, you are sure to lose. When the referee announced the beginning of the match, the fatty immediately opened up a distance and pulled out the stopper of the golden gourd. Right after, the 7 illusion wolf smoke emanated out from it. It was like a colorful cloud. The illusion only needed an instance to activate. It was impossible to use the short time gap to attack the fatty. Iyun, preserve your mind. Do not fall under the influence of the illusion. Attack with your saber and finish off the fatty. He is not good at actual fighting, so if you were to inject the strongest combat power of the Taya sacred technique into your attack, just one attack alone will secure your victory. Song Yan's Yuan Qi transmission rang in Iyun's ear. The old man's voice sounded anxious. Got it. Iyun responded tersely. He closed his eyes as his body was slowly covered by the 7 illusion wolf smoke. If you think closing your eyes is of any use, then you are too naive. The fatty grinned. Between his eyebrows was a glimmering ancient mystic mark. This was the Qianshui clan's symbol and was also the source of the illusion. Under the shimmering of the mysterious mark, the 7 illusion wolf smoke completed the forming of its barrier. The divine wilderness stage was completely blocked off as the fatty pushed his illusion to the extreme. At this moment, Iyun still remained motionless. The fatty did not lie. One could not withstand the Qianshui clan's illusions even with their eyes closed. Iyun saw that he had arrived in the desolate wilderness. This place looked familiar and resembled Meteorite Abyss when Iyun was out training in the divine wilderness. And right in front of Iyun was a huge mutated 3-eyed spider. This mutated 3-eyed spider was staring at Iyun with its 3 red eyes. Its mouth constantly dripped with saliva while its 2 fangs reflected a cold beam. Mutated 3-eyed spider, this is a desolate beast I have seen before. It is also a terrifying monster that I could not defeat back then. The Qianshui clan's illusions can dig up my memories of terrifying existences. Iyun's spiritual mental powers in Yuan Qi were indeed weaker than the fatty's, so he was not able to shake off the influence caused by the illusion. However, Iyun's mind was clear, and he would not succumb to the illusion. Actually, the fatty's illusion technique had not yet reached the ultimate realm. If so, he could easily cause his opponent to be lost in the illusion, and kills in the illusion would be reflected in reality. However, even so, the fatty's illusion technique was still very deadly. It was equivalent to cutting off the 5 senses of a warrior. Even if you knew that you were in an illusion, even if you knew everything in front of you was fake, you would not be able to do anything about it. You would see the things in the illusion coming forth to kill you. At that moment, no matter how you resisted, you would not be able to break out of the illusion. As for the fatty who was outside the illusion, he could attack at any time, killing you in one strike. At this moment, Iyun was standing silently in the illusionary world. No matter how much the mutated 3-eyed spider growled, he remained motionless. Iyun had opened his purple crystal energy vision before the fatty activated his illusion. In the energy vision, all sorts of illusions lost their meaning. Iyun was able to directly see the origin of the energy flows within this world. He clearly saw, in his energy vision, that the fatty was huddled in one corner. His energy was not strong and was weaker than Jun Yu's. Iyun even saw thread-like energies flowing from the fatty's body. It was likely that these energies were responsible for conjuring up the illusions. The Qianshui clan's illusion technique is different from the Heaven Purple Yan Ginseng's illusions, but they still have the same effect. Many thoughts flashed past Iyun's mind. Back when he captured the primordial herb, the Heaven Purple Yan Ginseng, he had used the purple crystal to see through its illusions, enabling him to lock onto its position. As for the fatty's illusion technique, it was actually slightly worse than the primordial herbs. It was completely ineffective against Iyun. Iyun stood there without a single motion. His right hand silently pressing over his interspatial ring. Next, he allowed the fake mutated 3-eyed spider to attack at him. Phew! The mutated 3-eyed spider passed right through his body and disappeared like the wind. Seeing Yun's reaction, the fatty laughed. I was pondering over the reason why you were so arrogant. So it is because you think that my illusions will be useless against you if you closed your eyes and remained motionless by not attacking or defending, letting the illusions attack you. It's ridiculously funny. The attacks within the illusion are indeed fake, but some attacks are real. The fatty laughed out loudly as he took out an axe from his interspatial ring. He was not afraid to let Yun hear his words as Yun's 5 senses were being controlled by the illusion technique. Yun was unable to hear a single thing. The fatty played with his soul-cutting axe as he slowly walked towards Yun. The axe was very short and there was an extremely hideous, ghastly face drawn on the handle. By falling into my illusion, you will lose your body's ability to resist. Let me use my soul-cutting axe to send you on your way. The fatty laughed. The axe could be injected with spiritual mental energy. Although he was not good at actual fighting, he could imbue a spiritual attack into his physical attack. One attack could severely injure his opponent's spiritual soul, making his opponent turn into a retard. He purposely measured Yun's neck and head with the axe, as if he was choosing his angle of attack. Attacking Yun now was no different than attacking a motionless straw target. Seeing the fatty gain complete control over the situation to the point of freely choosing the angle of his attack, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors offstage turned excited. Qian Shui! Qian Shui! They shouted loudly as their emotions amplified in excitement. Qian Shui! Chop off the kid's head! Qian Shui! Cut him to pieces! Many of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors were standing up due to their excitement. They were waving their arms. Some even drew their weapons in gestured motions that resembled the act of cutting off Yun's head. With the soul-cutting axe in hand, the fatty raised both his hands to enjoy the cheers. Following that, his eyes immediately turned cold as intense killing intent appeared in his gaze towards Yun. Kid, don't blame this fat lord. The fatty grinned as he leaped up to charge at Yun. His fat body began moving and he looked like a bouncing ball. His speed was not very fast, but there was no need for speed as his opponent could not dodge. The fatty rushed right in front of Yun and he injected spiritual mental energy into the soul-cutting axe, making it emit a black light. The ghastly face on the handle began to emit wailing sounds that were like a ghost crying. At this moment, the referee in charge of this match turned nervous. He was, after all, a Taya Divine City law enforcer, so he was worried that the fatty would heavily injure Yun on purpose. He was prepared to make a move at any time to save Yun. This was instructed to him by Tsang Yen as Tsang Yen had to guard against the fatty's strange illusion techniques. However, just as the referee was about to make his move, he was stunned. In his extreme focused spiritual perception, he suddenly noticed that Yun's body was circulating immense amounts of Yuan Qi. It was as if a calm pool of spring water had suddenly transformed into a violent vortex. At that instant, the soul-cutting axe's black light seemed to stall. The originally motionless Yun reflected in the fatty's eyes suddenly opened both his eyes. Yun's gaze contained a hint of sneer and sinister playfulness. What? The fatty's grin immediately froze. He was like a mortal who was sneaking up on a tiger and, when he raised his metal fork, the tiger suddenly woke up. Yun's right hand, which had been constantly pressing on his interspatial ring, suddenly sprang up and in his hand appeared a cold metallic brick. Everything happened in a split second. Yun suddenly took a step forward and with his Yuan Qi exploding, the pure Yang Qi from the Taya sacred technique was injected into the brick. The pure Yang flames burned as the brick came crashing down at the fatty's head. The fatty momentarily went into a daze. Although he was not good at actually fighting, as long as he was mentally prepared, he could dodge, but Yun's sudden attack had exceeded all his expectations and understandings. This resulted in Yun's attack completing about half its trajectory before the fatty suddenly woke up from his daze to retreat. However, it was already too late. How could the fatty's speed compare with Yun's? Ian quickly caught up and, like a maggot that could not be shaken, the brick hit the fatty's oily forehead. Pang! A thud boomed out and people heard the unmistakable crack of a skull fracture. The fatty's body bounced off as if it was a ball that had impacted a wall. He then flew out tens of meters before heavily crashing into a purple tungsten wall. Boom! Like the sound of a dead pig crashing down from a high height, the fatty's body was like a large pancake that slapped onto the wall. After a few seconds, his body slowly slid down to the ground. Left behind on the purple tungsten wall were gruesome bloodstains. The fatty's face was covered in blood with his eyes staring wide open. His expression was that of seeing a ghost. Ian's attack had been too sudden. The final explosive attack at the last moment was fast, accurate, ruthless. It did not give the fatty any chance of dodging. Around the Divine Wilderness stage, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience were like roosters who had their necks squeezed. The cheering stopped as the cacophony of voices turned into complete silence that resembled that of a graveyard. All of this happened in a second. They were still maintaining their standing positions with their arms high up in the air. Their expressions were that of excitement as if they were waiting to see the mayhem that was to occur. All of that had been frozen on their faces. However, the mayhem that happened did not befall on Iyun, but instead it befell the unlucky fatty. A group of people seemed to turn into a row of standing zombies. They were silent, stiff, and twisting. The reversal had happened too fast. They had yet to understood what had actually happened. This included the Taya Divine City's warriors who were also confounded. They did not understand how Iyun won. Was the fatty's illusion useless against Iyun? Even Yao Dao could not break through the illusions, so how was Iyun able to do so? Author's note: as I'm going out in the afternoon, the release tonight will be very late. Since the plot cannot be split, I wrote 4,000 characters to finish this tiny arc, so everyone doesn't need to wait for the second update. Just wait till tomorrow before reading the next chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, Fong Lin. Chapter 328, Fong Lin. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Iyun, are you alright? Chu Xiaoran worriedly asked as Iyun came off the stage, but she quickly realized that her question made no sense. Iyun looked as if he couldn't be any better. In fact, it looked like he never took part in a huge battle. He had casually loosened his muscles, warming up his body before casually defeating the fatty. Thinking back to the battle process, Iyun had won far too easily. From beginning to end, he had only stepped forward once and attacked once. Besides, the weapon he used wasn't even his saber. If one ignored the time it took for the fatty to prepare his 7 illusion wolf smoke and illusion technique to bewitch Iyun, then it took them less than the blink of an eye to exchange blows. This was definitely the fastest Iyun had ever taken care of an opponent. Chu Xiaoran did not really know what to say. This fatty was not some nobody. He was from the Qianchuwei clan, and this mysterious family clan's mystic technique was dreaded by countless numbers of people. In the Yunlong 72 pagodas, this fatty should be ranked in the top 3. He had defeated Yao Dao and Yang Xian, but against Iyun, this fatty had suddenly transformed into a straw sack. If Chu Xiaoran had not seen the match between Yao Dao and the fatty with her own eyes, she would have never have believed that the fatty was a top expert. In the elder stands, Song Yan was stroking his chin and he was also very alarmed. Could this kid have specially trained his spiritual mental powers? Originally, he did not have any hope in Iyun truly defeating the fatty, because he could not conceive how Iyun could win. It was only because Iyun often surprised him pleasantly that he hoped that there would be a pleasant surprise this time. This was the unconditional trust and anticipation he had in Iyun. However, not only did Iyun give him a pleasant surprise, it was such a ridiculously pleasant surprise that it made it hard for Song Yan to believe it. Though, now was not time to question Iyun in detail. Sun Yan stroked his chin as he suddenly recalled something. He turned his head and looked at the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders with great interest. As expected, Sun Yan saw the two white-robed Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders look like their dear sons just died. Their expressions were extremely ugly. This made Sun Yan overjoyed. His current feelings could be described in one word: awesome. Feng Lin, what are you doing? One of the white-robed Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder was fuming with anger. Especially after seeing Sun Yan's sardonic, wretched, and arrogant smile, he was so angry that even his liver ached. Letting go of the fact that Yun won the teenager group competition, now he also flaunted himself in the overall group competition. Many of the elders could not bear it anymore. Elder Baiyu, I do not know what happened either. Qianshui's illusions seem to be ineffective against Yun, said a girl in a palatial attire from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's participant benches. She was the leader of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's participants. When they first reached the Taya Divine City, this girl and the fatty in yellow had stood in the airship, looking down at all of the Taya Divine City cultivators. Back then, the fatty was commenting on others while being highly spirited and vigorous. Unexpectedly, when the real battle happened, he was nearly beaten into a retard by a 14-year-old kid with a brick. Feng Lin found it fascinating. Even when she fought the fatty, she had to be extremely careful. She had to use the accumulation of her family heritage's clear-minded curse, the fact that her cultivation level was higher than the fatty's, and the experience that she gained from fighting warriors with illusion techniques to barely beat him. Yun had nothing. How did he win? No matter what the reason is. I absolutely do not wish to see a loss in the next battle. Elder Baiyu said unhappily. Feng Lin took a deep breath and said, Do not worry, Elder Baiyu. While Feng Lin was conversing with Baiyu, the Taya Divine City warriors in the arena were filled with high emotions. Yun's brick really allowed them to vent their frustration. When they saw the fatty's various forms of arrogance earlier, the Taya Divine City warriors had to suppress their anger, wishing they could go up and step on his fat face. However, everyone knew that the fatty was very strong. He even defeated Yao Dao. Even Yun would find it difficult, what more them? They never expected to see the fatty jump up and down on the stage, acting smug and all, only to later be bricked down by Yun. What else could be more exhilarating than that? Therefore, the Taya Divine City warriors now only wished that they could rush up to the Divine Wilderness stage and toss Yun up into the air. In this state of excitement, the Taya Divine City warriors' cheers went on without any signs of abating for just a bit under 15 minutes. Only when the referee went on stage did they slowly quieten down. Next match, Yunlong Divine Kingdom, who is fighting? The referee did not bother asking Yun as Yun was already standing in the middle of the Divine Wilderness stage. Seeing Yun's calm expression while standing on the stage, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors did not look too good. This kid must have some method of breaking through illusions. Senior brother Qianshui isn't good at fighting. Furthermore, Yun took him by surprise and made him suffer. He might not have that much of an ability. I'll go up and finish him. A youth dressed in a red shirt said just as he was about to jump up on the Divine Wilderness stage. However, just as he jumped, he was pulled straight back by Feng Lin. Shut up! Feng Lin suddenly boomed. Senior sister, I. The youth in red was left dazed by Feng Lin's berating. Do you think we haven't lost enough face? You really think Yun is weak? Or do you think that you can squash him just because he's young? Do not forget that you need to suppress your cultivation level. Back then, even June you lost. Feng Lin's words left the youth in red speechless. His strength was only ranked above average in this group of people, so he naturally did not dare to refute Feng Lin. As the leader, Feng Lin had the right to decide who was to go up on stage. Feng Lin was originally considering letting their 4th or 5th rank person battle Yun as they wouldn't fight too poorly. However, now, with Elder Baiyu's authoritative command, Feng Lin was thinking of going up herself. This match had to finish Yi-Yun off. For even if they won after letting Yi-Yun go through a series of battles alone, it would be too shameful. Before Fong Lin went on stage, she subconsciously looked at the corner of the participant benches. A pale-faced youth in black sat there. His hair covered his eyes. Even when the fatty was defeated by Yi-Yun, he never seemed to have any reaction. Fong Lin took a light breath of air before she walked straight up on stage. "I'll fight you." "Oh?" Yi-Yun's heart thumped. In the purple crystal's energy vision, Yi-Yun had sensed that this girl in palatial attire had surging energy. This girl's strength is very strong. Yi-Yun knew that he had easily defeated the fatty because he used trickery, thanks to the purple crystal. Unfortunately, the fatty's abilities were completely countered by Yi-Yun. Furthermore, Yi-Yun had purposely given the fatty the false impression of "I've fallen into your illusion, you can attack me now," luring him to come closer to him. And in the moment that the fatty thought he had already won, Yi-Yun beat him with one strike. This fatty had really been badly cheated by Yi-Yun. The battle was won easily, but Yi-Yun would not look down on the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors because of it. Amongst the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors, there were people who were extremely frightening, so much that Yi-Yun did not have complete confidence against them. For example, the girl in palatial attire was not an ordinary person. Against this girl, Yi-Yun immediately retrieved his sonic deathblade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, Jade Maiden 18 Swords. Chapter 329, Jade Maiden 18 Swords. Yi-Yun, I never expected that in my trip to the Taya Divine City, my first battle would be against you, a 14-year-old child. Fong Lin looked at Yi-Yun as she slowly took her palatial gown off. Fong Lin's body was slender and she was an elite of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. Although she wore a tight combat attire under her palatial gown and wasn't revealing anything provocative, the blood of the hot-blooded teenagers present started pulsating through their veins upon seeing the stripping scene. Some of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's youths even started cheering loudly, shouting out Fong Lin's name. Fong Lin was very popular in the Yunlong 72 pagodas. She was the object of admiration for many of the male cultivators. Fong Lin was different from Fatty Qianshui as she did not have the slightest reaction to the cheers. She was only looking at Yi-Yun. At this moment, Fong Lin had already appeared in her combat attire that clung closely to her body, perfectly showcasing her relatively well-developed mature figure. She slowly took out a broad and tall, ice-blue metal box from her interspatial ring. There was a slender, foot-long sword hilt on the top of the ice-blue metal box. It was a sword case. The sword case was wider than Fong Lin's waist and it almost looked like a door. It did not match Fong Lin's figure. Yi-Yun looked carefully at the weapon, truly an exotic weapon, but you seem to be older than me by only a few years. Yi-Yun found it amusing. This bunch of elites liked to act older than they were. Just because they were a few years older, they would label others as children. However, it was likely that, as the leader of these people, this young girl was used to being a young leader and considered herself mature. My sword is actually not exotic. As Fong Lin said that, she lightly pressed on the sword hilt as if activating a mechanism. With a soft ka sound, the sword case opened and numerous small sword cases popped out of the main sword case as they split into two sides. There were a total of 18 sword cases and they formed into a semicircle, like a peacock's tail. Every sword case had a sword hilt to it. Oh. This is... Yi-Yun looked at the ice-blue, fan-shaped sword cases. These weapons seemed very gaudy. A single person using 18 swords? Why did the people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom like to use so many swords? Fong Lin smiled, my swords are different. As she said that, she gently pulled out a sword. This sword case was made of an unknown metal which was ice blue in color, and so was the sword itself. The sword was about 4 feet long and the blade was not more than 3 fingers wide. On the blade, there were blue lines resembling ice cracks, making it extremely beautiful. Fenglin said, "Usually when I fight others, using up to my fourth sword will be enough. Today, I have to suppress my cultivation level to the early stage of the Yuan Foundation realm while fighting you. I wonder how many swords I will need. I might even need to use all of them." As Fenglin said that, her figure moved, and an unbelievable scene occurred. Behind Fenglin, water vapor started concealing her, causing her figure to turn blurry, as if she was conjuring many phantom images. After that, those phantom images suddenly turned into real bodies as they walked out one by one from behind Fenglin. These girls were identical to Fenglin, as if she was part of multiple births. Ha! Yi Yun was shocked. What sort of cultivation technique was this? Cloning technique? A person could suddenly split into so many people? Yi Yun knew that these were not afterimages formed from extreme speed but actual bodies. Every Fenglin was identical in terms of clothes and dressing. They all came before a fan-shaped sword case and pulled out a sword. In a split moment, there were 9 Fenglins standing in front of Yi Yun, each with a sword in hand. For this battle, let's begin with 9 swords. The 9 Fenglins held up their swords and a row of flashes from the ice blue sword's ice fragment cracks was reflected, creating a dazzling scene. Yi Yun, this is a water elemental mirror image. Sun Yan's Yuan Qi transmission rang in Yi Yun's ear. Oh? Water elemental mirror image? Yi Yun was shocked. The water elemental laws of the 5 elemental laws was a law that had multiple transformations. Different warriors would end up with completely different insights when they tried to understand the water elemental laws. For example, Fenglin was currently manipulating the mirror-like properties of water. Others would use the water elemental healing properties, the water elemental defensive properties, water elemental attacks, or water elemental elixir refinement. Every realm, when completely understood, could give rise to a top expert, or a talent many factions would woo to fill a support role. At this moment, the 9 Fenglins formed a circle, enclosing Yi Yun in the center. Yi Yun knew exactly which one that was Fenglin's actual body, but identifying which one did not have much meaning to it. The water elemental mirror images were not used to confuse the enemy, but they were used to kill. Jade Maiden 9 Swords Array. All 9 Fenglins moved together. Their motions were uniform as 4 swords stabbed at Yi Yun's head. Yi Yun brandished his saber, warding off the 4 swords. However, at this moment, from between the bodies of those 4 girls came another 4 sword attacks that stabbed forward like venomous snakes. The other 4 girls were behind the initial 4 girls. They coordinated their attacks and their sword techniques were extremely precise. Yi Yun had not yet recovered from brandishing his saber, so he was unable to do anything but use his minute subtlety movement technique to dodge to the side, surviving the second round of attacks. However, at this moment, another Fenglin came attacking out from thin air. This Fenglin was the real Fenglin. Autumn Water's asterisk of a sword. Fenglin's sword slashed out. In the sky, her Yuan Qi formed into the phantom image of rippling autumn waters with the setting sun shining as the sky darkened in the golden-lit sparkling autumn lakes. It was extremely beautiful. This sword's beautiful scene was intoxicating, but Yi Yun knew that behind the beautiful scene, there was deadly killing intent. Yi Yun gathered an amount of Yuan Qi as the phantom image of a saber mountain in the midst of a sea of blood appeared behind him, as if a Shura hell had entered the human realm. This phantom image was in deep contrast with Fenglin's autumn water sword image. Sabertooth's 32 words, killing at its core. Yi Yun's killing intent exploded as his saber beam was stained blood red. Red Yuan Qi gushed out, breaking the autumn water sunset in front of him apart. Clang! The saber and sword clashed, issuing a clear ring. The strong impact made both Fenglin and Yi Yun retreat backwards. With a thought, Fenglin used her Jade Maiden 12 swords. Shoo! 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 Another 3 female figures flew out and, with a chime from the sword cases, 3 swords flew out and entered into the hands of the 3 girls. These three girls attacked at Iyun, sending another three swords stabbing right at Iyun's face. At this moment, Iyun held his saber back. Seeing the non-stop attacks from the water elemental mirror images, Iyun's eyes were filling with killing intent. He bit the tip of his tongue as he gathered Yuan Qi. Taiya's sacred technique. Boom! Iyun's radiant sun Qi exploded and behind him, the phantom image of the Tang Valley formed. Iyun slashed with his saber, which now contained the radiant sun's power. The saber truth's 32 words, reigning supreme. The flames burned as the pure yang Yuan Qi surged. The sky above the arena was immediately dyed golden by the pure yang flames, as if a sun had fallen into the human realm. Pang! 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 The three closest girls exploded in front of the radiant sun, turning into water vapor. Under the pure yang flames, they instantly evaporated. Three swords fell to the ground. With his attack succeeding, without pause, he and his saber flew out in a beam. His target was the fan-shaped sword case that was erected on the ground. He could tell that the core of Feng Lin's Jade Maiden sword array was the large sword case, so Iyun wanted to destroy the sword case's power. Seeing Iyun's actions, Feng Lin grunted coldly. Jade Maiden sword array, 10,000 swords firing in unity. In that instant, Feng Lin's sword case shot out 10,000 beams of golden light. Each golden beam was a beam made out of sword qi. The remaining 6 swords issued a clear ring as they left the scabbard and directly flew towards Iyun. The 6 swords flew together with 10,000 sword beams. Iyun constricted his pupils and quickly retreated. There was no way to dodge such a dense amount of sword beams. As Iyun retreated, he brandished his saber to break the attack. Sha! 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 The saber beam directly clashed with the sword beams while Iyun's protective Yuan Qi was constantly punctured by the swords. At this moment, Feng Lin's main body attacked Iyun from behind. Jade Maiden 18 swords. Feng Lin circulated her Yuan Qi to an extreme as 18 mirror images simultaneously appeared. Even the 3 mirror images that had previously been destroyed by Iyun's radiant sun Qi were once again recreated. As long as Feng Lin had any Yuan Qi left, she would be able to constantly create new mirror images. Out of the 18 Feng Lins, 12 of them wielded swords while the other 6 were using their fingers as swords. A cold beam emerged out from their slender fingers that were no different from swords. The 10,000 sword beams, together with the 18 Feng Lins, attacked Iyun from the front and the back. At this moment, everyone in the audience were highly focused on the match as they held their breaths. Iyun had no way of dodging. He sent his thoughts to the purple crystal, and activated the pure yang spirit's energy. Immediately, all the pure yang qi around him rushed towards Iyun. Pure yang spirit, explode. Boom! In the purple crystal, what was a quietly burning pure yang spirit now completely exploded. It was as if a sun was born inside Iyun's body. By using the heaven-earth Yuan Qi, Iyun was able to attack in all directions. Even the phantom image of the Tang Valley behind Iyun exploded. The flames burned, repelling Feng Lin's 17 mirror images and completely shattering the 10,000 sword beams. Even so, Feng Lin's main body broke through the pure yang burning flames, but her sword's momentum was greatly reduced. The main body's sword flew directly at Iyun's heart. Sha! The sword qi stabbed through Iyun's protective Yuan Qi, heavily impacting the pure yang energy. Iyun flew backwards, like a kite, flying diagonally out of the divine wilderness stage. Feng Lin's attack had lost all of its momentum, so she was still unable to hurt Iyun at all. Iyun pressed his chest lightly as he adjusted his breathing and his Yuan Qi as he looked up at Feng Lin. At this moment, Feng Lin's long hair was a mess. There were many tears on her clothes. Even with the protection of her protective Yuan Qi, her combat attire could not withstand the powerful saber qi. And behind her, the 17 mirror images had completely exploded into a pool of water. Iyun's attack was powered by the pure yang spirit's energy. He may have expended quite a bit of energy, but he finally managed to break Feng Lin's Jade Maiden 18 Swords array. Around the Divine Wilderness stage, the audience stared on in silence as the battle was so intense. In comparison, the battles before were similarly intense, but they were, after all, only sword and saber attacks. There was plenty of aggression and blood, but they were not as magnificent as this. They were unlike this battle. The gorgeous lights and the picturesque phenomenon formed in the sky was a feast for their eyes. Autumn waters is used to describe the limpid eyes of a maiden, tying with the concept of a jade maiden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330, The Sword Appears. Chapter 330, The Sword Appears. The audience around the Divine Wilderness stage were staring unblinkingly at the stage, afraid to miss any of the exciting scenes. The atmosphere in the entire arena seemed to freeze. Especially the Taya Divine City warriors, who were even more nervous. At this moment, only Yun could fight for their Taya Divine City. And until now, the battle between Yun and Feng Lin was a close call. It was hard to predict what the outcome of the battle would be. You really are impressive. Feng Lin looked at Yun and showed some appreciation of him. Unfortunately, your cultivation level limits you, dooming you to fail in this battle. When Feng Lin said this, before Yun could respond, the Taya Divine City warriors offstage immediately roused up. This Feng Lin sure can brag. Wasn't her 18 chicks array or whatever broken by Yun? Right, she couldn't even beat him with 18 people. What's she so CKY about? As Yun had created a series of victories previously, many Taya Divine City warriors had absolute confidence in Yun. Although the outcome of the battle was currently not clear, they still hoped that Yun would be able to create a miracle at the very last moment. Some of the Taya Divine City warriors were already standing up, jeering at Feng Lin. However, Feng Lin was not affected by it and simply turned a deaf ear. Feng Lin continued, Yun, the accomplishments in your saber techniques is shocking. As for your understanding of the Taya sacred technique, it far exceeds your peers. Unfortunately, your cultivation level has not broken into the Yuan Foundation realm, so you are lacking in Yuan Qi. Your struggle in gathering Yuan Qi could be seen when you were dealing with my Jade Maiden 18 Swords array. Feng Lin's words pointed Yun's weakness out in the previous round. When Feng Lin attacked with 18 people, there was no gap in her offense, and the attack was like a relentless rain. Yun could handle the first wave of attacks, but the second wave would follow closely behind. This meant that Yun had no choice but to forcefully gather his Yuan Qi. This created extreme pressure on his body and meridians. If Yun was in the Yuan Foundation realm, the depth of his Yuan Qi would prevent that from happening. Even the Taya Divine City warriors had to admit that what Feng Lin said was true. But so what if it was the truth? Yun might still have hidden moves. At the final critical moment, he could conquer and secure victory. In the audience stands, there were Taya Divine City warriors beginning to shout words of encouragement to Yun. However, at this moment, Feng Lin grabbed the sword handle on the opened-up sword case with a single hand. Oh? Could it be? Yun's heart thumped. After Feng Lin's sword case was opened, there were 9 swords on both sides of it. All the hilts were pointing upwards, like that of a opened peacock's tail. However, the fact of the matter was that right in the middle of the sword case was another sword hilt. Yun had previously thought that the sword hilt was the handle to the sword case, but it did not seem so anymore. Clang! With a clear ring, Feng Lin pulled out a huge sword from the top of the sword case. The sword's blade was 156 centimeters long, it was as wide as a palm, which meant that it was much larger than the other 18 swords. This heavy sword was more suited for a stout man. It looked quite jarring to see Feng Lin holding it. This 19th sword's name is the Angel Sword, and it is also my last sword, Feng Lin said as she threw the sword into the air. And at this moment, Feng Lin's body began glowing, as if countless pieces of silver was shimmering. In this light, a light entity in the shape of a young girl appeared from within her. Her arms were covering her chest and her body was curled up. And on her back was a pair of wings. Pa! The girl spread out her wings and they spanned nearly 3 meters, covering Fong Lin completely. The girl stood up from the light. She seemed to have hatched out from a cocoon. Finally, the angel sword floated in front of the girl. She slowly grabbed the angel sword and pointed it at Yi Yun. This winged girl was more than 2 meters in height. The huge sword suited her very well. Aspect totem? Yi Yun constricted his pupils. From the beginning of the battle till now, Fong Lin had not conjured her aspect totem. Yi Yun never expected that Fong Lin's aspect totem was the shape of a girl. Looking at the girl, besides the wings behind her back, she looked identical to Fong Lin. Phew! 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 With a soft sound, water elemental mirror images began appearing beside Fong Lin. A row of Fong Lins stood. And in the air, there was a winged girl totem. 19 swords. Seeing Fong Lin's aspect totem and her forceful stance, all the Taya Divine City warriors who had previously cursed at Fong Lin immediately shut up. Against such a Fong Lin, they too began to lack confidence. There's such an aspect totem? The Taya Divine City warriors looked at each other. Amongst the aspect totems, they had seen beast-like ones the most. They had also seen aspect totems in the shape of weapons, such as sabers, swords, spears and halberds. However, it was very rare to see a humanoid aspect totem. For a person's aspect totem to resemble themselves identically, and with another pair of wings was shocking. It was like the mythical legends of gods. The winged girl had a listless expression. She seemed to ignore everything, including Yi Yun. Her wings were gently flapping as a layer of hazy light covered her. The sword in her hand shone a cold beam that threatened one's soul. Yi Yun, Wenyu, Zhu Xiaoran and company, who were sitting in the participant benches, could not help but be worried. One could tell a warrior's strength from their forceful stance. The current Fong Lin was as such. The Taya Divine City warriors were all silent. Those who were standing up began to sit back into their seats as they looked nervously at Yi Yun. And opposing the Taya Divine City audience was the Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience who started cheering. Many of them had never gotten the opportunity to see Fong Lin display her ultimate combat power. In such a state, Fong Lin gave off the feeling of a fairy landing in the human realm. Breaking my Jade Maiden mirror images was useless too. My Yuan Qi is thicker than yours. I can conjure an endless number of Jade Maiden mirror images. As for your Yuan Qi, can you sustain it? Fong Lin's cold voice rang as she pointed the icy marked sword at Yi Yun. A total of 19 swords uniformly did the same. Yi Yun's face turned serious at being pointed at by 19 swords. Fong Lin was indeed very strong. Yi Yun knew very clearly that with the powers that he had displayed, it was impossible to defeat Fong Lin. Yi Yun was even considering if he should conjure his aspect totem. At this stage, Yi Yun could no longer hide the fact that he had conjured a golden crow totem. If he needed to explain to Song Yin and company, it might be complicated, but it wasn't like he was unable to explain it away. As long as he retold the story of how he encountered a golden crow species fighting a pure yang spirit in Fallen Stargate and then used the protective charm Su Jie had given him, then he could explain how he killed the golden crow species. It was reasonable. The only thing that was incredulous was how he managed to master the 10,000 beast totem. Yi Yun's aspect totem may be powerful, but it had a problem, that was it expended too much Yuan Qi. Fong Lin was right. Yi Yun's cultivation level was his weakness. Yi Yun estimated that using his lacking Yuan Qi to support his golden crow totem only allowed him to use about 1 to 2 attacks. After conjuring the golden crow totem, even if he defeated Fong Lin, Yi Yun would likely take days to recover his Yuan Qi. But, this overall group competition was one where his opponents would fight him one by one. Later on, Yi Yun still had to face the other opponents from the Yunlong 72 pagodas, especially the youth in black. That youth's strength was extremely mysterious that made him worry. In an extremely weak condition, it would be difficult for him to carry on fighting against the youth in black. Ian realized that it was extremely hard for him to win the overall group championship alone. Regardless, he had to do the best he could. Everything else was left to Providence. Ian, now I will combine all my 19 swords together. Let me warn you that, due to my present cultivation level and also it being recently learned, I am unable to control the strength of this move well once it is used. It might cost you your life. As a genius, there is no need to risk your life for an alliance tournament. It's still not too late to admit defeat now. With a sword in hand, Fong Lin looked elegant with her hair fluttering in the gently wind. Ian looked at Fong Lin and took a deep breath. He touched his interspatial ring and a purple sword appeared in Ian's hand. Sword! Everyone in the audience was stunned seeing Ian take out a sword. Wasn't Ian a saber user? Why did he pull out a sword? Ian looked at the purple sword. Its blade was 4 feet long and emitted a cold shimmer. San Yen had taken Ian to the Taya Divine City Armory to choose this sword. It was one of the highest quality swords prepared for cultivators in the armory. Its name was Distinguished Light. Even experts like Qin Haoqian was unable to use the sword to its greatest capability. Indeed, Ian gently touched the sword blade and seemed to be speaking to himself. There are some moves whose power is difficult to control. Although it is not a life and death match, it might still cause death. After all, in a final confrontation, when going all out, one cannot guarantee how much strength is used when using a move that you have not perfectly grasped. You may have one, but so have I. When Ian said these words, the entire audience went into silence. What did Ian just say? But so have I? By saying that, didn't he mean that he too had a move that he found it hard to control, that might even take the life of Fong Lin? Fong Lin was so strong, yet Ian could actually take her life? Could it be related to this sword? Is that really true? Ian had always used his saber, so this made people find it hard to believe that he could have a more powerful move using a sword. After all, since ancient times, warriors would usually specialize in one weapon. In the history they knew, it was extremely rare for a person to train in both sword and saber. You have used a sword before? Fong Lin's eyebrows frowned slightly as she looked suspiciously at Ian. Before, she had some information on Ian. In the Taya Divine City, his weapon had always been a long saber. I've never used it in the past, but now I have to use it. I have a vague understanding of this sword attack. I too am not confident I can use this attack to its full extent. And you will be my first opponent to face my sword attack. After Ian said this, Fong Lin's eyebrows knitted even closer. Author's note: Cocoon will need to go out tomorrow. As the place Cocoon stays is quite remote and there's no airport, I will need to wake up at 5 to 6 a.m., reaching my destination at 2 to 3 p.m. It's quite terrible. I've mentioned it previously that there's an author activity organized by Chi Dian at the end of the month. I will be out for several days, so tomorrow's updates will be late at. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331, Breaking Waves. Chapter 331, Breaking Waves. A sword attack you just learned? If not for Ian previously beating the strong Junyu, using some unknown technique to defeat Xianxue through trickery, and having a remarkable battle record, Fong Lin would have suspected that Ian had a mental problem. He was actually going to use a sword attack that he recently learned to attack her with all he got when he had never even used a sword before. In the Taya Divine City, there is a sacred ground for learning saber and swords. I had the privilege of entering the sacred ground of swords and gained some insight. Ian gave a vague explanation. Fong Lin was stunned upon hearing this. There was a sacred ground for learning the way of the saber and sword in the Taya Divine City? What sacred ground of sabers and swords? It's just the saber tomb and the sword tomb. At this moment, a Yunlong 72 Pagoda's elder transmitted his voice, using Yuan Qi, right into Feng Lin's ear. This old man knew that the Taya Divine City had two mystic grounds, named the Saber Tomb and the Sword Tomb. Both of the tombs were treated as an absolute treasure by the Taya Divine City. And this bunch of Taya Divine City fellows guarded this place very carefully, believing that it was a remnant of a great emperor expert, calling it a sacred ground for swordsmen and saber users, despite not even being able to verify the tomb's history. However, to the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders, this was all just intentional idealizing and bragging. Although they had never seen the sword and saber tomb, they knew that, over many years in the Taya Divine City, many sages would constantly enter the tombs to gain insight into the sword and saber Tao, but weren't the sages that grasped something from the tombs still considered a bunch of weak trash? In every generation of the Taya Divine City, only the city lord was worrisome. Even if the tomb's grade was as described by the Taya Divine City, taking 10,000 steps back, so what if it really was a remnant of a great emperor? As people studied the sword tomb for tens of millions of years with no obvious results, how could a young junior, like Yi Yun, go in and come out with the ability to flip the heavens? Linner, this kid is just bluffing. Saying that his uncontrollable power will hurt you is just psychological warfare. If any sword move can be learned from the sword tomb, the Taya Divine Kingdom would long since have exceeded the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. Would they then have gone around asking for help just because of the fear of a shepherd boy? You do not need to bother with it. Just go all out. Even if you kill Yi Yun, it is what he deserves. With us around, you can rest assured. We are on the side of reason, so the Taya Divine City will not dare to do anything to you. The white-robed elder who had transmitted his voice was half a teacher of Feng Lin. Feng Lin's water elemental laws were all learned from this white-robed elder. Linner understands. No matter how good Yi Yun's sword techniques are, I will do my best to use my sword attack. Feng Lin did not despise Yi Yun. Her powerful stance was continuously rising. It was as if she had become a jade maiden mountain that could not be looked at. In the elder's stance, Song Yan's fingers were rapping on the table. His thin palm was oozing with sweat. What is this kid doing? Does he really want to use a move he just learned from the sword tomb to face Feng Lin? Song Yan, Yi Yun was learning the ways of the sword in the sword tomb? At this moment, the stern voice of the Taya Divine City's city lord rang in Song Yan's ear. Song Yan felt bitter. It was him who had brought Yi Yun into the tomb to learn the ways of the sword. He bit down and said, yes, this kid had adamantly requested to enter the sword tomb a few days ago. Old me was originally thinking of bringing him down a peg or two and set some conditions, bringing him into the sword tomb, who knew that he would. A few days ago, bringing him down a peg or two, the middle-aged scholar repeated those words a few times. It was unknown what he was thinking. Song Yan was helpless. Yi Yun had a bright future ahead of him with sabers, yet he wanted to learn swords. He really was someone that made one worry. And at this moment, Song Yan had no time to explain any further. The 18 Feng Lins as well as Feng Lin's aspect totem raised their swords. The sword beams were intertwined as they filled the sky. Seen from a distance, it was like an immense ocean. This ocean was a vast expanse of misty, shimmering, rolling waters. The ocean was filled with vast amounts of water. People held their breaths. From the beginning of this match, Feng Lin's moves were all too shocking. At this moment, Feng Lin struck. 18 sword beams, together with the aspect totem's sword, entered the vast ocean, giving rise to a huge wave. This wave was filled with killing intent. It was not a phantom image of Yuan Qi, but formed from sword Qi. There was not only one wave. One wave followed another as each wave rose higher than the other. There were a total of 9 huge waves now surging right at Yi Yun like mountains. Within the waves were terrifying sword Qi. At that moment, the warriors below the divine wilderness stage, especially those who were facing the surging wave, felt the sword Qi at their eyebrows. It made them feel frightened and distraught. Many people subconsciously moved backwards. One could tell how terrifying Feng Lin's sword attack was just from the sword chi's prowess, which was enough to force these favored children of the heavens to retreat. At this moment, Yi Yun, who was standing in front of the roaring ocean in huge waves, appeared small in size. He looked like a little boat in a storm, completely negligible. Yi Yun held the distinguished light sword tightly. In Yi Yun's vision, time seemed to come to a stop. The huge, surging waves seemed to move extremely slow. There he stood, silently in front of the huge wave. In his mind, the Pyongyang Sword Palace's huge sword scar became even clearer. It was as if he had actually seen the past scene of the Sword Palace's owner creating that scar with his very own eyes. And that world-destroying battle in the strange time-space. The bronze giant who was brandishing his halberd, ripping off a corner of the world, but still nearly had his head cut off by the Sword Palace's owner. Yi Yun could not reproduce the Pyongyang Sword Palace's attack, but in this imagery, Yi Yun had managed to capture a trace of the sword attack's concept. This conceptual trace slowly fused with the sword moves Yi Yun learned within the sword tomb. Immediately, Yi Yun's mind seemed to be blessed. It was as if something had been activated as the concept and sword moves fused together. He closed his eyes, ignoring the roar of the ocean. Without any conscious thought, Yi Yun raised his sword and gently slashed downwards. At that moment, Heaven Earth Yuan Qi was pulled in. Everything began to condense into sword qi. These sword qi began roaring from all directions. In the sky, the phantom image of a huge divine sword began to condense. This sword resembled the Sword Palace owner once used. However, what Yi Yun was now using was a sword move from the sword tomb. Only Yi Yun had added an inexplicable concept into the sword tomb's move. This was one of the Pyongyang Sword Palace sword scar's concepts. This concept seemed to be like a god having graced the lands, showing disdain at all life. Wang! In the audience stands, the swords of some cultivators began to roar with a clear sound. Some of the swords even began to violently shake. Without the control of their owners, they even unsheathed themselves. My sword! A person quickly pressed and held onto his sword. The lower the cultivator's cultivation level was, the greater the influence on their swords were. In the air, Yi Yun slashed the huge divine sword that had been condensed downwards, right into the raging huge waves. Strangely, this fierce impact was without sound. It was as if everything in the world had lost its voice. The huge waves were split apart by that one sword. It was like a mountain having been split by a divine sword. After the first huge wave was split apart, the divine sword did not lose its momentum. It was an irresistible force. Wave after wave was split apart one after another. The divine sword slashed straight at Feng Lin's eyebrows. What? Seeing the powerful sword qi coming towards her, Feng Lin was in a shock. At that moment, she really felt the approach of death. Linner! At this moment, a white-robed elder in the elder stand stood up. At the same time, Feng Lin pointed with her sword tip, and behind her, the 17 water elemental mirror images, as well as her aspect totem, charged directly at the sword beam. Pang! With a fierce impact, the 17 water elemental mirror images exploded, turning into water vapor before completely disappearing. Even Feng Lin's aspect totem was split apart by the sword beam. Feng Lin's body violently shook as a sword scar appeared from Feng Lin's shoulder, going all the way down to her thigh. Her body flew out just like that. While flying backwards, Feng Lin could feel that her body had almost been torn apart by the sword qi. Having her body torn apart would no doubt mean her death. And at this moment, she suddenly felt her body become light. A white-robed old man had appeared behind her like a ghost. This white-robed old man grabbed Feng Lin with one hand, and flicked his sleeve with the other. Pang! With a loud explosion, the huge phantom sword image formed from sword qi was shattered by the white-robed elder. However, the shattered huge sword still formed into tiny pieces of sword chi as the fragments spread out wantonly as they emitted chi 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 sounds. These sword chi wandered around in the air for a long time. This sword chi. The white-robed elder focused his eyes. These sword chi actually had a trace of an undying property. Clearly his strength exceeded that of Yun and could easily destroy the sword chi instantaneously, but the destroyed sword chi still remained lethal. It made people feel apprehension. At this moment, Feng Lin, who had been saved by the white-robed elder, was pale in the face. There was a shocking wound on her body. It was almost as if her body had been cut open. If not for the white-robed old man suddenly appearing, Feng Lin would really have been killed by Yi Yun's sword attack. The entire audience turned silent upon seeing this scene. Feng Lin's terrifying final attack, with 19 swords as one, was broken by Yi Yun? And it was broken in such an easy fashion? Even Feng Lin herself nearly got killed by Yi Yun. What attack was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? Some Taya Divine City elders could tell that this attack was indeed a sword move from the sword tomb, but how did this sword tomb move gain such a powerful force to it? This attack, how could it be? The Taya Divine City Lord found it fascinating. He could faintly feel that this attack was somehow different from the sword tomb's move. He could not explain what this tiny difference was. Could it be something that Yi Yun had added? As for Song Yan, being the person who brought Yi Yun into the sword tomb, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost after seeing Yi Yun's final sword attack. He still did not understand what had just happened. This kid, he. Song Yan looked at Yi Yun with his eyelids twitching. At this moment, Yi Yun's right hand, which wielded his sword, was completely covered in blood. On his arm, one blood vessel after the other burst open and blood flowed out of them without stopping. It looked as if he had been fished out of a blood pool. It was shocking. The hand which Yi Yun used to hold the sword was trembling. It looked as if he found it difficult to even hold the sword. This sword attack had actually burst all the blood vessels in Yi Yun's right hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, Severely Injured. Chapter 332, Severely Injured. Yi Yun's hand. Everyone's focus was originally on Feng Lin, only now realized that the sword-wielding hand of Yi Yun was bleeding profusely. All the blood vessels in it had ruptured, and even the tendons and meridians had suffered a great deal of damage. Just using a sword attack caused such an injury to his hand. This sword move is too terrifying. To think that Yi Yun's hand would suffer such an injury. That sword move's power far exceeds that which Yi Yun can control. His cultivation level is limited, so injecting that much energy into his meridians caused them to tear immediately. The Taya Divine City warriors were looking at Yi Yun with extreme worry. With the price of one sword attack being so high, could Yi Yun still use his hand? Yi Yun! At this moment, the Taya Divine City Lord stood up. He was far in the seats of honor, but the look he gave Yi Yun was that of generous appreciation. You have already done very well. If you cannot continue, do not force yourself. The Taya Divine City Lord had no expectations of Yi Yun actually winning the overall group championship because it was just too difficult. Now, the City Lord knew that it was unlikely that Yi Yun would be able to use his right hand anymore. At the very least, Yi Yun could not use the terrifying sword attack again. His arm would not be able to handle it. Because of the sword attack, with its large yuan qi consumption, Yi Yun was only left with 60 to 70% yuan qi. Fighting in such a state against the Yunlong Divine Kingdom competitors would be extremely difficult. In fact, it should be said that it was impossible to win. Looking at the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's side, there were 13 other people sitting on the participant benches. The pale-faced youth in black clothing had particularly stood out for the Taya Divine City Lord. His strength could only be described as unfathomable for Yuan Foundation realm warriors. In such a situation, how could Yi Yun win? At this moment, the youth in black was no longer sitting quietly in a corner. He stood up, holding his sword as he looked at Yi Yun with dark black eyes. Yi Yun also looked back at the youth in black. His right hand was still trembling, with blood continuously dripping from it. What a pity! At this moment, the youth in black sent a Yuan Qi voice transmission to Yi Yun. His voice was cold and heartless, causing one to worry. If I knew you had such strength, I would have personally fought you in the previous round. And now, with your hand in such a state, you can no longer fight me. The youth in black glanced at Yi Yun's hand and showed a sense of regret. Although in this overall group match participants were allowed to take pills, elixirs and relics to treat themselves, due to the short period of time, they had limited effects. Discerning people could tell that the injury on Yi Yun's hand had reached to the root of his bones and the meridians. Even if it was immediately treated, only a small portion could be healed in the short period of time. If Yi Yun were to use that sword attack again, his hand might be completely destroyed. This youth in black felt that it was a great pity. He was a fanatic for martial arts and he trumped all of his peers. As a lonely expert, he was thirsty for an elite that could compete with him in a delightful battle. If Yi Yun could use that sword move, then Yi Yun would be qualified. Yi Yun looked at the youth in black silently. He had already expected that this battle would be very tough, now it was indeed so. It had even exceeded his predictions, just the second battle had injured his arm thoroughly. However, Feng Lin was just too strong and forced Yi Yun to do so. The sword attack that had been injected with the pure Yang Sword Palace's concept could really not be used by Yi Yun. He could not slash out an attack with that amount of force. If he did, Yi Yun would not be able to handle the stress on his arm. Yi Yun, do not force yourself. Seeing that Yi Yun was not responding, the city lord said again. In this alliance tournament, lives could be lost in the exchanges between experts. Even if no lives were lost, it could also end up with heavy injuries, crippling some of them. It was possible to end up bedridden for more than 6 months. And for an elite like Yi Yun, 6 months was too precious. He could not afford to lose that. Thank you for your concern, City Lord. However, I think I can carry on fighting. Yi Yun's voice was calm. The hearts of the Taiya Divine City warriors sank when they heard him say this. It was extremely worrying seeing Yi Yun's current state. With Yi Yun's Yuan Qi being greatly depleted and having a severely injured hand, how could he carry on? Since you insist, then so be it, the middle-aged scholar looked deeply at Yi Yun before slowly sitting down. Ha ha! This Yi Yun would rather die than lose face. He clearly can't handle it, yet he insists. On the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's side, a youth in silk clothes laughed disdainfully. The youth's silk clothes was the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's clothes of nobility. The noble's clothes were embroidered with a flying black river dragon. It was equivalent to the Taiya Divine Kingdom's Viscount. To rise to the rank of a Viscount at this age proved that this youth was not weak. A spent force should not speak the words of the brave. Yi Yun is finished. His hand is crippled and with less than 70% of his Yuan Qi left, he is nothing to be feared. Another Yunlong Divine Kingdom elite said. He could admit defeat in a decent manner, but he was not smart enough and instead, he insists on dying on stage. If so, I will go up and finish him. The youth wearing the flying black river dragon suit grinned slyly and jumped up the divine wilderness stage with a saber. Let me fight this match. The youth pointed his long saber at Yi Yun and smiled provocatively. Yi Yun, you are very arrogant after having won a series of battles. Unfortunately, you are destined to be defeated by Ni Morong Guang. Come. Let me see what other abilities you have left, use it all. Morong Guang's words had no restraint, causing the surrounding Taiya Divine City cultivators to fume with rage. Who does he think he is? Taking advantage of a person's disadvantage and pretending to be great. He is shameless. Some senior cultivators only wished they could rush up and chop up Morong Guang. If not for Senior Yi Yun's injury, he would be no match for Senior Yi Yun. One Taya Divine City rookie junior was also fuming till her undeveloped chest heaved up and down. However, at this moment, Morong Guang only sneered, only the outcome of the battle matters. Why does the process matter? So what if you are a genius? You will still end up being finished by me. No matter what reason it is, being defeated by me means being defeated. It is something you can't remove from your entire life. Even if female saints were screwed by me, they are forever screwed. Ha ha ha. As Morong Guang was laughing, he suddenly went into a daze. He saw Ian take out a container from his interspatial ring. He opened the container's lid and in it, there was a heavy and sticky liquid. What is it? Before Morong Guang could see it carefully, Ian had tilted his head and finished all the red liquid in the container. Inside the container, there was precious blood, the precious blood of the golden crow species. In Fallen Stargate, after killing the golden crow species, Ian had kept the corpse of the golden crow species into his interspatial ring. He had also taken the blood of the golden crow species heart, and stored it in blood containers. This was where all the essence of the golden crow species was. Author's note, there will 2 chapters today, each will be at least 2,000 characters. The second chapter will be released before 12:30 a.m. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Golden Crow's Precious Blood. Chapter 333, Golden Crow's Precious Blood. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. There was extremely rich pure yang energy in the golden crow species' precious blood. It was better than any healing medicine by many times. Typical healing medicines, even very high-grade ones, were limited when used by Purple Blood Realm warriors. As Purple Blood Realm warriors could only absorb a tiny amount, and even after absorbing it, the medicinal essence would take a while to be digested. After all, the medicinal properties of these healing medicines were different to the warrior's energy. However, since this was the precious blood of the golden crow species, the situation was completely different. As Ian had absorbed the golden crow species' beast mark and had condensed a golden crow aspect totem, the essence and pure yang energy in the precious blood was highly compatible with Ian, considering that they came from the same source. Hence, it was very easy for him to absorb it. After Ian drank the golden crow's precious blood, he felt as if there was a pure yang flame burning in his body. The wanton energy first entered his dantian, and from there, it flowed out into his limbs. This feeling was extremely comfortable. As for Ian's heavily injured arm, the muscles in it were slowly moving, giving him an itchy feeling. This meant that the muscles in Ian's arm were quickly regrowing. His wound was also healing. Although his flesh was growing rapidly, it was extremely difficult for his meridians to connect back together. Even though the golden crow species' precious blood came from the same source as Ian's energy, it could not recover Ian's arm in such a short time span. Taking medicine? Although he did not know what Ian had drunk, Morong Guang could roughly guess that it was most likely the blood of some desolate beast. How effective could it be for healing one's wounds and replenishing yuan qi? Meet your death. Morong Guang unsheathed his saber and his yuan qi exploded. Although he knew that Ian could not recover greatly from drinking the rejuvenating beast blood, he did not want to give Ian any time for a breather. That would only create more variables in this battle. He wanted to defeat Ian in one blow, becoming the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's hero. Defeating the person who defeated Fonglin, how impressive was that? This shameless villain. Off the stage, the Taya Divine City warriors were fuming. Ian had just consumed medicine, yet Morong Guang didn't even wait to attack. It was really like when the tiger enters leveled land, he would be insulted by dogs. Ian may be strong, but fighting against more than 10 Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors turn by turn in such a condition fated him to be defeated. He might not even be able to beat Morong Guang. Just thinking of Yi Yun losing to this nameless and shameless scum made the Taiya Divine City warriors' hearts burn. Losing to Feng Lin was alright, but losing to such a person only made one furious. At that moment, Morong Guang had already charged at Yi Yun. He was brandishing his saber while laughing loudly. "I'll show you my family's Morong saber technique. This is a top-class heritage saber technique of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. Today, I'll open your eyes. Letting you be defeated by this top-class saber technique is me valuing you." As he said that, his saber gave rise to numerous saber images. These saber images condensed into a tiger that charged at Yi Yun. This was a tiger condensed from saber chi. Roar! The tiger gave a tumultuous roar which echoed throughout the arena, hurting everyone's eardrums. At that moment, Yi Yun remained ever calm against the tiger. His brain was recalling the sword attack from before. The sword chi condensed from the powerful heaven-earth yuan chi went beyond the limitations of his meridians. His arm had yet to recover and he could not use that attack again. However, after consuming the golden crow species' precious blood, Yi Yun had the ability to carry on. So what if he held back his yuan chi, and only used a tenth of that attack's power? Yi Yun cleansed his soul and passed the sword to his left hand. The memories of the broken sword flashed in his mind as the scene of the sword palace owner cutting the bronze giant's head open once again appeared in his mind, clearer this time. Yi Yun gently slashed with his left hand, following the sword palace's owner's strike. Cha! A sword beam, the thickness of a chopstick, shot out from Yi Yun's sword and it seemed to be hidden within the distortions of spacetime. This sword beam may be thin, but it did not mean that the injected energy was weak. It was because his sword chi had reached an extreme, and it could compress the essence of the yuan chi greatly, which resulted in this. This sword beam was extremely sharp as it shot straight at the tiger's eyebrows. Phew! The sword beam did not meet any resistance as it pierced straight through the area between the tiger's eyebrows. The tiger was still charging at Yi Yun, but it had been pierced by Yi Yun's sword beam. This attack flew at Morong Guang in an unrivaled state. What? Morong Guang was shocked. As he retreated, he brandished his saber to block. Ding! With a metallic clang, Morong Guang felt pain in his arm. The thigh of his palm felt pain. There was a small hole, the size of a pinky, melted through his saber due to the highly compressed pure yang sword beam. Morong Guang watched the small hole form and next, he heard the sound of his protective yuan chi tear apart. At the same time, he felt pain in his heart. He felt great pain in his chest as his vision turned blurry. He saw spurting blood. He felt his entire body lose all its energy as he knelt on the ground. Morong Guang touched his chest and his fingers were covered with blood. He looked disbelieving at the wound on his chest. From the small wound, blood spurted out. However, Morong Guang knew that his body had been pierced right through by the sword beam. How is it possible? He was clearly heavily injured. Pang! Morong Guang felt dizzy as his vision became even more blurry. With that, he fell straight to the ground. Pang! After a thud, blood flowed out of Morong Guang's chest, covering the floor with a pool of blood. Everyone around the Divine Wilderness stage who saw the scene was horrified. Morong Guang's body had been pierced by Yi Yun's sword attack? Just a few seconds ago, Yi Yun was still severely injured and it did not seem like he could make it, while Morong Guang seemed to have a forceful stance, wanting to defeat Yi Yun in one strike while he was weak. Even to the Taiya Divine City warriors, it was highly likely that Morong Guang would have defeated Yi Yun. However, in a split second, the situation was completely reversed. After Morong Guang, who was once prominent, brandished his saber, he had been penetrated by Yi Yun's attack without actually exchanging blows with Yi Yun. It was still unknown if he was dead or alive. Yi Yun was already so injured, yet he could be this strong. People looked at Yi Yun with their eyelids twitching. Especially the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors who felt a chill looking at Yi Yun. At that moment, Yi Yun's right hand was no longer trembling. However, he was undeniably still greatly drained and his arm was still bleeding. Although he was in a state of nearly breaking down, he had still defeated Morong Guang with one attack. It was shocking. His vitality and combat power could be compared to that of a humanoid desolate beast. At that moment, with a schwa sound, a Yunlong Divine Kingdom Elder had instantaneously appeared on the Divine Wilderness stage. He lifted Morong Guang up and fed him healing medicine. At that moment, Morong Guang could no longer swallow, so the elder had to use Yuan Qi to force the medicine down his throat. After checking Morong Guang's injuries, the elder's face turned sullen. His left lung was been pierced, hurting his heart, resulting in spasms in his heart, and this prevented the heart from delivering blood. This kind of injury would be difficult to treat even with sacred medicine. Yi Yun, you sure are ruthless. The white-robed elder looked angrily at Yi Yun with killing intent. The people around the Divine Wilderness stage gasped. Previously when Yi Yun fought with Kuei-yu, he had purposely missed Kuei-yu's organs. But this time, he did not. For Yuan Foundation realm warriors, they might not be able to recover in more than half a year when their hearts were injured. Just a bit of intense motion would cause the heart to not be able to provide blood, causing one to lose their breath. The teenage years were the most precious period of the elite's present. This was the period when warriors grew in strength rapidly. It could be said they were different every month. After being so heavily injured, losing more than half a year's time, it would definitely affect one's accomplishments in the future. Facing the white-robed elder's killing gaze, Yi Yun did not cower in fear. He did not break any rules, so the other party could not do anything to him. Sure enough, after the white-robed elder expressed his killing intent, all the elders on the Taya Divine City stood up and locked on to the white-robed elder. If he were to make a move, all of them would attack. In a split second, the entire arena turned quiet as the atmosphere became tense. Yi Yun was holding the distinguished light sword with both his arms bleeding. The blood flowed down the sword's blade and onto the floor, giving rise to the clear dripping sound. It filled the quiet arena. My physical condition isn't good, so I cannot control my strength very well. For the upcoming battles, I will go all out. Every attack I use will be aimed at a vital part and I will not hold back. For anyone who comes up, I cannot guarantee that you can live going down. Yi Yun's words almost made the air freeze. This Yi Yun is courting death. A Yunlong Divine Kingdom warrior said angrily. He is too arrogant, a person echoed. However, those who were angry quickly understood why Yi Yun was doing so. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom participants for the overall group championship exceeded the teenager group in strength. All of them were strong and their numbers were great. Yi Yun would not be able to handle the challenges of more than 10 people from beginning to the end. Now, he had to save his Yuan Qi and stamina for every battle. Just like in the previous battle, Yi Yun may seem to defeat Morong Guang easily, but how easy was it really? The fact was that it wasn't. If it was that simple, Yi Yun could have defeated Morong Guang like he did with Kuei-yu with the saber techniques from the saber tomb. That would reduce his energy consumption to the minimum. However, he had used the sword intent from the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Although it was a small amount of energy, it was still an immense stress on Yi Yun's meridians and stamina. If this went on, in a few battles, Yi Yun's Yuan Qi would be depleted. The meridians on both his hands would not be able to bear it and rupture. When that happened, Yi Yun would not be able to fight anymore. When forced into this situation, would Yi Yun hold back? Of course not. Whoever wanted to challenge him had to pay the price. They might be severely injured, crippled, or even die. As such, the people who wanted to challenge Yi Yun had to weigh the benefits to decide if it was worth it. Going up was to be cannon fodder. They would consume Yi Yun's energy, but they had to give up the degrading of their future achievements. They might even pay the price of death. As such, no one was willing to come up. This was Yi Yun's battle strategy. It was a bloody and simple, yet effective. Indeed, after Yi Yun said those words, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom overall group participants frowned. When their gaze clashed with Yun's cold gaze, they felt their confidence drop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, 2 hours. Chapter 334, 2 hours. Everyone knew that with more than 10 people fighting him one after another, Yun would definitely not be able to last more than a few rounds. However, everyone wanted to be the last person to end the situation. As prominent figures of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, no one wanted to be the second Morong Guang, sustaining serious injuries that would affect their own future. At this moment, Yun's left hand trembled gently. One blood vessel after another began to bulge. Although they did not rupture, they still looked like they were under immense stress. It seemed like Yun was still greatly depleted from using that sword attack. He took out another container of beast blood and tossed his head back to drink it down. Many people turned speechless seeing this scene. They felt that Yun should suffer a calamity from the skies and be struck by lightning. He always misled people. His hands were already trembling, the meridians and blood vessels on his arm had ruptured and his yuan qi had been greatly depleted. From the looks of it, he should not have lasted long, yet he nearly killed Morong Guang with his sword attack. With him doing this again, he made them lose confidence. And that beast blood, what was it? It seemed like the effects were very noticeable after drinking it. If it was ordinary desolate beast blood, then the effects should be very typical. If it was the blood of a primordial species, ignoring the preciousness of it, it was not easy to absorb the primordial species blood with his purple blood realm cultivation level. To many warriors, the blood of a primordial species was no different than poison. Without knowing the full details, many of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elites were in a dilemma. They were as concerned about their future prospects as they treasured their lives. When they believed they could not beat Yun, all of them hesitated as none of them took the initiative to stand forward. At this moment, I quietly stood up. Without a word, he walked up the divine wilderness stage. When Yun saw Bai appear, his pupils constricted. He gripped his sword's hilt tightly and breathed slowly. At this moment, Yun was like a desolate beast that was poised to attack. Finally, he was going to fight this youth in black. Yun could guess the difficulty of this battle. If he was still at his peak condition, he would definitely look forward to the battle with Bai, and would be filled with confidence. However, now, Yun was lacking in confidence. He did not know how strong Bai really was, nor did he know what moves he had. The entire arena immediately turned silent. Everyone was watching the divine wilderness stage quietly, awaiting the final battle. In the participant benches, Wen Yu, Xu Xiaoran and other Taiya Divine City warriors were worried for Yun. Unless a miracle happened, Yun was unlikely to be able to use the strong sword attack he used to defeat Fenglin. Without that attack, could Yun win against the unfathomable youth in black, Bai? Amongst those people included the people in the elder stands. There, the expressions of Sun Yan and company were solemn. They did not know what the outcome of the battle would be. Now, Sun Yan no longer cared if Yun won the overall group championship, he was only worried about Yun suffering any mishaps. If that happened, it would not have been worth it. In the corner of the arena was a girl in red clothes. She was watching all of this quietly. She was Luo Huier. Luo Huier gave the reason of her being bad at actual combat to not participate in the alliance tournament. However, she had quietly come to the arena to watch the final match. Since she was just there to watch, she was not worried of having any abnormalities discovered, as long as she didn't reveal the special energy within her body. "Miss, that black-clothed guy looks very strong." Beside Luo Huier was the short-legged Donger. "Tisk, are you worried about that rascal, Yun?" Donger immediately shut up. She slipped a glance at Luo Huier. She was unsure what Luo Huier was thinking, so at this moment, she felt that it was best she kept quiet. Up on the divine wilderness stage, the black-clothed youth was hugging his sword and did not attack Yi Yun. "Are the two of you ready?" a Taya Divine City referee asked. At this moment, Bai extended a finger and looked at Yi Yun. 1 2-hour period. "I will only wait 1 2-hour period." When he said this, the entire audience became slightly stunned. 2 hours? This black-clothed youth was giving Yi Yun time to recuperate? In the seats of honor, the 7-star pagoda owner frowned. Although he was extremely confident in Bai, that even if Bai were to fight against Yi Yun in his optimal state, he would have 80 to 90% chances of winning, he did not wish for Bai to give the other party time to recuperate his physical strength. After all, this match was of grave importance. If a 100% guarantee could be accomplished, then it should not be any less. Now, having lost the Teenager Division Championship, if the overall group championship had any mishaps, then he would be ridiculed by countless numbers of people when he returned to the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. "Bai! You are being too arrogant," the 7-star pagoda owner said with a stern voice that rang in Bai's ear. "You do not have the right to underestimate the enemy at this moment." "I'm not being arrogant, nor am I underestimating my enemy. I just want to have a proper and real duel. If the Lord Pagoda owner isn't agreeable, you can always find someone else to replace me." You, the 7-star pagoda owner, glanced at others as he frowned even more. Without Bai fighting Yi Yun, it was useless hoping for the others to win. The 7-star pagoda owner knew Bai's personality. No matter what others said, once Bai made a decision, he would not waver. His personality caused one headaches. The 7-star pagoda owner had no choice but to accept it. He knew that punishing Bai was also pointless. 2 hours? Yi Yun looked at Bai with surprise. He never expected the other party to have such a request. He looked at the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's authority, the 7-star pagoda owner, who did not have any objections. As such, Yi Yun sat down cross-legged. "Even if you are giving me time, I will not go easy." "That suits me." Bai's voice was clear. "Resting for 2 hours will also not restore your arm. This actually isn't a battle I want." Bai looked at Yi Yun's hand and felt a sense of regret. He wanted to experience the power of that sword attack. "You will have the chance in the future." Yi Yun hurriedly began conditioning his breathing. He was just in need of time to absorb the 2 containers of golden crow species heartblood he had drunk. 2 hours of rest was extremely important for Yi Yun. His opponent was not only Bai, but the rest too. He expected the fight with Bai to be even harder than the battle with Fenglin. After finishing the battle, even if he won, he would be left with even less yuan qi. There was still a bit of golden crow precious blood left. Using that precious blood and the remaining yuan qi he had to deal with the remaining 11 Yunlong Divine Kingdom members would be extremely difficult. Time slowly passed as everyone watched the stage with bated breaths. No one spoke a word, nor did anyone leave. People were waiting for the 2 hours to pass. Yi Yun's hand no longer bled, and his meridians were slowly joining up. As long as he did not use the complete sword intent from the Pure Yang Sword Palace, Yi Yun's hands would be completely fine. Yi Yun, who was meditating, slowly felt the golden crow species blood in his body burning. This energy made Yi Yun's body fill with fighting spirit. Bai watched Yi Yun from a distance of 30 feet away. Bit by bit, he wrapped a white cloth around his hand. When he finished winding the cloth, Bai stood up and said calmly, "The time is up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 335, Son of Lightning. Chapter 335, Son of Lightning. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. As Bai stood up and drew his sword, the arena, which was originally very quiet, became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Bai was finally fighting. Due to the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's side being so strong in the Alliance tournament, Bai had never needed to fight until now. This was the first time he was actually fighting in any real sense of the word. Ian also stood up and, with his right hand, took out the sonic death blade. A saber in his right hand and a sword in his left. His saber is in his right hand while his sword is in his left hand. Is Ian going to rely mostly on the saber? Many people began to worry upon seeing Ian use his saber against Bai. To them, Ian's sword was much stronger than his saber. Why is he not using his sword? Many people were curious. Someone shook his head. Against Bai, it is likely that Ian cannot continuously use his sword, or maybe it is that he will not be able to handle the energy drain. Ian's sword attacks were only stronger than his saber attacks when the Pure Yang Sword Palace's sword intent was used. And once the Pure Yang sword intent was used, even just a tenth of it would be beyond that which Ian's body could handle. Nonetheless, if Ian was going to rely mostly on his saber, how was he to defeat Bai? Thank you for giving me 2 hours to recuperate. Are you not afraid that by giving me 2 hours to recover, it might lead to your defeat? Ian casually shook the sonic death blade as he injected Yuan Qi into it. Wang! The saber blade emitted a clear hum that sounded like the roar of a dragon. The sonic death blade's sound waves alone could kill. I, however, was not affected by the sonic death blade's hum. When the sound wave was 3 feet away from him, it was destroyed by his protective sword Qi. If you want to thank me, just go all out. It has been a long time since last I looked forward to a fight. I can only wish for you having the ability to defeat me. It is a pity that, in the past 2 years, I have never suffered defeat against the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's younger generation. One victorious battle after another, not only does it not make me feel delighted, it also makes me feel perplexed. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom is just a tiny stage. I do not want to be blinded by the halo titles of being Yunlong Divine Kingdom's #1 or invincible amongst the younger generation. If I do, I might not know how strong I am when I leave the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and enter a stronger faction. Maybe I would be as ridiculous as a frog in a well? I do not want to end up in that situation. Therefore, your appearance has made me excited. If I were to be defeated by you, I will feel glad. I am not afraid of others surpassing me, I am only afraid that I do not know how far a real elite has progressed. If humans do not have a goal, they will be lost. Only with a goal will I be excited. The usually silent Bai suddenly spoke a lot. Yun was slightly stunned upon hearing this. He never expected Bai to have such thoughts and vision. Indeed, be it the Yunlong Divine Kingdom or the Taiyao Divine Kingdom, they were just a drop in the ocean of this vast world. Bai could not see how vast the world was, but he could foresee it. As for Yun, he really had seen a corner of that magnificent world. In the Pure Yang Sword Palace, that bronze giant who could destroy worlds and the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner left Ian shocked. The mushroom knows not the alternation of day and night, while the short-lived cicada does not know the seasons. If one were to see the vast world yet not explore it, turning to dust hundreds or thousands of years later, then what difference was there between them and the mushrooms and cicadas? Such a life was too insignificant for people not resigning to fate. Ian wished that he could be an equal of the world, becoming a main character of the current generation. With the purple crystal, Ian was already standing higher than others. As such, did he have any reason to slack off? Words are needless, let us fight. Bai said, and with a light Qi sound, lightning emerged from his sword's blade. The purple lightning were like small snakes surging wantonly. The law Bai cultivated was lightning. Yuan Foundation realm elites all cultivated a certain law. Thunder elemental laws belong to one of the nature-based elemental laws of wind, snow, thunder, and lightning. They were ranked equal to the 5 elements, but exceeded them in power. This sword's name is Black Light. Bai stretched out his index and middle finger as he gently stroked the sword's blade. The sword blade was black and did not reflect a single beam of light. It was only 3 feet long and the sword's pommel was unsophisticated while the sword's hilt was covered in old snakeskin. Under the illumination of the lightning, the snakeskin scales had a luster sheen. I am going to attack. Just as Bai finished speaking, a purple beam suddenly flashed. The black light sword had stabbed straight through Yun. Bai's sword was so fast that it exceeded the limits of human recognition. People only saw a purple flash and then Bai's sword had pierced through Yun's chest. What? Some people gasped, but in a blink of an eye, Yun's figure slowly blurred before completely disappearing. Yun's body had already appeared more than 100 feet away. It was an afterimage that was stabbed. Seeing Yun look completely fine, many Taya Divine City warriors let out a sigh of relief. This attack was too soul-wrenching. Before they could even react, the sword had already hit its mark. Thankfully Yun's speed was very fast. If it was switched to them being on stage, they would have died. Your movement technique is not bad. Large success stage of minute subtlety. I praised, however. Minute subtlety is just a form of controlling one's body. By perfectly doing so, one can dodge the attacks from enemies, but once Bai said that, his words took a sudden turn. There is a limit to how well you can control your body. The potential of minute subtlety is only that much. It is only able to work wonders at a low level. When one's level slowly increases, especially when one begins to learn laws, the power of laws will far exceed that of minute subtlety and will completely replace it. As for thunder and lightning, it is the law that is best for speed. If what you just did was the limit to your speed, then I am afraid you have already lost. As Bai said that, purple lightning flashed all over his body. Just a simple movement of his formed multiple layers of afterimages around his body. Extreme speed. Bai shook his black light sword and afterimages began to appear. It was impossible to tell Bai's position. This time, Bai's speed was even faster than before. Soon, the stage was completely filled with Bai's afterimages. There were tens of afterimages. Many people focused their minds, trying with great difficulty to see through Bai's afterimages, but it was to no avail. It was as if Bai had completely transformed into a lightning bolt. His figure was surging around on the stage freely, leaving behind traces of lightning. There were streaks of lightning and afterimages of Bai everywhere. Such a fast speed. This black-clothed youth can trump many just with his speed. Besides, speed should just be a small aspect of his strengths. Even a Taya Divine City elder's expression changed upon seeing this. All the martial arts in the world could not be defeated if one was fast enough. If the speed reached an extreme limit, one could pierce through an opponent's throat before they could even react. This was the split moment that decided victory. People looked with bated breaths as the afterimages surrounded Yun. Yun tightly clenched his sonic deathblade and became extremely wary. Bai's speed was indeed very terrifying. Sha! A purple beam flashed and like a lightning bolt, appeared before Yun and sent out 100 stabs in an instant. These dense sword beams formed a lightning web that covered Yun. Minute subtlety. Yun's pupils constricted as he hurriedly retreated backward. However, Bai's attack was too fast, so fast that it far exceeded Yun's dodging speed. Shie! 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 Along with the sound of lightning, Yun's protective Yuan Qi was torn apart. The lightning current surged into Yun's meridians and made him feel paralyzed. Yun's clothes were cut apart by the sword Qi, blood appearing on his arms and shoulders. Taya sacred technique. Yun circulated his body's Yuan Qi. With the pure Yang Qi, he annihilated the lightning powers within his meridians. His body flashed and he was now 200 feet away. It was too fast. Yun felt odd. He had just used a perfect minute subtlety movement technique, yet he was still unable to completely dodge Bai's sword beams. No matter what law it was, once it was understood well enough, it would be so powerful that it was shocking. And Bai was no doubt a youth that had reached an extreme level in the thunder and lightning elemental laws. I have not met my match amongst the Yunlong Divine Kingdom younger generation because none of them are able to keep up with my speed. I can easily attack anyone who is slower than me. It's even to the point where I even have many methods that I have never tried before. It is a huge regret of mine. Yun, is this as far as you can go? If that is the case, then I am too disappointed. Originally, I was looking forward to going all out when fighting against you. As Bai said this, there were many lightning afterimages around his body. Above the divine wilderness stage, there were surging purple bolts everywhere. Clearly, it was very easy for Bai to maintain this speed, hence, he could speak this calmly. Upon seeing this scene and hearing Bai's words, the Taya Divine City's warriors were shocked. They finally understood how strong Bai was. If their speed was inferior to his, then they would be defeated by him. However, with such speed, who could match him? Yun's speed was already very fast, but it was still inferior to Bai's. And taking 10,000 steps back, even if he could catch up to Bai's speed, Bai still had other tricks up his sleeve. Extreme speed was just a small portion of Bai's lightning laws. Completely opposite from the Taya Divine Kingdom warriors' astonishment, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors were burning with excitement. Bai was their Yunlong Divine Kingdom's god of war, and was also known as the Son of Lightning. Most of them had only heard of Bai, but had never seen him fight. Today, however, seeing Bai's prominence, they felt extremely excited and were greatly looking forward to it. As long as one's speed is inferior to yours, they will be defeated by you? Yun gently wiped off the blood from his body. Yun had always been confident when it came to his speed. Back when Yun's strength had not greatly increased, he had relied on his speed when fighting against Lu Yuxing and Xionyou. Yun had previously amazed everyone, but now however, he could only admit that he was slower than Bai. With slow speed, one was at a greatly disadvantaged, whether it was offensive or defensive. If he could not block Bai's stabs or touch Bai's sleeves when attacking, then there was no doubt that the results of this battle would end with his loss. This was why Bai said that if Yun's speed was inferior to his, then Yun would be easily defeated. At that moment, Bai's speed increased again. There were more and more afterimages appearing on the stage, and each afterimage was surging with lightning, completely surrounding Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Lightning Force Field. Chapter 336, Lightning Force Field. No matter who faced Bai, that person would end up experiencing extreme pressure. Other than his extreme speed, he also had unfathomable strength. Yun's speed clearly could not keep up with Bai's. This worried many of the Taya Divine City warriors. At this moment, Yun closed both his eyes. A human's eye would have the afterimage of a person left behind in it if the opponent was faster than 1/10 of a second. As Bai's speed was too fast, one would only see numerous afterimages due to his blazing speed. As a result, it was very difficult to lock onto Bai's location. Yun opened up the purple crystal's energy vision. Within the energy vision, all the afterimages disappeared, only leaving behind an energy beam that moved at high speeds. The energy vision could see through to the most fundamental energy flow, leaving no afterimages behind. In his energy vision, Yun was able to clearly see Bai's location. Yun closed his eyes. Is he only relying on his perception? Seeing Yun close his eyes, people were alarmed. To Purple Blood Realm and Yuan Foundation Realm warriors, their Yuan Chi perception was relatively weak, so it was inferior to using their own eyes. In this split second, people had no time to think over it carefully as they saw a purple beam flash past. Sha! The black light sword's trajectory left an energy ripple in the air. Yun felt as if he was standing on a lake. Bai's sword was like a swimming fish, and as it swam, it agitated the lake's water, forming ripples that reached Yun's heart. At this moment, Yun made his move. With the saber and sword combined. Yun did not use the Pure Yang Sword Palace sword intent. Having entered the saber tomb as well as the sword tomb, he had gained insight into both sword and saber intents from this heritage ground of sword and saber. Although the saber and sword tombs were greatly inferior to the Pyongyang Sword Palace, they still far exceeded the realms of many Taya Divine Kingdom sages. Ka-cha! Iyan's sword and saber clashed against the black light sword. The energy collision set off a fierce explosion as purple light swept across the area, as if many purple snakes were dancing in the air. And within this surging wave of purple, there was also burning pure yang energy. Iyan's saber and sword chi were burning like the sun. He had blocked Bai's attack head-on. Bai's attack speed was fast, faster than Iyan by a lot, but Iyan's sword and saber moves had characteristics that Bai lacked. They were steady, as Iyan's domineering stance was like a towering mountain. His energy was like the roar of the ocean. In a blink of an eye, Bai and Iyan had exchanged hundreds of blows. During this period, the number of attacks Bai did were at least twice those of Iyan's, as their speed differed by a level. If this was any other person, an opponent whose speed was inferior to Bai, that person would have been defeated by Bai's fast attacks. However, this time it was against Iyan. As such, the situation was completely different. Although Bai's attack speed was faster, he was not able to break through Iyan's defenses. That sword and saber were like a dragon and a tiger. They defended Iyan's body flawlessly. It was impossible to break through them. I would attack twice, but Iyan would use a single move to block them both. The exchange of blows became more intense. People could only see the numerous afterimages in the middle of the stage. It was like a crazy storm. Bai's speed was obvious, and although Iyan's speed was a bit slower, that was only relative to Bai. To others, it was still an unattainable speed. Sword beams. Saber beams. Pure yang energy. Lightning energy. Marks began to appear on the purple tungsten tiles of the Divine Wilderness stage due to the unrestrained surging energies. This is too terrifying. Is this the battle scene of the number one people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and the Taya Divine Kingdom? Quite a number of people in the audience came from the 10 southern countries or other smaller factions. Their tournament was separate from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and the Taya Divine Kingdom. Seeing Iyan exchange blows with Bai, no matter how much the 10 southern countries and the factions did not want to admit, they definitely had no temper left. This speed. This strength. Our country's number one person may be pretty wild, but compared to them, he will probably lose in just a few seconds. Our country is about the same. There is always someone stronger. A few warriors from the smaller countries said as they swallowed their saliva. They had never thought that it would be possible for the younger generation to fight at such a high level, let alone see one. At this moment a pang sound rang out as some yuan qi exploded, sending out a shock wave. Iyan and Bai separated from each other. The exchange of blows before was like a storm. It was unknown how many blows they had exchanged. Iyan and Bai stood about 200 feet apart. The remnant yuan qi still lingering between them. I have to admit that even with my speed being faster than yours, I still cannot beat you by using speed. Bai's voice was solemn. Before this, he had always won just by using his speed. However, today, against Iyan, he had to change that view. One could still break through fast speeds. Previously, the opponents he faced were all lacking. Now, against an expert, such unexpected scenarios could happen. Iyan said, when you are obsessed with speed, your attack power naturally weakens. You are right. Fighting with you has not disappointed me. You and I have to battle to mature. Only by facing more experts will we learn. Only then will we no longer become flustered when we face unforeseen circumstances in a life and death battle. Bai said as he stabbed his sword into the purple tungsten tiles. Zzz. With the sound of electric currents being released, Iyan felt a current from the tiles. It made him feel numb. Iyan immediately circulated his pure yang qi to withstand the attack. Oh! By transmitted lightning into the purple tungsten tiles, using the ground to attack Iyun? Many people were stunned. The ground seemed to be adverse against Iyun. Soon, however, they shut up. They realized that a purple light curtain had appeared above the divine wilderness stage. Like a huge bull, it engulfed the divine wilderness stage. This is? Many people were confused. It's a force field. Amongst the crowd, a person at the human lord level alarmedly said, "Force fields are also known as a domain. Only a very limited number of people are able to have such supernatural affinity with certain laws. Only then can they gain such insight." Unexpectedly, this youth in black can have his own force field at such a young age. Anyone could learn laws when they reached a high realm of cultivation. The only difference was one's level of understanding of the laws. Force fields, however, were different. Force fields were extremely profound. Non-geniuses amongst geniuses would not be able to gain such insight. If one's affinity with the laws were insufficient, then one would not be able to gain insight into force fields throughout their entire lives. And this affinity with laws was decided congenitally. The results from subsequent hard work was extremely limited. Not even Yuan Foundation realm warriors, peak human lords, or even sages, they could all fail at gaining insight into nomological force fields. This was because sages could be strong in other areas and still not necessarily have a high affinity with certain laws. For example, Jiangu focused on swords and was matchless in swordsmanship. For laws, Jiangu cultivated the Taiya sacred technique, and although he had reached a very high realm, he was still lacking affinity with pure yang energy, so up to this day, he was still unable to create his own pure yang force field. When Bai used his lightning force field, even the elders in the elder stands were shocked, let alone the audience. This black-clothed youth was no doubt a darling of lightning. He was a natural son of lightning. His understanding and affinity with the lightning laws were shocking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, Terrible. Chapter 337, Terrible. Being trapped in the lightning force field, Ian felt the current passing through his skin, which made his whole body feel numb. "Since I can't defeat you just with speed alone, let me fight you directly." Bai's body was encased by purple lightning in a spasmodic manner. His clothes and hair moved along with the purple lightning. By setting aside his speed, Bai's energy soared. At this moment, he was like a god that controlled thunder and lightning. Roar! It was as if a behemoth roared from Bai's body as he made his move. This was the first time he was using all of his strength. The black light sword, which gathered the divine lightning within the lightning force field, slashed towards Iyun as it emitted a tumultuous whizzing sound. The purple lightning gathered in the air as it reached an extremum, turning black in color. This black lightning eventually condensed into the shape of a lightning beast that was tens of feet long. This lightning beast looked lifelike and its appearance was that of a black tiger. It charged at Iyun. Lightning kill. When the black lightning beast flew at Iyun, the purple tungsten ground beneath it melted into a molten metal. This sort of power made the audience hold their breaths. Seeing the black lightning beast attacking him, Iyun's body surged with radiant sun chi, as a Tang Valley phantom image appeared behind him. Iyun knew that this attack from Bai was extraordinary. Due to the difference in their cultivation levels, it was impossible for him to withstand it just with the Taiya sacred technique. Phew! Within Iyun's body, the pure yang spirit's energy surged as he pushed the purple crystal to an extreme. The pure yang spirit rapidly absorbed the pure yang energy from the surroundings. The pure yang spirit, which was originally burning quietly, transformed into a blazing brilliant sun. The pure yang spirit nearly charged out of the purple crystal. Its searing power was like a tidal wave that filled Iyun's limbs. Iyun felt as if his body was burning up. Saber-Truth's 32 words, one with the saber. Iyun slashed his saber. His body and the sonic deathblade combined into one, and shot out like a meteor. Boom! The strong impact resulted in an aftershock that cut the purple tungsten ground up like sharp sabers. Careful! The warriors closest to the divine wilderness stage could clearly feel the terrifying sword and saber chi. Even with the protective shield separating them, they still felt the immense pressure. The first direct clash resulted in Yun's body shuddering as his hand numbed from it. He felt the lightning entering his body as it wantonly surged through his meridians. Bai's lightning seemed to have an endless flow of power that even the pure yang energy could not easily dissipate. Similarly, Bai did not feel any better. Yun's saber chi was too sharp. Besides, after gaining an insight into the pure yang sword palace's sword intent, Yun's yuan chi had an additional trace of an undying property to it. This undying power would appear even when Yun did not use the pure yang sword palace's sword intent on purpose. As such, Yun's pure yang energy was like an inextinguishable flame that burned in Bai's body. It was ineradicable, so Bai's entire body felt the pain. Both of them retreated more than 100 feet from each other. Their faces were pale as their blood was in turmoil. Yun. Seeing Yun's pale face with a deep frown, when Chu Xiaoran and company started to worry for him. Bai was too strong. From the strength Yun had displayed up till now, it was already very difficult for him to win this battle. Even if he had won, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. Just from that clash of blows, both of them sustained severe internal injuries. Bai being injured was no big deal, but with Yun injured, the situation turned sour. After all, after Bai, there were still 10 more Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors left. These people may be far inferior to Bai and Fenglin, but they were also strong. Relatively speaking, Morong Guang, who Yun defeated in one sword attack, was just average amongst the group. Yun had expended a lot of yuan chi when handling Morong Guang, even though it appeared as if it was easy. If he were to fight against these people after fighting Bai, how much yuan chi would he have left? At that time, it was unlikely Yun could use that sword move again. Good saber attack. Such strong pure yang energy. As Bai said, an unnatural flush appeared on his face. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and a tiny stream of blood flowed out. In the direct clash with Yun before, his meridians had been damaged. However, you can't be feeling too good now. My lightning isn't that easily annihilated. Bai looked at Yun as the corners of his mouth turned into a smile. This was a smile that arose from the excitement of meeting someone his equal. Fighting against Yun made him more and more excited. Opposite from Bai, Yun looked straight into Bai's eyes as he clenched his sonic deathblade tighter. It was indeed extremely difficult fighting Bai. In the end, it was too demanding for him to face 15 elites from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom alone. If he were to conjure his golden crow aspect totem, Yun believed that his energy would be emptied out in a short period of time. But if he did not use his golden crow aspect totem, how was he going to beat Bai? Again! Bai roared loudly and attacked once again. Roar! Again with another roar, the black lightning beast appeared behind Bai once again. The lightning beast was infused in Bai's black light sword, resulting in radiant black beams being emitted by the entire sword. Bai leapt up high in the air, with countless number of lightning current flowing around him. It was as if numerous thick purple snakes were surging towards Bai. Within the lightning force field, he could use his full power. Bai came attacking from the top as he charged downwards at Yun. Yun constricted his pupils. With the sonic deathblade in his hand, a Tang Valley phantom image appeared behind him. However, this time, a mountain of corpses and sea of blood that resembled Ashura hell appeared as well. Hum hum hum. Wailing sounds accompanied the burning pure yang flames. The two powers, which were nearly exact opposites in terms of properties, were injected into the sonic deathblade as Yun attacked from bottom to top and slashed it Bai. Sabertooth's 32 words, killing at its core. Ka-cha! A fierce impact with the high temperatures made the purple tungsten ground below Yun's feet crack and a crater formed. Yi Yun's entire body was nearly piled deep into the divine wilderness stage. However, Bai's body was sent flying tens of meters back from the impact, while he spit a mouthful of blood out in the air. Boom! Bai slammed heavily into the purple tungsten wall outside the divine wilderness stage, deforming it. He slipped to the ground before using his black light sword as a crutch to stand up. His eyes sparkled with fighting spirit that exuded excitement. Yi Yun also leaped out from the purple tungsten hole. The sonic deathblade formed an angle with the ground as its tip trembled slightly. At this moment, Yi Yun's shirt was torn. One could see the contours of his chest muscles, but there were bloodstains and numerous spots that had been burnt black from the lightning on them. Bai's attack this time was even stronger than before. It was as if he had compressed all the lightning force field's energy into that sword attack, causing Yi Yun's blood to go into chaos. The audience were quiet. From the speed battle in the beginning to the direct head-on clashes now, the battle was intensifying. Furthermore, Yi Yun and Bai's injuries were getting more severe. What would be the outcome of this battle? This really feels great. Bai was extremely excited. It was as if he became more excited the more injured he was. Amongst the younger generation, it has been a long time since someone has managed to fight me to my heart's content. As Bai said this, his aura did not decrease but increased. It was as if the injuries he had sustained were nothing to him. Oh! Bai's aura is increasing? People were alarmed. They had originally thought that the battle between Yi Yun and Bai would slowly become less intense as their energies were depleted, but now, looking at Bai, it looked like the battle would become even more intense. Bai still has a lot of strength he has not revealed. Or maybe it should be said that due to the excitement from fighting Yi Yun, he was able to release his body's hidden potential power. Bai still hasn't conjured his aspect totem. People from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom turned excited. To them, although the overall group championship was filled with ups and downs, and even though Yi Yun was extraordinary, the eventual outcome still wouldn't change. Bai was their Yunlong Divine Kingdom's god of war. Other than Bai, there was no lack in strong experts amongst the other 10 people. Many of them were stronger than Junyu because they had the advantage of age. This madman. In the elder stands, Song Yan looked at Bai as he swore. Even he had to admit that this battle was getting harder. Bai was the type that grew stronger the more he fought. Fighting such a war junkie was the trickiest. Song Yan. At this moment, a Yuan Qi transmission rang in Song Yan's ear. Song Yan turned his head and saw that it was the Taiya Divine City's city lord. The outcome of this battle is still up in the air. If Yi Yun is defeated, you have to make a move and save Yi Yun. Do not allow him to have any mishaps in his battle with Bai. Similarly, if Yi Yun were to defeat Bai, then we shall call it quits for the overall group championship. There is no need to fight the battles after this as there is no way we can win. Instead, I fear that someone will deliberately hurt Yi Yun severely, and gain fame within the Yunlong Divine Kingdom from this battle. I do not want to see Yi Yun severely injured under the hands of these weak juniors. Hearing the city lord's words, Song Yan felt heartwarmed. Song Yan had already treated Yi Yun as if he was half a disciple of his. Seeing the city lord not pursue victory for this overall group championship, and prioritizing Yi Yun's safety first, Song Yan could only feel grateful. I know, with me around, I will not let Yi Yun get into an accident. On the Divine Wilderness stage, Yi Yun and Bai were standing about 100 feet from each other. Both of them could feel the other's powerful strength. Yi Yun. I know you are worried about the battles after this, but I think your worries are unnecessary. That is because you will not have a single chance defeating me if you do not go all out. Even if you were to go all out, the chances of you winning is slim. Without being able to use that sword move, it is nearly impossible for you to defeat me. Bai felt regret as he really wanted to encounter Yi Yun's sword attack. He wanted to battle a Yi Yun that was at his peak. As Bai was speaking, a black lightning beast phantom image appeared behind him for the third time, I wish that our battle was able to decide the champion of the overall group match between the Taya Divine Kingdom and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. However, it is a pity that I do not have the power to make this decision. Letting you rest for 2 hours was the limit. Bai said frankly as Ian nodded, I understand. Bai could at most make decisions in his own battle, but he could not arrange the battles of the other people in the overall group championship. Bai flicked his sword blade and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Being able to fight with you to such an extent has left me greatly satisfied. To show you my respect, I will use my strongest move to defeat you next. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Lightning Snake against Golden Crow. Chapter 338, Lightning Snake against Golden Crow. Just as Bai finished speaking, the presence of the phantom image of the lightning beast grew stronger. The lightning force field around Bai also began to create thunder, as if it was going to spit out all of its energy. Crackle! The force field formed a lightning barrier around Bai, placing him under its protection. Roar! The lightning beast issued a roar that shook the heavens and earth, piercing through people's eardrums. Even from behind the array barrier, the audience could still feel the powerful energy that resided within the sound. This sort of energy seemed like a bolt, hitting their insides, causing their blood to go into disarray. It was extremely uncomfortable. So terrifying. People were alarmed. Just the lightning beast's roar alone was something they could not handle. If they were to stand where Iyun was, how would it be like to experience the frontal impact from the lightning beast? At this moment, Bai extended his hand out and grabbed the lightning beast's neck. Roar! 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 The lightning beast began to roar crazily as its body began to intensely convulse. While convulsing, it was actually reducing in size. As its size reduced, the lightning beast's lightning energy grew even stronger. The lightning's color turned from a purplish black to pure black. Just as people thought Bai would conjure the lightning beast to attack Iyun, a shocking scene happened. Bai actually pressed the lightning beast into his own chest. Phew! The lightning beast entered Bai's body and with a chi-like explosive sound, the clothes Bai was wearing exploded after the lightning beast entered his body. A strong wind blew the remnant cloth and Bai's hair around until they stood up vertically. What? People were alarmed. They could not help but stand up. At this moment, the lightning beast's phantom image appeared on Bai's chest. It was like a tattoo on his skin. Many of them were completely speechless upon seeing this scene. Bai had actually devoured the lightning beast. The lightning beast tattoo spread across Bai's body. Wisp after wisp of tiger stripes slowly encroached Bai's neck and face like Lichtenberg figures. Bai seemed to have completely transformed into another person. With this look, Bai made everyone tremble with fear. At this moment, the lightning barrier around Bai contracted once more. Finally, all the energy condensed together, forming into the phantom image of a long, thick snake. The snake became more and more realistic and increased in presence. It was 70 to 80 feet long and completely black. It had 6 heads and its body stripes looked like lightning. 6-headed lightning snake. Someone exclaimed in the audience stands. This was Bai's aspect totem. Bai's aspect totem turned out to be a 6-headed lightning snake. It was a terrifying existence amongst lightning elemental desolate beasts. In the divine wilderness, even late-stage human lords might not be able to handle 6-headed lightning snakes. And Bai had actually obtained a 6-headed lightning snake as an aspect totem. Typically, the aspect totems that were in the forms of beast corresponded to the desolate beast a warrior killed. The desolate beast killed would form the corresponding aspect totem. To condense an aspect totem, one had to personally kill the desolate beast. It did not work if it was killed by someone else. This was a law that even the purple crystal could not violate. And Bai had actually condensed a 6-headed lightning snake aspect totem. This proved that he might have personally killed a six-headed lightning snake. It was also possible that Bai had killed a lot of three-headed lightning snakes, causing his original three-headed lightning snake aspect totem to evolve into a six-headed lightning snake. If a six-headed lightning snake were to evolve once more, it would become a primordial species grade 9-headed lightning snake. However, even three-headed lightning snakes were strong desolate beasts that even early-stage human lords would not be able to handle. How did Bai manage to kill three-headed lightning snakes? With the appearance of the six-headed lightning snake, black clouds started to gather together as lightning started to cover the sky. Boom! As the lightning flashed, the dark clouds grew bigger. From the open dome of the arena, the spectators could see the dark clouds gather, as water vapor began to appear. Not a second later, it started to rain in the arena. Thunderstorm? People felt the cool raindrops pattering on their face as they felt appalled. Lightning resulted in rain. So when Bai conjured his six-headed lightning snake aspect totem, due to the powerful lightning he released, it affected the weather, causing it to pour down. It was simple inconceivable for a Yuan Foundation realm warrior to influence the weather. Is this Bai in his strongest state? People looked at Bai with alarm. Ha ha ha. It has been a while since I have felt this good. Bai loudly laughed. Currently, he was naked from the waist up, revealing his taut muscles. His body was covered in tiger stripes and lightning tattoos, and on his chest, there was a roaring black tiger lightning beast, while a six-headed lightning snake was rising up from behind him. The black light sword in his hand also manifested a large amount of black lightning. All of this made Bai look like a statuesque thunder god. Yi Yun took a deep breath upon seeing Bai's state, his expression turning solemn. After devouring the black lightning beast, inserting its energy into his own body and then conjure up a six-headed lightning snake aspect totem. The present Bai, who was at his peak, was too strong. He had to go all out against Bai. However, by using all of his strength, that would mean that he would not be able to fight in the subsequent matches. Yi Yun, make your move. In my current state, what I look most forward to is the sword attack that you used to defeat Fenglin. I really want to know how much damage it will cause me to take on that attack. Bai did not say whether the attack would defeat him or not, he only questioned how much damage it would cause him. Clearly, he believed that he could withstand that attack completely. He would only be injured and not defeated. Bai had complete confidence in himself, that he could handle the sword attack that nearly killed Fenglin. This showed how presumptuous he was. However, no one said anything about how presumptuous Bai was. This was because his strength gave him the right to say such words. Unfortunately, you can no longer use that attack. I feel regret, but I will still use my strongest state to defeat you. Make your move, maybe you will surprise me and not disappoint me. Bai pointed the black light sword at Yi Yun. Yi Yun sighed as he touched the distinguished light sword and helplessly smiled. Indeed, I can no longer use that sword attack. I was still having that tinge of hope about winning this overall group championship. After all, I am grateful towards the Taiya Divine Kingdom, so I have been reserving my strength and not use certain moves if I could help it. The energy consumption of using them will be too great, resulting in me not being able to fight the battles after. However, Yi Yun paused upon saying this and gently swiped his hand across the distinguished light sword, opening up a gash on his palm, resulting in blood flowing onto the sword. Yi Yun's blood seemed to be like hot lava. It started burning the moment it flowed onto the distinguished light sword. However, against you, I indeed have no other choice. So be it. I will not care so much anymore and fight a magnificent battle with you. Yi Yun's eyes were burning with fighting spirit as he said those words. Yi Yun was staring right at Bai, with Bai staring back at him. Oh? Do you still think that you have the capital to fight against me? In my upcoming attack, I will be going all out. Bai loudly said. Yi Yun laughed, I will also be going all out. I believe that my full-powered attack will at least not make you disappointed. Yi Yun used Bai's words back at him. Bai laughed loudly, great. I look forward to it. Let me remind you that you might die from this attack. As Bai spoke, killing chi surged from his body. The Taya Divine City warriors, especially Wen Yu, Xu Xiaoran and company who knew Yun, held their breaths. Bai, in his peak state, was indeed too terrifying. He was so strong that he made people not have the courage to resist him. In the elder stance, Song Yan was even more concentrated. He was afraid that Yun would suffer a mishap. In his opinion, even sages in their youths did not match up the current Bai. The rain became heavier. Water vapor permeated the visions of people. Bai and Yun, two contemporary proud sons of heaven, were less than 200 feet away from each other. They were looking at each other, separated by a curtain of rain. At this moment, Bai made his move. He brandished the black sword in his hand, and like a black bolt of lightning within the rain, he cut through the thick curtain of rain. The power of that one sword attack was enough to shake the heaven and earth. The entire divine wilderness stage as well as the thick purple tungsten ground was slashed open by the sword, resulting in a huge sword scar. Bai's sharp sword beam, along with his six-headed lightning snake, rushed at Yun. Yun constricted his pupils. At that moment, he too made his move. It was still the move from the sword tomb, but within it, there was now a trace of the pure yang sword intent. This was also the strongest sword intent Yun could handle at the moment. However, just this sword intent alone was far from enough. At this moment, a clear cry rang from within Yun's body. This clear cry seemed to be cry of a phoenix that transcended the heavens. No matter how loud the falling rain and the rumbling thunder was, they were drowned by that clear cry. What was that? The spectators became alarmed as the sound was too loud. It was as if it was ringing within their own ears, straight into their hearts. Yet, it was not harsh on the ears, it instead had the power to refresh their minds. Boom! The pure yang flames burned, and like a radiant sun that exploded behind Yun, the phantom image of a Tang Valley appeared behind Yun. Before people could react, they saw a divine light rise up into the sky. Like a divine sword, it charged into the clouds, splitting them apart. Shao! They once again heard that clear and loud cry. The audience helplessly watched on as a golden crow, covered in pure yang flames, rushed out from Yun's body, following the divine light's path all the way up. This golden crow had a wingspan of tens of meters and nearly covered the entire divine wilderness stage. Under the burning of the pure yang flames, the raindrops and water mist around it immediately evaporated. Heavens! What is that? People were extremely shocked. The divine bird that rushed out had the eyes of a crow, the beak of an eagle and the feathers of a phoenix. It had 3 legs and all of its feathers were burning with golden, pure yang flames. Golden crow. 3-legged golden crow. Some people incredulously shouted out the name. This golden crow had rushed out from Yun's body. Could it be Yun's aspect totem? How is that possible? A typical warrior, whose aspect totem was in the form of a king-grade desolate beast, was already extremely stunning. For example, Bai was as such. If it was a primordial species, it would be even more fascinating. However, only sages would have these types of aspect totems. After all, the aspect totems warriors gained were obtained from the process of their hunting. Typically, those who could hunt primordial species were only sages. Even human lords, who might have the fortuitous luck of killing a primordial species, might not have the ability to absorb it. A 3-legged golden crow. It was a level higher than primordial species. How could it appear on a purple blood realm warrior? The audience did not have time to think about it carefully. All they saw was the 3-legged golden crow rush at the 6-headed lightning snake and with a fierce cry, stretch out the sharp claws of its 3 legs to grab the 6-headed lightning snake. Crackle! The purple lightning roared as the pure yang flames engulfed it. The lightning snake and golden crow fought a fierce battle in the sky. Snakes were by nature not the match of eagles, so how could a six-headed lightning snake be the match of a divine beast like the golden crow? In just a few seconds, the three legs managed to hit its mark and the golden crow tore the six-headed lightning snake open. The six-headed lightning snake began to bleed like it was a real desolate beast, made up of flesh and blood. Ian's sword followed right after the three-legged golden crow killed the six-headed lightning snake, sending a slash down along with the three-legged golden crow. At that moment, it was as if heaven and earth had lost their sound. A golden sword beam was all that was left in the sights of people. The beam illuminated the world and even the dark clouds in the sky were split apart. Boom! The lightning broke apart as the pure yang flames engulfed it, burning everything to cinders. Ian's sword heavily smashed into Bai's lightning force field, and the force field shattered like it was made out of paper. Bai was greatly alarmed and raised his sword to face the incoming attack. However, under the pressure of the terrifying pure yang flames, as well as the three-legged golden crow divine beast, he felt it was impossible to compete with them with his power alone. Pang! The sword beam exploded and Bai felt a strong surge rushing towards him. He was like the leaf of a tree, helpless in a stormy hurricane. Bai! Beside the Taiyao Divine City's city lord, the seven-star pagoda owner constricted his pupils and rushed out straight away. The chair beneath him was instantly smashed to smithereens. At the same time, Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. His protective yuan qi had shattered, and his sternum had completely collapsed. He was sent flying like a piece of paper. As for the deadly pure yang sword qi, it was still locked onto his body, wanting to take his life. However, at that moment, the seven-star pagoda owner seemed to instantaneously appear beside Bai and grabbed him. Pang! With a flick of the seven-star pagoda owner's sleeves, that terrifying pure yang sword qi completely shattered, before even coming close to him. Seeing the seven-star pagoda owner grab the heavily injured Bai, no one spoke a single word. The outcome of this battle was completely different to what was expected. Bai had been defeated by Yi Yun. In the end, Bai actually needed the strongest person of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's entourage, the seven-star pagoda owner, to personally come and save him. The audience felt like they were in a dream, especially the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors who could not accept this. Bai was their Yunlong Divine Kingdom's god of war, yet he was defeated by a youth who was younger than him and of a lower cultivation level than him. How was this possible? People looked up at the sky. The rain had actually stopped. Ian's attack had slashed apart the dark clouds, dispersing the rain clouds that resulted from Bai's lightning. One could cause rain, while the other had the ability to disperse clouds. It was difficult to imagine that this battle actually reached such an extent. It was difficult to imagine that they were both only warriors from the younger generation. However, what was most shocking of all was the three-legged golden crow that flashed past in the final moments of that battle. The mysterious phantom image that burned with golden pure yang flames was still lodged in the iris of everyone in the audience, unable to be removed. That was no doubt a three-legged golden crow, but how could it have appeared? Was it Yi Yun's aspect totem? People looked at Yi Yun and felt incredulous. How could a purple blood realm warrior have a three-legged golden crow as an aspect totem? Author's note, 4,000 character chapter. Finished this battle in one go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, A Tiger Leaving His Hill and Descending to the Plains. Chapter 339, A Tiger Leaving His Hill and Descending to the Plains. A warrior's aspect totem was usually condensed after continuously hunting desolate beasts. The beast marks condensed after killing a desolate beast might not be perfect, so for those warriors that lack talent in condensing an aspect totem, they might have to attempt it hundreds of times before they would be barely able to condense an aspect totem. Furthermore, for aspect totems that were in the shape of a beast, they became harder and harder to condense the higher ranked the desolate beasts were. It was not only the difficulty in killing a high-ranked desolate beast, even the condensing of the beast mark after killing the high-ranking desolate beast was not simple. For example, even if a purple blood realm warrior were to actually kill a primordial species, he might not be able to condense a primordial species aspect totem, let alone a three-legged golden crow, which is much more powerful than primordial species. The vast arena was in complete silence. Be it the Taya Divine City warriors or the Yunlong 72 Pagodas warriors, the southern 10 countries or the other small factions, everyone found it incredulous. How does Yi Yun have a golden crow totem? A Taya Divine City elder asked Song Yen. Although Yi Yun's quasi-master was Grandmaster Yuhua, Song Yen was the one who knew more regarding his cultivation. Song Yen froze for a while before he stuttered, "I do not know either. In fact, I was the one who took him to choose a totem mystic technique, and later on, he chose the 10,000 beast totem." 10,000 beast totem. As an elder of the Taya Divine City, he naturally knew what that totem mystic technique meant. Not only was it a remnant copy, it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. Since ancient times, no one from the Taya Divine Kingdom had been able to master it. Yi Yun mastered the 10,000 beast totem. Many of the present elders from the Taya Divine City had previously seen the 10,000 beast totem. Upon careful thinking, the aspect totem which Yi Yun conjured did greatly resemble the 10,000 beast totem. Is that possible? Yi Yun actually managed to master a totem mystic technique they did not? Many elders were looking at Song Yen with a questioning look. Song Yen could only stare back as he had been rendered completely speechless. He had tried every means to stop Yi Yun from choosing the 10,000 beast totem, but in the end, this kid actually mastered it. This really toppled Song Yan's perception of the world. Really a monster. After the tournament, I will make sure to ask him how he managed to master it. As Song Yan was thinking, the Taya Divine City's City Lord's voice transmission resounded in his ear. For our Taya Divine Kingdom to produce such a person is of the greatest blessings. If the shepherd boy really is to bring a beast horde that will bring a calamity to the Taya Divine Kingdom, then maybe this will be the Taya Divine Kingdom's chance to rise up from the ashes. The Taya Divine Kingdom has existed for too long, causing the country to become a bit lethargic. Death might not be a bad thing, and Yi Yun might give way to the opportunity that the Taya Divine Kingdom has to rise back up from the ashes. In the future, he might even have the chance of becoming a great emperor. The city lord said it in a solemn voice. Not only Song Yen, many of the elders present were greatly alarmed upon hearing the city lord's voice transmission. Great Emperor. In the Taya Divine Kingdom's history of tens of millions of years, there had never been a single great emperor. The strongest person was just a peak sage. The distance between sages and great emperors was separated by a huge gap. It was a gap that made people lament upon seeing it. Yi Yun had the possibility of becoming a great emperor? If that was the case, the Taya Divine Kingdom would very likely undergo a quantum leap. A great emperor not only guaranteed the prosperity of the Taya Divine Kingdom. If a great emperor's bloodline was to be mixed with the Taya Divine Kingdom's royal bloodline, then it would cause the Taya Divine Kingdom's royal bloodline to become even more powerful. Other than that, a great emperor would create many sorts of martial arts, leaving behind heritages that were obviously priceless. After all, the sword and saber tombs were left behind by a person suspected of being a great emperor. Unfortunately, the sword and saber tomb was not the completely heritage of a great emperor. They had been opened before, losing a lot of the valuable heritage within. Only the marks were left within the sword and saber tomb, and even they looked as if they had been casually drawn by the owner, so it was not considered a heritage. However, the sword and saber tombs, along with the array within them, allowed the Taya Divine City to be opened up in the Divine Wilderness in conjunction with a peerless expert from the Taya Divine Kingdom. Just an incomplete heritage had so much value to it, so the value for a complete great emperor's heritage was obvious. If there was a great emperor within the country, it would raise the overall strength of the Taya Divine Kingdom. With a great emperor, the number of sages within the country would also increase. And a second great emperor might even appear not long after. Great emperor, is that really possible? Yi Yun might become a great emperor? Sun Yan looked at Yi Yun and felt incredulous. To him, great emperors were a legend that eluded him. Was he going to witness the rise of a great emperor and become one of the masters of this great emperor? Just thinking of this made Sun Yan feel like he was dreaming. If he became a great emperor's master, then even if he was one of the least outstanding ones amongst Yi Yun's future masters, Sun Yan would still feel extremely satisfied. It was impossible for him to become a great emperor in his life, but if he had a student that became a great emperor, he could really die without any regrets. At this moment, the city lord carried on, I am afraid that Yi Yun can no longer fight. Let us admit defeat for this battle. To fight to such a level, he is already an elite amongst elites. He has obtained enough glory for the Taiya Divine Kingdom and have won us precious seats. I will personally reward Yi Yun for his meritorious achievements after this battle. Sun Yan looked at Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun's face was pale after having used his golden crow aspect totem. There was not a tinge of pink left on his face, and his hands, which held the sword and saber, were trembling. Although he did not sever any meridians this time, Sun Yan could feel that Yi Yun's yuan qi had been nearly completely expended. Using the golden crow aspect totem for less than the time it took to take a breath completely drained Yi Yun of his yuan qi. Yi Yun was now severely exhausted. It was very likely that he would not even be able to use the Sabertooth's 32 words moves. There was no meaning in fighting any further. Yi Yun used the sonic deathblade to support himself as he breathed heavily. He barely managed to regulate his chaotic blood flow. Although he had the golden crow's blood as healing medicine, he had already drunk a lot of it, and whatever he could absorb had already been absorbed. It would still be effective if he were to drink some more, but it definitely was not enough to replenish his energy to the point of winning this alliance tournament. He looks like he can't make it. Not only Sun Yan, others also started to discover Yi Yun's situation. It looked like he couldn't make it the last time too, but he still managed to finish off Morong Guang with one sword attack. Some of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's warriors on the participants' benches were quietly discussing. Previously, Morong Guang thought that he could easily take out Yi Yun but ended up being easily taken out by Yi Yun. That scene was still fresh in their minds. In a once-bitten, twice-shy situation, and especially with Yi Yun nearly crippling Morong Guang, it made these elites feel fear. They lacked the courage to go against Yi Yun. No one wanted to follow in Morong Guang's footsteps. Humph. He has definitely expended even more this time. His aspect totem is even more terrifying than that sword attack. With his peak purple blood cultivation level, to be able to stand after using it is already not bad. Yi Yun is already a spent force, not someone to be fearful of. A purple-dressed youth said arrogantly as he looked at Yi Yun. At this moment, on the Divine Wilderness stage, Yi Yun's body suddenly convulsed as he placed his entire body's weight onto the sonic deathblade, finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the cold purple tungsten ground. Yi Yun! Chu Xiaoran and company were extremely worried upon seeing this. He's vomiting blood. Ha ha! The purple-dressed youth, who spoke earlier, laughed loudly upon seeing this scene. His eyes were shining with excitement. He looked back at his peers and gave a very pleased look. As I said, he can't make it anymore, yet all of you don't believe me. The others looked at each other before someone nodded. Indeed, Yi Yun should not be able to make it. This is our chance. Humph. The 7-star pagoda owner had transmitted his voice, saying that Yi Yun has a tiny possibility of becoming a great emperor. Although I do not believe he will become a great emperor, so what if he becomes one in the future? Wasn't he still defeated by us in his youth? You're right. Just thinking of defeating a youth great emperor makes me excited. In the future, we can all say that we were people who could defeat a youth great emperor, ha! Under the instigation of the purple-dressed youth, many of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom youths laughed excitedly. They were eager to defeat Yi Yun. Yi Yun, I'll challenge you. The purple-dressed youth swaggered up the divine wilderness stage and looked at Yi Yun with a haughty look. At this moment, Song Yan's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in Yi Yun's ears. Yi Yun, do not eat into his provocation. This person may look like a retard, but he is still very strong. Of the 10 people the Yunlong Divine Kingdom have left, he is probably ranked 3rd or 4th. The current Yu is no longer his match. You just need to admit defeat. If you do not want to say it, I will represent you in admitting defeat. Song Yan was afraid that Yi Yun would be foolhardy due to his young age, recklessly fighting against this shameless person and only end up falling into his ploy. Once they started fighting, the other party would definitely use various sorts of methods to severely injure Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun's life was not in peril with Song Yan around, Song Yan would still feel extremely pissed if the number 1 person of the Taya Divine Kingdom was being brutally beaten by such a person. Yi Yun remained silent and did not respond. This purple-dressed youth was probably stronger than Junyu due to his age. Currently, it was too demanding for Yi Yun to fight someone stronger than Junyu. I am Morong Fei. Remember my name because you will be defeated by me. In the future, even if you are to accomplish great things, it will not change the fact that you are like a woman if ked. No matter how distinguished she will be in the future, she would still be someone that ked, ha ha. The purple-dressed youth roared with laughter. He had already guessed that Yi Yun might surrender, but how could he allow that? If Yi Yun were to surrender, then he could not brutally beat up Yi Yun and could not be the person who defeated a youth great emperor. He did not care if Yi Yun was currently completely exhausted, as long as he defeated Yi Yun, it would still become a fact. Be it within his family clan or in his circle, he would have the rights to flaunt himself. Just thinking of defeating a figure known as a youth great emperor felt great. Author's note: I'm in Japan for just a few days and I encountered an earthquake. Although it was of a low magnitude, it still felt quite alarming while in a shaking 30-story building. There were indeed many things to do for my trip to Japan, and writing requires an extremely quiet state. Actually, I have put in a lot of effort, but to write updates while doing things midway left me with an unclear and perturbed mind. So with the little time, my efficiency was very low. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, Voice Transmission. Chapter 340, Voice Transmission. So what about it, kid? Do you dare fight me? Morong Fei unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Yi Yun's eyebrows. His face was full of contempt and provocation. Does the person known as the number 1 person amongst the Taya Divine Kingdom's youngest people have guts? If you think you can't make it, quickly beg for mercy. Morong Fei became more and more arrogant. He guessed that Yi Yun was going to surrender. Not being able to fight Yi Yun would leave him with regrets as he would lose the right to brag. But even so, he still wanted to carry on provoking as Yi Yun might turn hot-headed and accept his challenge. Even if Yi Yun did not accept the challenge, saying all of that made Morong Fei feel good. In the future, he could boast in his circles and family clans saying how the number 1 person of the Taya Divine Kingdom, Yi Yun, known as a person who would one day become a great emperor, was humiliated by him and did not retaliate, and eventually, he surrendered with his tail between his legs. This effect was barely acceptable. Seeing Morong Fei's provocation, all of the Taya Divine City warriors were fuming. Many of them could not accept it any longer. I've never seen such a shameless person. A person stood up and pointed at Morong Fei and cursed. Morong Fei is no different to S***T. And that Morong Guan. They must be from the same family. One is more shameless than the other. F***K. Still jumping out to talk a bunch of crap, appearing as if he's all awesome and whatnot. Why didn't he fight earlier? He's no different to a straw bag. If Yi Yun had 30% of his strength left, he could finish this kind of person in one move. To think he dares be arrogant. Even a dog's bark sounds better than your shouting. The Taya Divine Kingdom warriors were quite good at cursing. However, Morong Fei's skin was thicker than the city walls. He remained unmoved. So what if you cursed me? Miss, this person is too shameless. Beside Luo Huire, the maidservant Donger clenched her pink and tender tiny fists, and her small circular face looked like an apple as it had turned redder due to anger. As she said that, her undeveloped chest moved up and down like a small balloon. Luo Huire looked at Morong Fei with a disgusted and irritated look. This was the first time she had seen such a toad that was so shameless. Comparatively, that unpleasant fellow Yun was like an angel. Seeing Morong Fei being so arrogant and then looking back at Yun, Luo Huire's black eyes seemed to roll around, as if she thought of something. Luo Huire seemed to be in a dilemma. She rubbed her smooth forehead with her tiny fingers, as if she was still struggling to decide before she said quietly to herself, just this once. It shouldn't be a problem. At this moment on the Divine Wilderness stage, the referee looked at Yun. Yun, do you want to accept this challenge? Seeing that Yun was still silent, the referee had no choice but to ask. Yun, don't fall for their trap. You are admitting defeat after a huge battle, it is not shameful. On the other hand, that Morong Fei is so shameless that it made people despise him. You just need to admit defeat. If you were to fight him, you would end up being even more humiliated. Xu Xiaoran was afraid Yun would fall for the trap. Song Yen noticed that Yun did not intend to surrender, so he stood up. I'll represent Yun and give up. Just as Song Yen said this, Yun, who had been silent, suddenly raised his hand. Hold on. I'll accept this battle. What? Everyone was stunned when Yun said this. Anyone could tell that Yun was at the limits of his limits. He could not beat Morong Fei, yet he accepted the challenge? Wasn't this no different than self-mutilating himself? Ha 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 ha. Morong Fei laughed loudly. Great, I originally thought that you were a coward, but I now take that back. You are not a coward, but a complete idiot. Very well, let's fight. I will beat you up like you are a dog. Morong Fei clenched his fists with extreme excitement on his face. Don't be in such a hurry. I am the leader of the Taya Divine City's overall group match. I can let Xu Xiaoran take over for me. As Ian said, he looked down the stage at Xu Xiaoran. Xu Xiaoran was stunned hearing this. He was letting her fight in his stead? She didn't lose in the teenager division matches, so according to the tournament's rules, anyone who had not been defeated had the right to fight. This included Wen Yu and a few other first-year cultivators. However, she was not Morong Fei's match. Morong Fei was a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, and due to the age gap, Xu Xiaoran would only be abused trying to fight Morong Fei. Besides, Morong Fei seemed like a shameless type of person who would not hold back. Yun wanted her to fight? Xu Xiaoran was completely in a daze. At this moment, Ian's Yuan Qi transmission rang in her ear. Drag it out, let Wen Yu and the rest also go up too. Try to delay as much time as possible before going up on stage. Try to delay for about the time it takes 1 to 2 joss sticks to burn. The longer it is, the better. When you start fighting, just surrender quickly. Xu Xiaoran was shocked when she heard what Ian said. Delay for the time it takes for 1 to 2 joss sticks to burn? In this alternate world, 1 joss stick was the time it took for someone to take 100 breaths star. The time to take 100 to 200 breaths was completely inadequate for Yun even if it was delayed. In Yun's situation where he had been depleted of all his energy, he needed about 4 to 5 days to recover. And this was only under the condition of using all sorts of treasured materials to recuperate. Yun, what are you doing? Xu Xiaoran asked worriedly. Do not fall for his trick. That Morong Fei is purposely antagonizing you so he can shine. Yun shook his head. No matter how Morong Fei provokes me, it is meaningless to me. He is just a retard in my eyes. If I minded a retard, then wouldn't I have the same intelligence as a retard? Yi Yun's words immediately rendered Chu Xiaoran speechless. Then you. I only want to win. I want to win this overall group championship. That's why I accepted the challenge. When you and the other juniors, help me drag it out. In accordance to the tournament's rules, when one side sent out a person to fight on stage, the other side could indeed send another person to accept the challenge. It was only because Yi Yun was the only power on the Taya Divine City's side that resulted in Yi Yun fighting all the way. You want to win? We can win under such circumstances? Chu Xiaoran was stunned. Yi Yun's words were simply unbelievable. I'll give it a try. I do not have much confidence as well, and I do not know what will happen. Saying that, Yi Yun walked off the Divine Wilderness stage. Chu Xiaoran was completely confused. Ha ha ha. You actually used a woman as your shield, you sure came out well. Morong Fei laughed loudly the moment Yi Yun walked off the Divine Wilderness stage. His laughter was without restraint, and in it, there was a tinge of perverseness in it. Little beauty, come on up and play with this elder brother. Gee, you're such a beauty. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Against social norms, Morong Fei's gaze wandered over Chu Xiaoran's body and it landed on her thighs, then on her chest. This made Chu Xiaoran fume. She really wanted to charge up and fight it out with Morong Fei, however, she remembered Yi Yun's words and endured. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Although she did not know what Yi Yun was doing, and while Yi Yun said he did not have much confidence, Chu Xiaoran still had unfounded confidence in Yi Yun. She believed that he might be able to create a miracle. With that in mind, Chu Xiaoran said to the referee, Sorry, I did not expect myself to engage in battle so suddenly. I want to prepare for a while. The referee was slightly stunned. Prepare? Although he did not know what Chu Xiaoran needed to prepare, the referee nodded. All right. At this moment, Yi Yun had already left the arena. With a blur of his figure, he disappeared. Although he was greatly drained of his energy, he could still maintain a speed that exceeded mortals by 100 times. In the time it took to take a few breaths, he arrived in front of a stone hut a few hundred meters away. In the Taya Divine City, there were plenty of these simple stone huts along the streets. They were built for people to take a breather. At this moment, within the stone hut, there was a girl dressed in red. She sat on the railings of the courtyard casually, leaning on a tree beside the railing. Both her tiny legs were dangling in the air. Her feet looked like a girl touching the surface of the water with the tip of her feet. Luo Huaer. Yi Yun came out because of Luo Huaer's Yuan Qi voice transmission. Miss Luo, you have a desolate bone relic that can recover stamina quickly? Relic? I guess so, Luo Huaer responded whilst being preoccupied with another matter, in a way of affirming Yi Yun's query. There is such a relic? Yi Yun found it unbelievable. A relic that could quickly restore a large portion or even all the stamina of a completely exhausted person was something that even the Taya Divine City's city lord lacked. There was a process for warriors to absorb relics. Relics could recover one's stamina, but their effects were slow. In fact, they had very limited effects. Even the golden crow species blood he used did not have such a heaven-defying effect. Although it sounded incredulous, Luo Huaer had no reason to lie to him. She couldn't be up to her mischievous antics in this situation. You really have a relic like that, wouldn't it be very valuable? To use it on me, Yi Yun stopped his words. Luo Huaer's background was mysterious and the relic would have an abnormally high value according to her description as it confounded common sense. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Luo Huaer was rendered a bit speechless. How could she have such an amazing relic? She could recover Yi Yun's stamina only because of a special ability of hers. However, her ability was not to be flaunted as it was related to her family clan and race. She could not let others know. Luo Huaer was also mischievous, but she was not good at lying. She wanted to sweep it under the rug in a hand-wavy fashion, but seeing that Ian wanted to ask again, Luo Huar felt anger and stared at him. She snapped, "Where are you getting all that nonsense from? Just stay there." Ian choked. He never expected that Luo Huar, who was still mumbling a few moments ago, suddenly would take a 180 degrees turn in attitude. "Lie down," Luo Huar said with a repulsive look and pointed to a stone table. The table's length was about a foot long, and this rendered Ian a bit speechless. It was so small, just barely enough to sit down on. How could he lie on it? "There's no time, hurry," Luo Huar urged him. Ian had no choice but to lie down on the stone table. Now, Ian had the height of an adult, so for him, lying down on such a small stone table was an acrobatic art. If he was not careful, he could fall down. When Luo Huar saw Ian's comical state, the corners of her mouth arced upwards. She really wanted to take this opportunity to tease Ian, but due to the lack of time, she gave up on the thought. She was about to use her race's mystic technique, but then she thought of the matter regarding relics. So she took out a desolate bone relic from her interspatial ring and threw it at Ian. "This is special medicine, eat it." "Special medicine? It's this?" Ian stared at the relic that looked like a sugar pill in his hand. He was speechless. "You think this bro is a child?" He was now a desolate heaven master, and he was not so easily fooled. Wasn't this an ordinary relic that could be bought anywhere on the streets? This thing could quickly recover his stamina? Wasn't this a joke? Author's note: the time it takes to burn one joss stick is 5 minutes. It is in reference to ancient China's timing. In Dream of the Red Chamber, the time it took to burn one joss stick was only sufficient to make a poem. Some readers might be curious. Our joss sticks at home can burn for at least an hour. Why is it only 5 minutes in ancient times? For this, I also do not know. Maybe the materials used for the joss sticks in ancient times were different, so it was shorter. I'll be catching a flight tomorrow, so the updates will be later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Clear Water Fountain. Chapter 341, Clear Water Fountain. Isn't this a normal desolate bone relic refined from the white spirit divine snake and heavenly starworm teeth? Ian held the sparkling bone relic in his hand and examined it, while asking Luo Huar to clear his doubts. Luo Huar was stunned for a moment. What the heck? You can recognize it just like that? Although Luo Huar knew Ian had extremely high talent in the desolate heaven technique, his talent had always been in the extraction of energy. She had never seen his talent in identifying energy. Energy identification was not easy as it required tremendous amounts of experience. Many outstanding desolate heaven masters, who had studied for decades up to a century, might not be able to completely identify the materials used in every relic. In contrast, how long had Ian studied the desolate heaven technique? And he had spent a long period of time in the divine wilderness, so how could he practice his desolate heaven technique? The desolate bone relic in Luo Huar's hands was made of a mixture of materials, yet Ian had managed to accurately identify them. Luo Huar could not longer lie anymore after Ian identified the original raw materials. Seeing that Ian was still having his doubts and hesitations, Luo Huar went from embarrassment to anger. Why do you have so many nonsensical questions? Do you want to eat it or not? Ian was speechless. This was a grave matter. He had accepted Morong Fei's challenge, and if something went wrong, the outcome would be tragic. However, the common desolate bone relic in his hand could recover stamina? Even ghosts wouldn't believe it. But at this moment, Ian could only try it as a last resort. He could only pray that Luo Huar was not pulling a prank on him. If she were to pull a prank like that at this moment, then she would be too evil. Ian swallowed the relic in his hand. Seeing that Ian still had the expression of "stop kidding me" even after swallowing the relic, Luo Huar had no way of justifying herself. The situation was too sudden, so she had not thought of a good way to conceal it. However, upon further thinking, it seemed like it was impossible to conceal it. As such, Luo Huayer's expression turned serious and she said with a threatening tone, "Kid, this lady warns you. Whatever happens next, you are not to tell anyone. If anyone asks you how you recovered your strength, just saying that this lady gave you a special medicine will do." Luo Huayer came from a special background. It was expected that no one would have doubts if it was explained in such a manner. Back then, her family clan had placed an individual near the Taya Divine Kingdom, and then sent her to the Taya Divine City. She didn't know what sort of standing the person had in the Taya Divine Kingdom. To Luo Huayer, he was some low-ranking person, or else why would he have placed her here? However, it seemed like that fellow had some standing in this region. He was not only able to send Luo Huayer to the Taya Divine City, but he also got the maidservant Donger entry into the city. Bringing a servant into the Taya Divine City was a treatment many of the young masters did not have. Under such circumstances, Luo Huayer's status in the Taya Divine City had always been mysterious. People guessed that her background was extraordinary, but it was weird because if she came from a prominent birthplace, why did she have to come to the Taya Divine City for training, and not stay in her faction for training? It was something that many people could not figure out. Hearing Luo Huayer's words, Yiyun was slightly stunned. He vaguely guessed that Luo Huayer had most likely have a shocking secret that she did not want others to know. And clearly, the ability to heal his injuries had nothing to do with that relic. Not tell anyone, right? Right. If not, you will. Eh? Luo Huayer stressed the part of her speech in a strong tone. At the same time, she waved her tiny pink fist in front of Yiyun's face. She used what she thought was a vicious look to express how terrible the consequences would be if Yiyun revealed the secret. Do not think that just because this lady looks weak and pretty that her strength is lacking. If you do, then you are really naive. Luo Huayer said fairly confidently. People who usually said these kinds of words were weak trash, somewhat like Morong Guang. When Luo Huayer said those words, for some unknown reason, Yiyun felt that this girl was really someone to be feared. Alright, there is no time. Close your eyes. You are not to peek. If you peek once, I'll dig your eyes out. Luo Huayer said fiercely, so Yiyun had no choice but to close his eyes. Following that, Yiyun felt his body suddenly being covered by a layer of light. This mysterious membrane of light completely cut off Yiyun's perception. Oh. Yiyun found it strange when he suddenly felt a cool energy envelope him. It was as if he was submerged in the purest water, with his body left hanging in the void. Water flowed around him wave after wave and cleansed his body. It was like a young girl's lovely touch. It was extremely comfortable. This is... Yiyun was shocked. He really wanted to open his eyes to see what Luo Huayer was doing. However, upon recalling Luo Huayer's words, Yiyun held back the thought. Without a doubt, Luo Huayer was risking exposing her secret by helping him. As such, Yiyun did not take the initiative to peek. The clear water flow that seemed to contain wonderful amounts of energy seemed like a pure water fountain. It slowly meandered through Yiyun's pores, orifices and into his meridians. It nourished his dantian, organs and even his bone marrow. In a subtle fashion, Yiyun felt his own energy gradually recovering. He even felt that the severed meridians in his right hand, sustained from using the pure young sword palace's sword intent, were slowly recovering. Even that was possible. Yiyun was really shocked in awe. With his body gradually recovering and as he felt that clear water flow, Yiyun seemed to feel of a joy in life that he had never felt before. It was something he had never even thought of before. It was like man and woman, who had never tasted the forbidden fruit, would never know the joy of love. Currently, Yiyun also never thought that there was such a wondrous joy in the world. Yiyun felt like a fish that had been separated from the ocean for a long time, and now it had finally returned into the water. He swam freely as he stretched his limbs out comfortably. He relaxed his body as every inch of his muscles and skin felt completely relaxed. The pure water that gushed into his body was constantly accumulating energy within his body. Ian felt as his body seemed to go through very subtle changes. Even if he probed it carefully, he could still not figure out the changes. Yet inadvertently, it seemed to really exist. At this moment, Ian felt a pair of soft, cool and smooth arms hug him. When he received the embrace, that joy reached an extreme. And at that split second, Ian felt as if the clear energy within his body had evolved. It really merged with his flesh and blood, no longer separating. This feeling was too beautiful. Unfortunately, it was just a fleeting instance that seemed like a dream. It even made Ian suspect if that was really the arms of a young girl hugging him. Checking his own body, Ian realized that he had recovered to his optimum condition. His injuries had recovered by more than 90%. Including his yuan qi and stamina, they had nearly recovered to their peaks. Now, Ian even felt that it was no problem conjuring the Golden Crow totem or even using the full Pure Yang Sword Palace sword intent. It is so magical. Ian really found it unbelievable. It's done. At this moment, Luo Huayer's voice rang in Ian's ear. Can I open my eyes? Ian asked. You can keep them closed, I won't stop you. Luo Huayer answered stiffly. Ian was speechless as he opened his eyes. He saw Luo Huayer wearing an exquisite dress standing there. Her eyebrows were like willows, and her small face was red. Only her cute lips had a paleness to them that made one feel a sense of pity. It seems, using that mysterious technique was quite exhausting on her. Ian suddenly felt a surge of pity and gratitude. He suddenly felt that this Luo Huayer, who was usually up to no good and had a bad temper, seemed pretty cute. Just as Ian wanted to say thank you, Luo Huayer suddenly said, "Why do you keep staring at me for?" Luo Huayer's eyes seemed to dodge his. She was like a little rabbit who would retreat 4 to 5 meters away at the slightest commotion. It was as if she wanted to draw a line between herself and Ian. Ian's word of thanks was suddenly taken back. Just now. Just after he said 2 words, Luo Huayer suddenly cut him off. What are you dazing around here for? If you don't go, your tournament will be lost. Hearing Luo Huayer's words, Ian knew that she did not want to mention any of this, so he did not say anything else. He did not say thank you and just nodded solemnly. With a flash, he rushed out of the small courtyard. At the instance of him rushing out of the courtyard, Ian inadvertently saw that on the corner of the wall in the courtyard was the short-legged Donger. With her 2 pigtails, she had found 2 bricks from somewhere to step on. She was lying on top of the wall as she tiptoed to peek into the courtyard. The maidservant seemed to be slow to respond. She did not realize that Ian was rushing out so suddenly. Only when Ian rushed out of the courtyard did she realize that Ian had disappeared. With her slow reaction, she hurriedly turned her head. This resulted in her staring at Ian. The atmosphere turned awkward. Donger's tiny face was red as she pointed into the courtyard, saying hesitantly, I was just watching. Seeing Donger's look, Ian found it amusing, then keep watching. While saying that, Ian's body flashed again and completely disappeared. Donger. At this moment, a cold voice rang. About halfway through, while Luo Huayer was using her mystic technique, Donger had appeared. Luo Huayer was concentrated on using her mystic technique and she did not realize that. However, later on, she naturally found out. Donger jumped up with fright as she hurriedly climbed down the bricks and obediently walked into the courtyard. Miss. Donger was actually following you. When I saw the courtyard light up, I raised my neck to catch a glimpse. Donger shrunk back her neck like a child that had done something wrong. Luo Huayer's face turned cold. Actually, it was alright even if Donger saw it. Treating Ian was different from fighting in front of the Taya Divine City's city lord. Just from this, even if she had revealed a bit of her secrets, people would only think that she had some fortuitous event and fascinating cultivation technique, and not suspect that she wasn't human. And with her background, no one would touch her because of this. However, if people could recognize her race, then it would be problematic. Although, she could inform her family clan and ask for protection, then no one would do anything to her. However, it would bring a great deal of trouble to her family. At that moment, she would definitely be punished by her father. Just thinking of the father who always abided to her wishes, and would suddenly become a stern father at the critical moment, Luo Huar felt helpless. That, as Luo Huar's mind was wandering, Donger, who had originally made a mistake, sneakily glanced at Luo Huar and asked softly, "Miss, why did you hug elder brother Yun at the end?" Hearing Donger's words, Luo Huar's small face sank. She glanced at Donger and said coldly, "That never happened." Ah. Donger was surprised for a moment and shook her head in confusion. She still said in a matter-of-fact manner, "That did happen." Luo Huar remained silent. Her pretty face seemed to almost drip water. Donger, who was slow to react, still did not realize it. She continued to ask her question stubbornly. However, just as she opened her mouth to ask again, her chubby little face was suddenly pinched by two small hands. Luo Huar pinched Donger's chubby cheeks and pulled from both sides. "Aya, pain! Pain!" Donger shouted. Her face was molded into a funny face as her small mouth was pulled wide apart. However, Luo Huar did not let go, nor did she speak. She kept on pulling for about 30 seconds. Donger's tears came out. From her experience, whenever this happened, it was because she had made a mistake or had said something wrong. Donger finally understood, and as she rubbed her face, she said dejectedly, "I think I saw wrongly." "All right." Luo Huar gave a nod of satisfaction before releasing her hands. However, she still felt unhappy. In fact, she thought with her powers, she could easily treat Yun. Unexpectedly, healing Yun's injuries required too much energy. It far exceeded her expectations. 90% of the healing power within Luo Huar's body had been transferred into Yun's body, but it was still insufficient. As a last resort, at the last moment of using her mystic technique, Luo Huar used her fusing technique, perfectly infusing the healing powers into Yun's blood, flesh, and meridians. If the healing power used by Luo Huar at the beginning was a boost in volume for Yun, the last instant was a qualitative leap. However, the fusing technique needed physical contact and it could not be transferred over empty space. When Luo Huar was greatly drained, she could only use this method, in order to prevent it failing at the last moment. That toad has really lucked out. This lady's first hug was given to him. When Luo Huar was using her mystic technique, the situation was too urgent for her to think carefully. Now thinking about it, she felt she had got the bad side of the bargain. It's all Mother teaching me such a mystic technique. Isn't this something only used for my husband or children? Forget it, I'll not practice it in the future. As Luo Huar was thinking this, she kicked a stone on the ground up into the air. Well, I'll treat it as if I was hugging a pet dog. I hugged the family dog when I was young, so there is no difference. Luo Huar comforted herself as she slowly soothed her emotions. Author's note: I set an alarm. Slept for 3 hours. Wrote 4,000 characters, and sent it out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, Fighting Again. Chapter 342, Fighting Again. At this moment in the arena, the alliance tournament between the Taiya Divine Kingdom and Yunlong Divine Kingdom was in its final stages. Yunlong Divine Kingdom was likely to clinch victory. I admit defeat. A few seconds after the referee declared the beginning of the current match, a youth representing the Taiya Divine City timidly raised his hand. Admit defeat? Admitting defeat again? The Taiya Divine City audience were dumbfounded. A few cultivators from their Taya Divine Kingdom had consecutively done lots of preparation before going on stage. They then hung around the stage for a while, and a few seconds after the match began, they would admit defeat. What are they doing? Actually, the Taya Divine City Warriors knew that those who came up on stage last were not Morong Fei's match at all. Since they were not his match, there was no point forcing it. Why go up and not fight, only bringing shame to yourself? Ha! I've never seen a group of extreme quality tortoises. I'm dying of laughter. They don't even dare to fight. Are you coming up on stage en masse to sing? The Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors quipped sarcastically as they laughed. Previously they had suppressed their anger, as Yun was too strong. They had not been able to relieve their anger. Now in a rare turn of events, Yun was seriously injured and could no longer fight, resulting in the others going up on stage. They immediately began to relieve their anger by sarcastically ridiculing the Taya Divine City warriors. Your Taya Divine Kingdom has only one strong person. As for our Yunlong Divine Kingdom, we have a group of strong people. Feng Lin, Bai, Morong Fei. Anyone is good. Another Yunlong Divine Kingdom warrior in the audience stands shouted loudly. When Morong Fei heard this, he felt extremely elated. This person's words had specially mentioned his name, and he was ranked together with Feng Lin and Bai. Morong Fei was planning to brutally fight and torture in his one-man show, but was unable to do so because of the Taya Divine Kingdom's warriors surrendering. However, he still felt extremely good being able to stand on stage alone, triumphant over the Taya Divine Kingdom warriors and looking down on the masses. When you are last. Delay it as much as you can. The second joss stick should only be burned halfway. Yun should be back soon. Xu Xiaoran was confident in Yun. She believed that even if Yun could not recover from his injuries, he would still return by the appointed time. Yes. When Yu nodded. Ah, little beauty. Are you prepared to fight me, or will you be like the rest, admitting defeat once the match begins? Morong Fei's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. If I fight you, I will be gentle. Don't worry. Morong Fei's words were filled with mockery. Wen Yu's face sank and did not speak a word. As she adjusted her weapon, she prepared to go on stage. Adjusted a bit more. Don't think I do not know what you are doing. You are all coming up one after another to mess around. Are you trying to stall for time? Ha ha ha. Yun, that gutless fellow is using women as shields. Such a pity, how long can the lot of you delay? So what if you drag it out for another 15 to 20 minutes? The outcome would not change. Morong Fei's smile turned cold as he waited to see Wen Yu perform. Having Morong Fei see through their ploy, Wen Yu's hand trembled as her sword nearly dropped to the ground. Previously, she was a proud daughter of heaven in her family clan. When had she ever lost her confidence because of going on stage to battle? But now, faced with this scenario, Wen Yu was feeling intense pressure. The Taya Divine Kingdom audience's depression, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience's ridicule and the perverse gaze from Morong Fei were all sources of Wen Yu's pressure. Just as Wen Yu had finished adjusting everything and was about to go on stage, she suddenly heard a voice transmission. That will do. Just leave it to me from here on out. Wen Yu halted in her steps and turned her head forcefully. She did not know when Yun had walked up behind her. Yun's clothes were still stained with blood and no one knew what he had done in the time it took 2 joss sticks to burn. When Yu used her perception to probe but failed to discover any gains in Yuan Qi for Yun. Senior Wen Yu was just about to say something when Yun walked up to the center of the Divine Wilderness stage, standing in front of Morong Fei. Yun is here. Xu Xiaoran exhaled deeply. Yun had indeed arrived back at the appointed time. If not, she would not have known what to do next. Xu Xiaoran did not know what Yun did. Although her rationale told her that it was impossible to recover from such serious injuries in a short time, she still looked forward to Yun bringing about a miracle. Yun, you have finally come out? I thought you wouldn't dare. Morong Fei looked at Yi Yun with a grin on his lips. Yi Yun had finally appeared and it was time for Morong Fei to show off. He was looking forward to this fight. All these years, he had been overshadowed by Feng Lin and Bai's halo. He was not famous, but in fact, he was very confident in his strength. He needed an opportunity to prove himself. And the greatly drained yet prominent Yi Yun was the best stepping stone. Although he knew Yi Yun could not recover in such a short period of time, Morong Fei still checked Yi Yun's yuan qi to be safe. He wanted to know how much he had recovered. However, he did not detect any. Realizing Morong Fei's intentions, the ends of Yi Yun's mouth curled up. He had long converged his body's yuan qi. With the purple crystal, Yi Yun's control of yuan qi was too good. When he converged his yuan qi, Morong Fei naturally could not detect anything. If this was seen through, how was he to fight in a while? Yi Yun was not some magnanimous person. Against enemies, there was no lack of him stabbing them in the back. He. Morong Fei felt slightly relieved having not detected Yi Yun's yuan qi. He smiled insidiously and mocked, Yi Yun, you delayed all this time to secretly eat some medicine? How effective is it? Yi Yun lightly replied, not bad. It wouldn't do against experts, but against some cats and dogs, especially those shameless people without any ability, it is not a problem. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Morong Fei's face sank. How could he not be aware of Yi Yun scolding him with his words, courting death? Morong Fei said the two words and his yuan qi exploded. Behind him, an aspect totem in the shape of a leopard appeared. Morong Fei did have some ability. The aspect totem was known as a golden leopard. Its defense was extremely strong and was not easy to deal with. To be able to have a golden leopard as an aspect totem proved that Morong Fei had trained a lot in the divine wilderness, by killing a large number of desolate beasts with his own strength. Young Master Morong. Kill the kid. In the audience stands, a vassal family of the Morong family clan began cheering for Morong Fei. The Morong family clan was one of the top super families in the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, so it had many supporters in the audience. Morong Fei's energy rose to an extreme level and he shouted loudly. Just as he was about to use his skill, Yi Yun suddenly attacked. 3 sword attacks were slashed out in an instant. Within these 3 sword attacks were about 10% of the pure Yang Sword Palace sword intent. Sha! 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 The 3 beams cut through the air and shot straight at Morong Fei. It was so fast that it left people no time to react. The aspect totem Morong Fei had just conjured up was slashed apart by the 3 sword attacks. Phew! After the 3 sword attacks tore apart the aspect totem, they did not lose their momentum and carried on flying straight at Morong Fei. The 3 sword beams brought with them a terrifying killing intent. What? Morong Fei was greatly alarmed. He had some ability and in 1/100th of a blink of an eye, he managed to respond in a timely manner. His body flew back and wielded his sword to block the 3 sword beams. However, how could he block Yi Yun's sword attack? When Morong Fei's sword clashed with Yi Yun's sword beam, a ding. Metallic cracking sound was heard. Morong Fei's sword snapped from clashing with the 3 sword beams. Morong Fei's palm tore apart as he felt his arm go numb. His face was filled with inexplicable horror. How could there be such a terrifying sword beam? It managed to snap the sword in his hand instantaneously. Morong Fei's sword was no ordinary item. However, even if it was a sword made by a master, it needed a warrior to inject within it yuan qi and sword intent to remain intact. When 2 swordsmen differed greatly in their sword intent and strength, then a clash between them would usually lead to the breaking of one party's sword. Once the sword was broken, Morong Fei no longer had the ability to resist. The 3 sword beams pierced through his protective yuan qi, right into his flesh without further thought. Pwah! Blood splattered and Morong Fei's chest and abdomen were pierced open by the sword beam. What was even worse was the third sword beam stabbing into his shoulder, chopping off his right arm. Morong Fei bellowed out a heart-wrenching cry as he slammed heavily to the ground. He saw his arm flying with his own eyes. That experience was unforgettable. My arm. Morong Fei's face was pale. To warriors, even if an arm was chopped off, as long as it wasn't destroyed, it could be reconnected with medicine. However, even a rejoined arm would need more than half a year to fully recover. Furthermore, his chest and abdomen had been pierced through. It would probably take Morong Fei more than a year to recover his Yuan Qi. His injuries were much worse than Morong Guang's. Morong Fei. Seeing the tables turn, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom participants were completely shocked. What was this situation? Yi Yun was clearly drained of all his Yuan Qi previously and looked like he couldn't last any further. Yet, in a blink of an eye, he was able to produce such a terrifying sword beam? In less than a few seconds, Yi Yun had severely injured Morong Fei to the point of death with his slashes. Yi Yun, he. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom participants looked at Yi Yun with horror. They saw Yi Yun breathing deeply and quietly. He had a sword and saber in each of his hands. His body was straight like a javelin, erected on the Divine Wilderness stage. No Yuan Qi fluctuation was found in Yi Yun's body. But for an unknown reason, seeing Yi Yun was like seeing a dormant primordial species. It caused great apprehension. This fellow had really fought with Bai for several hundred rounds and had been seriously injured. How was it possible to be this strong even when seriously injured? Could it be? People looked at each other and seemed to figure out of the only possibility. That was, Yi Yun had recovered from his injuries. With that thought in mind, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors held their breaths. Heavens! What happened in the 7 to 8 minutes Yi Yun was away? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, The Dust Settles. Chapter 343, The Dust Settles. This kid. Has he made a full recovery? Song Yan looked at Yi Yun with open eyes. He too could not figure out what Yi Yun had done. Yi Yun had returned brimming with energy in about 8 minutes. It went against common logic. He looked at the Taya Divine City Lord questioningly, and he noticed the City Lord looking at Yi Yun thoughtfully. Song Yan had no idea what he was thinking. Yi Yun stood on the Divine Wilderness stage with a sword and saber in each hand, looking down at the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors off stage. At this moment, Yi Yun's body was covered with blood. The blood was both his and his enemies'. Although his clothes were torn and tattered, the aura he gave off was like that of the triumphant return of a king, looking down upon all men. Who else is there? Yi Yun asked. He did not mean to shout, but his voice contained a lot of energy. This caused his words to echo throughout the arena. Who else is there? Who else is there? Who else is there? Hearing Yi Yun's question, the audience held their breaths. Terrifying. A person with one saber and one sword managed to battle the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's 15 proud children of heaven. And this generation of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom was a generation filled with talent that was not seen in the past century. Otherwise, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's 7-star pagoda owner would not have proposed for the younger generation to fight it out to decide on the number of seats. However, under these circumstances, none of the proud children of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom dared to accept Yi Yun's challenge to fight. Now, all the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors were in complete silence. This overall group match was like facing a humanoid primordial species when they faced Yi Yun. Yi Yun's strength, endurance, and ability to endure pain was incredulous. Not only did he easily defeat Qian Shui, and then defeat Feng Lin and Bai in 2 intense battles, he had even defeated the 2 Morong brothers in a split second when they took the opportunity to challenge Yi Yun when he was at his limits. A terrifying opponent like Yi Yun made them struggle to muster the courage. He seemed to have an endless amount of power. It made people feel a sense of despair. It was impossible beating him. At that moment, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors were looking at each other, yet none of them dared to go on stage. What a joke! Wasn't one courting death to fight against this humanoid primordial species? The Morong brothers were the perfect example. Especially Morong Fei. His injuries were worse than Morong Wang's. He had 2 holes left in his body and he lost an arm. His life was nearly on doorsteps of death. Although he still had a breath of life left, he was crippled. It was clear that he would be left behind by the elites at his level. His talent would drop down a level. With such a heavy price, who was willing to fight Yi Yun? Yunlong Divine Kingdom, is there no one willing to fight? The referee asked again. The audience all looked at the remaining 9 Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors. These 9 people were suddenly the focus of attention. However, it did not feel good being the focus of attention at this moment. Being defeated by others was originally embarrassing, but now, they were the type that did not even fight. It was even more embarrassing. Against all the stares of everyone, the 9 of them seemed to be sitting on pins and needles. They simply wished that they could turn into a pile of S***T. At least in that case, no one would focus on them. They really regretted participating in this alliance tournament. Many of them had not even fought once. In the young adult division matches, they had no chance to fight because they were too strong. In the overall group match, they still had no chance to fight because they were too weak. The 9 of them evaded the gazes of Yi Yun and the audience. It was clear that they were abandoning the battle. Seeing that the 9 of them were abandoning the battle, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders felt a sense of anger and pity. However, they knew that with Yi Yun completely recovered, having the 9 people go up would only result in them being battered. Ah! A Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder slapped his thigh. Having all the country's elites defeated by a single person felt frustrating. As for the Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience, they no longer had any feelings. All of them remained silent. Back when Yi Yun had defeated Feng Lin and Bai consecutively, they were still suppressing their fiery anger, but now, that fiery anger had been extinguished by a basin of water. Originally, they had wanted to say that the top geniuses of their Yunlong Divine Kingdom was just weaker than Yi Yun by a bit, and they won in numbers. However, now that those geniuses had been defeated by a single Yi Yun even with their numbers, what else could be said? Since that is the case, I shall announce that the overall group champion belongs to the Tai Divine Kingdom. On the Divine Wilderness stage, the referee announced excitedly. As a Tai Divine City law enforcer, he too felt extremely excited. With the referee's announcement, the Tai Divine Kingdom warriors began to scream wildly. Yi Yun! Yi Yun! If not for the law enforcers' maintained order, they would have rushed up the stage to lift Yi Yun up. This victory was definitely not easy. The battle process was intense and difficult. It was nearly all fought by Yi Yun alone. He had used all his energy to the point of overextending himself. We won. Chu Xiaoran exhaled. She looked at Yi Yun with eyes full of admiration and curiosity. Originally, when Yi Yun asked her to draw out the time, she did not believe that Yi Yun could recover to near peak conditions in such a short period of time. What did he do? Senior brother Yi, you're awesome. When Yi Yun walked off the Divine Wilderness stage, the Tai Divine City competitors, the juniors, and when you all gathered to congratulate him. They had overjoyed expressions and they were extremely excited. Although they were only there to make up the numbers for this tournament, they had at least gone on stage. And it was not meaningless, they had collectively managed to gain some time for Yi Yun. Seeing these juniors reveal smiles that came right from the heart, Yi Yun finally relaxed his high-strung nerves. He smiled, it wasn't just me alone. Yi Yun had meant to refer to someone else, but these group of juniors naturally did not realize that. They thought that Yi Yun was referring to them. Even though they liked to brag occasionally, they did not feel comfortable stealing the credit at this moment. They scratched their heads and said sheepishly, "Senior E, you are too modest. What we did was nearly nothing." Ian smiled and did not explain. He knew Luo Huar did not want to proclaim this. He casually looked towards the audience stands and saw a red figure hiding in the corner. Her elbow was propped onto a railing with her hand cupping her chin. This young girl was naturally Luo Huar, and beside her was her maid-servant Donger. "Humph. This fellow sure is C*CKY. Without me, he wouldn't be able to be so spirited," Luo Huar said in a pissed-off manner. She was the type that liked to show off, but due to her family's secret, she had no choice but to stay low-key, otherwise, her father would scold her. This feeling of being a hero behind the scenes did not feel good. Indeed. Miss is the best. Donger nodded to praise Luo Huar hurriedly. She was afraid that if she was any slower, Luo Huar would pinch her face again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, Meeting the City Lord. Chapter 344, Meeting the City Lord. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Although the Alliance tournament had ended, the audience still cheered, with each wave louder than the other. The Taya Divine City warriors were too excited and they could not stop at all. The glory belonged to the Taya Divine City today, and it belonged to Iyun even more. Iyun stood on the Divine Wilderness stage with his eyes closed as the waves of cheers roared. Although this cheering was intoxicating, Iyun was not enjoying the cheers. He was trying to gain some insights. In the battle with Fonglin, Iyun had gathered new insight on the sword intent when he used the Pure Young Sword Palace sword intent, and that brought some changes to Iyun's Dantian. Following that, Iyun drank the Golden Crow species' blood. In the intense battle, the Golden Crow species' blood slowly merged with Iyun's blood, forming a harmony in his body. And in the battle with Bai, this harmony reached an extreme. Iyun's understanding was continuously being accumulated and increased. Finally, when Luo Huar healed him, the cool energy that entered Iyun made his meridians harmonize and clear. It was as if he was going to break through soon. He could vaguely feel his body's Yuan Qi slowly gathering towards his Dantian, and slowly binding together. Iyun knew that once the Yuan Qi bound and condensed together, he would be entering the Yuan Foundation realm. Yuan Foundation was the foundation for a warrior to climb to the peak of martial arts. Iyun! Song Yen jumped down from the elder stands. "You little kid, you grew that much by being out for less than a year." Song Yen looked at Iyun, but he felt the more he looked at him, the more he didn't understand. It was amazing how Iyun had come this far. "Senior Song Yen." Iyun bowed. "The city lord wants to meet you," Song Yen suddenly said. Iyun was slightly stunned. "Meet the city lord?" Iyun nodded and said, "I got it. I had gained several insights in the battles before. In 2 hours' time, I'll meet the city lord." It was rare for warriors to gain insight. The insights gained from a close fight were especially valuable. If one did not strike while the iron was hot to convert the insights into one's strength, then these insights would fade away after a period of time. All right. Feel at ease while digesting them. There's no need to rush to meet the city lord. Song Yen didn't seem to mind. Now, the more he looked at Iyun, the more he liked him. Iyun not only had gained seats for the Taya Divine Kingdom, but he had gained glory for the Taya Divine City. It also gave Song Yen a life goal. At Song Yan's stage, his position and status was pretty much at the peak of the Taya Divine Kingdom. However, it was all meaningless to Song Yen. He was on the path of pursuing martial arts, but due to his age, his potential had been expended, so he could not go further anymore. Even with his martial arts at its end, Song Yen still wished to pursue other things. Song Yen also wanted to leave a name in history. For so many years in the history of the Taya Divine Kingdom, there had been so many sages since ancient times. In that long river of history, Song Yen was not outstanding. However, if he were to groom Yun well, then it would be different. He could make history from achieving this feat. The news of Yun defeated all the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors, and winning first place in the overall group match for the Taya Divine Kingdom was immediately spread like the wind through various channels the moment the tournament was over. All sorts of long-distance arrays, jade scrolls and letters were used. Soon, Yun was the most dazzling person in the Taya Divine Kingdom. Numerous factions paid attention to Yun. And countless numbers of young warriors treated Yun as an idol. His achievements were really amazing. Besides, he was still young, so his future was limitless. At that moment, Yun was in his residence, having just finished 2 hours of meditation. Bit by bit, he clarified his understandings as he consolidated his foundations and cultivation level. Yun felt that he had reached a critical point. He was close to breaking through to the Yuan Foundation realm. It's time to meet the City Lord. Yun stood up and calmed his mind. Against the Taya Divine City's City Lord, Yun did not feel at ease. He knew that in a while, he would be questioned a lot. Outside the door, 3 law enforcers had been waiting all that time. Are you ready? A peak human lord cultivation level law enforcer, who was usually cold, now turned respectful when he met Yun. Yes. Yun nodded. He followed the 3 law enforcers all the way to the top of the Central Divine Tower. In the middle of the Central Divine Tower, there was a vertical tunnel. And in the tunnel, there was a spirit boat powered by relics. Yun rode the spirit boat together with the 3 law enforcers, flying to the top of the tower. The Taya Divine City's City Lord residence was located at the 99th floor of the Central Divine Tower. This level had only 3 other heaven-graded rooms other than the City Lord's residence. These 3 rooms were provided to guests. For example, people from neighboring countries of equal level to the Taya Divine City's City Lord or the Taya Divine Kingdom's Emperor would use these rooms. The City Lord residence was situated in the middle of the 3 heaven-graded rooms. There was a large plaque on the door, and on it there were 2 large carved words, Taya. This plaque was written by the first Taya Divine City's City Lord himself. It had experienced the test of time. When Yun walked over, the door to the City Lord residence opened automatically. Yun adjusted his breathing before he walked in. He entered a brightly lit hall after walking through the doors. Yun saw a middle-aged scholar standing between some columns. His hands were held behind his back as he was admiring a picture. This picture looked very strange. It had some abstract red lines that stretched endlessly. It looked like smeared-out blood. Just looking at this picture gave one an extremely unpleasant feeling. Although Yun vaguely knew what the picture was, he did not ask. He stood silently behind the City Lord. This was the first time he met the Taya Divine City's City Lord. It was not convenient for him to ask too much. The middle-aged scholar looked for a long while before he turned around to look at Yun. City Lord. Yun bowed. The middle-aged scholar smiled. Yun, can you tell me how you mastered the myriad beast totem? Yun had already expected that the middle-aged scholar would ask him that. He thought through his words before explaining how he met the pure yang spirit, and being unable to do anything to it, he met the golden crow species. He then witnessed the fight between the 2 pure yang beings. Later on, he mentioned how he used the protective charm Su Jie gave him. He managed to use the protective charm to resolve his crisis, and then, how he finally killed the golden crow species. Everything Yun said was the truth, without any lies. There were only some things that he did not reveal. The City Lord nodded. I see. In the way you describe it, it's indeed a very good opportunity. However, I guess, that isn't all the opportunities you have encountered, right? The middle-aged scholar was hinting at something, causing Yun's heart to beat fast. Yun, you don't have to be nervous. The middle-aged scholar laughed. No matter what you encountered in Fallen Stargate, all of them belong to you. As a junior, you risked your life to obtain them. If I were to vie with you for it, then with my outlook and aspirations, I am not worthy of being a city lord. The Taya Divine City had stood for tens of millions of years. All these years, the Taya Divine City had sages residing it. Elites often went out into the divine wilderness for training, so it was not uncommon for them to have a fortuitous event. If the Divine City's sage-level elders fought for the fortuitous events every genius encountered, then it would be chaos. If this went on, the Taya Divine Kingdom would have been destroyed in a short period of time. The middle-aged man carried on. At my stage, the chances of me breaking through to the Great Emperor realm is infinitely tiny. No matter how big a fortuitous opportunity it is, it would be very difficult. As I have expended a large amount of my potential, the gap from the peak of the Sage realm to the Great Emperor realm is like a divine moat. It is impossible for me to cross it, so you do not worry about me coveting your possessions. And even if it were you, with a large fortuitous opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to break through to the Great Emperor realm. If you were managed to do so, it will be a huge blessing for the Taya Divine Kingdom and me. When the middle-aged scholar said this, he suddenly felt an endless amount of emotions. Yun, many of your accomplishments now are unprecedented in the Taya Divine Kingdom. However, when placed in some factions which you can't even imagine, it is probably nothing. Now, you have gained insights on the Saber Tomb and the Sword Tomb, you managed to master the Taya Sacred Technique in tens of days, and you mastered the Myriad Beast Totem. All these achievements have surprised me. However, it is just a surprise. This is because I know that in your current state, you have a chance of becoming a great emperor in the future. But when placed in that vast world, so what? This world is too big. You are not the only young person who I have not been able to see through. For example, the Luo Hoyer who healed you of your injuries may have achievements in the future that far exceed you. When the middle-aged scholar suddenly said this, Ian felt alarmed. The middle-aged scholar knew that Luo Hoyer had healed his injuries. Indeed, although Luo Hoyer had chosen a concealed area to heal him, with the middle-aged scholar's means, he probably had methods to track him and Luo Hoyer with his perception, seeing the process of Luo Hoyer healing him. You don't have to worry. Regarding that young lady, I have no intentions in investigating her. She comes from a very huge faction. I also do not think that faction has any machinations on the Taya Divine Kingdom, so I am not too concerned. The middle-aged scholar turned away slightly as he spoke. Again, he looked at the blood picture behind him. The Taya Divine Kingdom is like a tiny leaf in this world. It is extremely rare for it to stand for so long. In the future, it has every possibility to capsize. For example, this crisis we are facing now. Yun quietly listened to the city lord's words. He could feel the temperament of a leader from the middle-aged man. What concerned the middle-aged scholar the most was the future of the Taya Divine Kingdom. City Lord, are you referring to the shepherd boy? Yun asked cautiously. Maybe. The middle-aged scholar sighed. This picture you see in front of you was drawn by a sage from the Imperial City. He expended a few hundred years of his lifespan to use the Taya compass to draw a divination picture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, Great Expectations. Chapter 345, Great Expectations. Taya compass? Ian knew about this item. It was one of the most important items of the Taya Divine Kingdom. Back when the phenomenon of the purple cloud's birth happened, the Taya Divine Kingdom had used the Taya compass to search for treasures. In fact, the Taya compass was used to search for treasures most of the time. As a result, citizens usually called it a treasure compass. What were the results of the divination? Yun asked. The result was extreme calamity. The expression of the middle-aged scholar turned serious. Actually, before the divination was made, I had an ominous feeling. I too am not able to predict the future. The middle-aged scholar shook his head. The future was filled with mysteries. It was too difficult to catch a glimpse of the future with the cultivation level of a sage. He was only able to get a vague premonition. Shepherd boy. Yun did not know what to feel. Originally, when the shepherd boy appeared, the Taya Divine Kingdom only became alarmed. They had contacted the alliance countries to prepare for battle. As to whether there really would be a real beast horde or not, it was still an unknown. People hoped that they were alarmed for no reason. However, from the words of the Taya Divine City Lord, one could tell that the Taya Divine Kingdom was likely to soon face a crisis. Yun recalled the time when he met the shepherd boy. He found it hard to believe that such a peaceful-looking and delicate youth, who looked like a regular country farm boy, was actually a demonic person that had killed countless people. His appearance was accompanied by a bloodstorm. What sort of person was he? Yun, the future of the Taya Divine Kingdom is unknown. This divine kingdom has existed for too long and I can feel a trace of apathy. I cannot see the future of the divine kingdom, but I can guess that this crisis might be a chance for the Taya Divine Kingdom to break and recreate itself. If it can survive this crisis, the divine kingdom will be reborn. If it cannot. The middle-aged scholar stopped in his words. Yun was alarmed upon hearing this. The situation was a lot more serious than he thought. Could such a big country be destroyed? Alright, let us not talk about this anymore. Yun, you have contributed the most this time. I will reward you. You are about to break through to the Yuan Foundation. Here, I have an elixir, something that you can use right now. As the city lord spoke, he took out a small porcelain vase and handed it over to Yun. Yun received the vase and removed the cap. An elixir in the color of dark red blood rolled out. Just holding the elixir made Yun's hands feel hot. It was like he was holding a flame. Many years ago, I obtained a primordial herb. Its name is the dragon blood lucidum. This primordial herb looks no different from normal lucidums. However, when you cut its roots or pileus, juice the color of blood will flow out, hence its name. The dragon blood lucidum is extremely difficult to catch, much harder than the heaven purple yang ginseng you obtained. I used it as the main drug to refine a blood yang elixir. Blood yang elixirs are extreme yang herbal items. You are cultivating the pure yang laws, and with your fortuitous opportunities, you have now a partial pure yang body. If you were to eat this blood yang elixir before you break through to the Yuan Foundation realm, it will benefit you greatly. To break through to the Yuan Foundation realm and using this blood yang elixir, a normal person might end up dying from his body exploding, ignoring the fact that it would be a waste. However, I believe that giving it to you will make the blood yang elixir be put to good use. At that time, I will give you a heaven-grade room on the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor to allow you to go into reclusive training to break through. The blood yang elixir will allow your Yuan Foundation realm to become even sturdier. Remember, the Yuan Foundation realm is extremely important. Yuan Foundation, Yuan Foundation. Yuan means first, while foundation means the base foundation. Yuan Foundation realm is the base of your martial arts. You have to create a solid and sturdy Yuan Foundation. It will greatly affect your future success. Yun felt heartfelt gratitude when he heard the middle-aged scholar say all this. All these great conditions were probably the highest possible treatment a young warrior in the Taya Divine Kingdom could enjoy while breaking through to the Yuan Foundation realm. He had sincerely worked hard for the Taya Divine Kingdom, while the Taya Divine Kingdom reciprocated likewise. This relationship was very rare. This is also for you. As the middle-aged scholar said this, he handed over a wooden box to Yun. The wooden box had an ancient make to it. When Yun held it in both hands, he felt his hands sink. The wood was surprisingly several times heavier than metal. It was divine ebony. Iyun recognized this wood. Divine ebony was harder than metal. It would not decay, even when buried in the ground for 100,000 years. However, the divine ebony box in Iyun's hands were lined with the marks of time. It was mottled with age. It was unknown about how much time this wooden box had experienced. Iyun opened the wooden box, and within it was a yellow silk fabric. Above the silk fabric were 9 jade scrolls. All the jade scrolls were lined up, with one piece larger than the other. Iyun could feel the jade scroll's heat when he picked up one of them and placed it in his hand. It felt like flesh and blood. This is the Taya sacred technique. Iyun's eyes lit up. That it is. This is the complete jade scroll set of the Taya sacred technique. These 9 jade scrolls correspond to the 9 levels of the Taya sacred technique. The higher you go, the fewer the jade scrolls. Especially the 9th jade scroll, it only has 1 copy. Attempts to replicate the 9th jade scroll have been made since ancient times by the Taya Divine Kingdom's Emperor, the Taya Divine City Lord, and anyone else who have had great accomplishments in the Taya sacred technique. However, all attempts have failed. The only few copies that exist are too different from the original copy. The replication of cultivation techniques is extremely difficult. There was the requirement of the replicator completely mastering the cultivation technique before one even had the ability to replicate. And to completely master the Taya sacred technique, this was just too difficult. Now, I am passing the 9 jade scrolls to you. They are the foundations of our Taya divine kingdom. There are rumors amongst the citizens that the Taya sacred technique was created by the founding emperor of the Taya divine kingdom, but in fact, this is not true. This sacred technique was found within an ancient ruin by the founding emperor. The 9 jade scrolls in your hands are the original copies the founding emperor took out from the ruin. From now on, the jade scrolls will be left with you. However, if the crisis really comes, then I will take them away from you. You still do not have the ability to protect them. These 9 jade scrolls are invulnerable and impermeable to water and fire. They have been handed down without problems for over tens of millions of years in the Taya divine kingdom. I do not wish for them to be lost by my hands. The middle-aged scholar looked seriously at Iyun as he spoke. With that, he placed a hand on Iyun's shoulder. Iyun found the hand very heavy. These 9 jade scrolls were actually the original jade scrolls the founding divine emperor left behind. Their value was obvious. It was unexpected that the city lord would give the original jade scrolls to him for cultivation. This amount of debt could not be said to be light. The Taya Divine City Lord had placed very high expectations on Iyun. He was also hoping that, in the event that the Taya Divine Kingdom encountered anything terrible, Iyun would become the remnant seed of the Divine Kingdom. When this seed germinated, it could one day grow into a towering tree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.